The Three Gorges Reservoir at sunset. In a dense forest by the reservoir's edge where the soil is rich and moist lies a clutch of snake eggs. A small snake has just broken free from its soft eggshell. Its originally cold snake pupils now reveal a look of bewilderment. It has become a snake. The past life is left behind, now it is a newly hatched little python. The outside world is so dangerous. They say the survival rate of python hatchlings is less than 10%. How unlucky I am to be reborn as a newly born python. Above the snake nest, a newborn little python strikes a bizarre pose, as if speechlessly questioning the heavens. After a long while, the little python's head droops down. Though a snake's face cannot make any expression, somehow one can sense a profound bewilderment emanating from it. Sigh. Whatever a python is a python. At least I have human intelligence. Playing it safe surviving shouldn't be too hard. With this thought, Zhang Chen lowers his snake head, preparing to crawl out of the nest and begin his python life. Suddenly, an unusual ripple echoes from within his mind. Ding. Snake Life Simulator activated. 1 simulation opportunity per day. Use it now. The sudden sound causes Zhang Chen's entire snake body to stiffen. He is now as rigid as a straight, dried chili stick. A simulator. A cheat ability. Zhang Chen can no longer stay still. He agitatedly rides his still young snake body, every inch of him radiating restlessness. Excitement. Begin simulation. With a thought, Zhang Chen prepares to see what this simulator is all about. Ding. Simulation begins. Age 0. With the heart of a world-shaking giant python, you crawl out of the snake nest. You encounter a crocodile blocking the entrance. The crocodile sees you and develops a predatory intent. You are bitten clean in half by the crocodile and swallowed whole. Simulation ended. Please choose one of the following rewards. The reward options are self-cultivation of a dried chili stick, the troublemaker crocodile at the door location, giant python self-introduction. Looking at these, Zhang Chen's heart stirs. His snake face shows no movement, but his forked tongue instinctively flicks in and out at great speed. I choose the troublemaker crocodile at the door location. At this moment, a highly dangerous glint flashes in Zhang Chen's snake eyes. Soon a location information appears in his mind. Outside the snake nest, a Yangtze alligator approximately 2 meters long and around 100 gene is sleeping leisurely. Zhang Chen's inner complaints are already flooding like a tidal wave. Looks like all those rumors about eating Wong Wong crackers and being no match for an iron pot goose are just legends. No matter what, it's still a crocodile. Zhang Chen can't help but complain internally, but he quickly calms down. He is very hungry. Looking at his birth eggshell and the fact that his siblings haven't all hatched yet, Zhang Chen compares his body and decisively rushes toward the snake egg he hatched from. The eggshell is in a half-soft state. They say newborn snakes can eat eggshells. Zhang Chen thinks about this. He doesn't bother considering whether this rumor is true or just an excuse he invented on the spot, because he's hungry. As for human restraint, under the instinct of hunger, Zhang Chen ultimately obeys. He has the simulator anyway, eating once won't matter. The eggshell enters his belly, and a warm current surges within. Gradually, Zhang Chen coils up on the spot and falls asleep. When he wakes again, it is nearly noon the next day. Around him, his siblings are hatching one by one. Some crawl out of the nest immediately after breaking free, while others linger helplessly on their own cracked eggshells. Soon the simulation refreshes. Zhang Chen's heart races with excitement, just like a gambler watching from the sidelines. Simulation begins. Age 0. You are just born. You crawl out of the snake nest together with several siblings. This time you successfully dodge the Yangtze alligator's jaws. Month 1. Every day you eat your fill of insects to sustain yourself. Sometimes hungry, sometimes full, your body has still grown a little bigger, which makes you very happy. Month 2. Your body has grown a little more. You discover many anglers by the reservoir. Because you are too hungry and too small, you plan to grow by eating fish bait. Month 3. Your body has reached 30 centimeters. Meanwhile, you become picky about the angler's fish bait. You want to eat fish hooks baited with worms. This year you notice changes in the environment around you, but you are at the bottom of the food chain, only able to survive on a fish diet. Month 4. Your body grows a little more to about half a meter. Because your size is now considerable, one day you accidentally bite an angler's fishhook. A 60 or 70-year-old angler mistakes you for a large yellow eel and takes you home to stew you. Simulation ended. Please choose one of the following rewards. The reward options are half-meter body size, 100 gene of fish bait snake, fish bait sucking technique. Seeing this, Zhang Chen is already numb inside, but he still chooses the first option. He still hasn't figured out the true use of simulation. After choosing, Zhang Chen feels his entire body itching, especially now as his body visibly grows. No signs of being watered down. This is real solid growth in size. When Zhang Chen comes back to his senses, he finally understands what the simulation rewards are for. So this is how it works. I want to simulate. I don't want to be an ordinary python. I want to be 10 meters. No 20 meters. No. In the end, Zhang Chen is incoherent with excitement. He feels he has gained a great harvest, and his entire snake body begins to tremble with excitement. He wants to grow. He sets himself a small goal. First, reach 10 meters. Otherwise, he'd be too embarrassed to call himself a python with a cheat ability. At half a meter long, Zhang Chen is already a giant within the snake nest. Simply stretching out his body fills the entire nest. He unavoidably presses down on some of his siblings. Slowly, Zhang Chen drifts back to sleep. When he wakes again, he belatedly processes the current situation. They've all hatched. Maybe it's because he blocked the nest's exit. These newborn 10-centimeter little pythons look like children compared to adults in Zhang Chen's eyes. You can't leave. We're all from the same nest, so you have to provide cover for me. With this thought, if he's blocked by the alligator, wouldn't he need brothers from the same clutch to scout the way? Inside the snake nest, Zhang Chen has blocked the exit completely. He occasionally sticks his head out to scout. Sure enough, from the nest entrance, he sees a lazy Yangtze alligator. It opens its mouth wide as if saying, "Come right into my mouth. I don't just eat snow cakes, I eat dried chili sticks too." Looking at the 2-meter-long alligator in Zhang Chen's eyes, it is a colossal monster. He can only wait. Time passes, and soon it is noon the next day when the simulation refresh time arrives. Zhang Chen wakes from a half-dream state. Seeing the big refresh simulation notification in his mind, Zhang Chen's heart stirs. Without further hesitation, he nods to begin simulation. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. Age 0, you are born. You crawl out of the snake nest together with your siblings only to be spotted by the Great Demon King, a Yangtze alligator. Drawn to your half-meter streamlined body, it sees you as a living spicy snack, far more satisfying than the small ones. After enduring tremendous hardships, you finally squeeze into a narrow rock crevice. Half a day passes before the alligator king stops guarding the entrance. You survive. January, you move with extreme caution. You feed on insects from the waterway, staying in the most concealed spots, watching in all directions, sensing threats from every angle, never letting any predator discover you. You grow just a little bigger. February, your courage gradually grows. You begin hunting small fish, disdaining the bait left by anglers. You focus entirely on catching fish. March, you notice everything around you is growing rapidly, especially the fish. Their growth is astonishing, but your own growth is not slow either. April, your body reaches 1 meter in length. You discover that all the fish and shrimp across the entire dam are undergoing rapid changes. Some fish have even doubled in size. It is as if spiritual energy is reviving. Your body is also transforming. May, you notice more and more anglers appearing along the dam. They all seem to have come for fishing. You are now 1.2 meters long, and you completely ignore them. June, you immerse yourself in your big fish eat small fish world. Your 1.2 meter body makes you the undisputed ruler of a 0.1 kilometer radius water domain. When big fish appear, you hide. When there are no big fish, you are the big fish. Age 1, your body has grown to 3 meters. Because you awaken late, you lag behind in every aspect of strength. Some places contain vast amounts of spiritual energy, but they are all occupied by giant fish. You occupy a place where even birds refuse to relieve themselves. Some of those giant fish approach 10 meters in length. Some people have even made fishing rods from rebar steel using spiritual energy-infused bait. Age 1 month, 1, your body continues to grow. You begin actively scavenging the spiritual energy-infused food left behind. Though the portions are small, you discover you can fully convert and absorb all the spiritual energy. Your body grows larger and larger. Age 1 month 2, within just 2 months your body has grown another half meter. You grow increasingly fond of the angler's bait. You often catch fish so that the anglers don't go home empty-handed. Previously, you actively consumed the spiritual energy-infused bait. Age 1 month 3, you rapidly improve. You realize that because you actively catch fish and help anglers hook their bait, more and more anglers using spiritual energy-infused bait are showing up. Your growth accelerates dramatically. Age 1 month 6, you continue to improve. Your body grows in a straight line upward, reaching 5 meters. Under normal circumstances, you would need 4 or 5 years to develop this much. Perhaps because you are special, your spiritual energy utilization efficiency is extraordinarily high. On this day, you continue eating bait at the shore. But as you skillfully use your armor-scaled tail to scatter the bait, you discover your always reliable tail has been hooked. You try to struggle, but no matter how hard you thrash, you cannot break free. The fishhook slices through your scales as easily as a needle-piercing thin paper. This hook is made of special material. You are hauled up onto the dam shore by the angler with a rebar rod. You try to resist, twisting your head to bite, but the opponent raises an American-style landing net and thwacks you repeatedly on the forehead. Simulation ended. Please host select from the following rewards. 5-meter-long body memory of the American landing net. Seeing this, Zhang Chen feels confused inside. How can there be an American landing net? Aren't firearms prohibited? Zhang Chen is puzzled, but he still chooses the body enhancement. The moment the choice is made, Zhang Chen's body begins to grow again, swelling, expanding rapidly, reaching 5 meters. The massive python's body is thick, long, and possesses a muscular aesthetic beauty. But at this moment, Zhang Chen feels the snake nest is too cramped. His massive python body simply cannot fit. At 5 meters versus a 2-meter crocodile, the advantage is mine. Thinking this, Zhang Chen crawls out of the snake nest. The moment he emerges, he sees a crocodile lying with mouth open, basking in the sun. At this moment, the Yangtze alligator radiates the fierce aura of a predator. It instinctively waits for the small pythons inside the nest. Combined with Zhang Chen's body not having fully emerged, the alligator's simple mind cannot process complex thoughts. It only knows food has appeared. At this moment, Zhang Chen's mind is filled with danger warnings. Killing instinct radiates outward. Zhang Chen charges forward instinctively, without opening his mouth, rapidly twisting his body to engage the alligator at close range. The next moment, Zhang Chen uses his unpython-like flexible body to coil around the alligator. In the next instant, through bodily instinct, Zhang Chen instinctively wraps around the crocodile's body and begins constriction. The alligator struggles. It never expected a massive python like this to emerge from a nest that should only contain hatchlings. But it is too late now. Facing the alligator's struggles, Zhang Chen constricts even harder, nearly crushing the crocodile's hard bones. The cracking sounds continue, but this does not cause Zhang Chen to weaken his grip. After 5 minutes of constriction, Zhang Chen decides it is enough and releases the strangling grip. By now, the alligator's body has become a misshapen crocodile form, with nearly all its bones displaced. Python eats crocodile, the food chain. Thinking this, Zhang Chen begins his first snake-life meal, truly eating a hunted prey. There is no particular taste, but after Zhang Chen swallows the crocodile, the satisfaction of fullness is even more intense than when he was human. This keeps Zhang Chen in this state for a long time. After finishing the crocodile, Zhang Chen no longer cares about the state of the snake nest. He finds a spot hidden among water grasses and climbs up, instinctively relaxing his serpentine body to bask in the harshest sunlight of the day. Now Zhang Chen's body is 5 meters long. Under normal circumstances, this already qualifies him as a top-tier predator in the local food chain. As long as he doesn't encounter creatures that specifically counter snakes, only adult pythons eat others. Time passes quickly. Day, night, day. Zhang Chen sleeps among the water grasses the entire time, occasionally poking his head out. Soon the simulation count refreshes, and Zhang Chen regains awareness. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. Age 0, you already possess a 5-meter body. In the Great Reservoir, you are now unmatched. You enter the reservoir and begin hunting large fish. Fish weighing several gene to dozens of gene are all your prey. Your body weight reaches 250 gene, considerably heavier than pythons of the same length. January, you are the sovereign of these waters. You hunt freely, feeling that your moment of opportunity has arrived. You begin deliberately stringing anglers along. With you present, the anglers in your waters can catch fish whenever you allow it. You are buying time for March, hoping these anglers will help accelerate your evolution. In February, more and more anglers came to fish around you, and you were extremely excited. However, you strictly managed how many fish took the hooks, and your body began growing swiftly. In March, your body neared the 6-meter mark. One night, the environment changed drastically as spiritual energy poured down from the heavens. You seized 3 wisps of spiritual energy and absorbed them all, and your body kept growing. In April, your body closed in on the 7-meter mark, reaching the limit of your species. Suddenly, you discovered 2 evolution choices presented by the simulator: mutated giant python and ancient Titanoboa. Facing these 2 choices, you chose the ancient Titanoboa without a second thought. Under the simulator's enhancement, your bloodline completely broke through and your upper limit soared. Titanoboa, an ancient species from tens of millions of years ago. Its body was enormous, averaging 15 meters in length, with an upper limit exceeding 20 meters. Within the ecological chain it inhabited, it was an invincible existence. It went extinct because it could not endure the violent environmental changes and the drastic reduction of its food supply. In May, you devoured 7 large fish imbued with spiritual energy. These fish were close to 1 meter long, big and thick, but not particularly lengthy, and nowhere near your match. You were thicker and larger, and ever since mutating into the Titanoboa, your endurance had soared. Your body grew rapidly and quickly reached 8 meters. Because you were not paying attention, you accidentally snagged on a fishhook. Enduring the threat of injury, you tore free from the hook. The fishhook, made of a special material, sliced your serpent frame by inertia, and because you wrenched away violently, a huge gash was torn open on your massive body. Because of your injury compounded by the external environment, you fell into the awkward predicament of being unable to heal. If not for your powerful genes, especially the Titanoboa's regenerative ability, you might have died from an infected wound. In the Three Gorges Reservoir, you encountered a 100-year-old turtle about 5 meters long. It seemed to have absorbed far more spiritual energy than you and launched a sneak attack. You lunged and coiled around it fiercely, ultimately using the constricting power of your python body to shatter its shell. However, your wound became infected because of this battle. You died. Simulation over. Please choose one of the following rewards: host. The options were 8-meter body Titanoboa bloodline and a dead 100-year-old turtle that had swallowed 20 wisps of spiritual energy. Seeing this, hesitation flickered in Zhang Chen's eyes. After these several simulations, he had already begun to understand the pattern. I choose the Titanoboa bloodline. After choosing it, Zhang Chen felt his entire body seething. His original 5'3" frame instinctively expanded. This was the boost brought by the strengthened bloodline. Before long, Zhang Chen recovered completely. The scorching heat in his serpent body gradually calmed, and sensing the changes in his body, he was overjoyed. Now he was 6 meters long and weighed 500 catties. Do not underestimate his physique. Before the simulation, he had only been 5'3" meters long and weighed a little over 200 catties. The current Zhang Chen could kill his pre-simulation self like it was child's play. Weight represented the strength of his physique. He twisted his serpent body and turned his cold, sharp snake eyes toward the other side. Through thermal sensing, he spotted a large black carp bobbing up and down. The next moment, he swam swiftly. The increase in weight did not affect Zhang Chen's agility. In fact, his body had grown even more agile because of it. Undulating his serpent body rapidly, Zhang Chen soon caught the fleeing black carp in a single bite. His body quickly followed, coiling around it. Within just a few breaths, he loosened his coils. By then, the black carp was dead, or more precisely reduced to a mass of minced flesh. Only a few unbroken remains still bore enough features to show that it had been a fish. So this is the ancient Titanoboa, a creature that could contend with dinosaurs. As he thought this, Zhang Chen pondered inwardly, especially now. The Titanoboa is truly mighty. As for the black carp, now reduced to a pool of shredded flesh, Zhang Chen had no desire to eat it. With a light flick of his tail, he smashed the wreckage apart, and countless small fish began desperately competing to devour the scraps. Zhang Chen was in the northern part of the reservoir. He swam around looking for a place, and found an especially dense clump of weeds, then slipped inside. By now he was the undisputed ruler of this stretch of water. Even if he ran into some snake-eating bird, as long as it did not strike his head with a rapid impact, he would be fine. The Titanoboa's scales were also far harder than usual. Once he slipped into the water weeds, Zhang Chen felt very sleepy, and so he fell asleep. Perhaps it was because his strength was obvious. Zhang Chen felt utterly at ease. No creature could prey on him, and hiding among the water weeds provided an extra layer of protection, which was why he dared to be this bold. Time passed quickly. At noon the next day, Zhang Chen was woken by the simulation system's refresh timer. What's going on? It's only been a day. He shook his head, instinctively raised it slightly above the water's surface, and took a breath of fresh air. Only then did he realize that the simulation had refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, you are already a 6-meter-long Titanoboa, hunting fish freely in the Three Gorges Reservoir. You realize that your growth rate is extremely fast, and this fills you with fierce determination. In February, you continue hunting. In the northern area of the Three Gorges Reservoir, you have nearly eaten all the fish, big and small. Only now do you realize just how enormous the ancient Titanoboa's appetite is. In March, you have grown to 7 meters in length and reached a weight of 600 catties, an increase of nearly 100 catties for every meter. Late one night, the environment changes. Strands of spiritual energy appear one after another, and through the night you madly devour fish that have absorbed spiritual energy while searching for spiritual energy. In total, you absorb 20 wisps of spiritual energy. Your body begins to lengthen and expand, and your power rises level by level. In April, unfortunately, you are discovered by humans. Believing that you are very likely connected to the very origin of the spiritual energy resurgence, they order you captured. Seeing more and more boats gathering on the reservoir, you grow extremely wary and decide to migrate away at once. You leave the northern part of the reservoir and arrive at the western part. In May, your body grows faster and faster. The spiritual energy resurgence has not, as imagined, made beasts strong enough to fight guns and ammunition overnight. Instead, it is like boiling a frog in warm water. A few threads of spiritual energy appear each night, and you absorb every last one. When you encounter large fish that have absorbed spiritual energy, you show no mercy and swallow them whole. Any prey that catches your eye is swallowed by you without exception. In June, you have grown into a 10-meter-long giant python, longer than a 3-story building is tall. When you raise your body, you tower over a person and can reach the ceiling of the first floor. Your body is even thicker and more powerful, and your weight has reached 1,100 catties. In July, while cultivating and stirring the riverbed silt, you chance upon a subaquatic ruin resembling a human structure. Modest in size, yet you venture inside this submerged relic. Upon entering the ruin, you discover a spirit pearl nestled within the stone humanoid's chest. Recognizing its value, capable of at least doubling your accumulated spiritual energy, you resolve to claim it. However, you fail to notice the spirit pearl's guardian has stirred. The stone figure seizes your serpentine body with crushing force. Despite your desperate struggles, you cannot break free. The standoff drags on until you perish from asphyxiation. Simulation concluded. Host, select your reward. 10 meters in length, 1,100 gene in weight. A stone humanoid bearing the spirit pearl. Significant increase in renown. Voluntarily reveal yourself, allowing humanity to discover the ancient Titan python still survives. Zhang Chen examines the rewards before him. The first option is reasonable, the second appears unusual, but Zhang Chen dismisses it. What manner of reward is the third? To expose himself. His mind is not clouded. If he were to reveal himself, Zhang Chen would have to question his own sanity. Thus the rewards prove acceptable, and without hesitation, he makes his choice. I select 10 meters in length and 1,100 gene in weight. In an instant, a scorching heat floods Zhang Chen's body. Only when the warmth subsides does he regain his composure. Now measuring 12 meters and weighing 1,500 gene, he has become a sovereign of these waters. Wherever he roams across the world, he stands as the apex among apices, the ruler among rulers. Particularly his physique. Since the weight increase, Zhang Chen finds his senses sharpened, his reflexes quickened. The streamlined muscular density of his serpentine form and the defensive quality of his scales all improve. How powerful! Thrilled, Zhang Chen's gaze fixes upon a corner of the water. With coiled excitement, he lashes his body forward. The massive fish, nearly a zhang long, barely registers the attack before his fang-filled maw clamps down upon it. Perhaps due to his mutation, pythons typically lack crushing bite force, yet this fish is split cleanly in two by a single snap of Zhang Chen's jaws. He swallows the fish's forepart in one gulp, then consumes the remainder with a second bite. Satisfied though not starving, Zhang Chen sets hunting aside for now. He slips into the aquatic vegetation, settling into a resting place with his head near the surface, instinctively raising to breathe whenever needed, never at risk of suffocation. Time accelerates, and the simulation clock resets. Initiate today's simulation. A chime sounds. Simulation commenced. In the first month, you have become a colossus among serpentine creatures, an apex hunter who devours without pause. By the second month, consumption remains your sole pursuit. The third month brings frustration. Your growth decelerates. Now 13 meters long and weighing 1,700 gene, you reign supreme over the reservoir. Crocodiles and catfish alike become your prey. At nightfall, spiritual energy surges through the waters. You devour fiercely, consuming 20 filaments of chi in a single night, each gulped greedily. Even 10 fish that had ingested spiritual threads fall to you. By the fourth month, your form expands further, a source of profound joy. The excess spiritual energy has triggered premature evolution, elevating you to a first-order constrictor. A talent awakens within you. My body is stone. By transmuting your flesh into granite, your defenses surge dramatically. During this awakening, overwhelming excitement drives you to the shoreline. Unleashing your petrification ability, a single whip of your tail snaps a tree as thick as a man's leg. Though your body hardens to stone, your agility remains intact, your defensive prowess and strength amplified enormously. The fractured trunk tells the story. Yet hidden surveillance cameras capture the scene. Unaware that humanity has discovered you, you revel in your newfound petrification power. Planning to explore distant waters, you scarcely venture far before official technology locks onto your position. You fight back, but against advanced weaponry, your massive frame proves ineffectual. A shell detonates against your side, then another and another, until you perish beneath the bombardment. Simulation concluded. Host, select your reward. 13 meters in length, 1,700 gene. Note: reward increments diminish with each selection. Talent: my body is stone. The first option operates additively rather than replacement-wise. Your current size combines with the reward bonus, not supersedes it. With 10 meters already added to the 11-meter reward, you exceed 12 meters in total. The notion of exploiting mechanics is dispelled. As these thoughts cross his mind, Zhang Chen undulates his serpentine form and makes his choice. I select the talent. My body is stone. The moment he commits, a shudder runs through him, an instant mastery of petrification settles into his being. With a mere thought, his serpent body, already tinged with dark green, undergoes a complete transformation. Within Zhang Chen's awareness, the change is visceral. His scales deepen to an absolute black, not uniform but textured like interlocking stones of obsidian. Undulating through the water, ineffable joy fills Zhang Chen's heart. Exceptional. This defensive capability virtually eliminates the possibility of natural injury. Were a lion or tiger to challenge him now, he could dispatch either without so much as a scratch. Such is the tyranny of ancestral bloodline and the gulf between them in sheer power. At 12 meters and 1,500 gene, his constricting force is sufficient to crush an elephant. The aquatic vegetation no longer serves as adequate concealment. I must find new hiding grounds. Thrill courses through him as he slithers away with swift, purposeful motion. At Zhang Chen's monstrous scale, even the smallest fish and shrimp flee in terror. The primordial dominance embedded in his bloodline sends predators scattering in panic. Zhang Chen does not pursue these fleeing prey. Should he hunger, nothing within his domain would escape him, but the need simply does not arise. Soon, near a drainage outlet adjacent to the dam, Zhang Chen discovers a lair suited to his needs. The external current is strong, yet the interior remains placid, a place to rest with an air passage for breathing. Securing his position, Zhang Chen settles in and drifts back to slumber. Time passes, and Zhang Chen sinks deeper into dormancy. The simulation clock resets. Initiate today's simulation. A chime echoes. Simulation successful. In the first month you depart your chosen sanctuary and consume fish with frenzied hunger, evolving. In February the large fish in the reservoir had mostly been eaten by you. You had become a true reaper of fish, though under your jaws the big fish were devoured in droves. Since you still had to live here, you did not eat the small fish. After all, you needed to survive. In March, on a certain night, spiritual energy descended from the heavens, falling in silky strands. You wildly sought out spiritual energy and began to absorb it. Once you obtained it, your growth rate accelerated. In April, you encountered a century-old tortoise at the Three Gorges Reservoir. It had absorbed 20 strands of spiritual energy, was nearly 4 meters long, and looked like a small moving house. Yet you did not soften. You charged forward and used your constriction skill, killing the old tortoise on the spot, then devoured its flesh and blood. In May, because of your enormous size, you were eventually discovered by personnel who frequently monitored the reservoir's water quality and environment. You cared nothing about this. These people could do nothing to you as long as you stayed in the water. In June, you discovered that due to spiritual energy, the reservoir's large fish were gradually increasing in number. Without hesitation, you opened your mouth and swallowed them down in a frenzy. In July, you finally accumulated a full 300 strands of spiritual energy. Once it reached full capacity, you began your first evolution. That very night, your evolution succeeded. You became one of the first batch of first-tier evolved life forms in the world. On the same day, your size shot up wildly. In August, your body had reached 15 meters in length, and your weight had soared to 2300 gene. Your weight already surpassed most land creatures, yet there was no fat. All of it was dense muscle. In speed and strength, you could slaughter rhinos and hippos at will. That year, because the first batch of first-tier evolved life forms appeared, the Huaxia Nation needed a large amount of research data, and you became a target to be captured. On that day, you found yourself approached by many unmanned fleets. Their malice toward you was deep. They began firing micro-torpedoes at you the moment they saw you. You activated your innate divine ability, rock body, turning your body into solid rock, and began to fight back desperately. The torpedoes wounded you, and countless water nets had already sealed off your escape route. You burst out of the water like a maddened demon. Once ashore, you locked onto the staff controlling the electronic equipment, rapidly closed in, and enduring bullets striking your body, strangled 3 people in succession before a rocket hit you and blew your head apart. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose one of the following rewards: 15 meters, 2300 gene, first tier, evolved life form level, 500 strands of spiritual energy. Looking at the choice before him, Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and ultimately made what he considered a very profitable decision. Absorbing spiritual energy is for physical evolution, so spiritual energy must be of great help to me. I choose the first tier evolved life form level. Instantly, Zhang Chen felt that his life level had been elevated by an entire tier. He kept twisting his body, and at the same time he sensed that within his serpentine torso at the location of his gallbladder something akin to a human dantian had opened up. It was not a dantian, only something similar. Energy storage. With that thought, Zhang Chen excitedly twisted his body. He discovered that after this reward his body length had not changed, but his weight had increased. His base weight had directly risen from 1500 gene to 1800 gene, approaching 1 ton. Moreover, after becoming heavier, Zhang Chen's serpentine body did not undergo major changes. He would not turn into a big fat maggot because of excessive weight. Twisting his body, Zhang Chen soon fell silent. At some ecological base. Strange, one of the water outlets on our dam seems to be blocked by something. A staff member stared at the electronic screen in front of him, baffled. What was going on? This had never happened before. Forget it, report it to the higher-ups. Zhang Chen was already asleep, completely unaware that he had been detected in the form of a rock. Time passed quickly, and the sky soon darkened. At some moment, Zhang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. A pair of cold, eerie serpent eyes turned toward the source of the sound. He was extremely sensitive to the vibrations and electromagnetic frequencies of electronic devices. What's going on? Could I have been discovered? Zhang Chen wondered inwardly. Soon his serpent eyes locked onto a glowing object approaching. What? It was actually an underwater unmanned probe. Despite the shock in his heart, Zhang Chen had already made his move. His tail wrapped around the probe like a steel whip. The next moment, with a light exertion of force, a faint crackling sound came and the probe was destroyed on the spot. The electronic facilities inside were all twisted into ruin. After thoroughly mangling the probe and reducing it to pieces drifting in the current, Zhang Chen cast one glance before swiftly swimming to the other side. Report to the leader, the detector is damaged. The rock that was stuck in the outlet seems to have disappeared too. Yes. Zhang Chen left the reservoir's outlet and looked back in the direction of the probe. Though his snake face could not reveal expression, he felt a sense of relief after escaping a catastrophe. I can't clash head-on with humans yet. Develop first. Zhang Chen was not stupid, not foolish, and not naive. Having once been human himself, Zhang Chen knew exactly what humans were like. He could never expose himself, hand himself over, and become a plaything in human eyes. Merely thinking about such a thing made Zhang Chen feel it was idiotic. As time went on, exposure was inevitable, But before that, Zhang Chen had to work hard to improve himself and accelerate his evolution. He occupied a hidden spot beneath a massive rock. And so under these circumstances, time continued to pass. At noon the next day, the simulation refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, you began to devour madly. Because of your frenzy, the large fish in the southern area of the reservoir were completely eaten by you. In February, you continued to devour madly, and your body size began to grow. One day, your figure was spotted by humans. You had exposed a part of your body. In March, that month passed quickly. One day, spiritual energy descended, and you started to frenziedly devour the strands of spiritual energy along with the large fish that had devoured those strands. Over the course of a single day, you devoured a total of 50 strands of spiritual energy. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, your body grew at a tremendous pace. Time continued to pass. In 3 months, you had grown to 15 meters. Since you had already experienced one evolution, you felt that the speed of your growth had become even faster. 3 days later, you encountered an underwater probe head-on. Your form was fully detected. With one lash of your tail, you smashed the underwater probe to pieces. Because you had already undergone your first evolution combined with the bloodline of the ancient Titan python, your upper limit soared. Originally, the Titan python's growth cap was no more than 20 meters. Now, with the guarantee of a first-tier life level, your growth cap was raised tremendously. In April, your body length had already reached 15 meters with a terrifying weight of 2800 gene, and you discovered that your growth rate showed no signs of slowing. It was still accelerating. In May, your existence was fundamentally discovered by humans who sought to capture you using technological means. As you fought back, countless massive nets tightened around your body, but due to your enormous size, you could not unleash any advanced abilities. Stoning yourself proved useless. Captured in the soft-tech carbon fiber nets humans took you. You endured every manner of research, sliced tissue samples and blood extractions, and ultimately chose suicide over further torment. Simulation complete. Please choose from the following rewards. 16 meters, 2800 gene. 500 threads of spiritual energy. Humanity's memory of your gentle hospitality. If he could twitch, Zhang Chen's mouth would already be curling into a grimace, but he couldn't. Come on. This. Zhang Chen wanted to protest, but he gave up and chose the reward that would benefit him most so far. I choose 16 meters and 2800 gene. Combined, the 11 effect fell far short of the ideal one. One outcome, yet Zhang Chen's current physical condition remained impressive. His body now stretched 17 meters and weighed 3000 gene. Beneath a rocky outcrop, Zhang Chen's physique continued expanding at a rapid pace. 17 meters, taller than a 5-story building. Zhang Chen had become an enormous creature to ordinary people. Truly the blood of the Titan python. Even if an ancient dinosaur appeared before me, I could swat it aside. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Chen longed to roar and vent his frustration, but only hisses escaped. Perhaps due to evolution, his voice had changed, though not yet fully separated from his original timbre. Slipping free from beneath the rocks, Zhang Chen departed this place. Nowhere safe to hide remained, so he swam to the center of the dam, coiling his body until he could breach the surface when needed to breathe. Time flew by swiftly, and in the passing moments the simulation cycle concluded. Begin today's simulation. Ding. In January, you began devouring voraciously. The dam was vast enough that staying away from shore kept you hidden, yet this limitation gnawed at you. You were a Titan python, an apex predator from ancient times, now nearly 17 meters long and weighing 3000 gene, yet still afraid to venture onto land. Could anything feel more suffocating? And yet you lived in fear of those slender bipedal apes walking upright on 2 legs. By February, nearly every large fish in the dam's central waters had been devoured by you. Still, you lacked the desire to wipe out the smaller fry entirely. If the small fish vanished completely, what would that mean? It meant there would truly be no fish left for you to consume. In March, refusing to accept defeat, you pushed harder, seeking any advantage. One night you encountered a century-old turtle nearly 3 meters long. Before it could absorb the spiritual energy threads, you crushed and consumed it without hesitation. One evening, spiritual energy rained from the heavens as chi began awakening across the world, countless threads scattering everywhere. Within the 3 gorges, damn you as a giant python, claim your rightful place and feast without restraint. That night you devoured everything, large and small alike. Anything absorbing spiritual energy could not be ignored by you, all would enter your belly. In April, your growth and evolution granted you a new talent, adaptive respiration. This meant regardless of environment, you could adapt and survive. Your breathing problem was effortlessly resolved. You could breathe underwater, survive in the ocean, adapt to high altitudes and the deepest seas. Heading westward from the dam, you churned your body, continuously uncovering an ancient underwater ruin. You now measured 20 meters in length and weighed 400 gene. Entering this modest ruin proved incredibly difficult given your massive frame. Each step was a struggle. Yet you sensed something different about the next phase. Your gaze fixed upon the spiritual pearl engraved within the stone statue. You coveted it knowing it harbored vast reserves of spiritual energy threads. Scheming to seize it, you were aware the statue could move. You swiftly approached the statue and wrapped your coils around it. Though the stone figure was merely one zhang, about 3 meters tall, you felt no fear. Soon under your crushing constriction, the statue shattered, and you claimed the spiritual pearl from within. Overcome with excitement, you swallowed it whole. But unbeknownst to you, destroying the statue triggered a transformation within the ruins, erecting a barrier that sealed you off. Realizing you could not escape confined within these walls, your frustration mounted. The ruins seemed to awaken, drawing out your spiritual energy with an immense gradual suction. 3 days later, on the verge of death, your body withered away as the spiritual energy within you vanished completely. You perished. Simulation complete. Please choose from the following rewards. 20 meters, 4000 gene. Talent, adaptive respiration. 1 spiritual jade pearl. Gazing at these rewards, Zhang Chen fell silent for a moment. Adaptive respiration is excellent. It nearly expands my possibilities for survival across any ecological niche. The size boost was also commendable, but compared to such a powerful survival skill as adaptive respiration, Zhang Chen chose the second option. I choose adaptive respiration. Upon selection, Zhang Chen felt his mind grow crystal clear, then he noticed a crucial change. He could now breathe underwater. This suited him well. He no longer needed to breach the surface and risk detection by humans. Zhang Chen coiled himself completely, closed his serpent eyes, and sank into silent slumber. Regarding adaptive respiration, his choice was correct. Time continued to flow. Zhang Chen did not notice the surface conditions as vessels cruised through his waters heading toward the dam's outlet. At that moment, Zhang Chen slept soundly. Instinctively, he contracted his body tighter, buried deep within layers of silt, most of his massive form concealed. With just a bit more covering, his head would resemble nothing more than a dark green stone. Time passed swiftly until the simulation refreshed again. Begin today's simulation. Ding. In January, you began devouring fish and shrimp voraciously. In the process, human technology detected you. A submersible captured complete footage of your figure, and the video was accidentally uploaded to the internet, causing enormous sensation. Your existence drew significant official attention as they estimated your size from the video to be at least 15 meters. Remember, the maximum limit for pythons hovers around 10 meters. Your dark green scales led them to believe you were an entirely undiscovered species. In February, you noticed many fishing boats appearing, constantly casting nets trying to catch you. Since the Sanxiao Dam could not be drained, you swam toward the upper reaches of the Changjiang River. Along the way, you burst out of the water and climbed aboard a fishing boat, the one that had pursued you most relentlessly and cast the most nets. You were not without a temper. That day, you seized the chance to dart into the vessel, and with a flick of your tail, you lashed someone into a bloody pulp, as if your tail were a steel whip. You devoured 3 terrifying two-legged beasts. To you, a two-legged beast without weapons was nothing more than a weak, skinny little monkey. You continued swimming upstream, but you found yourself subjected to unimaginable targeting. Countless boats floated along the shore as if prepared in advance, constantly using high-tech equipment to detect your range of activity. In March, you and the humans remained locked in mutual hostility. The terrifying two-legged beasts that died at your jaws now numbered more than 10. One night, spiritual energy descended. You madly devoured qi, not even sparing the spiritual energy that drifted over the boats. You dashed forward and swallowed in one bite the people who were absorbing qi, then returned to the water. In a single night, you devoured over 100 strands of spiritual energy. The qi nourished your flesh, refined your bloodline, and your body began to grow. In April, you hid in the upper reaches of the Changjiang River. But having completely severed ties with humanity, you were finally struck by an air-to-surface missile. You were in the water, so 90% of the missile's damage was absorbed by the water. The remaining 10% inflicted unimaginable wounds upon you. In May, you hid among the water plants to heal. Any other reptile in such a condition, with half its body nearly blown apart, would have died. But you did not die, though a powerful life force was helping you find balance. In June, you were recuperating. In July, you were recuperating. In August, you were recuperating. In September, you were recuperating. At 1 year old, your injuries healed, and you began to devour and grow. Because you spent most of your time recovering, you still remained at the first-order evolutionary stage. Even so, the creatures that had evolved earlier could barely match you in life level. At 1 year and 1 month, you had grown to 20 meters in length and weighed 5000 gene. Lately, your growth had focused entirely on weight, and all functional attributes of your body were harmoniously improving, making you even stronger. On the same day, you swam to the end of the Changjiang River and accidentally entered a semi-open grotto heaven that had appeared due to the spiritual energy resurgence. You were attacked by an unknown creature, and you died. Simulation over. Host, please select from the following rewards. 20 meters, 500 gene, 100 threads of spiritual energy, grotto heaven at the end of the Changjiang River coordinates. Zhang Chen saw this and felt a bit confused. It was very strange. But rather than dwell on his confusion, he made his choice first. I choose 20 meters, 5000 gene. Zhang Chen's body began to grow. When it reached 22 meters it stopped, and his weight soared to 600 gene. The mud that had once covered Zhang Chen's body was instantly pushed apart by his growth. Looking at his figure which had advanced to yet another level, joy welled up in Zhang Chen's heart. What was the strongest proof of strength in nature? Of course it was size. Now with Zhang Chen's physique, let alone lions and tigers, even if he went into the sea, he was an invincible existence. With his petrification ability alone, there was no marine predator capable of breaking through Zhang Chen's defense. This was absolute confidence. After the spiritual energy revival, it would be a different story, but right now it was clear that there were still more than 2 months before the Qi resurgence. So what the hell did he have to fear? Continuing to arch his body and bury it entirely in the mud, he finally let out a long, slow breath. Before he knew it, Zhang Chen had fallen asleep again. In the past few days since becoming a snake, he had developed a routine: eat, simulate, sleep. Time passed, and soon the simulation refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. January. This time you planned to keep a low profile, wanting to know roughly what would happen in the future. In March, the spiritual energy revived. You absorbed only a tiny fraction, just 300 or 400 strands, and ignored the rest. This time, you caused very little commotion and did not attract the attention of human society, which had been transformed by the spiritual energy revival. After the spiritual energy revival, humans remained the world's overlords. At most, there were some creatures that had to be dealt with by military weapons. At 1 year old, you had accumulated 3,000 strands of spiritual energy. You wanted to break through to the next stage, but you found that you had yet to reach even 10 or 20% of the requirement. At 2 years old, you spent a whole year successfully evolving into a second-order life form. Your growth speed increased, and your upper limit was elevated, making you very happy. Now your body was 22 meters long and weighed 700 gene. That year, your whereabouts were finally discovered. The code name humans gave you was Research Creature 001. While napping one day, you were wounded by an armor-piercing shell. Flustered, you wanted to flee. You didn't even activate your innate divine ability, body like stone, before a second armor-piercing shell pierced through your skull. You died. The simulation has ended. Host, please select from the following rewards. 22 meters, 800 gene, 500 strands of spiritual energy, second-order life, evolution level. Looking at the choices before him, Zhang Chen did not hesitate. I choose second-order life, evolution level. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt as if his bloodline was burning. The next moment, he couldn't help but roar, his body thrashing. The originally calm riverbed instantly became turbid from the churning. After a while, Zhang Chen calmed down. The most direct feeling this time was hunger. It seemed he had returned to the stage of rapid growth in his infancy. So hungry. The hunger made Zhang Chen's eyes turn red. Over 20 meters in length, nearly 7 stories tall, his majestic serpentine body was covered with explosive muscles. Looking closely beneath the scales, one could see rows of streamlined muscles. It exuded a streamlined, powerful beauty. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be to be constricted by such a snake. Zhang Chen undulated his serpentine body and lashed his tail. The spiritual energy threads within him were consumed, granting him even greater speed. He opened his huge mouth and devoured fish weighing over 20 gene, one after another. Once he fixed his gaze on a target and clamped his massive jaws down, no creature could escape. Zhang Chen kept hissing, and underwater the sound transformed into a special wave. Wherever this wave swept, fish and shrimp alike seemed frozen, as if their nerves had been severed. After a bout of devouring, dozens of fish had met their end in the serpent's belly. A sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Nearly 1,000 gene of fish had been swallowed into Zhang Chen's stomach, and he felt completely satiated. Finding a spot with deep mud, he burrowed his body in and continued to sleep. Simulation refresh. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, you are already a colossal behemoth, an apex predator in every ecological chain on Earth, and no danger threatens you. One day your presence is detected by the ever-increasing number of cameras at the dam gate. You are unaware of this, intending to pass through the dam gate into the lower reaches of the Yangtze, but a fishing boat spots you. Enraged by the surveillance, you burst out of the water, open your bloody maw, and swallow 3 people on the boat in quick succession before diving back under. Videos of you begin to spread and fester online. Your existence throws every resident along the Yangtze into uncontrollable panic. The title Man-Eating Demon resounds across the online world. You remain utterly calm with a hint of silence beneath the calm, your emotions barely flicker. You notice that those trying to capture you are multiplying, all in large fishing boats. Feeling aggrieved and refusing to suppress yourself, you charge onto a fishing boat, activate the talent My Body Like Stone, and unleash a slaughter. Online rumors about you gradually multiply, and your deeds spread far and wide. As a result, more and more people want to capture you. In February, you hide in the lower reaches of the Yangtze, hoping to slip out through the estuary. But you discover submarines patrolling the outlet, and you have no confidence in withstanding torpedoes head-on. In March, at a certain spot in the lower reaches of the Yangtze, you discover an ancient tomb relic beneath the sea. You encounter a 1,000-year-old zombie. It holds a spiritual energy orb in its mouth and exudes intense hostility toward you. Your arrival awakens a zombie that should only have stirred after the spiritual energy resurgence. Facing this bronze-headed, iron-armed corpse, you find your heart uneasy and an irrepressible killing intent surges within you. You activate petrification and fight the zombie. Once petrified, you use your most adept constriction technique. Risking your iron armor-like scales being pierced by the zombie's sharp claws, you constrict with all your might, twisting the corpse into a spiral. You obtain a spiritual energy orb containing 7,000 strands of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, you absorb every strand. Your body grows, your strength transforms, and your weight rises. In human eyes, you resemble a deep-sea serpent demon. Seen from behind, you look exactly like a flood dragon. One night, spiritual energy falls from the heavens, and the resurgence of Qi begins. To you, this resurgence is both a stroke of fortune and an opportunity to evolve. Overnight, you devour strands of spiritual energy like a madman. In a single night, the strands in your body surge massively. Within the Dantian-like space inside you, the influx of spiritual energy, continuously compressed, transforms from gaseous state into liquid form. In June, you awaken a new talent, corrode all. Your body, including your saliva, bodily fluids, and more, becomes a fatally corrosive liquid. In July, you discover a fundamental problem that threatens your very life. As a snake, a sinister corpse poison within you refuses to dissipate. It ceaselessly invades your body and disturbs your mind, causing you extreme agony. You are astonished that corpse poison truly exists in this world. In August, the corpse poison lurking in your body ceases to lie dormant and erupts, a process that brings you immense suffering. In September, after a month's time, your bloodline mutates. Mutation is not always good, for it can be for better or worse. You transform from an ancient Titan python into a Titan zombie python. After the mutation, most of your physical abilities are greatly enhanced by dozens of times, but your mind is erased, leaving you an ancient python that knows only slaughter. In October, devoid of consciousness, you enter a human city. After a rampage of destruction, a man wielding an ancient sword pierces your gallbladder with a single strike. You die. Simulation over. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 24 meters 900 gene talent, corrode all, zombified Titan python, mind erased. Zhang Chen gazes at the options before him, knowing exactly what he should choose. I choose the talent, corrode all. As soon as he makes his choice, Zhang Chen closes his eyes. The next moment, he activates his talent. In an instant, Zhang Chen's scales transform. His once peaceful coexistence with water changes as well. At this moment, he seems to have become fire, and not just fire, his scales react violently with the river water. Not only the river water, but also mud, silt, and sand all react violently with Zhang Chen's scales. Soon Zhang Chen retracts the ability. Turning his head for a sweep, he spots a rock on the riverbed. After coming into contact with his scales, the once intact rock now has a chunk missing. Damn, this ability is incredible. Zhang Chen is thrilled. In battle, he could apply a layer of corrosive buff to his opponent. At the thought, Zhang Chen's heart swells with excitement. Given the corrosion intensity and the premise that it reacts with all matter in the world, this ability is a weapon in combat. Do not forget, a python's primary attack is constriction. With an already powerful crushing force now enhanced by this ability, he cannot imagine how effective it will be. Zhang Chen closes his serpentine eyes, his entire body sprawled at the bottom of the river. Beneath him lies a piece of human bionic technology, designed to monitor the flow of sediment on the riverbed using something like acoustic signal waves. But that device has already broken. Unintentionally, Zhang Chen also conceals his hand. His massive serpentine coils pile up, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure that overwhelms everything around. The nearby fish and shrimp instinctively flee from him. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Yangtze, many fishing enthusiasts are angling. The relevant authorities allow one person and one rod, but forbid fishing boats and electric fishing. From this, you can see how beneficial single-rod anglers are to the restoration of the aquatic ecological environment. At a spot not far from Zhang Chen's territory, ugh. My luck has been terrible lately. I have thrown out over 100 gene of bait and have not caught a single fish. Zhang Chen wears a look of exasperated disappointment, as if saying the heavens are unfair and he is useless. Today I will use my family heirloom orb to make a bait nest. After saying this, Zhang Chen lowers his head and takes out a bundled orb from his hand. Every time he takes out this orb, his luck turns good no matter what he is doing. He hopes it will help with the bait nest. He has already prepared it securely, so the orb will not be lost. Heaven bless me, I hope I can catch an unprecedentedly huge fish. Zhang Chen presses his palms together with a solemn expression. He is a newly initiated angler, but he has already fallen in love with this pastime. Glug. Zhang Chen holds the fishing rod with one hand and the line with the other. At the end of the line is a firmly secured orb. The moment the orb hits the water, fish instinctively gather around it, drawn by the spiritual energy within. Following the scent, Zhang Chen swam without conscious thought. Perhaps it was the sense of security brought by his size. Some of his consciousness stirred awake, but he did not open his eyes. It was like being too deeply asleep. Even after waking, one still does not want to get up. Instinctively drawing closer, sensing no danger, he instinctively opened his mouth and swallowed. He felt some kind of pulling force which puzzled him, but he still pulled hard toward his own side. On the shore, Zhang Chen was waiting anxiously when he suddenly felt a tugging force on his hand and almost let go. What the hell? What is that? Zhang Chen pulled hard with all his might. There was no way he would let go. This was his fortune pearl. But while Zhang Chen was struggling against that force, an even greater irresistible force dragged him into the water the next moment. Zhang Chen opened his eyes and caught sight of a figure. The other seemed to see him as well. In the next instant, Zhang Chen's heart stirred. He knew he had caused trouble, yet he felt no regret. The next moment, he opened his huge mouth and swallowed Zhang Chen in one gulp. At the same time, the spiritual energy orb entered his stomach, and a wave of comfort made Zhang Chen narrow his eyes. Several thousand strands of spiritual energy. His heart stirred, but he glanced at the shore and pondered for a moment. If I don't return the corpse once the authorities find me, they'll probably launch an investigation, right? After thinking it over, Zhang Chen spat out Zhang Cen's corpse, flicked his tail, and left. His destination was the south side of the dam. Time passed, and soon the simulation refreshed. Zhang Chen did not waste a single thought on the mysterious death case of Zhang Chen north of the dam. Begin today's simulation. Ding. The simulation begins. In January, you began to crazily eat and eat. Your mania was simply a desire to speed up devouring and evolution. In February, the fish in all four directions, east, south, west, and north, had been eaten clean by you. Your body length grew rapidly, reaching 24 meters, and your weight reached 1,000 catties. In March, you found that the dam no longer had any fish for you to eat. Only the fry, which were meant to be the next generation's food, were still active. Even the century-old turtle there was found and eaten by you. One day, spiritual energy descended from the sky. You madly devoured the strands of spiritual energy. In a single night, you gained 300 strands. You discovered that spiritual energy threads could be completely absorbed by the flesh and strengthen the body. This made you feel agonized, as if you had lost 100 million. You began converting all the spiritual energy and reinforcing your physique. Your normal speed began to surge at a crazed pace. In April, the authorities discovered your trail. Faced with human hostility, all you could do was hide in the depths of the Yangtze River. If you were on land right now, there was absolutely no way you could overcome human technology. In May, thanks to the elevation of spiritual energy and the sealing of your genes, the ancient Titan python, you grew at a rate that seemed to change visibly from one day to the next. In June, confronted with the targeting of human technology, you showed not the slightest intention of backing down. You advanced all the way, using a technique that made your body as hard as stone, petrifying it as you charged forward. You kept prowling around the Yangtze River. More and more vessels specifically sent to capture you were gathering in the area. In July, you absorbed nearly 10,000 strands of spiritual energy, and your physical strength grew enormously. Now you were approaching 30 meters, and your weight, nourished by the spiritual energy threads, had doubled to 2,000 catties. That day, because you were overly cautious, you accidentally fell into a small ruin inside the Yangtze River. You discovered that you could no longer advance and could no longer leave. You voluntarily gave up this simulation, realizing that there was a high chance you would be trapped and die, just like last time. Simulation ended. Please choose one of the following rewards: host, 30 meters, 2,000 catties, 10,000 strands of spiritual energy, or relic in the middle and upper reaches of the Yangtze River coordinates. I choose 30 meters, 2,000 catties. A scorching heat spread through his body, as if a fierce flame was rising. Now Zhang Chen was 32 meters long and weighed 2,100 catties. Zhang Chen struggled to suppress his excitement. At that moment, if Zhang Chen were to stretch out completely, the dam would seem too crowded in his eyes. It seems I still haven't reached the growth limit of the Titan python. Is this the physical limit that second-order life evolution can bring me? Zhang Chen was thrilled, especially now. If I keep growing like this, why should I fear human technology? Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Chen had no idea that the dead Zhang Chen had already caused an uproar among the authorities of a certain city. What? Old Zhang's son is dead, and that pearl is gone too. The news was explosive. Find it for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, bring that pearl back. The news spread like wildfire. It was not Zhang San's death that caused the uproar, it was the loss of the pearl. Zhang Chen still did not know that several underwater detection devices were heading in his direction. Time passed. Zhang Chen found a patch of deeper mud. Now Zhang Chen's body alone was taller than a person, and the space that could accommodate him was rather well hidden. A secluded place with no one around. Time passed. Zhang Chen exposed only his snake head above the mud to keep breathing. Soon he sank into a deep sleep. Time continued to flow. At some moment, Zhang Chen instantly woke, and his serpentine body lashed out violently. A detector that had already detected a corner of his form was bitten to pieces by Zhang Chen. Damn it! What's going on? Spreading out his perception, Zhang Chen finally noticed the most crucial problem. In the water the detector machines were increasing, and after the commotion just now Zhang Chen had already been discovered. Zhang Chen was not afraid of being discovered, he simply wanted to delay as long as possible. The massive python body moved. Instead of destroying those underwater detectors, Zhang Chen twisted his body, using his immense strength to hide deeper and deeper in the mud. Together with the layers of mud stirred up by his earlier movements, the water was thrown into total chaos. Soon the detectors that had been alarmed drifted away. Zhang Chen decided not to move either. He wanted to continue the simulation and keep increasing his body size. Time passed quickly, and before long the second day was over. Deep in the mud, Zhang Chen had discovered the wonder of adapted breathing. Buried in the silt, he did not feel suffocated in the least. Begin today's simulation. Ding. The simulation begins. In January you lay silent in the mud for 3 days. The moment you surfaced you saw 3 detectors lying in wait, poised to strike. Your entire figure was observed, which made you anxious. With one swing of your tail you blasted those 3 detectors to pieces. Without saying a word you charged straight through the dam. And since the dam was mostly equipped with ground-to-air defense systems you successfully crossed it. You kept swimming, hiding all the way, and within a few days you fled swiftly. You soon reached the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. After arriving there you barely paused before swimming toward the river mouth. Even though you swam close to the riverbed, your massive frame caused a huge, elongated dark shadow to appear on the river's surface wherever you passed. Swiftly leaving the river mouth you beheld the vastness of the ocean, and your heart quaked with awe. Compared with the Yangtze bristling with human surveillance technology, the sea was infinitely broader and freer, and it filled you with joy. In February, in the East China Sea, you discovered underwater warships ceaselessly scanning you. Their prying was an endless nuisance, and fearing they would lock on with torpedoes, you swam as far away as you could. You swam toward an island of a certain small island nation, and your heart grew even lighter. Spotting its warships, you decided to test your innate talent, corrosion. Once activated, your body instantly refused to merge with anything, setting off violent reactions. As you neared the underside of a ship, you uncovered a fundamental problem. A huge breach corroded open in the ship's bottom. And you too were changed. You felt your stamina being consumed at a terrifying rate by the corrosion talent, leaving you ravenous. The urge to feed became overwhelming. Now you knew what was required to activate the corrosion talent. You extended your perception and swam toward the fish shoals. You fed without stop. Only after devouring 10,000 gene of fish did the hunger in your belly finally relent. By then your body was longer than a 10-story building. A long, massive frame with no trace of weakness. Even great white sharks had become casualties crushed beneath your jaws. In March, within just 1 month, you had become a sea monster roaming the ocean at will. To every occasional warship that harassed you, you responded with raw force. The island nation's warships in particular seemed enamored of you, trailing behind your tail and firing small torpedoes one after another. Enraged, you took this as a provocation and began your revenge. Activating corrosion, you pressed yourself tightly against the bottom of one of the island nation's warships, ripping a great hole in it and sending it sinking into the sea. You turned your gaze to the rescue ships and used the same method. You watched coldly as the island nation's soldiers floated helplessly on the surface. Whoever tried to save them became your next target, and you sent that vessel to the depths as well. Your actions shook the island nation's high command. After dealing with the island nation's warships, which had pursued you like an infatuated first love, you watched as one soldier after another sank from exhaustion. Some still tried to swim away, but you showed no mercy. A single sweep of your tail lashed them into bloody froth. One night's spiritual energy descended. You devoured it wildly, drawing it in mouthful after mouthful. You discovered that the sea was truly a wonderful place, for most of the falling spiritual energy gathered there. In the Yangtze basin, you could absorb at most 1,000 strands, but in the ocean during a single golden hour, you consumed 10,000 threads of spiritual energy. Sustained by those threads of spiritual energy, you grew at an astonishing pace. At the same time, you quickened the transmission of power within you, rapidly elevating yourself to new heights. In April, your growth had become so swift that you locked onto a target that could finally satisfy your hunger. You set your sights on a pod of orcas in the Pacific, a small pod numbering only 4. You closed in swiftly. The orcas seemed wary, never having seen a creature like you before, but your relentless advance stoked their fury, and they resolved to hunt you down. You clashed head-on with all 4 orcas. Their average size was less than a third of yours, and their weight was even less of a match. After activating your petrifaction talent, you stood in an unassailable position, coiling around one orca. You strangled it on the spot. You strangled 2 of the orcas in succession. The remaining 2 fled in panic, but you did not give chase. Having devoured both kills, you gained nearly 100 threads of spiritual energy. By May, your body had reached 35 meters, and nourished by spiritual energy, your weight exceeded 30,000 gene. Excited beyond measure by your own growth, you began a frenzied evolution that year. At 1 year old, you had grown to 40 meters with a staggering weight of 50,000 gene. That same year, the U.S. aircraft carrier took notice of you. Ambushed without warning, you took 3 heavy torpedoes square on and were gravely wounded on the spot. The United States clearly had no intention of letting you live. After unleashing a barrage powerful enough to sink any destroyer, you died. Simulation complete. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. 40 meters, 50,000 gene. 30,000 threads of spiritual energy. 3 heavy torpedoes under your control. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred. Everything that had happened in the simulation could wait until he finished growing. I choose 40 meters and 50,000 gene. Zhang Chen's body rapidly transformed, and in the end, he reached 43 meters and 55,000 gene. Zhang Chen's heart pounded with excitement, especially now. From the outside, one could clearly see the once settled mud suddenly begin to churn and ripple. So strong. But I still have not felt the genetic limit. Zhang Chen's heart raced. Huge, long, and thick were now his hallmarks. Zhang Chen had no intention of breaking through the heavens. He buried his entire serpentine body deep in the mud and continued to wait for the next simulation to begin. Yet how many more times could this muddy pool withstand his simulations? Outside, the Chinese authorities had already begun to pay close attention to Zhang Chen's every move. They too were shaken by the video transmitted back from that corner. Looking at its size, it seems to have reached 20 meters. What kind of snake can grow to 20 meters? Even the largest fossil of the ancient Titanoboa was only about 15 meters. A doctor at the research institute cried out, his voice brimming with shock. But that shock could not conceal the delight he could barely suppress. Catch it. Whatever it costs, we must catch it. With that thought, the doctor began reporting to his superiors. He hoped they would deploy large-scale survey equipment as soon as possible to seize the great serpent, preferably alive. To their excitement, Zhang Chen seemed utterly indifferent. He was sleeping. His confidence came from the simulation. He firmly believed that given time, he could defy fate and turn the tables. How could a golden scale remain content in a pond? Yet what Zhang Chen intended to prove was that even a golden scale could transform into a dragon right in the pond. Time continued to pass. At noon the next day, he woke from his dream. The simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, you strive to grow, quickening your pace of development. You happen to encounter a beast that could speak. It claimed to come from the infinite space, saying that it was a reincarnator. Upon hearing this, your mind nearly exploded. It was as if this were a single-player game, and you had already become the strongest, when someone suddenly stepped forward and said they were players coming to defeat you, the great demon. A complete joke. You felt your worldview shatter. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's half-drowsy serpentine eyes instantly snapped awake. After learning this news, you were utterly stunned. Yet you did not fully believe it. After a single lash of your tail killed that person, you suddenly obtained the reincarnation panel. After obtaining the reincarnation panel, you discovered that you had only the ability to query. It was as if a bot in a game had suddenly gained sentience, killed a player, obtained the player's information, and seen the world panel, but it could only look, not use it. Seeing this, Zhang Chen fell silent, and his languid expression vanished. His laziness had come from growing too quickly. According to his original plan, within no more than 30 chapters, he would have become invincible in the world, a divine being beyond humanity. Yet the sudden emergence of an infinite world made Zhang Chen question life itself. Forget it, let's just continue the simulation and see. In March, after possessing the reincarnation panel, you discovered that these so-called reincarnators ranged from strong to weak, yet by your estimates, you could easily kill them all. But because you feared the so-called infinite horror, you immediately set yourself one goal. One night, as spiritual energy revived, you devoured the threads of spiritual energy with even greater frenzy. So frenzied that you yourself felt you had gone mad. In April, relying on the reincarnation panel, you could clearly perceive what those reincarnators would do after coming to this world and what their goals were. Their goals were always of one kind: the Pacific Ocean, Mount Everest, and the ancient ruins of old lands. Every time the reincarnators would enter the ruins and take something away. In May, you discovered that the ruins at the source of the Yangtze River were the reincarnators' target for this month. You decided to follow along, reasoning that since those fellows could cross worlds, they surely carried many fine treasures you coveted. You swam toward the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, barely even trying to conceal yourself. Openly and frankly, you told the Huaxiao Research Institute the ancient monster you covet, the creature that transcends the limits of serpents, is right here. Your existence drew intense attention from the Research Institute. They wanted to kill you and take everything from you. Thus, the Institute began deploying armed forces toward the farthest reaches of the Yangtze, and their rough target was clearly the location of the ruins. On your way to the ruins, you came across an ancient teleportation array. The spiritual energy within you accidentally activated it, and you were teleported into outer space. As you were, you could not survive in space. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. Reincarnation panel observation teleportation array at the upper reaches of the Yangtze coordinates, 500 threads of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was speechless inside. I choose the reincarnation panel. The moment he chose, in just an instant, Zhang Chen's serpentine body gave a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. Yet that alone caused the previously calm, still mud pool to churn and surge once more. This is the reincarnation panel. At this moment, two pieces of information surfaced in Zhang Chen's mind. How should he put it? He only had the right to observe. Moreover, thinking that this infinite horror was hardly a good thing, Zhang Chen preferred to use the simulation to grow stronger. Sooner or later, he would rely on the simulation to become a super python that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. It seems there are 3 more reincarnators. Zhang Chen looked at the information on the reincarnation panel. How should he put it? It was like the dungeon map information used by players, and Zhang Chen had obtained this very map. Interesting. They're not far from me. While Zhang Chen was pondering, a message suddenly arrived. Hello, senior reincarnator. The 3 of us are all newcomers. Could you take us under your wing? We will surely offer you a generous gift. A message entered Zhang Chen's mind, making him pause. It seemed he could simply wait for his prey to come to him. Fine. Come find me, and I'll help you complete this mission. After that, Zhang Chen directly sent his location information over. Once he did, he could see the 3 points of light moving toward him. In the mud, Zhang Chen no longer had any intention of hiding. Even though it was still noon, and exposing himself would increase the risk, he was determined to wait for his prey. With that thought, Zhang Chen twisted his enormous body and swam toward the shore. The once clear waters suddenly darkened over a broad expanse, as if some terrifying creature was lurking within. Soon as dusk was about to fall, 3 furtive figures arrived, glancing left and right. Why do you think that senior told us to come here? Who cares? That senior is already a stage 2 powerhouse. No matter what, we're still small fry. We just need to bring enough contribution points and take our chances. This is an extremely dangerous world. That senior is our backing. While the 3 chattered away, Zhang Chen suddenly burst out of the water. The exposed section of his serpentine body alone was 3 stories tall, and how much more lay hidden underwater was impossible to tell. Just sensing it made the 3 of them go cold all over. Without a word, Zhang Chen whipped his head, and the 3 reincarnators were killed on the spot. They came easily, and they died easily. Spiritual energy items. Without another word, he swallowed the corpses of the 3, then dove back to the riverbed. Opening his mouth, he brought up the corpses. A foul stench made them impossible to stomach, so he spat them straight out. Yet hooked on his forked tongue were 3 treasures of different spiritual energies. Even the lowest grade one contained 10,000 threads of spiritual energy. Good stuff. With that thought, Zhang Chen swallowed the 3 spiritual treasures in one gulp. Every one of them was more substantial than devouring 10,000 tons of fish. Especially now, a surge of spiritual energy churned inside him, ceaselessly nourishing his physical body. At the same time as he looked at the 3 corpses, their skin and flesh were rapidly disappearing. You have become the dungeon boss of the spiritual energy revival world. That was the final message Infinite Horror gave to Zhang Chen. Interesting. Dungeon boss. If all the reincarnators of this Infinite Horror were at the level of those 3, wasn't this simply delivering spiritual treasures to him? With that thought, Zhang Chen quickly sank back into stillness. He swung his colossal serpentine body. In the rivers, he was an absolute behemoth. His mind still on being a dungeon boss, Zhang Chen soon fell silent once more. Time flowed on, and soon the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, you leave the Yangtze River and crawl straight toward the nearest mountain forest. You advance by instinct, and instinct tells you that the target you seek is a spiritual treasure, the kind that would greatly benefit your growth. Right now, you only want to obtain the treasure. Yet because of your enormous size and weight, without a doubt everywhere you pass, unless the ground beneath you is rock, you leave behind a long trail pressed into the earth. There is nothing you can do about it. 3 days later, you crawl deep into the forest. You sense humans following behind you, but you pay them no mind. You only want to obtain that treasure which draws you in and makes your mouth water. On the 5th day, you found the treasure that made your mouth water. A brilliantly shining pearl. Overcome with excitement, you didn't hesitate, you flicked your tail, and within dozens of strikes, the towering ancient tree snapped clean in 2. After swallowing the pearl, an unbearable heat spread through your body, making you writhe in agony. Like an ant on a scorching pan, you crawled frantically, crushing trees and bending grass in your wake. Half a day passed, and the scorching restlessness remained. You encountered a research squad that had been tracking you. Armed with various thermal weapons, they opened fire, but you showed no fear. With wild, frantic thrashing, your serpent tail struck, reducing them all to pulped flesh. In February, standing before the towering ancient tree, where you had found the spirit pearl worth 100,000 strands of chi, you underwent a metamorphosis. Scale after scale peeled away, and though your body shrank from 43 meters to 40, your weight surged from over 10 tons to 25 tons, a doubling of your power. Once the complete metamorphosis was finished, you raised your upper half upright, your colossal body, now towering above the surrounding trees. From your position 10 kilometers away, humans had laid out an inescapable net of firepower, cannons, lasers, flamethrowers, and liquid nitrogen guns. This was the Research Institute's most formidable combat force. You felt only rage, fury at their greed. If they had not harbored improper designs upon you, you would never have sought out humanity. Yet everywhere you went, humans treated you like rats driven mad by rice, relentlessly hounding you without rest. You let out a roar that was no longer the hiss of a serpent, but a thunderous bellow akin to that of a fierce beast, marking a profound transformation in your voice. In your fury, you slaughtered every researcher who hunted you that night. Though you sustained minor injuries, the pain caused you considerable discomfort. That same night, after consuming the final researcher, a deep sense of looming danger crashed over you. You looked to the sky. A blazing fireball plummeted from the heavens. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please select from the following rewards. 40 meters, 25 tons, 1 metamorphosis, a 5,000 strand spirit pearl, a research unit of 100 soldiers under your control. There was no doubt about it. Zhang Chen valued individual power above all else, and he made his choice without hesitation. I choose the 40 meters and 25 tons metamorphosis. After making his selection, Zhang Chen closed his eyes as his body gradually ceased its rapid growth, especially at this critical moment. Now Zhang Chen's body length had not shrunken. It had grown by an additional meter, reaching 45 meters in total. But the most dramatic change came in his weight, which nearly doubled once more. It reached a staggering 30 tons. Zhang Chen could not fathom the fundamental reason behind this, but the magnitude of this growth was undeniably significant. Thankfully, the dreaded scenario of being instantly killed by passing strangers after leveling up did not occur, allowing Zhang Chen to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Time passed quietly. Zhang Chen lay resting in the river, waiting for the next simulation. He communicated mentally with the Reincarnators panel and discovered that no other Reincarnators had appeared in this world, yet which quickly dampened his interest. The change in his physique left him thoroughly satisfied, and he stretched his body comfortably before settling back into anticipation. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In January, you plan to enter the sea and await the spiritual energy revival. In March, preparing for the next stage of metamorphosis. You forcibly breach the 3 gorges and depart from the dam, swiftly swimming downstream. Your enormous serpent body does not pause for a moment as you surge toward the estuary, completely unconcerned about your exposure. Amidst the shock and terror of countless onlookers, you even deliberately exposed more than half of your massive body above the water's surface. Your colossal form sent waves of awe through the crowd, and footage of you was recorded and spread like wildfire across the internet. In February, you entered the Pacific Ocean and began your relentless consumption. Deep within Pacific waters, 6,000 meters below the surface, you uncovered a breathtaking secret. A powerful mutated great white shark nearly 20 meters in length, comparable in size to the ancient megalodon. Yet this beast was no match for even a single strike from you. You devoured the mutated great white shark and your bloodline loosened. You could now clearly perceive your own ceiling. Your period of rapid growth would end once you reached approximately 50 meters. You were far from satisfied. You yearned to continue growing at this breakneck pace, for such explosive physical expansion brought your heart a deep sense of security. But that window would close at 50 meters. How could you possibly accept that? You attempted to refine your bloodline with tens of thousands of spirit chi threads. After undergoing 1 metamorphosis, your bloodline began to ascend. In March, your bloodline refinement bore fruit. On a certain night, spiritual energy rained from the heavens, an unexpected revival, and you began absorbing vast quantities of it, swallowing marine fish rich in spiritual energy one after another. In a single night, your devouring speed received a massive boost. After consuming numerous mutated fish, your bloodline underwent a further transformation based on its original foundation. You had mutated into a benign Titan python. Your bloodline name should now read Mutant Titan Python. You noticed that your growth ceiling had risen, though the pace of growth had leveled off to something moderate. Your maximum body length had increased from 50 meters to 60 meters. Even so, you were quite content. In April, a new wave of Esper users appeared. Their target was clear this time: to kill you, the creature that had seized the reincarnation panel. You did not shy away from confrontation. You crossed paths with them on the Pacific surface, and your sheer size left them stunned. They had assumed some ordinary person who had obtained a spiritual treasure early on had killed a reincarnator, only to discover a giant snake approaching 50 meters in length. You swept through the ocean waters, your colossal form so immense that a gentle sweep of your body could stir storms. Your weight carried no excess. Even the blue whale of the ocean, heavier than you, was merely a walking mass of meat, in your eyes nothing more than a creature that swam. Facing these reincarnators, whose ranks matched yours as second-stage life form evolutionaries, you proved far stronger. Your actual combat prowess exceeded theirs by an entire tier. After activating petrification, your body's defense rating leaped to a higher stratum. You then used your massive serpent body to churn the sea, slaughtering the entire reincarnated squad in one devastating sweep. Opening your jaws, you devoured all the spiritual treasures worn by your foes. However, after death, their bodies began to decompose rapidly, rendering them inedible. In May, after obtaining 5 artifacts containing a combined 100,000 threads of spiritual energy and absorbing them all, your body had grown to 55 meters. Your weight increase was even more astonishing, already reaching 40 tons. Now the basic defensive power of your physical body rivaled all kinds of steel shields. In June, a reincarnator appeared. Having received a mission from the infinite horror space, he was specifically sent to kill you. This reincarnator's life level had reached the 5th order, theoretically 3 levels above you. Wielding a 6th order weapon, a longbow, he could pierce through a fighter jet with a single arrow. You encountered him at Beihai Estuary. He pinned you into the depths of the underwater rocks with an arrow. After enduring 6 arrows in succession, you died. Simulation ended. Please choose one of the following rewards. Host. 58 meters, 50 tons. A squad of reincarnators without reincarnation panels puppets. A stored long-range arrow from a 5th order reincarnator. Seeing this, Zhang Chen at the bottom of the river fell silent. A sense of danger crept into his heart, filling him with unease. I choose 58 meters and 50 tons. After the choice, Zhang Chen's body began to grow again at a visible rate. Soon his size reached 60 meters, and his weight reached 60 tons before stopping. After that, Zhang Chen closed his eyes, carefully sensing and slowly savoring. Suddenly, he discovered a substantive problem. Exactly. Why should I stay here? In theory, as long as I move fast enough, humanity's technology can't hit me. With these thoughts, Zhang Chen's heart was far from calm, but he still forced himself to gradually settle down. Now his physique had reached a certain level and his power was steadily increasing, especially now. But it still feels like something is missing. Thinking this way, Zhang Chen struggled to burrow his enormous serpentine body into the mud. Among giant pythons, he had to be the one living in such a stifled and miserable manner. In the waters above the research institute's underwater detectors gradually increased in number, as if searching for traces of Zhang Chen. Yet all of this should have subsided. The next day at noon, the simulation refreshed. Zhang Chen opened his serpentine pupils, and within those colder eyes actually flickered a trace of heat. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, because your body had grown so large you felt clumsy and constrained. Yet you planned to leisurely leave this muddy quagmire. However, your size was too immense. Even the slightest movement churned up a torrent of mud. The underwater detectors immediately spotted the roiling, churning mud, and your body was exposed. With one swipe of your tail, you shattered a detector. With a single bite, you crushed another. You crazily thrashed your head and lashed your tail. In no time, the dozens of underwater detectors all lay destroyed, pulverized by the sheer force of your body's movements. By chance, you entered the small relic west of the dam. You had come here again. You set your eyes on a pearl embedded in the stone statue. With a swipe of your tail, you shattered the statue, revealing the pearl. Then you slowly approached, and gazing at the pearl radiating spiritual energy, you swallowed it in one gulp. You noticed that the relic seemed to have sealed shut, seemingly trapping you inside. But you were not panicked. On the contrary, you felt a hint of excitement. You looked around the relic, which was less than 100 meters in total. It was already a tight fit for your body. With one swipe of your tail, you smashed the central altar and revealed a coffin studded with pearls, dense and numerous, over a dozen in total. This filled you with great joy. After swallowing over a dozen pearls, you felt a gain of at least 100,000 threads of spiritual energy. Your dantian was nearly filled to the brim with chi. After devouring these spiritual pearls, the relic's confinement array seemed to lose its effect, and you successfully slithered out through the disabled formation. Thinking of the coffin, you smashed it apart with your tail and discovered a water-attributed submerged corpse. Using nothing but brute force, you crushed the zombie, and it turned to powder beneath your tail. You found a spot at the bottom of the river and began your breakthrough. You felt that you could ascend to the next level. You initiated your evolution. During the evolution, you discovered that only by fully evolving your bloodline could you break through to the next level. You yearned for complete evolution, but this time it felt slightly lacking, like an invisible, intangible membrane blocking you, which made you extremely uncomfortable. You tried to force a breakthrough with your current state, but you failed. However, your failure was not absolute. You transformed into a giant egg about 30 meters in size and began your metamorphosis. Your metamorphosis naturally drew the attention of the relevant authorities, a colossal egg. In February, you were secretly taken to a research facility by the relevant authorities. Because your mind was completely dormant during the metamorphosis, you were unaware of your current situation. Within a month, your spirit had gradually revived. The revived consciousness revealed your current state, filling you with rage. You were locked inside an underground laboratory with a microbomb placed beside you that could detonate at any moment. You were valued far beyond your imagination. Watching the researchers continuously extract nutrient fluid from your giant egg infuriated you. It nearly left you malnourished. In March, on the very night of spiritual energy resurgence, you broke through your shell. Your metamorphosis built upon the first transformation. After it, your form returned to 50 meters, yet your weight reached 99 tons. The missing ton was due to the constant extraction of nutrients, a case of malnutrition. That night, you shattered the eggshell form during the metamorphosis and crawled out. The moment you emerged, you were attacked. Powerful electrical currents continually jolted you, turning the vast laboratory into a power plant. The torrent of electricity coursed through your body, enraging you beyond measure. Yet under the core electrical output of an entire city, over 1,000,000 volts, you were instantly electrocuted into a charred husk. You died. Simulation ended. Please choose one of the following rewards host. Second transformation, reaching the pinnacle of the mutated Titan Python, a measure of lightning affinity, possibly awakening an innate talent, a nuclear-powered battery that could supply an entire city. Seeing this, Zhang Chen fell into speechless silence. He slowly lowered his serpentine head, radiating an overwhelming aura, while an unparalleled power lay concealed within. I choose the second transformation, the pinnacle of the mutated Titan Python. After choosing, Zhang Chen fell silent. Gazing at the simulation messages before him, he felt as if the entire world was against him. His size remained unchanged, but Zhang Chen could clearly sense his constitution improving. Muscle density and every kind of density were increasing. Now, even without activating petrification, his own scales could withstand small-caliber artillery shells. Now Zhang Chen's body was 60 meters long and weighed 105 tons. In a burst of explosive strength, he could instinctively unleash several times his body weight. In a constricting coil, his crushing force could grind a bronze-headed Iron Man into powder. A nameless thrill stirred within Zhang Chen after receiving the reward from this simulation, as though the next simulation would herald something momentous. Wait once more, and this time it would be the last. With that thought, Zhang Chen's heart burned with anticipation. To be honest, the Yangtze River basin was vast enough for him to stretch his body to its full extent, but the moment he did, he would surely be discovered by humans. Under these circumstances, unwilling to withstand nuclear weapons head-on, he could only remain cooped up here, stifled and subdued. Time continued to flow, and Zhang Chen once again sank into silent slumber. Unknown to him, however, many underwater detectors above the mud pit were activating as if they had already taken notice of this place. Time passed swiftly. Zhang Chen woke from his slumber, and a pair of cold, fierce, serpentine eyes scanned the surroundings. Now more than ever, those eyes gleamed with a somber, eerie light. The simulation had refreshed. Time to simulate again. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation start. Month 1. You burst out of the mud pit and found that many underwater detectors had been attached to your body. Not knowing you had been exposed, you swung your tail to keep your trail from being discovered. The massive kinetic energy of the swipe overturned the detector's balance, and you headed upstream. Month 2. You reached the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Though far from cities, you felt a constant sense of being watched, and this surveillance made you intensely uncomfortable. You instinctively looked up at the sky and understood. Satellites were monitoring you ceaselessly. This feeling of being watched was anything but pleasant. It made you feel truly awful. Finally, after several days, you found that relic realm among the Yangtze's headwater rivers. Without hesitation, you expended a certain amount of spiritual energy and slipped inside. You arrived at an ancient grotto, heaven left over from antiquity. A pocket dimension, a small world. Here divine beasts roared, and strange creatures soared, revealing at once how extraordinary this place was. A skeletal lizard covered in bony spines appeared, roaring as it charged toward you. You showed not the slightest fear in the face of its attack. It was only about 30 meters long. How dare it come at you? With one swipe of your tail, you knocked it over, and immediately used constriction, sending this skeletal lizard to its death. Since its body was covered in bone spikes, there was nowhere to bite, like a python facing a hedgehog. From within the grotto heaven, you spotted a creature bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary Qilin, though its appearance was somewhat mongrel. This Qilin stood 40 meters tall and was about 60 meters in length, a third-order evolved life form. Without a second word, you charged straight at it. You fell into a fierce battle. Fortunately, your physical body had undergone several successive transformations, further reinforced by a petrification that strengthened your flesh. Your bodily might now clashed violently with this Qilin-like monster. You were gravely wounded, but your opponent died. You devoured it. You obtained abundant life essence, and your bloodline was tempered. Now you can evolve with two paths before you: the great-toothed Titan Python and the Jiao. Great-toothed Titan Python, a legendary species capable of devouring any matter and converting it into spiritual energy. It utilizes spiritual energy with great efficiency, can swallow objects several times its own size, and possesses tremendous potential, formidable strength, and powerful defenses. Jiao legend holds that great snakes become pythons, great pythons become boas, great boas become Jiao, and great Jiao become dragons, with finer gradations in between. This path already points toward the evolution of a dragon. Now came Zhang Chen's moment of choice. Does this mean the great-toothed Titan Python is a further step from everything I currently am, and the Jiao is like a mythical dragon? In just moments, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose the great-toothed Titan Python. Still, he chose the great-toothed Titan Python because Zhang Chen valued its ability to convert matter into spiritual energy. With this ability in the next simulation, he could simply dive into the sea and mindlessly devour. You made your choice, evolving into a great-toothed Titan Python. Your bite force underwent a qualitative leap. Previously, although strong, your bite was unremarkable among life forms of the same rank. Ordinary pythons bite no harder than cats or dogs. But the great-toothed Titan Python is different. It combines all the strengths of a python with a bite force that jumped directly from T5 to T1. Your serpentine jaws also transformed, becoming a row of steel-like fangs. After the evolution, your body size grew, and your strength changed. You touched the threshold of third-order life evolution. Just as you were rejoicing, a cry suddenly rang out through the small world, a spine-shaking call that resounded everywhere. You looked up and saw a mythical bird wreathed in blazing flames, a creature whose life rank you could not determine, bearing the bloodline of myths. You died right after evolving. Simulation over. Please host choose from the following rewards. Great-toothed Titan Python bloodline, a skeleton lizard that obeys you, or lion with Chilean bloodline that obeys you. Seeing this, Zhang Chen knew exactly how he should choose. I choose the Great-toothed Titan Python bloodline. In an instant, Zhang Chen's appearance changed, especially his jaws. Then a piece of information came to him: his bite force was twice his body weight. This was the racial trait of the Great-toothed Titan Python. In that moment, Zhang Chen's bite force reached 200 tons. Among current life forms, who could rival such a bite? His heart trembled. To be honest, he yearned to see what he looked like now, but he couldn't. I wonder what I look like now. If Zhang Chen could see himself from a third-person perspective, his exterior would show a metallic luster. Yet whether in hardness or toughness, his outer frame far surpassed ordinary steel. He wiggled his serpentine body slightly. Through the knowledge from the simulation, Zhang Chen knew that the Research Institute's underwater detectors were right above, so he could not move and continued to wait for an opportunity to break through. This bloodline evolution did not add to his length, but his weight increased by another 15 tons. Soon Zhang Chen fell back into slumber. The stronger he became, the less he feared the Research Institute that was probing him. Instead, what he feared were powerful missiles. They could still inflict catastrophic damage on him, even in the present age. Time continued to flow, night, day, noon. The simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation start. In January, you rise without delay and set course for the sea. This time you make no pretense. Your serpentine body twists and glides toward that direction with breathtaking speed. You do not even bother to conceal yourself, swimming openly. The colossal shadow beneath the surface sends shockwaves through humankind. They refuse to believe that the Earth's present-day ecology could harbor a monster like you. Your power, your sheer magnitude, shatters humanity's understanding of biology. And so you become the target of humanity's relentless hunts. Every nation wants to capture you for research, desperate to understand what makes you so extraordinary. A living contradiction to everything humanity knows about Earth. In February, you ventured deeper and deeper into the ocean, ceaselessly hunting prey in the abyssal depths. The giant-toothed Titan python's digestive system is terrifyingly fast. Every 10 caddies of flesh is converted into a wisp of spiritual energy. You devour ravenously for a month, and your growth is staggering. That same month, you sense a powerful threat drawing near. You swim toward the source of the danger, the Mariana Trench, the deepest abyss of the world's oceans. At 10,000 meters beneath the surface, you come face to face with a third-order life form. It resembles a squid, but with far more tentacles. Without a moment's hesitation, you roar and lunge, biting off one of its tentacles with your first strike. Your attack awakens the kraken from its slumber. It rises in fury and engages you in a violent battle. You activate petrification and your all-corrosive ability. In an instant, the deep-sea behemoth that draws near is gravely wounded by your decaying touch. The stronger you are, the mightier your talents become. 30 exchanges later, battered and scarred, you drag the dead kraken behind you. You swallow it in a single gulp and digest every last trace, gaining 500 wisps of spiritual energy from its body. Your Dantian, already packed to the brim with spiritual energy, begins yet another transformation. After its metamorphosis, you discover a new ability: absorption. You can now actively draw the spiritual energy dispersed throughout heaven and earth without having to search for it. Yet the world is still withered. The spiritual resurgence has not yet arrived. By March, you have grown to 70 meters in length. A figure so terrifying that you could coil into a ring and double as a racing track. Such is your current stature. With the horrifying appearance of the giant-toothed Titan python, you resemble the mythic serpent that devours all things. One night, the spiritual resurgence arrives. You activate the ability gained from your Dantian's third evolution and absorb the spiritual energy, permeating dozens of kilometers of surrounding sea, 100 wisps of spiritual energy in a single breath. With that influx of energy, your Dantian begins to gently feed your physical body. Given enough time, you would achieve the power to grow stronger without moving a single muscle. That same month, reincarnators descend upon the world. This time, you are exceedingly cautious and refuse to aid them. These newcomers mistake you for a senior reincarnator who takes on solo quests and try to latch onto you, only to be flatly rejected. You intend to keep devouring nonstop. But as you consume, an overwhelming hunger takes hold. The more you devour, the more intense it becomes. No one understands this sensation better than you. By April, you have reached 70 meters in length and 160 tons in weight. During this period, you have lost count of how many sea creatures you have devoured. Wherever you roam, the fish stocks of that sea steadily vanish. The great fish are all consumed by you. Along the way, you even slaughtered 3 pods of orcas. Throughout your growth, the more you expand, the more keenly you perceive your body's transformation. Your physique is hardening, and through feeding you have already amassed tens of thousands of wisps of spiritual energy. You channel all your spiritual energy into reinforcing your body, accelerating its strengthening. And may you grow by hundreds of kilograms every day. Though your length remains the same, and your weight holds steady, you can feel your strength climbing. By June, your weight has reached 200 tons, and your bite force has soared to 400 tons. Your growth is so blindingly fast that merely sensing it fills the heart with absolute awe. That same month, perhaps due to the density of spiritual energy, the ocean's fish populations explode, leaving you ecstatic. You continue to devour, endlessly unaware that the waters where you dwell have been discovered by humanity, and that they have secretly united, plotting to blast you into fragments for their research. The spiritual resurgence makes your existence plausible, but every nation wonders how you grew to your current level before the resurgence. Even if other creatures on Earth have broken through, the highest are merely first-order evolvers, hardly a threat. Meanwhile, you are a veritable third-order evolver. You slumber at the eye of the North Sea. In the same year, you are struck by multiple heavy torpedoes, leaving you severely wounded. You want to flee. You feel a tremendous sense of crisis, but before you can escape into the open ocean, a nuclear torpedo slams into you. You die. Simulation concluded. Please select your rewards host. 70 meters, 200 tons. 1 million wisps of spiritual energy. Third evolution, Serpent Gall automatically absorbs spiritual energy. Seeing these options, Zhang Chen chooses the physique without a moment's hesitation. His body continues to change. Now he stands at 71 meters and 210 tons. Seems like weight is increasing the fastest. Zhang Chen thinks, his heart filled with puzzlement. But after a moment of thought, Zhang Chen understands. If a 100-meter-long serpent only weighed 50 tons, it would be a hollow fraud. A single person with a gun could blow it to pieces. Weight means everything. It signifies strength, defense, and a far greater overall vitality. At that moment, Zhang Chen aches to rise and leave, but he suppresses the urge. What if humanity in its ruthlessness feeds him a nuclear bomb just to kill him? That would not be fun at all. Zhang Chen refuses to gamble with his life. He simply continues to wait and plan his next simulation. Time flows swiftly, and Zhang Chen sinks back into slumber. Sir, we have confirmed that the mutant serpent is in the mud at the bottom of this river's sandbank. Excellent. Use the 10,000-year spirit herb from the Imperial Treasury to lure it out. The supply team will arrive shortly. Yes. At this very moment, along the dam's shore, scientists and researchers are scurrying into action, monitoring the bottom of the muddy pit. They are laying an inescapable net. Carbon fiber-grade mesh nets are cast down one after another, every trap set, as they await the mutant serpent's first move. Zhang Chen sleeps, dreaming of an advertisement he once saw. As a child, a giant serpent slowly reviving along the highway, crushing mountains in its path, only to be run over by a large truck and killed. At noon the next day, Zhang Chen woke with a start from a nightmare in which the sky-soaring python was run over and killed by a truck. The simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, you had just burst out of the mire when sheet after sheet of carbon fiber nets ensnared you. The nets made it nearly impossible to move, so you activated corruption and kept corroding the carbon fiber nets. That same day, you kept corruption active almost the entire time. Even the carbon fiber nets couldn't restrain you. They could only make you struggle. Skinny little monkeys on both banks kept hurling liquid nitrogen tanks at you. Ton after ton of liquid nitrogen splashed over your body, leaving you deeply chilled, yet your movements were unaffected. At that moment, one skinny monkey shot a glass jar toward you. Confident in your invincible bite force, you chomped down and shattered the jar filled with biological anesthetic unintentionally, swallowing nearly 100 kilograms of it. During the struggle, your entire body grew increasingly numb and tingly, and your movements became sluggish. You had never been exposed to anesthetics, especially biological anesthetics, which are extremely potent on living creatures. A lion or tiger would collapse from just 10 grams, yet you had drunk 100 kilograms. Because of this mistake in your violent resistance, you were thoroughly knocked unconscious by the anesthetic and secretly brought into a laboratory. In February, you endured inhuman torture in the laboratory. Since you weren't human in the first place, the torment was even more severe. Every moment you felt the pain of your body being sliced apart. Every moment you were aware of being kept in a conscious drugged state. This gradually twisted your mind and filled you with fury. The anguish of being unable to move while perceiving yourself being drenched with drugs, sliced open and drained of blood. Only you, a snake, could truly understand. You were paralyzed without respite. All kinds of biological anesthetics were poured over you as if they cost nothing. By now you were practically soaked in anesthetic. In March, spiritual energy revived. Your body began to recover and grow used to the numbness. You could tell that given enough time you would become completely accustomed to the paralysis. In April, after experiencing 2 months of paralysis, you awakened a new talent. abandoning foreign matter, discarding any ingredient harmful to the body, including medicinal agents and toxins. This was a passive talent similar to the adaptation of breathing. You had just regained control of your body when a microbomb was activated. The bomb exploded inside you, you died. Simulation over. Please choose one of the following rewards. Host. Talent abandoning foreign matter, discarding any ingredient harmful to the body, including medicinal agents and toxins. Endure 3 months of extreme pain, willpower enhancement. I choose the talent abandoning foreign matter. In just an instant, Zhang Chen felt a change in his body. The increase in combat power and physique might not be exaggeratedly strong, but in certain situations it was absolutely powerful. Zhang Chen's snake eyes were cold as ice, and his twin pupils brimmed with killing intent. These people really are courting death. Thinking this, Zhang Chen subconsciously raised his snake head, but after a thought, he lowered it again. The movement was extremely slight. Yet even so, the mud covering him was nearly flung away. In this stretch of water, a great amount of mud was stirred up. The river itself seemed to be overturned by Zhang Chen's action. Time continued to pass. In Zhang Chen's snake pupils, an irrepressible coldness radiated mercilessly, sending chills through anyone who beheld it. Soon Zhang Chen sank back into silence. Since they hadn't made any move, he would wait. Continue simulating to grow stronger, continue simulating to raise his chances. With that thought, Zhang Chen soon fell back asleep. Report. It has been thoroughly confirmed that the giant snake, nearly 20 meters long, is lying in the mud. Do we capture it now? Wait. Continue. Set up protective nets to cut off all possible escape routes for that giant snake. We must launch the capture only when we have absolute certainty. There was another exchange of words that Zhang Chen couldn't hear. However, these no longer mattered to him as he waited for the simulation. Time flew by, the simulation refreshed, and Zhang Chen woke up. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In January, you leapt out from the mud and silt at the bottom of the river. Your colossal figure shocked everyone, and you looked like a monster from a movie, and a sinister cold aura oppressed them all. Your heart was filled with killing intent. Facing countless carbon fiber nets, you showed no intention of retreating. You activated corruption and corroded everything. It was as if you could not blend with anything. Even water, soil, mud, carbon fiber nets, and the air itself reacted violently with your body, all of them rotting away. This time, faced with jars of unknown fluids, you didn't dare try your bite force. You endured all kinds of attacks head-on. Facing a capture team of nearly 1,000 people, you went wild, crushing everything with your colossal body. You rolled back and forth, enduring all kinds of shells and gunpowder and various biological toxins. The anesthetics had almost no effect on you. They were completely expelled by your talent, abandoning foreign matter, and could produce no negative effects on your body. You mercilessly crushed the capture team that sought to take you. The weapons that these people had used so effectively against beasts were treated by you as if they didn't exist. You ignored everything. After thoroughly crippling the capture team, you dove from the ground into the Yangtze River and swam swiftly with its downstream current. Then you discovered a fatal problem. You could only rely on your physical form to move. You couldn't fly, and you had no long-range attacks. When encountering something that could fly, you were utterly helpless. After 3 days while staying hidden, you reached the river's mouth. You saw a submarine, a nuclear-powered one. The moment you laid eyes on it, you felt locked onto. You saw a torpedo streak toward you, far too fast for you to evade given your immense size. After activating petrification, you took the full blast of the torpedo. A heavy torpedo struck you. Your outer scales were shattered, and your internal flesh and blood were damaged by the tremendous kinetic force. You withstood 3 heavy torpedoes in succession. Your body was nearly blasted apart at the waist. Forced to resort to a gecko-style trick, you discarded half of your serpentine body. Severely wounded, you escaped into the depths of the East China Sea, diving 2,000 meters below the surface. Your wound was horrifying. Your body had almost been severed in two, and you were a hair's breadth from death. In February, you drifted as if you were part of the ocean itself, either unconscious or falling unconscious right after waking, carried by an ocean current. Because of your immense majesty, even while gravely wounded, no sea creature dared come near you. Even great white sharks and Orcus ocean apex predators could only hide far behind you, greedily swallowing piece after piece of blood scab that fell away as your wound healed. In March, you regained consciousness. The moment you woke, you sensed that something was missing from your body. Looking down at yourself, nearly half of your body was severed. If not for the tenacious vitality of the giant-toothed titan python, you would already be dead. Your swimming speed plummeted. That night, an insight struck you. On the very night of the spiritual energy resurgence, you comprehended yet another new talent: water control. You had mastered water control, allowing you to command most water resources. Wrapped by water molecules, your speed increased dramatically. You could shape water into any form or scale you desired, with the scope expanding according to your own power. So far, all your abilities, including petrification, grow in tandem with your own development. With water control, your speed improved even further. You hardly needed to make a real effort. Just guiding the water to carry you along let you hunt and feast on fish. That day you chanced upon an ancient relic in a certain stretch of the Pacific Ocean. Driven by curiosity, you set out toward it, unlocking a lost ancient civilization as you entered the ruins of Atlantis. You inadvertently arrived at the sacrificial altar of the ancient ruins. Your presence happened to serve as the sacrifice. With your own life, you turned the key to the ancient civilization. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. Talent: Water Molecule Mastery, 3 heavy torpedoes under your control, coordinates of the lost ancient civilization. Zhang Chen's enormous serpentine body trembled. Clearly he had made his choice. I choose the Water Molecule Mastery talent. In an instant Zhang Chen felt a new connection to water. As he activated the talent, an immense undercurrent surged through rivers and oceans, something of which Zhang Chen remained unaware. Underwater detectors and carefully laid nets alike were all overturned by this inexplicable current. Amid the raging currents, a colossal serpentine head slowly rose from the silt under the water, as large as a truck. Zhang Chen had already resolved if he were discovered, he would immediately overturn the area and flee to the open sea at top speed. Yet Zhang Chen had underestimated his own water control ability. Water poured out in surging torrents. Even he had not expected that merely tugging lightly at that connection could trigger such a spectacular disturbance. So this is the power of water control. I wonder if I could stir rivers and unleash floods. Thinking this, Zhang Chen took care to ensure he hadn't been discovered. He noted that he seemingly remained unseen, and then lowered his colossal head back down. The river waves he had stirred had already subsided. Time continued to flow, and in the midst of slumber the next simulation refresh arrived. Ignoring the mug, Zhang Chen was now utterly astonishing. An ordinary person standing before him would be smaller than one of his teeth. His steel-like fangs could bite through anything. Begin today's simulation. January. With the blessing of water currents, you reached the river mouth in less than half a day. After arriving, you did not linger, quickly leaving and diving straight into the depths of the South China Sea. Their numerous ships filled the waters, including no lack of warships. This reminded you of the might of warships, and you wanted to test how formidable they were. You used the water current to capsize a small warship. If you exerted your full water control power, you could now nearly summon a small tsunami. February. With this ability at your disposal, you went on a feeding frenzy. Anything could become prey beneath your jaws. Killer whales, humpback whales, all were targets. There was no single creature in the ocean that could satisfy you, even blue whales you could devour 2 in one go. The massive amount of flesh and blood transformed into power, greatly boosting your strength. After this elevation of your physique, your growth rate seemed to quicken even further. Empowered by the bloodline of the giant-toothed Titan python, within just 2 months you digested countless tons of marine fish, transforming them into over 100,000 strands of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy had many uses. You often channeled it into your physical body, nourishing it in return. That month your size grew to 72 meters, and your weight climbed to 230 tons, an almost incredible growth rate of 10 tons per meter. This made your foundation ever more solid. March. Spiritual energy resurged, and you devoured it madly. April. You had accumulated nearly 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy. You converted all of it into physical foundation, and your weight began to skyrocket. May. A reincarnator appeared and requested to meet you. You refused on the spot. June. Your size had grown to 75 meters, and your weight reached 280 tons. After being baptized by spiritual energy, your physical body grew increasingly powerful. July. You happened to enter the Amazon coastal waters, then the Amazon rainforest. Venturing deep into the jungle, you encountered some natives. These tribal people, upon seeing you for the first time, regarded you as a deity. Your gaze did not rest on the tribe that worshipped you as a god. Instead, it fell upon the nearest ancient idol, which seemed to contain a substance similar to spiritual energy. You swallowed the divine statue in one gulp. Your physical body grew stronger, especially in recovery. Most noticeably, after gaining this power, your body's internal vitality multiplied dozens of times. You could remain mentally active and alert for a month without sleeping or resting. August. The second round of reincarnator rewards. A 5th-order reincarnator appeared. After arriving in this world, without a word, it headed straight toward you. You saw a 5th-order life form resembling a giant rat, yet standing in the sky like a human, its gaze fixed on you with intense greed. You engaged in a fierce battle with a 5th-order life form called the golden-toothed rat. Despite the gap in life rank, you nearly killed it. As a 3rd-order life form, you possessed the foundation to slay a 5th-order life. In the end, the golden-toothed rat unleashed a reincarnator's secret kill move and summoned 3 5th-order life forms. You fought against 4 alien beasts 2 ranks above your own. Even at 79 meters and 320 tons, it was difficult to defy fate. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose one of the following rewards: 79 meters, 320 tons, the golden-toothed rat's killing intent, a divine statue beneficial to you. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was puzzled. When it came to gaps in life rank, the difference was enormous. For instance, when he was a 1st-order life form, he had been a Titan python with a maximum ceiling of 20 meters. At the second-order life rank, the ceiling should be 50 meters since each subsequent rank further upgrades based on the previous foundation. Now as a third-order life form, he had only just begun. Was I simply too strong, or was that fifth-order golden-toothed rat in the simulation too much of a fraud, a total pushover? After some thought, Zhang Chen finally made his choice. I choose 79 meters 320 tons. Soon Zhang Chen's body underwent further transformation. When the transformation ceased, his length reached 80 meters, and his weight soared to 335 tons. My length grew by nearly 10 meters, but my weight increased by half from over 200 tons to over 300 tons. In that case, Zhang Chen speculated that once his length reached 100 meters, he would weigh at least 500 tons. 500 tons. No such creature had ever existed on Earth so far. Even the blue whale, currently the heaviest animal, appeared to Zhang Chen as a bloated, water-laden lump of flesh. Looking at this weight at only 10 centimeters, he already had the power to overpower lions and tigers. No joke, it was true. At his current density, even if a group of lions and tigers stood still and bit him, they would hardly break his skin, let alone penetrate his defenses. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In January, with lightning-like tactics, you used the power of the river to drag those who wanted to capture you for research into the water and drown them. You lashed your body and moved swiftly with the river's current. After 3 days of intermittent movement, you arrived at the river mouth. The reason you took one step forward and then slowed was that you sensed a powerful hostility from the sky, which chilled you to the bone and made you tremble uncontrollably. In February, you entered the East China Sea. Various human forces under the guise of exercises launched strategic heavy torpedo strikes against you. This time, with your talent for controlling water molecules, you easily dodged them all. In March, you arrived at the Bermuda Oceanic region, where signals were the most chaotic and interference was the strongest on Earth. After arriving, you felt your mind go blank. Your sense of direction and balance were affected, and even your will became somewhat disordered. You swam in a daze and lingered in the Bermuda region. After a brief rest, you realized that this sea area seemed to be disturbed by something. Even you could only explore in confusion, unable to identify the root cause of the influence on you. After hiding in Bermuda, all external attention on you was disrupted, and you successfully vanished from human sight. One night's spiritual energy revived, and Bermuda seemed to benefit the most. Through a layer of mist, you seemed to see another world. You didn't believe it, thinking it was a visual illusion or a mirage. You twisted your body and approached the mist, successfully entering a hidden realm. After entering, you found yourself in a deep ocean. Based on the gradual increase in pressure, you were at least 1.0 meters deep in the abyss, which shocked you. The deepest sea on Earth is only the Mariana Trench at over 1.0 meters, but the seafloor here was at least 1.0 meters deep. The pressure here was extraordinarily extreme. Even you felt as if a great mountain were crushing down on you. In this sea, you spotted a 50-meter megalodon, an ancient species on par with the Titanoboa. It was a second-order life form with a bloody maw and jagged teeth. Its body was covered in scars, seemingly telling of the countless kills it had experienced. You bit the megalodon to death. Even a megalodon facing you with your giant-toothed Titanoboa bloodline could only be slain and become your prey. You devoured the megalodon's flesh in huge mouthfuls. After completely consuming the entire megalodon, you felt energy surging through every part of your body. You seemed to have the potential to evolve into a third-order life form. In April, you had grown to 83 meters, and your weight reached a terrifying 390 tons. In May, you devoured another second-order life form, a giant squid. It had the power to prey on whales and sharks, but facing you, a third-order life form with a giant-toothed Titanoboa bloodline, it was beyond doubt that you tore it apart alive. In June, your body size increased again to 85 meters, and your weight reached 460 tons. You were undeniably a gargantuan monster. With your water-controlling talent and the growth of numerous other abilities, you had become the king among terrifying creatures. In July, you encountered the deep-sea terror, a sovereign exuding an eerie aura. It was a creature that had fused traits of many marine organisms, measuring 100 meters in length, and its life level had reached the 5th order. Facing such a marine creature, you undoubtedly lost by a narrow margin in a battle, but the deep-sea terror was also severely wounded by your bites. You died. Simulation ended. Please choose the following rewards host. 85 meters, 460 tons deep-sea terror, fused lifeform status, unknown, a mutated megalodon under your command, 50 meters, 100 tons. A mutated giant squid under your command, 60 meters, 80 tons. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was taken aback. The second option clearly had a catch. It didn't state whether the deep-sea terror would obey him or not. If he chose it, would it turn against him first? The third and fourth options were even more obvious. In the simulation, he had killed them without taking a scratch. What could he expect them to do? Did he expect them to provide research subjects for humanity? Or did he expect them to prove his extraordinary transformation? I choose 85 meters, 460 tons. His weight continued to change. His length also changed. In the end, Zhang Chen's length didn't increase further. It stopped at 85 meters, while his weight grew to 480 tons. At this moment, because of the water current Zhang Chen had deliberately stirred the day before, the layer of mud had become even deeper, burying him deeply in the silt. Underwater, several repair detectors continued their patrol, but the research institute had already lost track of Zhang Chen's coordinates. They should also be grateful that Zhang Chen was currently worried about humans striking out at him at all costs, using nuclear mushrooms to bomb him and eliminate potential threats. Zhang Chen wouldn't doubt whether humans would hesitate, because he had once been one of them. Human contradictions were plain to see, with endless strife among one another. Zhang Chen never doubted that once he threatened humanity's status, or even showed signs of doing so, it was obvious whether they would use nuclear mushrooms to blast him. Therefore, no matter how those clowns at the research institute scurried about, Zhang Chen simply wouldn't go out and strike immediately. When he did leave, he would race into the deep sea with lightning speed. That would be the true, boundless sea for the fish to leap and the vast sky for the birds to fly. Time continued to pass. The current at the bottom of the river changed as well. Through subtle influence, Zhang Chen gently manipulated the connections between water molecules, altering the flow of the entire river in that area and causing large amounts of shifting sediment to accumulate continuously there. This made Zhang Chen's self-concealment even more perfect. Time passed. At night, an underwater detector for dredging the river was successfully deployed. In his slumber, Zhang Chen's dormant spirit gradually awakened. Though clad in thick, rough scales, the sensitive perception of his scaly hide was remarkably acute. Who's there? He felt something gently nudging him. What could it be? Perhaps a fish. With that thought, Zhang Chen remained still. He manipulated water molecules to flow in massive quantities, stirring the currents across the entire region. In an instant, the feeling of being watched vanished as mud and sand resettled over him once more. Time passed, and with no further sensation of external contact, Zhang Chen's spirit sank back into dormancy. Begin today's simulation. Soon the simulation refreshed. Ding! Simulation begins. In the first month, you surge forward, rapidly bursting from the river surface and scanning your surroundings. Shocked by what you witness, killing intent boils within you. The experimental base has deployed high-voltage generators, risking the extinction of all river life in the area to forcibly kill you. Your killing intent stands immovable as a mountain. You churn vast quantities of water, gathering all the rivers in the region to surge upward in a colossal current, sweeping away all the researchers in an instant. You watch as these people succumb from suffocation, yet your heart remains utterly calm. After half a day, you propel tens of millions of tons of river water toward the estuary. Even nuclear submarines can only be pushed backward by this reverse current. You fear no torpedoes, for this level of flow is akin to a reverse tsunami of catastrophic scale. You successfully escape from the estuary. You plunge deep into the East China Sea. Entering the heart of the sea, you begin to devour recklessly and wildly. In the second month, you enter the waters off Western Europe. You accidentally stumble upon an offshore nuclear power plant. Astonished, you never expected these Western nations to be so bold as to construct nuclear plants in the ocean with technology that completely isolates nuclear contamination. You inadvertently come into contact with the nuclear plant. Enveloped by its powerful electric current, countless bolts of electricity wrap around your body. You are frozen rigid, unable to move. With currents of this magnitude, you can only endure. You summon vast amounts of spiritual energy to resist, but even so, your energy is quickly depleted and you fall into unconsciousness. When you regain consciousness, the encasing nuclear plant has completely lost its power. You discover that your snake gallbladder has undergone an inexplicable transformation. It resembles a seed that requires immense electrical energy to nourish and unleash its extraordinary effects. Eager to understand the meaning of this change, you frantically search across Western Europe. Finally, you locate a second underwater nuclear power plant. You deliberately sabotage it and begin absorbing the electrical energy. This time, your immunity to nuclear power increases, sparing you from its harmful effects. In the third month, spiritual energy surges back and various marine creatures gradually grow larger. However, you have no interest in them. You seek out nuclear facilities across the region, setting your sights on Japan, which lacks nuclear warheads. You decide to take a gamble. In the fourth month, you repeatedly sabotage 3 Japanese nuclear power plants. After absorbing all the kinetic energy, you clearly sense that the seed is approaching the final stage of its transformation. In the 5th month, you uncover a horrifying truth: 1/10 of Japan's long-standing earthquakes are not natural, but man-made. They conduct underground nuclear experiments. A mini-nuclear warhead is deployed and detonates hundreds of meters from your location. You fall into a critically injured state. Even at the outer edge of the explosion, the odds of survival are plainly dire. You narrowly escape death. However, the nuclear explosion completely unlocks the transformation direction of your snake gallbladder. It evolves into a nuclear-powered energy seed. When you wield this ability, nuclear energy surrounds your entire body, granting you a wide range of offensive capability. Before you can recover from the joy of your transformation, another mini-nuclear warhead strikes you. You have died. Simulation ended. Please choose from the following rewards. Nuclear-powered energy seed mini nuclear warhead X1. I choose the nuclear-powered energy seed. Looking at these two options without hesitation, Zhang Chen selects the former. Just one seed has granted him the ability to unleash area of effect nuclear explosions. What form will it take if it grows and transforms further? Thinking thus, Zhang Chen could barely contain his excitement. But as he thrilled, a powerful electric current surged from the water's surface, filling the entire area. Have they finally lost their patience? This time Zhang Chen remained perfectly composed, utterly unfazed. The electric current not only failed to harm him, but actually brought him a strange comfort, as though soaking in a hot spring, filling his mind with serenity. Soon Zhang Chen drifted into slumber, reveling in the current. This great snake has been electrocuted to death. We can begin the recovery operation. Within the research institute, an excited, thrilling voice declared. Now, retrieve it immediately and preserve its active genes. Make it quick. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen remained in slumber, awaiting the next simulation. Time flowed onward, and soon he was jolted awake by the simulation refresh notification. Begin today's simulation. Simulation begins. In the first month, you instantly burst from the water's surface. Without hesitation, at the sight of those attempting to retrieve you, you unleash a nuclear explosion that engulfs a 1,000-meter radius. Nearly 1,000 researchers perish in an instant, with half falling immediately. You fire another nuclear blast, utterly eliminating all personnel, targeting you before swiftly departing the area. This time your target is not the estuary but the source of the Yangtze River. You intend to re-enter that divine realm. Along the way, to avoid missile ambushes, you remain submerged, dragging thousands of tons of water upstream against the current. Anyone unaware would be utterly staggered, for such a massive reversal of river flow defies the foundations of physics as we know it. After 3 days you arrive at the source. Far from any major city, viewed from afar, a colossal sphere of water hovers above an ancient lake, within which a massive figure constantly swims. Like a behemoth from primordial times, a savage beast from primeval eras. You locate the divine realm. Consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy, you carry thousands of tons of river water into this sanctuary. The moment you enter the divine realm, you spot a lion beast bearing the bloodline of a Chilan. With massive jaws and gleaming fangs, it charges at you. Facing a Chilan-blooded lion, you feel nothing but contempt, your face brimming with killing intent. In the end, this behemoth perishes beneath the thousands of tons of water you control, drowned outright. After devouring the lion beast, the skeletal lizard closes in, roaring as it attacks you. Facing the small lizard's assault, you strike it dead with a single tail swipe, then swallow it whole. You began your operations carrying thousands of tons of water sources to hunt for giant beasts to devour. By now you had already gathered nearly 2,000 strands of spiritual energy. These giant beasts were mostly first-stage evolved life forms, far inferior to the deep-sea cave you had entered in the Bermuda Triangle. Inside there were numerous second-stage life forms, even some third and fourth-stage ones, plus a fifth-stage mega beast. You witnessed a blazing fireball plummeting from the heavens, radiating overwhelming pressure as if to burn everything in its path. Carrying flames that could consume the very sky, it descended in a straight line. This time you clearly saw it. A fiery raven with black gold feathers, a crow, carrying the ancient bloodline of the golden crow. A devouring desire surged within you. After a few quick exchanges, you discovered this fire raven was no ordinary creature. It held the upper hand against you. If not for your ability to draw upon thousands of tons of river water at will, you would likely have been overwhelmed by its close-quarters assault. 3 minutes passed, and you felt the mounting pressure. Your talent for water manipulation, lacking ongoing replenishment, was quickly being targeted by this fifth-stage life form. Forced to retreat from the cave the moment you emerged, you sensed the threat from above. Hydrogen-powered micro-missiles rained down upon you. You decided to counterattack on the spot. You condensed water, once more controlling an entire lake. Activating petrification to boost your base defense, you endured the hydrogen missile explosions head-on. In an instant, the entire lake's waters evaporated, and you were struck, falling into critical condition. 2 months later, you awakened from your coma. You discovered humans had implanted microscopic bombs within your mind. Should you disobey, they would threaten your very existence. With no choice, you feigned compliance, cooperating with all research conducted by the Institute. Your intelligence astonished the humans. You proactively revealed that in 1 month spiritual energy would surge across the world, and beings like you would be everywhere. Your words sent shockwaves through them, but you made one reasonable demand: you needed to eat your fill. Thus you devoured 100 pigs daily, barely keeping pace with your body's capacity to digest food and convert it into spiritual energy. You converted thousands of strands of spiritual energy each day, never allowing yourself to grow complacent. In the 3rd month, you channeled all your spiritual energy into your snake gallbladder, the nuclear energy seed. Spiritual energy surged, and absorbing vast quantities of it, you swore revenge for today's humiliation. You would make them pay. However, this was not yet the time for your revenge. In the 4th month, you were forced into service as a living weapon by humans sent to hunt various mutated beasts. The strongest among them barely approached first-stage life forms, and you dispatched each with a single bite, showing no hesitation. By the 5th month you had been completely reduced to a biological weapon, filling your heart with frustration. In the 6th month, after eliminating most mutated beasts as a biological weapon, the lab personnel unexpectedly ordered you into a newly opened cave at Mount Tai. Within the cave you sensed an extreme threat, as if an immense terror awaited you, causing you great distress. In the 7th month you did not enter, for you discovered that entry required a 5th-stage life form, something that filled your heart with dread. After months of accumulation, the nuclear energy seed successfully underwent further transformation. Your snake gallbladder broke through to the next tier. You found that both the blast radius and destructive power of your nuclear explosion had doubled, filling your heart with immense joy. In a final act of desperation, you chose mutual annihilation. You rushed toward the researchers and unleashed a nuclear explosion. In an instant, all personnel within 3 kilometers perished without exception. The mushroom cloud within your head detonated, and you died. Simulation ended. Please choose your rewards, host. Nuclear Energy Seed 1/5th Stage Fire Raven Uncontrollable. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart swelled with astonishment, especially at this moment. If I follow the current situation, a chaotic flying 5th Stage Fire Raven could certainly draw 90% of the firepower aimed at me. But I desire a reward that will make me stronger. Zhang Chen perceived every aspect of the situation, so he made the appropriate choice. I choose Nuclear Energy Seed 1. After making his selection, Zhang Chen's entire body shuddered. The area around his snake gallbladder seemed to have broken through to another level. The snake gallbladder, much like the human heart, was an absolutely vital organ, the most important one without question. Do you think you're already dead because we need to salvage you? Soon Zhang Chen found a relative solution. His body slowly twisted, and the depth of the silt, initially less than 2 meters, grew to 5 meters under his deliberate movements. Soon after, Zhang Chen remained motionless once more, instead using his water control to sense the current dynamics of the river basin. What he felt was an unusually cold atmosphere in this stretch of water, with the corpses of various river fish floating on the surface. He had perceived it. Zhang Chen's mind stirred, and the next moment the water flow in this river accelerated. Many silt-absorbing machines activated. Deliberately, Zhang Chen exposed a section of his snake body. In an instant, all the previously working machines halted. Haha, scared silly. If you saw my full body, would you die of fright? Based on the hints from the simulation, Zhang Chen had already devised his plan. The next moment, his massive snake body moved. For the first time, he acted in reality. His enormous serpent body emerged from the water in an instant, its head as large as a truck sweeping around. One person stared in dumbfounded shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The snake tongue flicked out involuntarily. The next moment, a blazing ball of nuclear energy formed and instantly radiated outward from Zhang Chen's center. Completely unrestrained, Zhang Chen kept swaying his serpentine body in the ocean, showing all his excitement. Finally, I can truly let myself go. Zhang Chen roared at the sky. Yes, he was already roaring, completely freed from the hissing sounds of a snake. In that moment, the tension in his heart finally loosened. Given the current situation, Zhang Chen could go to any place in the ocean. But considering the various dangers in the simulated sea, Atlantis, Bermuda, and if he was not strong enough, the Kraken in the Mariana Trench, each was a hurdle. Under these simulated circumstances, Zhang Chen still decided to play it safe. In the southern sea, inside a deep rock cave on the seabed, a giant python coiled up, again seemingly asleep. It was this slumbering giant python whose oppressive presence made every marine predator within 10,000 meters afraid to approach. Perhaps it was the Titanoboa bloodline, or perhaps it was the ultimate suppression of a Tier 3 life form. Whatever the case, Zhang Chen had unknowingly become a great horror of the Northern Sea. Time went on, and Zhang Chen slumbered. Whether in Huaxiao, Northern Europe, Western Europe, or anywhere else, the news of Zhang Chen's emergence instantly stirred up a storm. Spiritual energy had not yet revived, and even this world was under the dominion of something called infinite horror space. The humans of this world had no idea that the supernatural existed. By contrast, your emergence, a nuclear blast of immense scale, was an overwhelming shock to a humanity that worshipped technology. Day, night, day, noon. The simulation refreshed. Zhang Chen, who had been asleep, woke up. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. Month 1, you successfully escaped the dam and reached the open sea. With no one daring to target you, you were in high spirits. You planned to keep eating your way forward and continue strengthening yourself. You arrived at the Southern Sea Eye only to discover something that made your heart tremble. At the Southern Sea Eye was a dragon-suppressing eye, a place that sealed away a terrifying creature bearing the aura of a dragon. But you still wanted to know what lay inside. You thrust your head in deeper, and your probing head saw a flood dragon. Over 300 meters long, with a hornless dragon-shaped upper body and a semi-dragonized lower body, half crippled, its life rank impossible for you to discern clearly. The flood dragon seemed to sense your gaze and let out an angry dragon roar that echoed in all directions. Simply feeling the sound was enough to inspire dread. You saw the flood dragon struggle and roar wrapped in one dragon-binding cord after another until it was finally suppressed. Your heart shook with terror, but you had no intention of finishing it off. Month 2 you discovered that the southern sea eye, the dragon-suppressing eye, could also be called a well in the sea. You planned to stay there for a long time. You simply could not resist wanting a bite of flood dragon meat, wanting to taste what a flood dragon was like. At the very least, you wanted to snatch a mouthful of flesh from a higher-order life form. Month 3 relying on your extraordinarily keen perception, after many attempts, within a month you finally bit off a piece of flood dragon flesh. Even with your formidable bite force, if not for the freakish jaw strength of a great-toothed Titanoboa, you could not have broken through the flood dragon's defense. Your actions enraged the flood dragon. It roared endlessly, but the sound simply could not escape the undersea well that suppressed it. After biting off a chunk of its flesh, you had the good sense to leave. You began digesting that piece of flood dragon flesh. It brought you a prodigious amount of life energy and allowed you to feel unusually full. After eating the flood dragon flesh, your body began to change. Your length grew to 86 meters, and your weight increased the most, by 20 tons. Now at 86 meters you weighed as much as 500 tons. That number alone would shock anyone who heard it. That same month, faced with the reincarnator's request, you fell silent. You decided to help them again. They lacked a sense of security, so you took it upon yourself to create that sense of security. In this world, where was the safest place? Why in your stomach? You met the 3 reincarnators on an outlying island in the southern sea. They were profoundly shocked by your existence. Reincarnators were not limited to humans, so they did not question in the least that you were a giant python. This taught you a few things. You took the initiative to ask, and they told you their mission to go to any grotto heaven and retrieve the corpse of a mutated beast. Your heart stirred. For the time being, you shelved the idea of killing them and decided to turn their own scheme against them. You led them to find a grotto heaven where they could enter and survive. In the land of Little Japan, you found a divine grotto heaven. Speaking of gods, the gods of Little Japan called themselves 8 million strong. From this alone, one could see how worthless those gods were. Most of this grotto heaven was filled with somewhat mutated exotic beasts. The strongest could barely kill an ordinary person. You went in and brutally slaughtered everything in your path. Even the most powerful sacred beast there, a Tier 3 seven-tailed fox, was easily killed by you alone. You swallowed the Tier 3 seven-tailed fox in a single gulp, and with a flick of your tail tossed a Tier 1 bear beast to the 3 reincarnators to see what they would gain. After they completed the mission, you saw each of them receive a bottle of Tier 1 enhancement liquid. You killed the 3 reincarnators with one lash of your tail, seized their enhancement potions, and took the 3 spiritual items whose total spiritual energy was around 100,000. Then you swallowed everything in one gulp. Reincarnators' physical bodies simply could not be eaten. You tried eating them again, but failed. You swallowed the 3 bottles of enhancement liquid, and your base weight rose directly from 500 tons to 530 tons. One bottle of liquid alone had increased your weight by 10 tons. You used all your spiritual energy to nourish your physical body. Month 4, as you grew, even the marine life that absorbed the most spiritual energy could barely evolve to Tier 1. Month 5, you grew to 87 meters, and your weight increased to 550 tons. A reincarnator descended into this world ahead of schedule, a Tier 5 evolver wielding a longbow that could shoot aircraft out of the sky. You commanded 1,000 tons of seawater in battle against this foe. After hundreds of clashes, you bit half of its body to pieces, but your head was pierced through as well. Simulation ended. Please choose one of the following rewards. Host. 87 meters, 550 tons. Tier 5 reincarnator status unknown. Zhang Chen looked at the rewards before him, and his body twitched instinctively. Tier 5 against Tier 3 again. Damn it. Zhang Chen firmly believed that if it were a battle between beings of the same life rank, just like in the divine grotto heaven of the land of Little Japan, a Tier 3 seven-tailed fox would be killed by him with a single bite. I choose 87 meters and 550 tons. After his choice, Zhang Chen's body began to change and finally settled at 88 meters and 570 tons. His body shifted once again, and Zhang Chen could not help twisting his enormous serpentine frame. The huge rocks that had once been able to cover his body were now crumbling and collapsing under his unintentional movements. Leaving the undersea cave he had accidentally collapsed in his earlier excitement, Zhang Chen's heart churned with doubts. At this moment, especially now, he suddenly felt lost. What should he do next? With that thought, Zhang Chen surveyed the illusory scenery around him, twisting his serpentine body in search of the Jiaolong well that had appeared in the simulation. Soon at the sight of the Nanhai, Zhang Chen smashed through a submarine rock cavern and caught sight of a wellhead. This is it. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Chen thrust his serpentine gaze toward the undersea wellhead. A single eye flushed crimson stared back at him. It was the flood dragon whose level had been unknown in the simulation. In those blood-red eyes, Zhang Chen saw only madness. So deranged. Shaken inwardly, Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze. Clearly, he had already provoked the creature. The creature coiled atop the undersea dragon suppressing, well, its colossal body radiating a cold, eerie gleam. The mere sensation of it was enough to make one's heart tremble. But Zhang Chen did not flinch. He had already devised a new plan. Simulate, then devour the dragon. With that thought, he soon coiled atop the dragon suppressing well and fell asleep. Time passed quickly, and the simulation count soon refreshed. Begin today's simulation. January. You leave the Nanhai, knowing you are no match for that flood dragon. So you must devour. Keep eating, ceaselessly eating, to become stronger. You enter the Indian Ocean region, where several isolated archipelagos lie. After entering, you discover a secret various factions exist there, but you have no interest in them. Instead, you fix your gaze on those tribal races. You find that the stone statues worshipped by these tribesmen contain immense faith power. Faith power can be exchanged for spiritual energy at a 1-to-1 ratio, which delights you. After seizing 4 cardinal faith steels and devouring all their faith power, you gain 2 points of spiritual energy. You are extremely excited. You channel all this spiritual energy into your nuclear-powered energy source, aiming to make it achieve its third breakthrough. To this end, you spare no effort, risking being blasted by nuclear mushroom clouds, and arrive in India. Your true body appears in India. Your colossal frame startles the locals, who take you for a god descending from heaven. You pay them no heed, swiftly crawling to an ancient Buddhist site, where a millennium of faith power resides. After devouring countless faith-imbued Buddha statues, you instantly gain 1,000,000 faith power. The 1,000,000 faith power transforms into 1,000,000 threads of spiritual energy. You devour every single thread, and they become the seed for the third transformation of your nuclear energy source. Empowered by such a scale of spiritual energy, you sense an impending breakthrough. You leave India and the Indian Ocean, enter the Mariana Trench, find the Kraken of the North Sea, slay it on the spot, and devour its flesh and blood. Then your transformation truly begins. The nuclear energy source completes its third transformation, now possessing the prototype of true nuclear power. Theoretically, all your talents, passive or active, can be unleashed without limit. Uncovering this secret leaves you utterly stunned. February. You enter the Bermuda Triangle, once more delving into its hidden realm 10,000 meters beneath the sea. You challenge the abyssal terror, unleashing 100 nuclear blasts that affect a 10,000-meter expanse, power enough to level an entire ecosystem. Despite grave injuries, you kill the abyssal terror. But not long after, a mutant great white shark targets you. Already critically wounded, you die before you can devour the abyssal terror. Simulation over. Please choose a reward: nuclear energy source, 3 prototype of infinite energy, or 1 abyssal terror under your command. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred. A fifth-order life form at his beck and call was tempting. But Zhang Chen ignored it directly and looked toward the first reward: nuclear power, infinite energy. If the transformation is truly complete, can I become a mage? With that thought, Zhang Chen stirred his will. A ball of nuclear arc energy materialized beside him, then violently expanded outward. In an instant, every creature within 10,000 meters of sea died. So powerful. Zhang Chen was utterly astounded. Especially now, he was even more shocked. As he thought this, Zhang Chen closed his serpentine pupils, intending to return to slumber. But soon something occurred to him, and he cast his cold, sinister gaze toward the well beneath him. The flood dragon seemed to have fallen asleep again. Iron chains were deeply embedded in its flesh, and bones wound so tightly that any movement would cause tearing wounds. Let me see if my current nuclear arc energy can electrocute this flood dragon. As he thought this, an arc flickered. Zhang Chen soon realized the nuclear power could be directed. In an instant, the flood dragon awoke. It let out roar after roar of draconic cries at Zhang Chen, the sound resounding. Yet the area around the dragon suppressing well seemed completely sealed off. Soon Zhang Chen found the pattern. One surge of nuclear power after another was conducted into the dragon-suppressing well. His body periodically flashed with nuclear blasts, but every one was directed down into the well. A day passed quickly, and soon Zhang Chen regained his senses. Good heavens! No fewer than 100 full-force nuclear blasts would have collapsed even an ecosystem, yet this flood dragon remained only enraged, radiating boundless killing intent. Zhang Chen watched, his heart full of shock. At noon, the simulation count refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. January. You turn ruthless, unleashing over 1,000 nuclear explosions every day, channeling their full force into the dragon-suppressing well. February. At this rate, after a month, you finally manage to kill the flood dragon, shocking you to the core and leaving only exhilaration. You devour the flood dragon's body. Your size begins to grow rapidly, reaching 90 meters while your weight leaps to 700 tons. This enhancement fills you with excitement. Your weight undergoes a qualitative increase, but the flood dragon of unknown rank had concentrated all its energy into a dragon pearl. The pearl was guarded by a formation you cannot break, so you fail to obtain its true essence. As you try to leave, chains appear on your body. You are trapped in the undersea dragon-suppressing well. Year 1. You are trapped for a year. Countless times you try to break free and struggle, but every attempt fails. Year 2. You struggle for 2 years. Not once do you succeed. Year 3. You continue struggling. Were it not for the effects of the nuclear energy source's third transformation, you would have starved to death long ago. After countless years you fell into despair. You died in the dragon locking well. Simulation over. Host, please select from the following rewards. 90 meters, 700 tons, and a severely wounded sealed flood dragon condition unknown. Seeing this, Zhang Chen fell silent. He had thought this was a great opportunity, but it turned out to be a place of death. I choose 90 meters, 700 tons. Growing in body length was becoming more and more difficult. Thinking this, Zhang Chen had no idea why, but he had not yet touched the limit of third-tier life. The growth ceiling of the giant-toothed Titan python was clearly a whole dimension higher than that of the Titan python. The Titan python was an ancient extinct species, while the giant-toothed Titan python had clearly risen above the level of high-tier ancient bloodlines. With that in mind, Zhang Chen bit a rock to pieces in one mouthful, as if it were tofu. With a flick of his head, the stone drifted more than 10 meters through the ocean before coming to a stop. Zhang Chen watched all this with nothing but calm in his heart. Looking at the well mouth where the flood dragon still raged, he felt nothing but regret. What a pity. He could no longer keep killing the dragon and seizing its pearl to stack buffs in the simulation. With that thought, Zhang Chen soon turned his gaze toward another direction. There lay an undersea volcanic crater at a similar distance. Slithering close to the magma, vent the scorching molten rock could do him no more harm than a warm spring could to a person. Soon afterward, Zhang Chen slipped into a deep slumber. He spent most of his time after being reborn as a python sleeping. His enormous serpent body blocked the submarine volcanic crater, and all the heat surged against his coiled frame. Yet he still had not given up on the dragon locking well. He had not abandoned the thought of killing the flood dragon and seizing its pearl. After all, a single flood dragon pearl contained enough energy to allow him to evolve once. He could not bear to give it up, so he had to find a solution within the simulation. The sun blazed scorching hot, yet its light still could not reach where Zhang Chen was. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In the first month, you left the South China Sea and reached the center of the Pacific. You discovered the legendary Pacific Sea monster, but it was merely a mutated octopus of considerable size. It was only a Tier 1 life form. Because octopuses can alter their own species' genes, and because it was a mutated Tier 1 life form, its body was nearly 30 meters long. You showed no reaction, treated it like a small spicy strip, and swallowed it in one gulp. After it went down, you savored the taste. Not very good, but not bad either. In the second month, you traveled far across the Pacific and arrived in the Antarctic region. The ocean there was frigid and the temperature dropped sharply, but that meant nothing to a life form as formidable as you, one that could linger inside a volcanic vent without harm. You reached the Antarctic ice sheet. You felt that the world's two polar ice extremes must surely hold something. Or perhaps you simply wanted to gamble on whether you could find some relic left by antiquity. Wrapped in a vast amount of nuclear electric energy, you ignored all ice and crawled deep into the Antarctic glacier. There you saw the corpse of an immense serpent already rotting, its energy entirely dissipated. Aside from a body of ordinary serpent flesh, it had no significance. The giant serpent was sealed within a massive block of 10,000-year-old ice. It was long dead, yet the position of its head, a divine sword, had pinned it to the glacier. You were shaken. From the aura it gave off, it was absolutely stronger than a 5th-tier life form. The so-called 5th-tier Golden Crow, Deep Sea Terror, and 5th-tier Reincarnator were all as insignificant as chaff before it. All of them would be slain by this great serpent. You even felt that this serpent's rank surpassed that of the flood dragon in the dragon-locking well beneath the South China Sea. However, it was already dead. You wanted to break through the 10,000-year-old ice, but you sensed the killing intent of that divine sword, as if it were warning you that the instant you broke the ice you would die. You chose to back away, but not to leave Antarctica. You turned in another direction and continued deeper. After another 10,000 meters, you entered the abyssal depths of Antarctica. There you discovered a group of ancient apes sealed in ice. You devoured the 8 frozen ancient apes and awakened a new talent, Berserk. Your Berserk could increase your strength by 50 and your speed by 50. You were overjoyed because this talent was also growth capable. The stronger you became, the greater its effect. You decided to turn back and attempt to break open the 10,000-year-old ice sealing the giant serpent. You absolutely refused to believe that the creature had no other use once its flesh had rotted away. You unleashed Berserk, and after one nuclear electric blast after another, the 10,000-year-old ice finally melted. The divine sword planted in the great serpent's head radiated an aura of divine might, then slashed toward you. In an instant you were pinned to the glacier. Impaled by the divine sword, you tried to struggle, but found your whole body seized by an unnatural cold. In the end, you died beneath the divine sword's blade. Simulation over. Host, please select from the following rewards. Talent Berserk, physical capabilities and speed increased by 50. 8 ancient apes carrying ancient bloodlines, and some viruses owe a divine sword status and location. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart quaked, but he quickly recovered his composure. I choose the talent Berserk, physical capabilities and speed increased by 50. After making his choice, Zhang Chen's serpent body trembled, and in the next moment, he had mastered the power of berserk. He slowly closed his eyes, writhing ceaselessly in the magma, as if exulting. Even my defensive power has increased. Thinking this, Zhang Chen felt the talent was even more extraordinary. If paired with petrification, wouldn't his defense be elevated by an entire grade? With that thought, Zhang Chen was still quite pleased. At this moment, above, the South China Sea surveillance equipment had already locked onto Zhang Chen. Report: abnormal biological fluctuations have appeared in the South China Sea. It is suspected to be the snake that escaped from the Yangtze River. Excellent. Confirm it. At any cost. That serpent killed 1,000 of our researchers. If necessary, nuclear weapons may be used. Out on the sea surface, many bionic fish were swimming. Because Zhang Chen was too deep inside the volcanic crater, the eye of the South China Sea lay extremely deep. Even the robotic bionic fish could only confirm Zhang Chen's position from the middle layer of the South China Sea. Time flowed on. No matter how many robotic fish there were, Zhang Chen felt no trace of fear. This was the ocean, and he possessed the innate talent of water control. Not to mention anything else. Even a submarine was nothing more than a clumsy piece of sheet metal in Zhang Chen's eyes now. Time passed quickly, and the next simulation soon refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In the first month, you left the South China Sea and headed for Europe. You had set your sights on the Grand Cathedral in Europe, for within it lay treasures that made you covet them. You felt that the statue of God in the great cathedral must possess no small amount of faith power. Thus you made your choice. You were determined to force your way in. You have reached the shore, and your massive body, hundreds of meters in length, appears as a demon in the eyes of the white man. Your black-green form truly resembles the demons from their mythology. Your very existence filled them with terror, yet you showed no intention of stopping. You undulated forward with your colossal body, and the ground beneath you could not bear your weight, leaving behind long, deep furrows. You entered the cathedral and gazed upon the statues of God and the angels brimming with the power of faith. Without hesitation, you swallowed the divine figures whole, drawing upon centuries of devotion from countless believers. This influx of spiritual energy immediately amplified your own cultivation. You channeled all this spiritual energy into strengthening yourself. At that moment, you felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through your body, growing stronger with each passing second. In the second month, you sat cross-legged beneath the cathedral, utterly unafraid of the humans closing in around you. They had surrounded you at the heart of the church, determined to kill you. Over the course of a month, you metabolized all that accumulated faith into pure spiritual energy, using it to forge your physical form. Now standing at 92 meters in length and weighing 770 tons, your body had been fundamentally transformed. Just as you completed this metamorphosis of your flesh, you suddenly sensed an intense hostility. Without warning, your body was transported to another realm, a heavenly grotto known as the Angel Grotto. Upon arrival, you saw a six-winged angel charging toward you with lethal intent. Facing this celestial warrior, you felt no fear whatsoever. Filled with rage, you counterattacked with devastating fury. You unleashed all your innate abilities to battle this fourth-rank angel. In the end, you tore through its body with a single bite and devoured it whole. After consuming the angel, your fury only intensified as you surveyed the dozens of angels surrounding you. You devoured all these angels in one go, your overwhelming power evident to all. That so-called supreme angel, a fourth-rank six-winged being, was nothing more than fragile prey beneath your fangs. After consuming the angels, a sudden sensation prickled at your consciousness. You found yourself transported to the Shangdi Grotto, where an elderly mortal stood before you. A deep chill radiated from the base of your serpent body as you faced him. You died. The simulation has ended. Please choose from the following rewards: host. 92 meters, 770 tons, 50 angels, first-rank life. At this point, Zhang Chen could no longer contain himself. He flicked his serpent tail, and the tremendous kinetic force stirred the already restless volcanic mountain. As his serpent tail swayed, massive chunks of underwater rock snapped apart, triggering a minor eruption from the active volcano. Swirling magma surged forth, completely engulfing Zhang Chen, though it had no real effect on him. After much deliberation, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose 92 meters, 770 tons. Upon making his selection, Zhang Chen's form expanded to 93 meters with a weight of 800 tons. The surge in his size brought a slight improvement to Zhang Chen's otherwise gloomy mood. Every simulation throws up some enemy capable of killing me. I'll see whether these things can actually threaten me a month from now. With these thoughts, Zhang Chen suddenly raised his head. His enormous serpent head emerged from the scorching magma. But the next moment, a roaring reverberated through his mind. A nuclear detonation. Damn it. Who is it? Reacting on instinct, he activated every defensive state at his disposal. This was no ordinary explosion. It was a hydrogen bomb of considerable yield. The overwhelming shockwaves forced him to sink deep into the magma below. By the time Zhang Chen regained his senses, he had descended deep into the subterranean magma chambers. On the surface, seawater within a certain radius instantly vaporized, creating a temporary void that surrounding ocean currents rushed to fill. Deep within the magma, protected by water currents and various defensive barriers, Zhang Chen was merely dazed by the initial shockwave. He suffered no injuries. Report: target has vanished. Confirmed killed. The news reached the experimental base, sending waves of excitement through the team. They finally had their answer: the creature was dead. But what of Zhang Chen? He looked around in complete bewilderment, having no idea where he'd ended up. Where is this? Trapped in the subterranean magma, Zhang Chen hesitated. His body moved restlessly near the magma vent, confused by how the hydrogen bomb had triggered an unexpected reversal rather than a surface eruption, leaving him disoriented. His body pressed against the magma vent, a suffocating sense of claustrophobia overwhelmed him. Blind to his surroundings, he relied on his senses alone to search for an escape. Yet the active magma currents that had characterized this area had vanished entirely, stirring unease within him. Damn it. Just you wait. I'll return and smash your worthless lab to pieces. With this thought, Zhang Chen's lingering anxiety began to fade, and his body drifted gently with the flow of the magma. Soon Zhang Chen closed his cold, sharp serpent eyes. The darkness around him was absolute, and the thin membrane protecting his vision could no longer withstand the scorching heat of the magma. Without the sun to mark the passage of time, Zhang Chen had lost all sense of the world outside. Only when the simulation refreshed would today's scenario begin. Begin today's simulation. In January, you searched for an exit to the surface, but the prolonged exposure to scorching magma had severely damaged your eyes, leaving you blind. A serpent without sight. In February, guided by instinct, you calmly emerged from another submarine volcano. Your eyes, shielded only by a few thin membranes, had been nearly consumed by the relentless heat of the magma. In March, you sensed an intense, killing intent that tormented you beyond bearing. The urge to smash against walls consumed you, yet you couldn't locate its source. Your inner world grew increasingly hollow, and this oppressive sensation slowly twisted your mind. In March, driven by the scent in the air, you stormed into a coastal city and laid waste to everything in your path. Every 10 seconds, you unleashed a nuclear explosion, annihilating over 1 million people instantly. You didn't even know which city you were in. You only knew that buildings crumbled like paper before you. Once you departed that city, your existence became akin to a mobile nuclear weapon. While your central devastation might not match a true bomb, your area of effect damage was evenly distributed across everything you touched. Through relentless barrage and total coverage, you became humanity's most dreaded threat, a target they deemed essential to eliminate. In April, guided by instinct, you wandered aimlessly along the coastline, when suddenly a fragrance hit your senses. One so intoxicating it drove you nearly mad. You crushed everything in your path, without flinching even as missiles struck around you. Deep within the grounds of a prestigious estate, you discovered a bottle of 10,000 years spiritual elixir. You immediately decided to use this 10,000 years spiritual elixir to restore your sight. You poured the entire contents of the elixir onto your burned eyes. Your eyes underwent an unknown evolution, successfully transforming into a new talent, adaptive vision. Like adapting to breathing, you can adapt to any environment, any region, and then make changes. Your existence finally aroused humanity's fear, and at this moment, a nuclear mushroom detonated beside you. You were at the exact center of the nuclear blast, with temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees erupting in an instant and lasting only for that instant. Then the temperature plummeted, but in that brief moment you were instantly scorched, your entire body suffering severe trauma. Then you were hit by the massive shockwave, your flesh and blood, everything about you was affected. Even as a third-tier life form, you perished. You took a direct nuclear strike head-on and died. Simulation ended. Please choose your rewards, host. Talent: adaptive vision, 1 nuclear blast at your command. Reading this, Zhang Chen's mind stirred. He already felt his eyes somewhat unsettled. I'll choose the talent instead. I choose the talent adaptive vision. As he thought this, Zhang Chen felt something stir within, and the next moment his serpent pupils burned fiercely. Then came a wave of comfort. Is this the sensation of adaptive vision? As he pondered, Zhang Chen felt a shift within, and in that moment his eyes seemed transformed, though he couldn't quite articulate what had changed. At this point, Zhang Chen was filled with amazement. Lava was essentially a form of rock, yet he could perceive its general flow direction. With this thought, Zhang Chen's anticipation grew. He wondered what advantages this adaptive vision might bring. Quickly, he slithered his serpent body toward the volcanic vent he sensed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. January. A span of 7 days. You located a submarine volcano, and through it escaped the magma zone. In those days, you even began to grow accustomed to such conditions. Relying on your perception, you reached the Mariana Trench, where you single-handedly hunted down and killed the sea monster in just a few bites. After devouring the sea monster, your body began to grow. To accelerate your growth and become stronger, you entered the divine domain of the small nation. Those first and second-tier so-called deities were devoured by you one after another, and that 7-tailed fox became your blood offering. After consuming everything, you departed from the divine domain. February, with the passage of time, you now measured 95 meters in length and weighed 850 tons. March, spiritual energy revived, countless strands descending as you devoured frantically. April, you arrived in the Bermuda Triangle, the most chaotic maritime region in the world. You located the Bermuda domain and deliberately entered. Upon arrival, you first devoured the mutated megalodon, tearing it into a mass of rotting flesh before consuming it. After the mutated megalodon was devoured, the giant squid appeared and was swiftly consumed and strangled by you, its blood dyeing a stretch of sea crimson. Your actions attracted several more oceanic behemoths, but these ranged only from second to third-tier life forms. All were instantly slain by you. The thick aura of blood dyed the waters crimson, and your actions drew out Bermuda's strongest sea monster, the deep sea terror. You felt not a shred of fear, unleashing nuclear blasts recklessly. After countless clashes, though severely wounded, you ultimately slew the deep sea terror. After devouring the deep sea terror, you were actively teleported away. You returned to the Bermuda waters, though the deep sea terror within your belly confirmed you had consumed it. Your physical body rapidly evolved. Due to the vast energy you sensed, you could undergo a transformation, yet you felt this metamorphosis might fail from insufficient foundation. Instead, you directed all your energy toward growth. May your size increase day by day. Given your massive ancient frame, even your changes felt comparatively modest. June, you had completely digested everything within, including the deep sea terror, the mutated megalodon, the giant squid. Your body now measured 99 meters in length, and your weight reached an impressive 980 tons. As you were about to figure out how to devour the dragon from Nanhai, a reincarnator appeared. They were 5th tier, wielding a longbow, and you recognized them. That was the one who had killed you multiple times, filling you with intense rage. You clashed with that 5th tier reincarnator in fierce combat. After countless exchanges, you engulfed them with tens of millions of tons of seawater and bit them to death in one strike. Their final arrow also pierced completely through your head, and both of you died simultaneously. Simulation ended. Please choose your rewards, host. Reward 1, 99 meters, 980 tons. Reward 2, a severely wounded 5th tier reincarnator, condition unknown. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was equally filled with confusion. Another reincarnator. He felt somewhat agitated. If possible, when the real-world time arrived, that reincarnator would appear right alongside him, and he would instantly eliminate them. Clutching this thought, Zhang Chen made a resolute decision and selected his reward. I choose 99 meters, weighing 980 tons. After his body underwent rapid growth, Zhang Chen felt the changes within himself. Now he could confidently declare himself a 100-meter behemoth, his weight reaching an unprecedented 1,000 tons, far beyond what other life forms could achieve. This was Zhang Chen's confidence in fighting 5th-tier life at his 3rd-tier level. It wasn't that he was too strong, but that his enemies were too weak, so weak that Zhang Chen scarcely deigned to give them a second glance. Now he had officially broken through to become a 100-meter giant weighing a full 1,000 tons. Zhang Chen soon fell silent, but his adaptive vision had already begun to take effect. He seemed to perceive the general flow patterns of the magma world, so he selected the most intense flow region, eager to see which volcanic vent was its source. As Zhang Chen moved roughly, his mind went blank and soon drifted into a half-sleep. When Zhang Chen awoke again, the simulation had been refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. January. A few days passed as you located the source of that volcanic vent. February. You just appeared at the volcanic vent emerging from Mount Fuji. Something came to mind. That small nation was using nuclear weapons to bomb you, and you were still at the heart of Mount Fuji. You directly triggered a nuclear explosion right there. Your actions became the final straw, causing the volcano to erupt. The megavolcano detonated, releasing energy equivalent to over 1,000 nuclear bombs, and you were launched hundreds of meters into the sky. Because you were far too heavy, compounded by other factors, you couldn't reach higher altitudes. You crashed down with massive amounts of lava onto a skyscraper, which tilted instantly and was flattened beneath your weight without a sound. Your weight is terrifying, thousands of tons combined with the force of a fall from the heavens. Even an iron fortress would be crushed into a flat disk, yet you would remain unscathed. This is the horror of your internal and defensive power. The massive volcanic eruption caused the islands of Xiaobingwa to collapse. Half of its territory sank beneath the waves, swallowed by the vast ocean, and crashingly funneled into the Mariana Trench, the deepest trench in the world. In the 3rd month, spiritual energy revived. Your emergence sent Xiaobingwa into a furious frenzy. They were consumed by rage regarding you as an outsider who did not walk their path and sought your destruction. They brought forth their most treasured weapons, fissile bombs rivaling nuclear ordnance, to obliterate you. Yet you dwelled within the ocean, and with your dominion over the water, a tribute, you feared no nuclear bomb. In this state, even a precise nuclear strike could do nothing to you. With the revival of spiritual energy, strands of chi descended each day. However, the demands of the entire world were evident from the quantity of spiritual energy that manifested. This would forge a pyramidal world where only the supreme being at its apex would be worthy of consuming 90% of the world's spiritual energy. What notion of the 28% principle? It was zero approaching infinity, one matched against the entire world, and you were that supreme being qualified to stand above the world. Thus you began an active transformation. Possessing the ability to fluctuate with nuclear energy, you swiftly discovered an absorption rate nearly as rapid as water drawn into a sponge. If you were to reverse the nuclear detonation, all spiritual energy within a 10,000-meter radius would be absorbed by you. Even creatures that had already absorbed spiritual energy would be detected by your senses, guiding you to hunt them down and eliminate them. Armed with this ability, you roamed about like a madman, activating it once every minute. The pace was swift. Though some may have escaped detection, you cared not. Your only desire was to absorb spiritual energy as quickly as possible. In April, over the span of 1 month, you continuously absorbed spiritual energy. The more you drew in, the more there seemed to be. This time you felt your growth approaching some kind of limit. You recognized this condition, that you were on the verge of touching the upper boundary of the giant-toothed Titan python and simultaneously reaching the ceiling of third-order life. In response to this situation, your heart grew restless with anxiety. You devoted all your spiritual energy to tempering your bloodline. In May, you had already collected 1 million strands of spiritual energy using the reverse nuclear absorption ability. Finding this too cumbersome, you decided to consolidate them. Ultimately, 10,000 strands of spiritual energy merged into a single thread, and you gathered 100 threads of spiritual energy. You applied all the spiritual energy to the refinement of your bloodline. In June, time flowed onward, yet you showed no signs of relaxation. You simply wished to accelerate your transformation. You entered the Mariana Trench and devoured the North Sea demon within. After consuming it, you went directly to the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, found that Pacific Sea monster, and devoured it as a mere appetizer. Leaving the Pacific Basin, you entered the South China Sea. Your greedy gaze fixed upon the Jiaolong dragon. You wished to swallow it and seize its dragon pearl, for that would allow direct evolution without great effort. But at this moment you sensed an intense killing intent. You abandoned the thought of devouring the dragon, and instead set your eyes upon the far reaches of the Yangtze River. Without hesitation, you traveled upstream along the Yangtze River basin, carrying thousands of tons of seawater. This unexpected behavior enraged humanity to no end. They believed you were provoking them. You surged upward without pausing, smashing recklessly through the current until you reached the upper reaches where a heavenly realm lay. Upon arriving at that position, you suddenly noticed 5 hydrogen mushrooms. In an instant, you compressed thousands of tons of water flow, and simultaneously the 5 hydrogen mushrooms detonated. Shielded by the water flow, you did not perish. Entering the heavenly realm directly, you spotted a skull lizard, and without a second thought bit it to death and devoured it in 2 or 3 bites. Then you saw a lion beast possessing boundless bloodline, which you likewise devoured without hesitation. After devouring those 2 creatures, you continued roaming, sweeping all directions with hundreds of tons of water flow. You kept consuming the exotic beasts you encountered. When you came upon 7 second-order beasts resembling mythological creatures, fire crows began circling in the sky, emanating an aura of death. You faced a 5th-order fire crow possessing even a trace of golden crow bloodline without the slightest fear. Coiling your serpent body, you charged forward with your massive jaws and fangs like a city gate, poised to devour the fire crow. Growing to 101 meters and weighing 1050 tons, how could you possibly fear a bird? In terms of physical prowess, you could crush it outright. Yet against the flying fire crow, you could only rage helplessly. Through such heaven-to-earth and earth-to-sky onslaughts, you repeatedly unleashed nuclear explosions, blasting apart the fire crow's wings. Your very existence was a demon to the fire crow. Gathering your strength, you surged toward the heavens. The earth trembled from your reverse force, as though speaking of the recent scene. Using 100 nuclear explosions, you finally slew the fanged creature and devoured it. Your bloodline underwent transformation, faltering, not entering the state wherein the Titan python metamorphosed into a mutated Titan python. Your transformation succeeded. You had successfully metamorphosed into a mutated giant-toothed Titan python. Your upper limit had been elevated, and you could continue to ascend further. As you had just completed your transformation, you sensed an overwhelming malice. Coming to your senses, you witnessed the heavenly realm collapsing around you. Yes, collapsing, with the heavens crumbling and the earth splitting apart in a catastrophic spectacle. You were still a step short of escaping the heavenly realm, and together with it you dissolved. You entered the void layer of the world, but soon found yourself unable to withstand this environment, and you perished. The simulation has concluded. Please choose your rewards, host. Mutated giant-toothed Titan python bloodline transformation, 101 meters, 1050 tons, 1 fire crow, at your command, possessing golden crow bloodline. This round offered 3 rewards. Zhang Chen regarded the current choices with a flicker of excitement, and without hesitation, made his selection. I choose the mutated giant-toothed Titan python bloodline. The bloodline transformation and the changes to his body left Zhang Chen with nothing but a profound sense of comfort. This transformation brought Zhang Chen nothing but bliss. Even immersed in magma, his comfort was undisturbed. Sensing the horrors beyond, Zhang Chen's heart swelled with excitement. Within the magma, Zhang Chen involuntarily rolled his body. From his perception, the magma that had once held some heat had completely lost all sensation, as if a scalding hot spring had cooled to tepid water. It felt even more comfortable. If not for Zhang Chen's sufficiently powerful physique, he would not merely fail to grow. He would be annihilated in such an environment, reduced to ashes. After one simulation, Zhang Chen already knew the source of that great volcanic stream. It was Mount Fuji in Japan. Time passed swiftly. When Zhang Chen came to a complete standstill, he raised his head toward the space above. That should be the exit. He twisted his body and gazed at the volcanic crater. It looked highly active, scorching magma roiled, and waves of sulfurous fumes saturated the air. Zhang Chen could no longer smell a thing. His head surfaced, and gradually a head the size of a large truck emerged from the scorching magma. So this is Mount Fuji. But this was the inner core of the volcano. Outside it lay an unimaginable snowscape. Snow descended fiercely, while the outermost magma had already turned into obsidian. At that moment, the simulation time had also arrived. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. January, you burst out of the volcanic crater. This time you did not detonate Mount Fuji. Your existence only accelerated the inevitable eruption of Mount Fuji, but whether or not you used a nuclear blast, the outcome was the same. February, your body wandered freely through Japan. Your actions enraged the country, so it dispatched 10,000 self-defense force troops to kill you. With a single nuclear blast on the spot, you slaughtered those small fry outright. You entered Japan's divine grotto heaven. After a bout of slaughter and devouring, you consumed every exotic beast, including a seven-tailed fox that was a third-order life form. After swallowing the seven-tailed fox, you grew to some extent, but your growth rate was not fast. You happened upon another grotto heaven in Japan, a sealed world where Yamada no Orochi was imprisoned. A serpent more than 100 meters long roared with 8 heads, reeking of bloodthirsty slaughter. Yamada no Orochi was not dead, but was suppressed beneath a divine sword. Relying on the advantage of its suppression, you unleashed nuclear blasts continuously. However enraged Yamada no Orochi was, it could only take the blows. The blast spread across 10,000 meters, and Yamada no Orochi was the first target. Before long, this serpent, whose life level was 1 grade above the 5th order, went limp. Taking advantage of its utter weakness, you bit it and managed to obtain a mouthful of its flesh. Even as a snake, you felt as though you were biting into rotten meat. Nevertheless, you swallowed it down despite your nausea. Then Yamada no Orochi raged. You kept releasing nuclear blasts from the side. Whenever it weakened again, you darted forward and took another bite. Through that shifting balance of power, you bit Yamada no Orochi to death, leaving not a single piece of good flesh on its entire body. After completely devouring Yamada no Orochi, you gained a rather useless ability. A baleful aura that could overawe the weak. However, you felt it was a chicken rib. If you needed area attacks, you used nuclear blasts, while for single targets, this intimidating ability had no effect whatsoever. That was why you considered it worthless. After devouring Yamada no Orochi, you began to grow with startling speed. Although the serpent had been weakened, it was still a 6th-order life form, bringing you vast and pure life energy. March spiritual energy revived, and your body swelled explosively to 105 meters and 1100 tons. Such growth would be enough to make any living creature an apex overlord of its ecological niche. April, you stumbled into the United States, the most difficult country to reason with. Seeing you invade its territory, it immediately launched nuclear mushrooms at you, hoping to destroy you in the cradle. But you were by no means an easy opponent. After 100 nuclear blasts, you erased a major city of millions from the map, leaving no survivors. Your existence filled the United States with dread. It drew upon its national trump card, a nuclear-grade colossal beast crafted by science, and sent it to kill you. You dared not be negligent, moving close to fight it, and discovered that on this ancient land there was something alluring, a substance that drove you mad. You collided with the colossal beast directly. To your astonishment, the United States detonated the beast, created with the nation's entire scientific research, as a self-destruct. In an instant, the force of dozens of nuclear mushrooms struck your body. You only felt a tremendous shock run through you. Even in your strongest state, you could at best endure a small-yield nuclear mushroom and suffer injuries. But what you now faced was power no less than the explosion of dozens of mushrooms. In a single instant, your body collapsed, and blinding light, with searing heat, incinerated you. Only your head remained. 1 day later, you died. Simulation over. Please select one of the following rewards. Host. 105 meters 1100 tons. A prehistoric colossal beast researched by the United States. Status unknown. One of your heads dead. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's snake body trembled. The third option was so bizarre that he wanted to complain. The second choice was also unacceptable. Although it was a good thing for his current self, its status was unknown. Whether it would possess intelligence, whether it would be hostile. At any rate, all Zhang Chen could feel at this moment was a desire to complain. I choose 105 meters and 1100 tons. Then Zhang Chen felt a comfortable ripple pass through his snake body. When the comfort faded, he came back to his senses. His length was now 106 meters, and his weight 1150 tons. A further increase in size was still a considerable rate of growth for Zhang Chen. His present form was built through steady day-by-day accumulation. He shook his snake body, flinging the magma stuck to his scales. Zhang Chen slowly climbed up the rim, and soon his head poked out. All around was a vast expanse of white. It was snowing here. Having regained his senses, Zhang Chen felt so comfortable that he wanted to roar, using the sound to vent his relief. Yet in an instant he snapped awake, sensing a pair of eyes watching him. His snake eyes involuntarily looked upward. The fog in the sky was very deep. With such dense fog, Zhang Chen was not sure whether satellites could see him, but he still decided to stay low. Having climbed out just far enough to expose his head, Zhang Chen no longer pushed upward. He let his massive body fall back into the magma. Magma has a very high density. Ordinary creatures that fell into it could not sink beneath the surface. They would only be scorched and turned to ash. But this clearly did not apply to Zhang Chen. To him, magma was no different from water. In fact, it was even easier to swim through because the densities differed. Moreover, Zhang Chen was certain that the magma beneath the Earth's crust was no less abundant than the oceans on the surface. Report: abnormal life form detected. Suspected to be that monster which once appeared at the Three Gorges in China and entered the sea. On Japanese soil, instruments had detected the instant Zhang Chen surfaced. One such message plunged the whole of Japan into a state of anxiety and unrest. The nation then publicly declared a national level 3 combat readiness. It wasn't that they were fearless. Zhang Chen had displayed far too much power in the Yangtze River basin. If that giant serpent activated, that ability triggered Mount Fuji's eruption and then circled around Japan. Once they could officially declare that Japan would cease to exist. Soon the simulation refreshed once more. Begin today's simulation. Ding. The simulation has started. In January, over the span of 3 days, you seem to have discerned something. The self-defense forces of the island nation had amassed 100,000 troops at Mount Fuji. They were clearly after you. As you watched swarms of Japanese soldiers appearing one after another, murderous intent surged within you. They seemed to be taunting you. In February, the Japanese produced all manner of biological weapons to blast you, fueling your fury. When they brought out the heart of an ancient demon king, your rage blazed even hotter. This was a blatant provocation. You slowly crawled out of Mount Fuji's volcanic crater. Your colossal frame, an icy, murderous aura, and the overwhelming pressure of a higher life form pressing down on lesser beings. Your very existence was like primal fear etched into human genes. In an instant, tens of thousands of self-defense force soldiers were seized with panic. Before the 100,000-strong self-defense forces could even launch an assault, you summoned a blazing nuclear explosion around your body that expanded outward in an instant. No one caught within its radius survived. Even those standing 5 kilometers away were not spared. Immediately after, you sensed an extremely dense, killing intent that made your entire body shudder. Raising your head, you saw the heart overflowing with life. The heart of a 5th-rank life form had been blown to pieces. You realized you had been toyed with, and in a blaze of fury you crawled back into the magma cavern beneath Mount Fuji, unleashing the greatest energy you could muster. A nuclear blast then triggered a full-scale eruption, and a supervolcano exploded violently. You were hurled hundreds of meters into the air, then crashed down heavily in the middle of a city. Volcanic ash billowed everywhere, while magma rained from the sky like droplets. These molten drops could not harm you, but to ordinary humans they were lethal talismans. Without any need for you to act, the relentless rain of magma swiftly claimed the lives of 90% of the city's population. Fearing that the Japanese would fight to the death, you intended to use all your thermal weapons to annihilate them, even at the cost of your own life. You then returned to the ocean, wantonly releasing nuclear explosions to proclaim your existence. In March, spiritual energy revived, and you devoured energy frantically. You still had not forgotten the psionic allure of the beautiful country, an attraction that haunted you to the point of insanity. You came at last to the beautiful country. At this time it stood at the peak of spiritual mutation. Although first-order life forms could not yet appear, augmented beasts inevitably emerged. You wished to seize the opportunity to infiltrate the territory of the beautiful country. Wherever you went, your presence caused overwhelming shock. The so-called lions and tigers were but weaklings in your eyes, inferior even to a single tooth of yours. Any random scale on your body might weigh several hundred kilograms. The mere pressure of it could crush a lion or tiger to death. You surged into the lands of the beautiful country, drawn by an overwhelmingly intense attraction. Guided by instinct, you arrived at the final sacred ground of the Native Americans. You saw a colossal statue of the feathered serpent god and the sun god, both imbued with immense faith power. Yet this was not the ultimate force that drew you. You entered the temple of the Native American high priest, and once inside you sensed a very dense miasma of hostility and killing intent interwoven with a life energy that nearly drove you mad. You saw the feathered serpent god statue appear to come alive, a stone idol with fifth-rank power. But in the end, under your indomitable physical body, it could not escape being strangled and ground to dust. You devoured the faith power within the feathered serpent god statue. It seemed to rely on that power to move. Then you consumed the faith power of the sun goddess statue. This idol showed no intention of attacking you, and you felt no fear. Your might was self-evident. You pressed deep into the temple and saw a heart already withered. Within this desiccated heart lay a vast reserve of life essence. Gazing at the heart, you found yourself utterly unable to suppress the restlessness within. At last your craving overwhelmed you. You swallowed the heart in a single gulp. The heart dissolved the instant it touched your tongue, transforming into a surging torrent of energy. Contemplating where to direct this immense life force, you decided to channel it into your snake gallbladder, the core of your nuclear power source. The nuclear power source underwent a metamorphosis, successfully completing one stage of evolution. With the fourth evolution of the nuclear power source complete, your nuclear blast also grew, its range expanding though it consumed far more energy. Moreover, you acquired a new attack. You could open your mouth and condense a nuclear explosive orb whose power scaled with the energy output. In the truest sense, you had obtained a long-range ability. The moment your transformation was complete, you saw your surroundings shift. You had accidentally entered a hidden realm. Within the hidden realm, you sensed an extremely ferocious killing intent. Raising your serpentine head, you saw a fireball radiating an ancient aura bearing a scorching sun hurtling toward you. You were struck by the ancient solar flame. A being seemingly wreathed in primordial antiquity attacked you. After releasing its attack, it appeared to have exhausted its final vestiges of power and dispersed into nothingness. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose your reward from the following options. Nuclear power source 4 prototype of infinite energy, an ancient being's avatar, poor condition, unknown circumstances, a seemingly withered heart. Zhang Chen saw this and could not help but want to complain. The second option was obviously a death sentence. If he chose it, he might well end up killing himself on the spot. I choose the nuclear power source 4 prototype of infinite energy. As soon as the choice was made, Zhang Chen felt a tremor run through his body. The next moment, his most vital organ began to transform once more. The next second, Zhang Chen emerged from the blazing magma. Opening his massive jaws, he instantly condensed a blazing thunderous light in his mouth, something akin to a nuclear blast. Now the ceiling of his energy heart's output and storage capacity had achieved a tremendous leap. Every transformation was a leap until finally he would become true infinite energy. However, that road stretched long and far ahead. In an instant, the nuclear energy gathered in his mouth, shot upward, drilling into the thick, heavy clouds above. Just a thought from Zhang Chen made the nuclear orb explode, instantly blasting through the dense cloud layer and shattering its orderly formation. Watching the clouds split apart, Zhang Chen felt nothing but exultation. Pretty good power, he thought. With that, Zhang Chen's heart brimmed with delight, thrilled that he now possessed an attack of considerable destructive might. At some moment, perhaps the power of the released nuclear energy affected the volcano's crater, and Mount Fuji gradually began to stir back to activity. Zhang Chen's joy could not be carried into the outside world. At this moment, cities near Mount Fuji began to panic after someone happened to capture a video of a colossal sphere of energy shooting from the volcanic crater straight into the clouds. When people saw this video, some felt unparalleled terror. They were afraid. Believing that Mount Fuji, a supervolcano, was about to erupt, they began to flee. Every means of transport, by land, sea, or air, was crammed with people. In the end, the island nation's experts stepped forward and desperately tried to reassure everyone, saying the video was fake and that the volcano could not erupt, and urged people to remain calm. With the experts' intervention, the situation improved considerably. Even though that expert immediately boarded a plane and left the island nation, it did not prove he was wrong. Saying the volcano will not erupt does not mean I will not leave before it erupts. Zhang Chen looked at everything before him, his heart shaken, almost unable to believe that this was a scene he had caused. The heavy, snow-laden dark clouds parted at once. Pity there was no living target to test the power of this nuclear energy sphere. Thinking this, Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. Wary of the satellites overhead, he knew his serpentine body could not stay on the surface of the magma vent for long. So, he turned and plunged into the scorching magma. Time passed quickly, and soon the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Today's simulation begins. January, you stayed for a while, planning to wait where you were. February, you woke from a sleep and sensed a very intense hostility and sense of crisis. That feeling made you thoroughly uneasy. You poked your head out, crawled from Mount Fuji, and writhed your immense body toward the outside world. Your existence inevitably triggered a violent upheaval among humanity, since you could very likely threaten humanity's dominant position on Earth. A theory that you were a danger to Earth soon emerged. For a time, humanity as a whole seemed to have united in making you their enemy. March, you entered the divine cave heaven of the island nation and devoured every first-order evolved beast that called itself a god. As for the third-order seven-tailed fox, you swallowed it in a single gulp. It could not last one round in your mouth. The moment you left the island nation's divine cave heaven, spiritual energy surged back. At the same time, you received a request from the reincarnators who wanted you to help them hunt a first-order evolved beast. You did not respond. The benefits they carried could no longer rouse your desire. What they offered was not worth a single day of your spiritual energy gathering. 3 days later, you sensed an extremely dense, baleful aura. When you arrived at the North Sea, you discovered a secret that would astonish the world. The flood dragon at the undersea wellhead seemed to be dead. You had never encountered anything like this. This had never happened before. You saw the deathly aura at the bottom well of the South Sea, and felt a chill of horror. You left the South Sea. It seemed that because of your transformation, most of the currents of time and the entire situation had changed. April, risking death and the hostility of all humanity, you followed a bitter winter river and reached the plateau. Even in the plateau forest, your body was still so conspicuous, so huge that merely sensing it brought a suffocating pressure. You saw a sight that stirred waves in your heart. Then you entered an underground waterway and followed it upward, arriving at the Asian Plateau region. You went deep into the mountain range. To your disappointment, after searching all the way, you found no so-called cave heaven, leaving you with a wordless sense of loss. You immediately decided to return to the sea. May you once again arrived at the ruins of a lost ancient civilization, the legendary Atlantis. Following your senses, you condensed nuclear energy in your mouth. The formidable nuclear energy continued to build, and every second brought heart-stopping changes. Soon an energy sphere accumulated, and you spat it in a single blast toward the ruins of Atlantis. The ruins opened, and the energy you blasted erupted on the spot. You saw a humanoid Atlantean step out, one with an extra eye at the center of his brow. He seemed to be a super warrior of that ancient civilization. He clashed with you, and it took you 3 strikes to annihilate him. Warriors of this level could already match ordinary third-order life forms, but you could not be counted among ordinary third-order life forms. Yet 99 such warriors appeared afterward, and even you needed many nuclear detonations to destroy them. After destroying them, you entered the ancient civilization's ruins and obtained a trove of energy within which lay a divine art of Atlantis, a technique that consumed one's vital essence in a short time to erupt with overwhelming power. For Atlanteans, or modern humans, how could the blood chi in their bodies compare with yours? This divine art was called bloodburn. For ordinary people, even for evolvers, it was a life-gambling ability. For you, it was merely routine consumption. When you used bloodburn, your entire combat power could increase 2 to 10 times. Clearly, this ability was extremely powerful. You obtained Atlantis' trump card ability. In an instant, ancient Atlantis erupted, and they did not hesitate to consume enormous energy and plunge their entire race into a 10,000-year slumber just to kill you. You perished beneath a life-for-life sacrifice formed by 1 million Atlanteans. You died. Forbidden art bloodburn. Consumed blood chi. Combat power increases according to the degree consumed up to 10 times. Atlantis' million tribesmen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was stunned. If he chose the second option, could he recreate an entire race himself? But after thinking it over, if he made that choice, humanity might turn against him outright. Their status as Earth's overlord would be in peril, and they would certainly stop at nothing to preserve their current supremacy. The forbidden art bloodburn, which could increase power tenfold at most, was an excellent combat forbidden art. With that thought, Zhang Chen decisively made his choice. I choose the bloodburn forbidden art. Consume blood chi, enhance combat power according to the degree consumed up to 10 times. After the choice, Zhang Chen's whole body trembled. He had already planned his next move. With that in mind, he soon sank into a deep sleep. Little did he know that the upheaval in the island nation was far beyond imagination. Perhaps Zhang Chen would never have dreamed that a single nuclear energy sphere from his mouth could cause such a tremendous disturbance. After choosing, Zhang Chen began to try it out. How should he describe it? In use, he expended maximum blood energy, and his physical combat power rose tenfold. At that moment, Zhang Chen possessed nearly 10,000-ton combat strength. It can even consume nuclear energy. This discovery sent heat rushing to his head and filled him with boundless excitement. With this discovery, Zhang Chen no longer needed to worry about his own blood chi. Although his blood was abundant, using bloodburn at tenfold consumption would still eventually drain him dry. Zhang Chen twisted his serpentine body, a chilling aura radiating from him. With the aid of the blood sacrifice forbidden technique, his flesh had been strengthened tenfold, and in that instant he moved, his colossal serpent form seeming to crush down upon the gods of this age. However, no one here was there to witness Zhang Chen's majesty. His body crashed against the inner rocks of the magma vent, and in that moment the entire magma mountain trembled briefly. Zhang Chen halted his collision, deciding not to continue. The magma around him churned and roared endlessly, and for a heartbeat he feared the volcano was about to erupt. But soon the volcano returned to its dormant state. It would have erupted on its own eventually. With everything I've done, it's likely closer to a true eruption now. With this thought, Zhang Chen extended his pair of cold-piercing serpent eyes above the magma vent and scanned the thoroughly transformed sky. Astonishment filled his heart. It seems this has already altered humanity's perception of me. He knew that those arrogant beings who deemed themselves superior would no longer dare treat him as mere experimental material. Soon the simulation count refreshed. Begin today's simulation. February, you departed from the volcano crater. Sensing surveillance, you looked up toward the sky as if locking eyes with satellites above. At that moment, you fired a nuclear energy sphere from your mouth. However, you had no idea whether you hit your target. The distance was too great. You were firing upward, and it was a moving target. Little Japan was about to detonate a nuclear mushroom from its underground facility nearly point blank against you. Unwilling to underestimate the threat, you activated the blood sacrifice forbidden technique and petrification. Since you were on land and could not control water flow, you relied solely on your defenses. Had you been in the ocean, even being targeted by countless nuclear mushrooms would not have killed you. As long as the waters remained, you would endure. You bore the impact of one nuclear mushroom. To your surprise, you suffered only minor injuries that recovered swiftly, requiring no further attention. You entered Little Japan's 8-headed dragon divine realm. Watching the legendary serpent expel wave after wave of powerful nuclear spheres, you showed no trace of fear. Soon the 8-headed dragon was beaten to the brink of death. You activated the blood sacrifice forbidden technique and ended the illustrious serpent of Little Japan's mythology, then devoured one of its heads. After consuming the 8-headed dragon, you underwent tremendous evolution. Your strength surged, your energy exploded, and your body grew to 108 meters, weighing an astounding 1200 tons. After devouring the 8-headed dragon, you found its taste akin to rotten fish mixed with bitter roots, foul to the nose and chewing, as stubborn as rubber. You entered Little Japan's divine beast realm and consumed all so-called divine entities before departing. March's spiritual energy began to resurge. You arrived once more at the South Sea dragon locking well. The water dragon was dead. You did not investigate further. The residual blood energy was so overwhelming that merely sensing it brought shock and awe. Some reincarnators issued an invitation to you, which you accepted. When they arrived, you struck them down with a single sweep of your tail, crushing all 3 reincarnators into pulp. April, you arrived at the legendary Goose Empire, a land perpetually shrouded in bone-chilling cold. You sensed there must be a divine realm or the legendary bone-bearing treasure here. You searched for a month and discovered a problem: the legendary treasures were far fewer than rumored. Yet you detected an aura that stirred your appetite, sending shivers through your entire body. You arrived at a mountain range 100 kilometers outside the Goose Empire's capital. Furious at your presence, the Empire deemed it provocation and launched 100 nuclear mushrooms at you. You felt a chilling wave wash over your body. You activated every ability at your disposal and took refuge within a mountain cave, enduring the impact of 100 aged nuclear warheads. Severely injured, though the wounds were not fatal to you. Descending into the underground world beneath the great mountain range, you witnessed a breathtaking sight, a complete subterranean ecosystem. You marveled at nature's uncanny craftsmanship. You consumed an alluring flower from this underground ecosystem and soon departed. This time you intended to head toward the Arctic. Your reappearance sent shockwaves through the entire Goose Empire. They were terrified. 100 nuclear mushrooms had failed to kill you, and they could imagine no weapon capable of doing so. Facing the Goose Empire's terror, the regions you passed through were devastated. Wave after wave of ecological nuclear explosions flashed across the landscape. For any ecosystem to recover, 2 conditions must be met: the surrounding area must retain other living ecosystems, otherwise even 1,000,000 years would not suffice, and time must pass. June, your body had grown to nearly 110 meters, with your weight approaching 1260 tons. You arrived at the Arctic. Venturing deep, you sensed an exhilarating aura that seemed to set your serpent blood boiling. Deep within the Arctic glaciers, you discovered a shocking sight: a colossal blue-white bear encased in 10,000-year ice. You probed and determined this giant bear's cultivation tier was a 6-stage powerhouse. After hesitating for a long while, you fired a nuclear sphere from your mouth. The ancient bear king, the Arctic Fury, was awakened. Enraged that you had shattered his 10,000-year slumber, he resolved to kill you despite the spiritual energy not yet fully recovering. Activating all your innate abilities and forbidden techniques, you clashed with the Arctic Fury, a beast driven only by berserk rage and still in a weakened state after millennia of slumber. In the end, you won by a narrow margin. Had you not possessed the blood sacrifice forbidden technique from Atlantis, you would have perished. You nearly died by the Arctic Fury's claws. You killed the Arctic Fury, and after consuming it, decided to remain and recuperate. A month later, you had grown to 115 meters and weighed 1350 tons. Restored from your injuries, you couldn't help but feel exhilarated, your serpent body writhing restlessly as if communicating something. Perhaps it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Arctic glacier collapsed, instantly burying you completely. Though you did not die, you fell into endless despair. An ice sheet of nearly tectonic scale fused together, making escape virtually impossible. In the face of ultimate despair, you chose to end the simulation yourself. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the following rewards: 115 meters, 1350 tons Arctic Fury, partially subjugated state, 100 aged nuclear warheads. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred, but he felt nothing about the Arctic Fury option. Even the 100% seal was not something he wanted to select. He would only choose options that strengthened himself. Nothing else was even worth considering unless the amplification was too great to ignore. I choose 115 meters 1350 tons. After the choice, Zhang Chen's serpentine body squirmed and writhed, finally settling at 117 meters and a weight of 1400 tons. Zhang Chen was inwardly very pleased by this. Beneath the magma, the oppressive pressure of that colossal figure grew even heavier. In a sense, at that moment, Zhang Chen believed that apart from the mysterious reincarnators and the ancient remnants, no living creature in this world could defeat him. He was confident there was none, not a single one. That was Zhang Chen's confidence. Time passed quickly, and he soon fell into a light slumber. But outside, around Mount Fuji, dense crowds of people were protesting, seemingly dissatisfied with the government's injustice. They demanded to know the whole truth behind Mount Fuji's anomaly. In the end, many people were chosen to climb Mount Fuji to witness the truth for themselves. Facing the troublemaking crowds, the small nation's government remained utterly silent, as if everything was done with tacit approval. Meanwhile, the small nation's people were inching ever closer to courting death. A certain snake named Zhang Chen was not very fond of being disturbed, especially at that moment. Unconsciously, the feeling of overwhelming power was such that even without any waking grumpiness, the slightest increase of force while getting up was to these ordinary people no different from the gap between a human and an ant. If Zhang Chen was a human, then those death-courting commoners of the small nation were ants. The disparity between them was even greater than imagined. Even 100 million people could never kill him with sheer numbers. That would be a foolish approach. Time passed quickly, and the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you had just been born when you saw densely packed crowds from the small nation climbing Mount Tai. They kept roaring protests, making your entire body uncomfortable. At that moment, you felt like your heart was a powder keg set alight. In an instant, a condensed nuclear blast expanded. After expanding, it swept everything clean in a flash. In that moment, you felt the world had become crystal clear. In March, spiritual energy revived. Facing the reincarnator's request, you did not refuse this time. You agreed to their plea. 3 days later, you met those 3 reincarnators. They were so astonished by your colossal body that their jaws dropped. They felt you were like an ancient being from the primeval era, a veteran reincarnator. You asked them for information about this world and received a shocking piece of news. Infinite Horror also had classifications for all worlds. Your world was a low-level world, but after 10 years of spiritual energy recovery, it would eventually become a high-level world. You paid no attention to the reincarnator's confessions. With one tail swipe, you smashed the 3 reincarnators into pulp. After that, you felt an extremely intense, murderous intent. A notification from the reincarnator panel appeared. You had no choice but to wait. Waiting for the so-called reincarnators to enter this world, and then you would annihilate them in one decisive strike. You would become the world's hidden puppeteer and the nightmare of every reincarnator. As long as they dared to lay a finger on your world, you would kill. In April, you entered a subsidiary grotto heaven in the Bermuda Sea. After activating blood burn and nuclear detonation, you killed the so-called deep-sea horror at the cost of light injuries. The deep-sea horror was bitten into pulp beneath your jaws. If you had been life forms of the same rank, it would not have lasted a single bite in your mouth. You killed all the mutated behemoths in that grotto heaven. You sensed that a behemoth's size was closely tied to its strength. A second-order mutated megalodon's combat power was certainly stronger than that 7-tailed fox in the small nation's divine grotto heaven. In May, a 5th-order reincarnator came to this world and immediately appeared at the eastern sea where you had just arrived. Wielding a 5th-order longbow, he meant to put an arrow straight through your heart from the very start. You killed him with a long-range nuclear orb. This was the reincarnator who had killed you several times in simulations. In June, your body reached 120 meters, and your weight rose to a terrifying 1480 tons. You came to the already unstable territory of the small nation. After you left, Mount Fuji finally erupted, and the small nation crumbled. The ecological chain was destroyed, leaving a deathly silence. The process involved disasters beyond imagination. Merely sensing them was shocking. Yet your heart remained unmoved, filled only with calm. You entered the space of Yamata no Orochi, annihilated it, and devoured it. Your growth became tougher and tougher, and you felt you had touched the bloodline limit of the mutated giant-toothed Titanoboa. In July, you grew to 123 meters, and your weight reached 1540 tons. You felt you had reached your race's growth limit, and at the same time you had reached the peak of third-order life. Now 2 choices lay before you. The first was to complete the final bloodline limit and transform to the limit of the mutated Titanoboa. However, this process was still a little short. The second was to advance the life order cap, raising your current ceiling. Your final form would change. In the end, you chose to elevate your life rank, because you felt that it was life rank that was restricting your growth. You entered various grotto heavens and devoured every living being within. Finally, through the accumulation of boundless spiritual energy, you completed the leap from the peak of third-order life and began your transformation. Since you had already reached a certain height in third-order life, the breakthrough came naturally. In early August, you fully evolved into a fourth-order life form. Every limit within you was raised to another level, and your strength and life force became even more towering compared to others of the same order. Now your body was 125 meters long, and your weight was 1700 tons. That day a high-order Esper arrived from another world. The moment he saw you, he raised his longbow without a word and shot an arrow at you. Faced with this newly arrived reincarnator, you showed extreme fury and fought him in a roaring, desperate battle. This reincarnator was only 6th order, but he wore a full set of matching equipment. If not for your extraordinarily deep life rank, you would probably have died. Relying on your tenacious vitality, you killed him through mutual attrition. He was completely, utterly dead. Before you could feel any joy, while hiding in the depths of the Pacific Ocean to heal, the 4th wave of reincarnators arrived. This wave was even stronger. You could not withstand them, and they killed you as if you were a world instance boss. You died. Simulation over. Host, please select from the following rewards: 4th order life evolution. 12 meters, 1700 tons. 3rd wave reincarnator. A 5th order reincarnator of unknown status. Seeing this, Zhang Chen fell silent. After a moment's thought, this wasn't cultivation, and his own foundation would sooner or later. I choose the 4th stage life evolution. The moment the choice was made, Zhang Chen felt his serpentine body tremble, and after the tremor, everything about him began to transform. His body grew slightly larger. Not just his physique, but also as far as Zhang Chen could perceive, his genes, and even the most mysterious stratum of life itself, had undergone a fundamental change. I wonder how many years I can live now. After sensing the leap and sublimation of his life stratum, for a while a question suddenly crossed Zhang Chen's mind, and he wondered what lay at the very depths. Zhang Chen's body now measured 118 meters in length, and his weight had crossed the 1500-ton mark. Though the change seemed modest on the surface, the sublimation of his life stratum had elevated every aspect of his potential for growth. Within the colossal magma pool, Zhang Chen writhed endlessly, now utterly indifferent to the scorching heat of the molten rock. Only belatedly did he recall the first scene from his simulation. Things outside seemed quite lively, but I'd better stay steady for now. With that thought, a hint of doubt crept into Zhang Chen's mind, but he quickly cast it aside. Mere trifles hardly worth his attention. Time passed swiftly, and the simulation refreshed. Today Zhang Chen was roused from his slumber by the faint sound of people shouting near the volcano's crater, as if proclaiming everything they had accomplished. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, his gaze filled with pure irritation. The crowd outside had already stirred a boiling, murderous intent within him. Let's begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. February, you voluntarily crawl out of the magma vent. At this moment you see a dense sea of people, the nearest of them less than 100 meters away. The instant they lay eyes on you, they are struck dumb with shock. If brains could explode, the scene would be utterly indescribable. Within a certain range around you, an extremely savage, killing intent erupts, surging outward like a nuclear blast. In that single instant, the dumbstruck onlookers tremble, then fall in waves like harvested wheat. You display your power, as if declaring your existence to the upper echelons of humanity. You are a life form standing at the very pinnacle. You enter the divine grotto of the small island nation, devouring every living being within. You consume those so-called petty deities, and after swallowing them, you feel your body begin to grow. The rate of your growth has returned to its peak, transforming with each passing day. You enter the grotto of the 8-headed serpent. After devouring it, the divine sword that had pinned the serpent down trembles and sings. When that sword unleashes its autonomous strike, you withstand it with your raw flesh, then swallow the blade in a single gulp. You consume a 6th-tier divine sword. Without its master's empowerment, even a higher-grade greatsword would pose no threat to you. After absorbing the spiritual essence within the blade, your body begins to grow once more. Your body stretches to 122 meters, and your weight surges to 1600 tons. You depart the small island nation and enter the Pacific Ocean, where you find the dreaded sea monster and devour it as an after-dinner treat. Then you arrive at the Bermuda Triangle. Entering its grotto, you effortlessly consume every sealed evolutionary creature within unharmed. March spiritual energy revives. As time flows, you detect an extreme killing aura that fills you with a sense of danger from head to tail. This looming threat ignites a furious rage within you. You arrive at the South Sea, only to find the flood dragon within already dead. You hesitate for a long while, uncertain whether to enter. But suddenly your mind is struck with tremendous force. Beneath the dragon-locking well lurks an even more terrifying life form. That creature slew the flood dragon, yet did not consume it. You behold a remnant dragon soul reduced to a spectral state. It seems to burn with unwillingness, its once majestic draconic body wreathed in flames. Because it exists as a soul, it seems as though it might vanish at any moment. This specter attempts to seize your body. Its possession triggers the simulation panel's protection mechanism, and in an instant the so-called soul is stripped of its consciousness. You devour the true dragon's spirit. Though it is incomplete, it grants your mind a vast surge of natural power. After consuming it, you sense an extraordinarily dense spiritual perception. You acquire a brand new ability, telekinetic power. This is an ability of immense growth potential and controllability. With it, your spiritual power can theoretically grow without limit, though only if you live long enough to make that infinity a reality. After obtaining this power, you are filled with exhilaration. Facing the so-called true dragon spirit, your intent is unmistakably clear. You arrive at the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. The might of your spirit elevates your ability to command water molecules, and you direct tens of thousands of tons of water surging toward the river's source. Entering the grotto at the Yangtze's source, you slaughter the evolved beasts within that carry the bloodline of mythical creatures. Most notably, the mightiest of them, a fifth-tier fire crow, is torn apart on the spot, becoming fuel for your evolution. With the power of evolution flowing through you, you feel stronger than before. Emboldened, a craving stirs within you, a desire for something different. You advance unimpeded. Having displayed your strength, you do not actively attack humanity, which fills the upper echelons of Huaxia with apprehension. They are tempted to strike you down at any moment, yet the power you have displayed along the way makes it clear that even a single month would be enough to annihilate a major nation. They dare not act rashly. You arrive at Mount Tai, the fabled site where ancient emperors performed sacrificial rites. By chance, you discover that Mount Tai also conceals a grotto. Overjoyed, you enter only to behold the soul of a 2,000-year-old emperor. You die. Simulation ended. Please choose your rewards. Dragon telekinesis. Given time, your telekinetic power will become infinitely strong. 122 meters, 160 tons deep sea terror, obedient all evolutionary life in the divine grotto, obedient fifth-tier fire crow with golden crow bloodline obedient. Seeing these choices, Zhang Chen's heart stirred. The dragon soul tried to possess me and died. So why did that emperor's soul manage to kill me? Doubt not at him. Zhang Chen could not comprehend why this was the case. Why? Especially now his heart was filled with even more confusion. But in the next moment, Zhang Chen's serpentine body shuddered, as if a realization had struck him. Possession versus killing intent. Perhaps that was the difference in triggering the protection mechanism. With that thought, excitement surged within Zhang Chen. Did he truly have any choice among the rewards before him? The rewards were clearly single choice. The size option wasn't unappealing, but dragon telekinesis offered far greater value. I choose dragon telekinesis. Given time, your telekinetic power will become infinitely strong. After making his choice, Zhang Chen's serpentine body trembled. Once the tremor passed, he felt confused. What dragon telekinesis? He had not sensed even a trace of it. His body was still the same body. In past rewards, whether it was a talent or a physique, even if the talent was functional or the size increase was minor, he could always feel himself growing stronger. But now, Zhang Chen in that instant was lost and at a loss. It was the first time he had chosen a reward and felt nothing take effect on his body. What's going on? Zhang Chen asked, inwardly wanting to know why, but the simulation panel gave no response. After waiting for a while, Zhang Chen gave up. It must be that my spirit will grow stronger with time. Yes, that was what it meant. With that thought, Zhang Chen was about to sink back into slumber when he was abruptly startled awake. At this moment, he slowly raised his serpentine head. The colossal serpent head rose from the magma, huge as a truck. In that instant, Zhang Chen locked eyes with a man clutching a strange iron canister. The man had worn a furious expression moments before, but at the sight of the colossal serpent head rising from the magma, as though from hell, his courage shattered on the spot. His hands and feet failed him, and before he could steady himself, he fell. He dropped toward the mouth of the magma vent. Zhang Chen tilted his head and watched the man writhe on the surface of the magma, struggling violently at first, then going utterly still. In that single instant, Zhang Chen saw exactly what a carbon-based life form was. The man who fell into the magma died, quickly carbonized just as quickly, and was finally swallowed by the molten rock. At that moment, several more people emerged from the volcanic crater. They stared at Zhang Chen in terror, fear flooding their hearts. In a flash, blue-white arcs of electric energy flickered around Zhang Chen. He could sense that Mount Fuji was now in its ultimate state of activity, poised to erupt within less than a year. What Zhang Chen had to do was give the little volcano a small push. Make Mount Fuji erupt ahead of time. Breaking the last bit of balance was the final straw that crushed the camel's back, and also the narrative Zhang Chen perceived of an energy deep underground that even he could not resist. In an instant, the volcano erupted completely. Rolling black smoke seemed determined to dye the azure sky a single color, and thick magma, no longer contained, burst upward like a hot spring. No matter how many people had gathered around Mount Fuji, once it began, not a single one would survive. In the next instant, Zhang Chen's 1,000-ton body was hurled 100 meters into the sky. He was so heavy that the blast could barely lift him, and as he plummeted from the heavens, he experienced what it meant to fall from the sky. He landed heavily on the earth, his enormous body smashing into the ground and splitting it with irregular spiderweb cracks. After landing, he was fortunate enough to crush a few onlookers. At that moment, Zhang Chen's heart trembled faintly. It was also then that he looked around himself. So-called civilization counted for nothing. Stained with blood and fire, it broke into chaos. Zhang Chen watched it all without expression, only stillness remained in his heart. Fortunate enough to have crushed some onlookers, and ignoring the crowd still wailing and scrambling to escape him, Zhang Chen twisted his body. A spherical blue-white energy abruptly flashed into being around him, then expanded outward. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, every person died in an instant. Looking around, Zhang Chen's colossal serpentine body made no effort to hide its presence. Then at one particular moment, Zhang Chen raised his head. A sense of danger rushed into his heart. Hiss! What is this feeling? Zhang Chen looked up, and at that moment saw a nuclear mushroom cloud descending from the sky. In an instant, Zhang Chen understood. In the simulation, I never used a nuclear mushroom cloud to blast myself. Now in reality, the nuclear mushroom cloud is here. He opened his serpentine jaws, let out a piercing hiss, and shot rapidly toward the city. He activated his blood-consuming forbidden art and his petrification talent. From the earth and from the air, vast numbers of water molecules converged, eventually forming a water sphere strong enough to withstand the blast. After the water sphere formed, a scorching nuclear mushroom cloud erupted, devastating the entire city. In an instant, blazing light and heat radiated outward, and Zhang Chen felt a force aimed directly at him. As the nuclear mushroom cloud's power waned, Zhang Chen's entire body quivered slightly like a cramp. Still, he was unharmed. After all, he had not point-blank tanked the nuclear mushroom cloud. He was not foolish enough to endure it at the very core of its ultimate explosion. With one last glance at the sky that had already darkened, and the volcano, still jetting magma, Zhang Chen found this apocalyptic scene unable to stir even a ripple in his heart. Entering the ocean, his enormous serpentine body soon vanished beneath the sea, leaving behind only Mount Fuji still erupting. Before long, Zhang Chen's Terminator-like silhouette disappeared once more from human sight. Time passed quickly, and the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Lying atop a massive rock on the seafloor, Zhang Chen enjoyed such a relaxed environment for the first time in a long while. Relatively speaking, the sea was still more comfortable than magma. At least that was how it felt to him. Ding! Simulation begins. In February, after you emerged from Mount Fuji, the islanders concluded that you were the one who had triggered the eruption. They were enraged. In their fury, they searched the entire world for you, seeking revenge. Yet before you, revenge was not something to be achieved with mere words or attempts. Your existence had already brought a considerable sense of crisis to humanity, standing at the apex of the world. One after another, they ceased clinging to pleasure and poured 90% of their resources into developing weapons to counter you. You meanwhile lay atop a huge rock to ease your mind. In March, spiritual energy revived, and in an instant, a world already thrown into chaos by your actions plunged into new disorder. You arrived at the Arctic. Deep inside, you saw the so-called Arctic Wrath. You shattered the ice that had lain sealed for 10,000 years and released the weakened 6th-rank Arctic Wrath. You, a lone serpent, slew the so-called Arctic Wrath. It died in an instant beneath your enormous jaws and fangs, and your body entered a phase of explosive growth. You did not continue exploring the Arctic. Instead, you came to the so-called Antarctic region, penetrated its depths, devoured the 7 ape corpses hidden within, and crushed them. After devouring them, you arrived before the giant serpent corpse. Gazing at the serpent that had died and rotted for who knows how many years, and at the divine sword beside it, you sensed an extremely dense killing intent. And faced with it, you did not flinch in the slightest. This time you wanted to break open the 10,000-year-old ice and see what truly lay inside, especially what that divine sword that had sent a sense of danger through you actually was. You broke the 10,000-year-old ice, and in an instant the divine sword that had pinned the giant serpent to death hummed on its own and slashed toward you. You seized the opportunity to bite down on the divine sword. Under your bite force of tens of millions of tons, the so-called divine sword wailed in agony. Activating the blood-burn forbidden art, tenfold consumption for tenfold amplification. Your bite force, originally 30 million tons, surged to 300 million tons, and in an instant you crunched the divine sword to pieces. You shattered the divine sword with one bite. As it crumbled, you sensed the overwhelming killing intent fading away, and your heart swelled with joy at the sight. You rummaged through the giant serpent's corpse, but found nothing of value. Even its flesh had lost all spiritual vitality, reduced to a mass of rotting meat. You had no taste for carrion, so after absorbing every trace of spiritual essence from the divine sword, in a single gulp you left the place. You left the Antarctic region. That same day, a reincarnator sent you a message. You declined the reincarnator's invitation and headed for the South China Sea. Over the following days, through a journey of devouring and growth, your improvement accelerated rapidly. Now you had grown to 125 meters in length and weighed 1700 tons. You made your way toward the United States. Your arrival sent a wave of terror through the country as they feared you intended to wipe them out. Before you even reached the shore, you were bombarded countless times. Yet you felt more astonishment than anything else. You commanded 10,000 tons of seawater, forming a colossal vortex, and advanced into American territory while withstanding nuclear mushroom strikes. From a distance, one would see a shocking scene. A waterspout carrying 10,000 tons of seawater charging straight toward the White House. You flooded the White House and slew the so-called president. The moment you killed him, a colossal creature appeared in the distance, bellowing in fury, as if voicing its rage at you. It was the mechanical monster developed by the United States. You knew the monster's ultimate trick. To you, this creature, an upright version of a marine iguana, was nothing more than a dish on a plate. Still remembering that this dish could self-destruct, you were deeply wary of that particular move. After firing 20 nuclear-powered orbs from your mouth, the mechanical monster seemed to short-circuit. Its behavior or programming began to malfunction. Under your gaze, the creature went out of control. Its originally blue-green glow instantly turned crimson. The scarlet hue signaled its resentment toward the United States. You had no intention of stopping it. After casting a glance at the rampaging mechanical monster wreaking widespread destruction, you decided to head straight for the last sacred ground of the Native Americans. The mechanical monster could conveniently help divert humanity's hostility away from you. You arrived at the Native American Holy Land, the sacred site of their faith, and voraciously devoured the idols imbued with faith power. After entering the Great Hall and consuming the statues of the feathered serpent and the sun goddess, you left. You had no intention of going further or entering the hidden realm there. You were not confident you could withstand whatever deity-like presence might dwell within. You arrived in the little island nation of Japan. After wringing out every last bit of its residual value, you devoured in one gulp all the strength there that could aid your growth, then left and moved on to another place. You arrived in India, the land of Buddha. There you devoured idols imbued with faith power. You discovered that the place abounded in objects of worship. The Trimurti, the Tathagata, and statues of all manner of deities were gathered there. After devouring all these statues, you found a place to begin digesting them. In April, you had grown to 130 meters and weighed as much as 1850 tons. You had just reached 130 meters when you sensed a surge of malice. Abruptly opening a pair of icy serpentine eyes, you felt a fierce, killing intent boil within you. You followed the malice to a certain highland plateau. There you realized that the dragon's telekinesis was indeed present. It was constantly enhancing your spiritual power. It was simply a matter of dripping water wearing through stone. You made your way down the plateau and witnessed a shocking sight: a passage concealed as an enormous mountain. Thanks to your strengthened spiritual power, you could perceive it easily. Driven by curiosity, you went underground and discovered a subterranean civilized world. And you died. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 130 meters, 1850 tons spiritual power gained in the simulation, an 8-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi in its prime state, submissive, a steel giant from the United States controlled. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart jolted. He finally understood why within 10 years this world would evolve from a low-level world into a high-level world. As he thought this, Zhang Chen's heart was filled with shock. At the same time, something occurred to him. Dragon's telekinesis. A question rose in his mind, but it was something Zhang Chen would have to experience for himself. I choose 130 meters and 1850 tons the spiritual power gained in the simulation. After making his choice, it was a long while before Zhang Chen snapped back from those sensations. Now he measured 132 meters in total and weighed 1900 tons. This time the growth, whether in body size or weight, is far from small. To test the dragon's telekinesis, Zhang Chen closed his eyes and began earnestly communicating with his spiritual power. Soon a stone weighing over a ton appeared floating before him in the water. I see. Watching this, Zhang Chen felt even more shaken. Now he understood what dragon's telekinesis was. It was telekinetic control, a psionic force that grew infinitely stronger over time. However, for ordinary beings, their lifespans had limits, and their foundations were weak. Unlike Zhang Chen, who kept improving and remained invincible at every step. Right now it's 1 ton of telekinetic force, and roughly 2 tons underwater. After a moment's thought, he offered this assessment, while gaining a deeper understanding of his current power. Time passed quickly. After Zhang Chen tried lashing a 100-meter boulder to pieces with a single swing of his tail, he found another spot in the ocean ready to take a nice long sleep before continuing the simulation. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Chen fell asleep. In the little island nation of Japan, Mount Fuji was erupting at that moment, and the destruction wrought by the supervolcano was far from negligible. Meanwhile, the world's major powers had no leisure to attend to anything else. They were swept up in an overwhelming deluge of information about a snake. They had been shocked by the snake's before and after body size. Within just a few days, your size had doubled, filling them with terror. They wanted to find Zhang Chen and kill you whatever the cost. Under the invisible pressure you had created, humanity became exceptionally united this time. They initiated an extermination plan. Even if they had to destroy an entire continent, they would kill you, regardless of cost, even if hundreds of millions perished. Nuclear bombs were being manufactured, mass-produced. Weapons were being researched, and biological weapons were being developed specifically against snakes. At this very moment, Zhang Chen still had no idea how deep humanity's hatred for him had run. Zhang Chen woke with a start from his nightmare, having dreamed that he had barely emerged from the earth only to be crushed to death by a massive bus. The recurring terrors left him genuinely unsettled. If he had already reached mountain-level existence, what could possibly kill him? Even a planet in terms of his strength, weight, and density at that stage would pale in comparison. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation began. February. The weather was not cold, yet you felt your heart growing colder as if. After some reflection, you arrived in Xiaobin Nation, for your current location was nearest to it, and you carried an unspoken aura of ominous intent. You entered Yakishinen's heavenly domain, and within moments bit the opponent to death, devouring them. You arrived at Xiaobin Nation's divine spirit heavenly domain, opening your serpent maw, and continuously devouring the so-called Tier 1 evolved divine spirits. If these creatures qualified as gods, you would deem yourself a divine king, or rather something transcending even the divine king. An intense, killing aura now swirled and boiled within you. You sensed your evolution had slowed and resolved to devour and grow stronger without delay. You charged into Nanhai, Yin, this time taking the offensive, crashing your body against obstacles and tearing relentlessly with iron-sharp fangs. You moved like a sovereign and in a miraculous feat managed to bite open the dragon-locking cage. All one could do was marvel at the terror of the Megalodon Titan Python. Facing a half-mortal Jiaolong, you showed no fear. You activated the blood drain forbidden technique, tenfold consumption, tenfold amplification, and charged into the dying beast, tearing it apart. You won. Its dragon head was crushed on the spot, and you devoured it. You devoured the entire body of the Jiaolong and found the dragon pearl. Upon consuming it, your physique underwent a profound transformation and your power ascended. In that moment, you resembled a true dragon. After swallowing the dragon pearl, your body began to grow. You felt that consuming this single Jiaolong pearl was far more effective than devouring 10 severely wounded Yakishinen, for the dragon pearl held extraordinary benefits for your evolution and possessed immense energy. March. Spiritual energy revival arrived, which came as no surprise. After consuming the dragon pearl, your body had grown to 140 meters, your weight surpassing 2,000 tons. Your power and energy output now possessed the capacity to destroy cities. You emerged at Sentinel Island. There you intended to push beyond the limits of a mutated Megalodon Titan Python and shatter your ceiling to continue evolving. You observed the streaks of fire in the sky. You watched nuclear bombs detonate around the surrounding seas, preventing you from diving in time. Meanwhile, more mushroom clouds descended from above. Instinctively, you maximally summoned 10,000 tons of water and activated the blood drain forbidden technique. Tenfold consumption, tenfold amplification. The island seemed to transform into an ocean, and a water formation so profound it would drive a physicist to despair appeared. Nuclear mushrooms detonated one after another. You felt yourself reaching some limit. Your heart burned with fury. These humans were courting death by daring to ambush you. How could you not be enraged? You endured 1,000 intercontinental nuclear strikes in succession. The island was flattened, yet against all odds you survived. Without the blood drain forbidden technique and your water manipulation talent, you would surely have perished. However, your solid foundation saved you. You felt an intense sense of shame that boiled through your body, impossible to let go of. You were filled with rage and resolved to take revenge, to strike back in your own way. April. After a month, your injuries had almost fully healed, yet you had not yet recovered from the 1,000 consecutive explosions. That nuclear barrage had destroyed the island, evaporating a vast expanse of seawater. Rain still fell upon you now, and storms would continue for a full month. May. Your injuries had finally healed completely. Using certain means, you appeared before the current ruler of Xiaobin Nation. Your colossal form resembled a living mythic beast, instilling in them the same terror they had once felt toward Yakishinen. Upon questioning them, you discovered that humanity had already formed an alliance, a genuine plan targeting you named the Extinction Project. When you appeared before Xiaobin Nation's ruler, your presence had been detected by humanity. The Extinction Project was immediately reactivated. Nuclear missiles continuously locked onto you and rained down. All that remained was boundless fury and a string of curses. By May, humanity's Extinction Project had made you too afraid to emerge, reducing you to scurrying like a rat. You actively sought out a reincarnator, this time devouring the Tier 5 reincarnator in one bite. Then, as if discovering something foul, you immediately opened your mouth and spat out the corpse. It must be admitted, reincarnators were truly inedible. After absorbing all the spiritual treasures and the Bao's spiritual resonance from the reincarnator, your body continued to grow. You arrived at Nanhai Yin and saw that the Jiaolong, as expected, killed you. Its dragon soul appeared, attempting possession, but you counter-devoured it. Your dragon mentality strengthened to 2. An unexpected bonus: although the Jiaolong's body perished, the dragon pearl remained, and you consumed it. June. Your body had grown to 135 meters, weighing 2,100 tons, and your mental attributes had improved. July. The third wave of reincarnators descended. You clashed with them, and ultimately killed the opponent at the cost of minor injuries. August. Your body reached 13 meters, your weight hitting 2,200 tons. The automatic growth rate of your spiritual force doubled, making your evolution speed truly astonishing. That same month the fourth wave of reincarnators was stronger, a human chi cultivator wielding a longsword. His cultivation level approximately equaled Tier 7 life evolution, with formidable combat power at his tier. You emerged openly to draw humanity's fire. Facing this being with maximum attack and speed, you found yourself powerless against it. Such is the reality. Life tiers further apart create increasingly insurmountable gaps. Amid humanity's frenzied barrage of nuclear strikes, you perished. Your head was severed in two by a brilliant sword, while the opponent was struck directly by a nuclear mushroom cloud and instantly disintegrated. You traded one kill for another, eliminating a Tier 7 reincarnator. Your combat prowess was truly staggering, and among your peers you stood supreme. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 136 meters, 200 tons, Dragon Mentality 2. A Tier 7 Chi Cultivator status, unknown. 1000 controllable nuclear warheads. Seeing this, Zhang Chen instinctively swayed his serpentine form twice. If a snake's face could show expressions, what would it look like? Probably unbearably hideous. Damn it, the extermination plan is ruthless as well, sparing no cost to hold on to its position of hegemony. Zhang Chen sneered inwardly. Even if he did nothing with the way time unfolded, the lost ruins of Atlantis, the hidden civilizations beneath the earth, the resurgence of spiritual energy, and above all the so-called reincarnators. Even if extraterrestrials truly came, they would fear a boundless unknown filled with infinite possibilities. Infinite horror space. I choose 136 meters, 200 tons. Dragon Psychokinesis 2 boosts corresponding telekinetic power. His body grew in a sudden surge, finally settling at 137 meters and 230 tons. Even his spirit had undergone a tremendous transformation. Zhang Chen gave it a try and found that his psychic power could actually move a 40-ton rock. At his limit, he might manage to move a 100-ton boulder in the ocean. On land, however, the maximum was 40 tons. After all, before the last simulation, his telekinetic power could shift only a 1-ton boulder. This pace of growth left even Zhang Chen stunned. Even he felt it was happening too quickly. If this were natural growth, it would never have been this fast. Perhaps it was the 2 after Dragon Psychokinesis at work. With this thought, excitement slowly surged in Zhang Chen's heart. Especially at this moment. How could he not be excited? If I stack a few more simulations like this, could my telekinetic power reach a terrifying level? With that thought, Zhang Chen was already imagining himself using telekinesis to break free from gravity's grip. Frankly, he truly wanted to experience it. With his current telekinesis, lifting his present body was nothing short of wishful thinking. Not to mention his body, he couldn't even manage his tail. Thinking this, he suppressed the excitement that had almost gotten out of control. Zhang Chen's colossal serpent had shifted slightly in the ocean. By now he had lost all desire to hunt. That is to say, he didn't want to prey on these fish, they couldn't fill him up, and catching them required him to move on his own. Zhang Chen had no intention of doing anything where the effort was not worth the reward. The energy provided by ordinary creatures was far too meager. Even the largest creature alive today, the blue whale, could be swallowed like a dried fish snack, without producing a burp. Time passed quickly. The day went by amid such turmoil. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, no sooner had you surfaced than nuclear mushrooms struck. Forced to press onward through the ocean, you sensed your body's current state, and it made you tremble all over. Your heart brims with bloodthirst. A dense, surging, murderous intent, the urge to kill. This state makes you shudder. Your heart is full of confusion and brooding. The situation suffocates you, leaving you utterly perplexed. Your body has reached a certain limit. Even fourth-tier life forms cannot raise the ceiling of the giant-toothed Titan python by much. Once again, you sense your growth gradually slowing. You arrive at the familiar Shaobin country. Paying no attention to the so-called doomsday crisis, you show no concern even when nuclear mushrooms once more visit the land of Shaobin. Carrying 10,000 tons of seawater, you enter the Shanling Grotto Heaven. In an instant, the once blooming, birdsong-filled grotto is turned into a vast ocean under your arrival. Oh, everything is submerged. The ocean drowns everything inside the Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven is tiny, and there is an invisible barrier. The very barrier that turns the realm into a sea. After devouring all first-tier creatures, you begin gulping them down ravenously. Once you finish, you feel a warmth spreading in your abdomen. Carrying the 10,000-ton sea away from this Grotto Heaven, you arrive at the Grotto Heaven of Yamada no Orochi. Entering the Eight-Forked Serpent's domain, you activate the forbidden blood cost art. Tenfold consumption, tenfold amplification, and easily bite the enemy to death. With the enemy dead, you suppress the divine sword of Yamada no Orochi, making it tremble. Seizing the opportunity, you clamp your jaws onto the sword's blade. The bloodline power of the giant-toothed Titan python naturally grants formidable bite force, multiplied by Zhang Chen's weight, and then increased tenfold. The crushing force descends. The divine sword wails in anguish and shatters in less than a second. You absorb every shred of spiritual essence from the sword and feel yourself rising in power once more. After devouring Yamata no Orochi, you depart and enter the South Sea, swallowing a flood dragon and its dragon pearl. Your dragon psychokinesis increases by 3, and your telekinetic energy grows even mightier. In March, spiritual energy resurges. Your body has already grown to 143 meters with a weight of 2500 tons. This time you have ample room to grow. You also make a trip to the North and South Poles, and after devouring the opportunities there, your growth accelerates even further. You are like a flood dragon that churns and overturns the sea. In an instant you can raise countless 10,000-ton water spheres bulging from the ocean's surface. Such an ability fills humanity with even greater fear and reverence. They have already begun to fear you. As time goes by, you sense a dense killing intent aimed at you. This murderous aura makes you exceedingly uncomfortable, as if it is proclaiming that humanity has already revealed its trump card against you. In April, the month since spiritual energy resurgence stirs your desire to feed. At least there are relatively more large fish, giving you a chance to eat your fill. Alone you cleared a stretch of sea of all its large fish. Orcas, humpback whales, blue whales. All became your prey, yet none of them truly satisfied your hunger. Your body grows to 145 meters, and your weight reaches 2630 tons. In May, braving the menace of nuclear mushrooms, you clear away all the growth opportunities Earth has offered so far. As for anything dangerous, you do not touch it lightly. In June, you sense a killing intent so intense that it reaches its peak. It makes you very uneasy, but you decide to follow where it leads. You catch sight of a reincarnator. They surpass your expectations, yet this reincarnator's goal does not seem to be you. His aura is formidable, filling you with deep wariness. Not daring to turn hostile recklessly, you abandon the hunt for this high-tier reincarnator. At last you make your way to Atlantis. The place already shows signs of impending resurgence. Witnessing Atlantis awaken, you feel restless inside. You long to devour the Atlanteans. Your very existence gives Atlantis cause for alarm. They fear that your presence may bring an unimaginable catastrophe of annihilation upon their race. You are struck by the blood sacrifice conversion of 1 million Atlanteans. In an instant you fall into weakness. You do not die, but you hover perilously close to death. You emerge from the brink of death into life, comprehending a mental technique that grants your spiritual power the ability to devour. You devoured the psychic essence of 1 million Atlanteans. Your spiritual power soared, and your mental strength surged upward at lightning speed. Even as your spiritual power was rising, the Atlantean civilization launched a self-destructive psychic attack against you. With their entire civilization annihilated as the price, they struck you with a devastating blow to the soul. You died. The Atlantean civilization burned its own spirit into a splendid burst of fireworks, and at that cost dragged you down into the abyss. The simulation has ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 149 meters, 300 tons, dragon telekinesis, 3. Increases corresponding telekinetic force. The awakening of the ancient Atlantean civilization. Status unknown. Ancient civilization grotto heaven, status unknown. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt an excitement he could hardly contain. I choose 149 meters, 300 tons, dragon telekinesis, 3, along with the corresponding increase in telekinetic force. After selecting the reward, Zhang Chen's colossal serpent body, vast as a heavenly pillar, writhed uncontrollably. Zhang Chen was now 150 meters long and weighed 3100 tons, with a bite force of 6200 tons. After testing, his spiritual power had multiplied tenfold. His telekinetic force now reached 100 tons, and could even reach 300 tons underwater. At this moment, Zhang Chen could truly be called a terrifying behemoth. Whether in size, weight, spiritual power, vitality, or life level, he had grown to a degree that was terrifying just to imagine. At this moment, in the eyes of primitive people, Zhang Chen was nothing less than a god. Have I reached the limit of the giant-toothed Titan python? As this thought ran through his mind, he sensed the subtlest changes in his body. Yes, he had grown to his current ceiling. If he wished to grow further, there were only two choices: continue evolving into a fifth-order life form, or undergo bloodline evolution. And now Zhang Chen had already glimpsed what his bloodline evolution would look like. At this moment, an indescribable excitement surged within him. Time passed quickly. Zhang Chen was jolted awake from his dream as the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. In February, you went to the dragon-locking well beneath the South Sea. After plunging into the well and devouring a flood dragon, you felt a sublimation of your bloodline. It seemed you were still a hair's breadth away from a complete elevation. In March, spiritual energy revived and countless life forms evolved unceasingly, fighting one another for dominance in the new world. Yet without even needing to evolve, you could grow to a terrifyingly dreadful degree. Wherever you existed, no living being dared to provoke you. Not even approaching you was possible. During this period, first-order evolved life forms might appear in the world, yet as you roamed the ocean, the sea with the richest food chain, you saw no evolved life at all. In April, you sensed an extremely dense spiritual resonance. You arrived at an oil-rich nation. This time humanity did not immediately initiate an extinction plan against you, nor did you experience any extermination measures. You felt that spiritual resonance drawing closer and closer, yet being inside the underground oil well made you extremely uncomfortable. Venturing deep into the oil field, you saw a fossilized corpse. From deep within those fossilized remains you sensed a thick spiritual resonance. It was this resonance that stirred a fierce greed in your heart and filled you with a devouring desire. You devoured the corpse laden with that dense spiritual resonance. Your power increased, your combat prowess grew, and you began a true transformation. You used that spiritual resonance to temper your bloodline. When you completely absorbed the last wisp of resonance, you finished the final step of bloodline refinement. Now you can evolve. You currently have 2 evolution choices: heaven-devouring python, a mythical species, and the bloodline origin of the giant-toothed titan python. It can devour all material energy and convert it into spiritual energy or any other energy you have ever possessed. Its growth ceiling is vastly elevated, and both its life level and evolutionary limit receive supreme reinforcement. Flood dragon, a mythical dragon that soars through the 9 heavens. It can fly across the sea, churn the ocean into chaos, command the power of an entire sea, possess immense vitality, and carry an even richer dragon bloodline. It was time for Zhang Chen to choose. This gave him pause, but after thinking it over he made his decision. If it's a question of growth ceiling and a bloodline suited to me, it must be the heaven-devouring python bloodline. With that thought, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose the heaven-devouring python bloodline. He chose the heaven-devouring python bloodline, which could convert any heat into spiritual energy. This meant he could even eat soil and transform it into power, for the earth itself contained heat that let plants grow. You made your choice, evolving into the heaven-devouring python. Your bloodline underwent a transformation. The giant-toothed titan python was powerful, but it had not yet reached a monstrous level. Yet now a strange impulse stirred within you, and you opened your enormous jaws. After the transformation, you had grown into a heaven-devouring python. To test it, you opened your mouth and took a gulp of crude oil. Ordinary life forms cannot absorb petroleum, but after you swallowed it, a massive torrent of heat surged into your belly. The oil was converted into tremendous heat, and that heat became dozens of threads of spiritual energy. You were utterly shaken. You began to force your jaws wide, madly devouring vast quantities of petroleum. Tens and hundreds of tons of oil were swallowed, transforming into tens of thousands of threads of spiritual energy. In almost 1 minute, you could gain 1 unit of spiritual energy, 10,000 threads. You had devoured untold tons of petroleum and converted it into 10,000 units of spiritual energy. This rate of spiritual energy production was many times faster than your old bitter method of scouring the world to gather chi. After an unknowable stretch of time, you drained that oil well dry. You tried to leave only to find that you could no longer locate the exit. You searched continuously for a month without finding a way out. This made you extremely anxious. You had found no exit, and your telekinetic force was insufficient to lift your colossal body. Forced by circumstance, you ended this not-so-pleasant simulation. 153 meters, 320 tons, 120 tons of telekinetic force, dragon telekinesis, 3 heaven-devouring python bloodline, 10,000 units of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart was ablaze. He fixed his gaze on the heaven-devouring python bloodline option, his heart burning with fervor. If it can swallow oil and convert it into energy, can it also swallow lightning? Or seawater? Or soil? Or lava? With these thoughts running through his mind, Zhang Chen's long silent heart could no longer remain calm. I choose the heaven-devouring python bloodline. After the selection, Zhang Chen's giant serpent body shuddered, then quickly seemed to recover its composure. He opened his enormous jaws, already feeling the sublimation of his bloodline. Today he was going to test it. Opening his colossal maw, a tremendous suction surged forth as vast quantities of seawater were devoured by Zhang Chen. Yet soon he ceased his absorption. The spiritual energy gained was clearly inferior to the petroleum in the simulation. Thinking this, Zhang Chen abandoned the idea of leveling up by eating dirt and water. Although it could still raise his level, he had no desire to fill himself with water. With that thought, doubt crept deeper into Zhang Chen's heart. At this time in this place, he detected a hint of something else. It was almost a human gesture. Thinking this, Zhang Chen harbored no particular intention. Instead, he set his next goal on the advancement of life itself. Since enhancing himself could elevate his life form, wouldn't that make his leveling speed even faster? The swallowing heaven python's life ceiling was significantly higher. Not only had its upper limit increased, but its innate talents had also been greatly enhanced. The swallowing heaven python caused Zhang Chen's entire coloration to change, shifting completely from black-green to black, a black so profound that even light could not reflect from it. If seen in the dark of night, he would still be clearly visible, for the darkness of night could not compare to Zhang Chen's current form. Time passed quickly, and the simulation began to refresh. Starting today's simulation. In February, you awake from your dream. Upon waking you feel ravenous. You open your massive maw and absorb thousands of tons of seawater along with various fish, easing your hunger. In the same year you sense an extremely dense aura of slaughter. At this time you belatedly realize just how immense the kinetic energy radiating from nuclear mushrooms is, and that you can eat nuclear mushrooms. With this in mind, you turn your gaze toward the greatly transformed island nation of Japan. This country has many coastal power plants allowing you to easily sneak into those nuclear stations. You are not afraid of radiation at all. You are already immune to its harm. You enter the nuclear power station of that small island country and find that no one is there anymore, which surprises you somewhat. At the same time you sense an extremely dense radiation. If this radiation were applied to ordinary life, it would either cause death or mutation, either malignant or benign. You ignore every building along the way. After evolving into the swallowing heaven python, your biting force as the giant toothed titan python shows no sign of weakening, instead it has increased. You plow through any obstruction, breaking through all the way to the very core of the nuclear power station. The nuclear radiation here is enough to destroy a human body's circulatory system, rendering cells unable to divide, leaving the victim to watch themselves rot away while still alive. Yet you find it somewhat enjoyable. You can even take huge gulps of the radiation particles permeating the air. You bite down on the reactor core of nuclear radiation and swallow it in one gulp. In an instant you feel your entire body heating up. A vast amount of energy undergoes marvelous transformations within you, turning into strands of spiritual energy and finally coalesces into a stream of chi. In March, swallowing a single nuclear fuel core proves easy, but converting it takes a long time. Over the course of 1 month, with 10 days per round, you stealthily steal the nuclear energy centers of 3 Japanese power stations. In total, you obtain 1,000 strands of spiritual energy. You channel all of it into the evolution of your life rank. Before long, you have traversed a considerable distance along the path of fourth-order life. In April, you arrive in Europa. There are only a few countries with nuclear power plants there, and you quickly lock onto the nuclear station of a certain darkened great power. After devouring 3 nuclear fuel cores in succession, you leave. In May, you reach the peak of fourth-order life. You discover that evolution is actually this simple. After becoming the swallowing heaven python, you no longer have to painstakingly search for this monster or that grotto heaven. You can simply find a nearby nuclear power plant to replenish yourself. Since you can eat the energy centers of nuclear power plants, you set your sights on the Great Goose Empire. You voluntarily emerge from your hidden position. Facing President Yi Jing of the Great Goose Empire, you state your intention, which shocks him. He never expected you to be so formidable that you would demand to be fed nuclear mushrooms. You reach a deal. You tell Yi Jing about the ruins of Atlantis, and at the same time you enter the Bermuda Triangle. Although your life rank is still fourth order, you face the fifth order oceanic fusion terror. You cripple it and drag it out of the grotto heaven. At the glacial border of the Great Goose Empire, you finalize the deal. You receive 100 aging nuclear mushrooms. Though they appear to have expired, in truth, there is no difference between newly produced ones and decaying ones. The only concern is whether they can be controlled. In June, you lurk beneath the deep glaciers of the Arctic. You devour 10 nuclear mushrooms, and your power grows even greater. You apply all the converted spiritual energy to elevating your life rank, yet you do not perceive the existence of that membrane. In July, you lurk beneath the deep glaciers of the Arctic, devour 10 nuclear mushrooms, and your power increases even further. In August, you lurk beneath the deep glaciers of the Arctic, devour 10 nuclear mushrooms, and your power increases even further. In September, you lurk beneath the deep glaciers of the Arctic, devour 10 nuclear mushrooms, and your power increases even further. In October, you lurk beneath the deep glaciers of the Arctic, devour 10 nuclear mushrooms, and your power increases even further. You touch the membrane that bars you from breaking through to fifth-order life. At 1 year and 3 months old, you lurk beneath the deep glaciers of the Arctic. You devour 10 nuclear mushrooms, and your power increases even further. You completely break through the barrier of that membrane. Your life rank ascends, and you become a true fifth-order life form. After breaking through to fifth order, you suddenly sense a sweeping gaze from the sky. You crawl out of the glacier and are detected by the Trisolarans, who have traveled from afar. Discovered by them, you die beneath a droplet probe akin to a tear of God. Simulation over. Please host choose from the following rewards. Fifth order life, evolution, 170 meters, 4,000 tons, 1,200 tons of telekinetic force, dragon telekinesis, 3, coordinates of a brand new grotto heaven. Seeing this, even Zhang Chen fell silent. With spiritual energy resurgence, lost ancient civilizations, underground civilization remnants, and the possible appearance of aliens from the sky. If one also counted himself as a colossal supermonster looming over the world, a moment's thought made Zhang Chen understand why this world would be completely transformed 10 years later. Thinking this, Zhang Chen fell silent once again, but he still made his choice. No matter the circumstances, the enhancement of one's life rank would always outweigh talent and size. Within moments, Zhang Chen felt his life force had grown. The fire crow that had once killed him as easily as slaughtering a dog was now in his eyes not even worthy of a single bite. If it were Zhang Chen would already be giving it too much credit. Now the increase in size granted by Zhang Chen's bloodline had reached 160 meters in length, 350 tons in weight, and 120 tons of telekinetic force. This was Zhang Chen's current attribute data. At this very moment, a force that made one's heart and liver tremble was surging violently through his serpentine body. If this power were fully unleashed, Zhang Chen dared not imagine how strong he would be. Time passed, and Zhang Chen closed his eyes waiting for the simulation to refresh. Soon the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February you arrived at the Eye of the South Sea. You shattered the dragon sealing well at the bottom of the sea, killed the 6th-rank flood dragon in a single bite, and seized its dragon pearl. At the same time you sensed a hostile presence from the depths. You found the so-called dragon soul, and this time you effortlessly devoured it. You obtained a new talent, Serpent's Ghost Servant. Any living being you kill can be resurrected by you, and those you resurrect will obey you with 100% obedience. You felt this ability was extremely powerful and perfectly suited to you, filling you with delight and excitement. That same year you tried entering the cave heaven of the 8-headed serpent. After killing the 8-headed serpent you resurrected it, and it submitted to you completely. With this ability you felt you could make a covert move. That same year you had the 8-headed serpent emerge into the world. Though this great serpent was nothing special at its peak, it was unexpectedly a 6th-rank life form. You made the 8-headed serpent draw the human's firepower. Using your spiritual power you killed Zhang of the Great Goose Empire. The resurrected Zhang became a subordinate who obeyed you completely, and you had him control the Great Goose Empire, hurling a huge number of nuclear warheads into the frozen depths of the polar seas. Then you began to devour. This time you devoured 100 nuclear mushrooms in one go. If those nuclear mushrooms exploded, especially inside your stomach, you would die with no place to be buried. Even if you were the mythical heaven-devouring python, you would not survive. After all, among all the extraordinary beings you had encountered so far, none could withstand even one nuclear mushroom without suffering severe injuries. In March, spiritual energy revived. Faced with this situation, you had no intention of stirring up storms. The 8-headed serpent had been killed on the spot by humans suffering from giant beast phobia, who buried it in a pile of nuclear mushrooms. You made no comment. It was just an 8-headed snake. In April you were still asleep, absorbing the energy of 100 nuclear bombs. You converted all the nuclear heat you had transformed into spiritual energy and used all of that spiritual energy to reinforce your physical body. Your body was growing at a terrifying speed. If this were placed in an ordinary animal, within 3 days, it could one-shot every being in the same ecological chain. In May you were still absorbing the energy of these 100 nuclear mushrooms. The energy was too immense, and every day you could obtain 3 or 4 strands of spiritual energy. You fully unleashed your heaven-devouring python bloodline. In June you had grown to 175 meters in length and 500 tons in weight. The very thought of those numbers was terrifying. Your growth was accelerating, and your weight contained not a shred of exaggeration. In July you continued absorbing the energy of the 100 nuclear mushrooms. You felt you had digested 70% of it, but a terrifying 30% still remained. Time flew by. By the 10th month your rate of improvement had sped up. Your body reached 180 meters, your weight reached 600 tons, and your strength increased. On that same day your telekinetic force reached 3000 tons. You had just poked your head out from the Arctic when you saw a reincarnator lost in confusion. There was an aura about them, a miracle that could drive anyone mad. You planned to devour them while also wanting to test how formidable you had become. You died. The other party killed you with a charged attack from a 9th-rank deity. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose one of the following rewards: 180 meters, 600 tons, dragon telekinesis, 300 tons. Talent: Serpent's Ghost Servant, 8-headed serpent, Zhang, president of the Great Goose Empire, submissive, an unknown reincarnator, status unknown. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt a surge of irritation. At this moment his heart was full of doubt. Could it really be played this way? He was utterly speechless. With that thought, even more dissatisfaction and murderous intent surged within Zhang Chen. What 9th-rank charged attack? Just you wait. As for this talent, it was useless against enemies he could defeat, and it was also useless against enemies who could defeat him. In essence, it was a talent meant for building a faction. But right now Zhang Chen was a lone serpent. I choose 180 meters, 600 tons, dragon telekinesis, 300 tons. After another bout of growth, Zhang Chen's current body data was body length 180 meters, weight 6300 tons, telekinesis 300 tons. This time his telekinesis had also tripled. If not for his body size rocketing upward, as well, Zhang Chen might already have been able to float through the air using telekinesis alone. Time passed quickly. In the depths of the sea, Zhang Chen's enormous serpentine body shifted and then grew. His body was as black as a black hole, as if heralding that Zhang Chen only devoured and never let anything out. A blazing murderous intent surged out like towering waves. Zhang Chen's enormous serpent head rose from the sea surface, and he looked up at the sky, feeling as though he was being watched. At a certain moment, a wave of heart-shuddering dread washed over Zhang Chen. On the soil of the beautiful country deep within a certain white house, a projection screen displayed Zhang Chen's figure. The instant his enormous head emerged from the water. What? That snake has appeared again. He is the final step in our research on the mechanical monster. At that moment, Zhang Chen sensed something. A trace of surprise flickered in his murderous serpentine pupils, and he swiftly vanished into the depths of the sea. A nuclear bomb came falling from the sky. Zhang Chen remained hidden 100 meters deep in the sea without feeling much surprise. A rumbling, tremendous roar erupted. The nuclear mushroom exploded less than 100 meters from Zhang Chen, yet he simply lay quietly on the seabed sands that had been pressed into a hollow. In just an instant, even more killing intent filled Zhang Chen's heart. Humans again. They used a nuclear bomb on me, but they will never imagine that I no longer fear nuclear bombs now. Thinking this, Zhang Chen's heart became even calmer. He had already grown indifferent to being bombed, but he would never forget how he had been bombed. Just you wait. Even if he showed off his might now, it would not increase his strength. If the underground civilization or the aliens in the sky caught sight of him, even Zhang Chen could not avoid being targeted. So he would wait until he had fully matured, until he had swept through everything in the simulation before emerging into the world. This was not cowardice, it was prudence. Thinking this, Zhang Chen's mind suddenly became clear. By now the nuclear mushroom bomb had already washed over Zhang Chen, yet he had not suffered any real damage. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February you arrived at the South Sea. You shattered the dragon-locking well on the seabed, killed the flood dragon with a single bite, seized its dragon pearl, and simultaneously sensed a deep-seated hostility from below. You found what was called the dragon soul, and this time you devoured it with ease. However, you did not gain any innate talent. In March, spiritual energy began to revive. Soaking in the ocean, you practiced water manipulation. Slowly you seemed to be making progress, gaining control over the element. You entered a special state of comprehension. You comprehended a new ability, molecularization. Not only could you control water molecules, but you could also transform your own body into molecules. Even if you lost part of yourself, while molecularized, reverting to solid form would restore everything. You wouldn't be injured. In April, after comprehending molecularization, you discovered your water manipulation abilities had surged dramatically. Now with your strength elevated, you could even command an entire ocean. Transforming yourself into water molecules, you seized control of the sea's power in an instant, and the formidable force of the ocean continued to erupt. You transformed the entire Xiaobingwa region into a vast sea, and with mastery over oceanic power, your combat strength became incomparable to before. You were targeted by some presence, and you strutting openly perished. You died. Simulation ends. Please choose from the following rewards. Talent molecularization water. There was only one choice this time, but Zhang Chen's heart was filled more with shock than anything else. Mastering the power of an entire ocean meant he would never fear nuclear bombs again. I choose the talent molecularization water. In an instant, Zhang Chen's serpent body trembled. This simulation, though swift and somewhat unnerving, brought about the greatest transformation in Zhang Chen. In just a fleeting moment, Zhang Chen activated this molecularization ability, instantly transforming into a small pool of water. This pool of water became his destined water. This is exactly the feeling. As he thought this, a killing intent surged through Zhang Chen's heart. Turbulent and overwhelming like monstrous waves. At that moment, he commanded the power of an entire ocean. 10,000 million tons of seawater churned and seethed, and in the next instant all the fish in that sea realm vanished without a trace. When Zhang Chen reappeared, his serpent belly was visibly swollen. Oh dear, so this is how it can be done. Zhang Chen let out a non-existent burp. This was the first time in his life that he had felt genuinely full from eating ordinary marine fish. Despite being descended from the Sky Devouring python lineage, Zhang Chen himself was likely unaware of what he had just accomplished. The entire marine realm, great fish, small fish, and microorganisms alike, producers, consumers, and decomposers, all were consumed by Zhang Chen. Only then could the sky-devouring python experience such an intense and ultimate sense of fullness. Under normal circumstances, even if every fish swam willingly into Zhang Chen's mouth, he would never feel satisfied, but now he was full. Zhang Chen lay sleeping on a massive ocean boulder that had shattered under the weight of his body. The White House of the United States was utterly stunned. What had their satellites captured? Not long after the nuclear mushroom cloud exploded, all living beings in the sea realm had vanished and perished. This sent shockwaves through America, leaving science utterly baffled. Yet since the emergence of that colossal serpent, Americans, already highly sensitive to behemoths and supernatural entities, viewed Zhang Chen's island appearing with the same dread as rabbits spotting an eagle. In any case, Zhang Chen remained unaware that he had already been placed on a certain nation's kill list. Yet those people could never imagine what the scene would be like when they encountered Zhang Chen as he stood now, or on any future meeting. Within a single day, Zhang Chen unexpectedly converted the life force of an entire ocean into 100 streams of spiritual energy, in a certain sense yielding far more than a nuclear bomb could produce. Time passed swiftly, and the simulation time refreshed rapidly. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you arrived at the South Sea. You shattered the dragon-locking well on the ocean floor, killed the 6th-rank flood dragon with a single bite, seized its dragon pearl, and simultaneously sensed a killing intent rising from the depths. You found what was called the dragon soul, and this time you effortlessly devoured it. After consuming it, you arrived at the divine realm cavern of Xiaobingwa. You actively attempted to sense it, but you discovered you had failed. You could not control it. Unable to find a method to control the cavern, you abandoned this option. In the same year, you chose to attempt devouring the cavern, and remarkably, you succeeded. You successfully consumed the divine cavern, and your power seemed to grow even faster, especially now. After devouring the cavern, you discovered your growth rate had surged to a new height, which thrilled you greatly. However, after careful consideration, you ultimately abandoned the idea of devouring divine caverns. You found that devouring a divine cavern consumed an enormous amount of mental energy. Even with your current spiritual foundation, there was an almost euphoric illusion, and even after swallowing the cavern, it left your mind clouded and inflamed. You felt an unyielding drowsiness weighing on your spirit, and it was this very fatigue that made your heart ache even more. Eventually, your spirit could no longer bear the attempt to devour a divine cavern, and you sank into a deep slumber. When you awakened again, months had already passed. At 1 year old, as soon as you regained consciousness, a lingering trepidation about the aftermath of devouring the cavern seized you. You never wanted to swallow another divine cavern again, and you resolved to focus on proper evolution. At 1 year and 1 month, you discovered that humanity had fallen into utter panic. The advantage of dominating satellites and sweeping across the globe was gone. The Trisolarans had appeared using their overwhelmingly superior technology to destroy all satellites, yet they seemed to harbor some fear, reluctant to immediately occupy Earth. The reason the Trisolarans desired to occupy Earth was simply this: resources were abundant throughout the universe, but habitable planets were exceedingly rare. They might have feared humanity's final desperate counterattack would utterly destroy Earth's ecosystem, or perhaps they dreaded something else entirely. You were not clear about this scene, but you knew you could no longer act recklessly. Countless new players had entered the board, and even with spiritual energy revival, you could not remain so suppressed. Yet you had become a great serpent forced to hide in the shadows. You felt anger rising within you. You were furious, believing this was your own mistake, yet there would never be another chance for you to regret it. You hid deep within the ocean, using your spiritual power to constantly probe and surround. You sensed a possibility, one that made you deeply uneasy. The Atlantean civilization had emerged. Their primary objective was not to wage war against the Trisolarans, but you. You possessed blood-draining forbidden techniques, and naturally they wanted to understand why. You decided to play along with their scheme. You claimed you didn't know why you had learned blood-draining techniques, and with such a simple explanation, you convinced an Atlantean leader who believed you were Atlantis' divine beast, Lamaduji. When the other party called you a Lamajuo chicken, you were stunned for a moment. You had no idea what a Lamajuo chicken meant, yet the other party suddenly became extremely reverent toward you. The young chieftain led you to the Atlantean civilization base, where you saw a breathtaking sight. You realized that the path of Atlantean civilization was completely different from the technological path of Earthlings. The Atlantean civilization followed the path of collective spirituality. One could say that against a fully revived Atlantean civilization, even 10 of you combined would not be enough to fight. Your spiritual essence would be erased in an instant. Seeing a fully revived Atlantis, you prudently chose to join, even though you disliked joining factions. With your comprehensive assistance, Atlantis let you experience the benefits of what was called a spiritually integrated civilization. When you faced the Trisolarans, your heart was filled with shock. The Trisolarans had taken the purely technological route. You watched the clash between two great civilizations, especially between the civilization that came from beyond the heavens and the ancient civilization that had awakened. In the end, they fought to a draw. You felt the stone pressing on your heart vanish, and you let out a long, slow sigh of relief. You arrived at an underground civilization. The violent underground civilization wounded you the instant you entered. Under the pressure of the planet's core, you were thoroughly crushed and gravely wounded. You were nearly half dead. You turned yourself into a mass of primordial water, but in the end you still could not withstand the pressure of the planet's core. You died. 183 meters, 690 tons dragons telekinesis, 560 tons of telekinesis. The lost secrets of Atlantean civilization, why the Trisolarans came to Earth, the secrets of the underground world, the secrets of the spiritual energy revival. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt an indescribable, nameless emotion. Atlantis, the Trisolarans, one matter after another weighing on his heart. Yet Zhang Chen then thought of ancient times, beliefs, relics. The humans of this world were not pushovers, but compared with extraterrestrial or lost civilizations, they were still somewhat lacking. As he thought this, Zhang Chen's enormous serpentine body stirred restlessly. His snake form had reached such a terrifying level that if he wanted, he alone could obliterate any ship or aircraft carrier in an instant. With such a thought in his heart, Zhang Chen was filled with the sense of an impending storm along with a trace of killing intent. I choose 183 meters 6900 tons dragon's telekinesis, 5600 tons of telekinesis. After making his choice, Zhang Chen's body changed in just a moment. His body length did not change, his weight reached 700 tons, and his telekinetic power surged violently. With a single thought, Zhang Chen discovered to his surprise that his telekinetic power could now drag him along, and the speed was the kind that continuously stacked up. If I were in the sky with such an enormous body and constantly stacking speed, breaking the sound barrier would be simple, but it would still be too slow. Human fighter jets can easily break 10 times the speed of sound. After all, to break the first cosmic velocity, one would need at least 25 times the speed of sound. Only then would there be the capital to leave Earth. 1 times the speed of sound is really nothing special. Thinking this way, that fiery eagerness gradually slowed to a stop. Zhang Chen closed his eyes again and slowly lowered his telekinetic power. His enormous serpentine body soon settled into calm. At this moment, Zhang Chen's mind was full of deliberation. He was pondering the route for the next simulation. Time passed quickly, and the simulation refreshed. Outside, the order that humanity had barely established was already on the verge of collapse. They all feared a giant serpent. If one were to talk about fame, Zhang Chen's serpentine body crawling out of Mount Fuji was already known to the vast majority of humanity. The news could not be hidden, it spread like a virus. And Zhang Chen, that terrifying existence, had already pushed human order to the brink of collapse. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you arrived at the Nanhai. With one bite, you broke open the dragon-locking well beneath the sea, killed a 6th-order flood dragon in one bite, and seized its dragon pearl. At the same time, you sensed a trace of hostility from the depths. You found the so-called dragon soul, and this time you devoured it with ease. Your spiritual power was strengthened. In terms of speed, if you used your spiritual power to drag your body, you could reach a maximum of twice the speed of sound. In March, spiritual energy revived. You waited in silence, searching as you waited. You arrived at the ruins of Atlantean civilization. This time, without hesitation, you used all your strength and all your telekinetic power to transform yourself into a mass of primordial water, controlling the power of an entire sea. The unrevived Atlantean civilization was like a whimpering infant beneath your immense telekinetic power. Soon, at the cost of severe spiritual injuries, you obliterated this ancient civilization. You obtained 100 million masses of spiritual power. Your spiritual power soared, rising at nearly the speed of light. Your spiritual power reached 200 million tons. It could even carry you into the sky, letting you fly at 5 times the speed of sound. In April, the reincarnators came. This time, they did not negotiate with you. They directly locked onto your location and came to kill you. You did not know what you had done in February to change the overall situation regarding the reincarnators. Perhaps it was the shattering of human society, or perhaps some other reason. With a single bite, you instantly killed this 5th-order reincarnator. The bow and arrow in his hand were shattered by that same bite. After swallowing this wisp of spiritual essence, you planned to continue growing. As a heaven-swallowing python, you planned to keep growing. You felt that the upper limit of the heaven-swallowing python was beyond your imagination, and your pace of growth never fell behind. You found time to roam the nuclear power plants of every continent, devouring the cores of nuclear energy, and an enormous amount of energy was absorbed by you. You even visited a petroleum nation and by suction devoured who knows how many tons of oil. In May, after a month of replenishment and accumulation, you had harvested 100 strands of spiritual energy. You discovered that during your growth, both your digestive ability and conversion efficiency were improving. When a heaven-swallowing python reaches adulthood, it almost immediately digests whatever it eats, and its conversion efficiency tends toward 99. In June, you had grown to 188 meters in length and weighed 7500 tons. After your telekinetic power increased to 2500 tons, it gradually stopped. You felt that there were basically no opportunities left on Earth that could make your energy skyrocket, so you decided to seek new energy sources. Under your plundering, humanity became utterly terrified of you. Nuclear power plants were destroyed one after another, and nuclear mushrooms were also destroyed or hidden one by one, just to keep them from being eaten by you. Apart from nuclear energy, the only energy that caught your eye was petroleum and similar sources. However, you had to go deep underground to convert it with maximum efficiency. Once you devoured the energy, you would not even know where underground you were. To ensure your own growth, you decided to head for the underground civilization world. You arrived at a highland and located the hidden mountain. After a moment of hesitation, you hesitated no more. Along the way, the previously dangerous grottos and caverns were beneath your notice, while every giant beast was merely food for your stomach. After entering the underground civilization world, you discovered a shocking secret. The so-called underground civilization was actually the ancient dinosaurs having evolved in a completely different direction. To stay hidden to the greatest extent, you did not reveal yourself. Hiding at the junction where the tunnel opened out, you watched this underground civilization. Its evolutionary direction was different as well, but you had no interest in understanding it. All you cared about now was finding the immense power that would allow you to grow. Adopting the stealthy strategy of a lurking ambusher at the underground cave mouth, you began to hunt. You soon found a delightful surprise. These dinosaurs followed the path of collective evolution. After countless eons of accumulation underground, the dinosaur race was born as Tier 1 life forms and reached Tier 8 in adulthood. However, these dinosaurs required immense spans of time to reach adulthood, and the ones you saw were either semi-juvenile or subadult. You learned something about the subadults. Their lifespans were extraordinary. With a single bite, you killed a Tier 6 dinosaur. Then you spotted a problem: their overall strength was relatively weak. A Tier 6 dinosaur was probably only a match for a Tier 5 fire crow, and the rest followed the same logic. During your time as a lurking ambusher, you devoured no fewer than 100 dinosaurs. Your body had grown dramatically. You were now 195 meters long and weighed 8800 tons. Your telekinetic power had increased somewhat, but it remained at the 2500 ton threshold. That same year, your growth was discovered by the underground civilization. A furious Tier 7 subadult dinosaur lunged at you, its form resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex 100 meters tall, its giant maw and fangs like a city gate. You fought it bite for bite, ultimately biting it to death, while suffering only light wounds. In the end, your deeds were discovered and you were killed by an ancient Tier 8 dinosaur, which had likewise reached the end of its life. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 195 meters, 8800 tons dragon telekinesis, 6,250 tons of telekinetic force, a Tier 8 dinosaur of collective physical evolution. I choose 195 meters, 8800 tons dragon telekinesis, 6,250 tons of telekinetic force. Soon Zhang Chen felt his body shift, and then come to a stop. Body length, 195 meters. Weight, 9000 tons. Psychokinesis, 2500 tons. Dinosaurs. 1 civilization of collective physical evolution, Atlantis. 1 civilization of collective spiritual evolution. Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned, finding this hilarious, especially now. Then what were the Trisolarans in that simulation? As he thought this, what filled Zhang Chen's heart was killing intent. An uncontrollable killing intent. Sooner or later, after one simulation, I will annihilate you all. With that thought, Zhang Chen soon fell silent again. At this moment, what his heart harbored most was wariness of the 3 distinct civilizations. Time continued to pass. In the ocean, a certain Leviathan remained as motionless as a rock, as steady and still as Mount Tai. At this time, outside, the already crumbling order of humanity's third world collapsed completely. Before spiritual energy had even revived, the world had already degenerated into utter chaos. The third world was a collective term for the backward small nations that made up the third tier of humanity. The second world was made up of the developing nations. The developed nations were the first world, where the various superpowers were engaged in intense rivalry. On the same day, the United States, because of Zhang Chen's influence, unexpectedly found the remains of a giant life form somewhere in the Arctic ahead of schedule. Using those remains, they discovered cloning technology and completed the final step of their mechanical monster. Within the Great Goose Empire, genetic research had made new progress and breakthroughs. Huaxiao unearthed the legacy of the ancient sages. Every nation was striving, only Zhang Chen slept soundly. By the time he woke from his dreams, another simulation refresh had already arrived. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you arrived at the Nanhai. I shattered the dragon suppressing well beneath the sea, killed the flood dragon with one bite, and seized its dragon pearl. At the same time, you sensed a hostile will in the depths. You found the so-called dragon soul, and this time you devoured it effortlessly. Your mental strength received another boost. You arrived at the ruins of the Atlantean civilization. With your ability to transform into water molecules and your natural gift for controlling water, you instantly took command of an entire sea. Then, using the Atlantean blood consumption forbidden art, tenfold consumption, tenfold enhancement, you struck out fiercely, hitting the Atlantean ruins with your most powerful state. Under your annihilating, the Atlantean ruins were successfully eradicated. The lost ancient civilization was now truly lost. In return, you obtained 100 million clusters of mental power. You absorbed them all, and your mind underwent a massive leap. Your mind broke through directly. Your maximum telekinetic control reached 4000 tons. By controlling objects with your psychokinesis, you could push your speed past 10 times the speed of sound, reaching 30 meters per second. However, you did not grow arrogant. This time you planned to stay low-key and simply lurk. With your mental power, you seized control of Goose Capital in the Great Goose Empire and forced them to keep handing over nuclear mushrooms. Your appetite was enormous this time. After demanding 300 nuclear mushrooms, you devoured them all. You were absorbing nuclear energy at every moment. Your body was growing and your strength was rising. In March, spiritual energy revived. You had no interest in those threads of spiritual energy. Compared with the spiritual energy you automatically converted, the scattered strands were nothing but a drop in the bucket. Your body grew to 197 meters, and your weight reached 920 tons. Your telekinetic power continued to improve within the 400-ton range. In April, a Tier 5 reincarnator approached. You did not hesitate. Since you did not even need to face a theoretically same-level life form, you annihilated him with a single thought. You didn't even have to move your physical body. In May, your body reached 199 meters, and your weight reached 9500 tons. Your telekinetic power continued to climb within the range of just over 400 tons. In June, the third wave of reincarnators descended. One of them, wielding a curved bow and a great saber, tried to behead you. Even as a Tier 6 reincarnator, he was still killed by a single bite. From beginning to end, you had yet to encounter a creature that could fight you in a Tier 5 battle. None. Not a single one. In July, your body broke through to 200 meters. Your weight leaped to 10000 tons. Your telekinetic power had also grown, reaching the level of 41000 tons. In August, beneath the Arctic glacier, you sensed an aura that did not belong there. Another reincarnator. Under the influence of your repeated alterations, the world's development had completely gone off the rails. The information from the previous simulation could no longer be trusted, leaving you somewhat bewildered. Even so, you couldn't restrain yourself and planned a surprise attack. With a sudden ambush, you obliterated the foe before they could react, unleashing the power of an entire island upon them. You reaped two rewards. The first was a charged strike of 9th rank, might capable of unleashing an attack on par with a 9th rank powerhouse. A blow that could injure even you when going all out. The second treasure was a talisman engraved with a rune beyond your understanding. You channeled spiritual energy into the talisman and found yourself enveloped by a gentle, all-encompassing force. You successfully activated the realm-breaking talisman and arrived in a higher-tier perilous world. This was a world ruled by ancient monsters where colossal beasts with the pinnacle bloodlines of titans roamed freely. There were Kongs, Godzillas, and you were stunned, discovering something extraordinary while a surge of immense excitement flooded your heart. You spotted a 6th-rank super beast bearing titan blood, roughly 100 meters in size. With a thunderous roar, you clashed against it relentlessly. Your roars echoed without end, and at last, relying on your own formidable flesh, you bit the creature to death, leaving it with no burial ground at all. You devoured the colossal beast, and discovered that your growth, which had been slow, took another meteoric leap upward. This filled you with extraordinary excitement and fervor. You sensed that the opportunity for rapid growth had arrived. Accelerating your digestion, your body began to expand once more, reaching 205 meters and 100 tons, while your telekinetic power surged to 4200 tons. Having reached this level, your craving to devour grew ever more intense. With telekinesis, you lifted your colossal frame into the sky, endlessly searching for targets. It was not as though you had become the lowest rung upon arriving in this new world. You still stood at the apex of the food chain. You locked onto a flying titan beast. Although it was only 5th rank, its speed could break 10 times the speed of sound. With all your might, you reached 12 times the speed of sound. The faster your flight, the stronger your telekinesis, for all your flight was achieved through psychic force. You devoured a flying titan beast, and your body began to grow again. You discovered that this planet was astonishingly vast. You descended to 100,000 meters beneath the sea, yet still could not sense or detect the bottom, an utterly staggering realization. You encountered a titan great shark over 150 meters in length with a gaping maw like some mythic demon devouring souls. Without hesitation, you fired a nuclear pellet from your mouth. The blazing projectile shot forth with overwhelming force, struck the titan shark, and instantly detonated, flooding devastation across 10,000 meters of the sea. After a ferocious struggle, you strangled the titan great shark to death with your crushing coils. You devoured it. The titan bloodlines of this world were not on the same level as the so-called titan pythons. If forced to compare, only you, the colossal toothed titan python, could stand shoulder to shoulder with this world's titan beasts. After digesting your kill, your body continued to grow, reaching 210 meters and 11600 tons, while your telekinetic power remained at the plateau of 4200 tons. Just as you were rejoicing, a colossal koan emerged behind you and swallowed you in a single gulp. You died. Simulation over. Please select your rewards, host. 210 meters, 11600 tons, dragon telekinesis, 740 tons of telekinetic force, a 150-meter titan great shark obedient, a realm-breaking talisman. Seeing this, Zhang Chen fell silent. He was either silent or on his way to being silent, and he had almost grown used to it. Still, after thinking it over and hesitating for a moment, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose the 210-meter, 11600-ton dragon telekinesis, 740 tons of telekinetic force. In an instant, Zhang Chen's body began to transform swiftly, becoming a colossal being 210 meters long and 100 tons in weight. Every movement of that leviathan in the sea carried such an overwhelming suppression of life rank that even a human who sensed it would be frightened out of their wits on the spot. Since a reincarnator wielding the precept-breaking talisman could appear in the simulation one is bound to appear in the next simulation as well. There's no need to choose the realm-breaking talisman and enter another unknown world. With that thought, Zhang Chen had fully grasped the mechanics of the simulator. There was truly no need to leave a world whose secrets he already 9/10 understood. Zhang Chen coiled once more atop a seabed rock. Even though he made no deliberate effort to destroy it, the rock beneath him crumbled like tofu under the relentless pressure of his extreme weight. Interesting. At a certain moment, Zhang Chen raised his head. Though he was still in waters not far from the land of the rising sun, he could sense another colossal beast roaring from 1,000 li away. What's going on? That direction seems to be the beautiful land. With a doubt rising in his heart, Zhang Chen twisted his enormous body, indifferent to the shattered seabed boulders beneath him. Let's see in the simulation. With that thought, Zhang Chen soon fell silent, coiling his immense serpentine body into a mass and sinking into slumber. He paid no attention to the marine life, for every creature in the sea had already been devoured and digested by Zhang Chen in the previous days. Time passed swiftly, and the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begun in February. You arrived at the southern sea. I shattered the dragon-suppressing well beneath the seabed and bit a 6th-rank flood dragon to death in one strike. You seized its dragon pearl and sensed a surge of hostility from the depths. You found the so-called dragon soul and easily devoured it this time. Your telekinesis improved. You traveled to the ruins of the Atlantean civilization. Unleashing your full power, you activated water molecule transformation, employed your innate water-controlling ability, and commanded the might of an entire sea to violently smash into the enemy. Atlantis became a truly lost ancient civilization. You absorbed 100 million spiritual clusters, and your spiritual power surged to 6,000 tons. In March, spiritual energy awakened. You took control of the Goose capital and forced it to drop 300 nuclear mushrooms in the depths of the Arctic. You devoured all 300 nuclear mushrooms and began absorbing the energy of the bombs. This time your goal remained to enhance both your physical body and spiritual power. In April, you began converting spiritual energy. You discovered that your conversion rate was growing faster and faster. In a single month, you converted all the nuclear energy of 50 nuclear mushrooms into spiritual energy to nourish your flesh. A single wisp of that spiritual energy could evolve an ordinary Earth life form into a first-rank life form. In May, your physical body grew at no slow pace. During this period, you also found time to visit the beautiful land where you discovered a rogue mechanical titan rampaging wildly, while a swarm of clone titans at 3rd-rank life level charged endlessly toward it. This greatly piqued your interest, and you realized that the mechanical colossus sending you sensory feedback seemed to have developed self-awareness. You recalled the first simulation when you encountered this colossus and died after being caught in the shockwave of its self-destruction. You opened your vast mouth and condensed a ball of nuclear energy. It was launched in an instant, and the blast made the mechanical beast shudder, but it still moved toward you. You felt that you should continue strengthening your energy heart. Otherwise, compared with your ever-evolving self, it was still too weak. You twisted your colossal serpentine body, and before the foe could react, struck with extreme speed and constricted it. The mechanical beast was caught in your coils. In an instant, its mysterious steel frame was crushed and mangled. Within a single breath, you had squeezed the mechanical colossus into a heap of scrap iron. Your reappearance shook every major power struggling to maintain its balance. At that moment, their hearts were filled with unparalleled shock. They stood in awe of your existence. After accomplishing this, you returned to the deep seabed beneath the Arctic glacier, quietly digesting the power of the nuclear bomb in your belly while waiting for that reincarnator who held the realm-breaking talisman. In June, you continued waiting, extending your spiritual power across most of the Arctic region, awaiting the appearance of the reincarnator you sensed. In July, a 3rd wave of reincarnators harassed you. Enraged, you opened your enormous mouth and bit one apart in a single snap. You spat out the reincarnator's body, which had turned into a skeleton after death, and held its magic treasure in your mouth. After devouring all of its spiritual resonance, your heart burned with even greater excitement. In the same month, your rate of growth did not slow down. Instead, it accelerated because of the feedback from spiritual energy. By this month, you were already 220 meters long and weighed 13500 tons, with your telekinetic force reaching a terrifying 63000 tons. In August, beneath the Arctic glacier, you sensed the aura of a reincarnator. You knew it was the one carrying the realm-breaking talisman and a treasure capable of a single 9th-rank strike. You lurked in the ocean, and with a mere flick of telekinetic force, the reincarnator died on the spot. You obtained a pearl capable of a single 9th-rank strike along with a realm-breaking talisman. After using the talisman, you felt yourself entering a certain orb of light, and you also sensed other orbs of light. You did not use the talisman to change your course, and so you arrived in the Titan Beast world. You had just arrived in the Titan Beast world when you landed atop a massive volcanic crater and encountered a 7th-rank Titan Rodden. It resembled an enormous mutated monstrous bird. With one sweep of its wings, it could summon hurricanes and incinerate everything. Without hesitation, you opened your jaws and bit down. Closing in instantly with telekinesis, you unleashed your constricting power. Its force was so terrifying that the Rodden was strangled to death in an instant. Though all of you were Titan beasts could differ vastly from one another. You were clearly stronger than these creatures. Even across a gap of 2 life-level ranks, you could kill a Rodden with ease. You devoured the sovereign of the skies in existence at the apex of the Titan bloodline, and your growth rate became even faster. After devouring the Rodden, you raised your massive head, as large as a coach bus. Your serpentine pupils, shaped through countless cycles of adaptive evolution, had already granted you extraordinary power. You left the crater and encountered an extremely powerful Titan beast, a Titan Kong with a humanoid body and an ape-like frame. Without a second word, you coiled around it, and soon the Titan Kong was devoured by you. After devouring the Titan Kong, you enraged the Titan Kong clan. No fewer than 27th-rank adult Kongs launched an attack on you. One of them wielded an axe forged from special energy. Roaring and thrashing, you ultimately exhausted all your strength to take down a Titan Kong before dying yourself. You died a miserable death, hacked into countless pieces. Simulation over. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. 228 meters, 140 tons, Dragon Telekinesis, 640 tons of telekinetic force, 5 7th-rank Titan Kongs from the Kong clan, status submissive, 1 Rodden status submissive, 1 realm-breaking talisman. Seeing the rewards this time, Zhang Chen was overjoyed, but even so he still deliberated carefully. I choose 228 meters, 140 tons, Dragon Telekinesis, 640 tons of telekinetic force. After choosing the reward, Zhang Chen felt the changes throughout his serpentine body and was delighted. His body length remained unchanged, but his weight reached 14800 tons. What a terrifying number. As time passed, Zhang Chen's body density would only keep increasing. The already fragmented seabed rock beneath him sank another millimeter under his weight. Zhang Chen felt a thrill. He had already confirmed what to choose in the next simulation. The energy heart was now somewhat inadequate for Zhang Chen. Although it could still help him, it could no longer serve as his trump card. Time passed quickly. The simulation refreshed. Zhang Chen's colossal serpentine body suddenly stirred. With that simple movement, the seabed rock beneath him was ground completely into powder. It simply could not bear a creature of such density resting upon it. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you arrived at the South Sea. I smashed open the dragon-locking well at the bottom of the sea and bit a 6th-rank flood dragon to death in one bite, seizing its dragon pearl. At the same time, you sensed a wave of hostility from the depths. You found the so-called dragon soul, and this time you devoured it with ease. Your spiritual power grew stronger. You discovered the ancient Atlantean civilization. At the cost of minor injuries, you reduced the not yet awakened Atlantis to a lost civilization. You absorbed 100 million clusters of spiritual light, elevating your spiritual power and filling you with excitement. This enhancement increased your spiritual power, even further, reaching a force of 95000 tons. If you used your spiritual power to propel your body, your maximum speed could reach 17 times the speed of sound, a figure shocking to even contemplate. Then this time you had no intention of crossing realms again. You planned to use nuclear energy to make yourself even stronger. With this thought in mind, you arrived in the Arctic. This time you had Ujing, capital of the Great Goose Empire, drop 500 nuclear mushroom bombs in the Arctic for you. Empowered by those nuclear mushroom bombs, you began using the converted spiritual energy to enhance your heart, the nuclear-powered energy heart. Sustained by a ceaseless influx of immense energy, the nuclear energy heart began to transform. In March, spiritual energy surged back, plunging the already chaotic 3rd human world into total upheaval. The 2nd human world, unable to maintain its fragile balance, also collapsed into chaos. Even the great powers of the 1st human world could barely hold the line. In that same month, the wellspring of your nuclear energy completed its metamorphosis, further elevating the might of your nuclear power. The potency of your nuclear lightning burst, and nuclear lightning orb multiplied several-fold, yet you deemed this insufficient. Since you were determined to ascend, you resolved to undergo the most extreme transformation possible. Your nuclear lightning burst continued to intensify, and your strength surged ever higher, cloaking your entire being in an undeniable aura of nuclear energy and radiation, both powers streaming forth as reflections of your true form. In April, the rate at which you absorbed nuclear mushrooms increased once more. In the span of roughly 2 months, you devoured 150 nuclear mushrooms, a speed almost too swift to fathom. In May, your nuclear heart began its 6th transformation. That same month, you intensified the augmentation of the nuclear energy source in your abdomen. Within that single month, purely through the metamorphosis of nuclear energy, you were utterly elevated. In June, the nuclear heart's 6th transformation reached completion. You suddenly realized that another means of attack had awakened in you. Opening your mouth, you could condense a shot of nuclear breath. Under the immense penetrating force of that breath, the colossal glacier floating above your sea domain shuddered violently in but an instant. An inadvertent nuclear breath of yours pierced directly through the glacier above, leaving behind a colossal cavity spanning dozens of kilometers that tore all the way upward. As you stared at the destructive majesty unleashed by that single breath, you were left utterly astounded. Wild with joy and seething with excitement, you spat 3 consecutive blasts of nuclear breath. Your actions were far too astonishing for the world at large. In the eyes of the great powers, with the Trisolarans yet to invade and the nations still firmly in command of their satellites, order could barely be maintained as they patrolled for the sources of anomalies and swiftly annihilated them. From the perspective of the great powers, beam after beam of nuclear light pierced the Arctic ice sheet. After 5 such occurrences in succession before you could unleash a 6th piercing strike, the nuclear beams shattered the Arctic ice cap's equilibrium, and in an instant it split clean in half. Lying upon the seabed, you observed the outcome of your own playful whim, and shock rippled through your heart. Now you had a true understanding of the nuclear beam's might. A great upheaval on the scale of small tectonic plates had begun, yet you stood motionless, calmly continuing to digest and to wait. Tremors of this magnitude could not affect you in the least. In July you waited. You noticed that the one who held the realm-breaking talisman had also vanished amid the changes of the Arctic glacier. Still, you were not particularly anxious. By August you had virtually digested the total energy of 400 nuclear mushrooms. To achieve the 7th transformation, you needed nuclear energy measured in the hundreds of millions, a colossal sum. Thus, before the Trisolarans arrived, you seized control of Moscow and compelled them to drop 1,000 nuclear mushrooms into the Arctic waters. After devouring every single one, you concealed your form and descended into the deepest layer of the Arctic glacier. You descended to a depth of 10,000 meters in the Arctic Sea. Your belly was now stuffed with 1,000 nuclear mushrooms. Were it not for your heaven-devouring python constitution, even the supple stomach of a serpent would have burst open. In September, you continued to lurk deep within the Arctic Sea, intensifying the devouring absorption of nuclear power. Meanwhile, you sensed the broad transformations taking place in the outside world. Your spiritual power had grown, and with it you probed ceaselessly. In October, you perceived a technological force of extraordinary might. At that same moment, the human world dissolved into utter chaos. The Trisolarans had arrived. Through your spiritual power, you beheld a spacecraft far off on the moon, and your heart filled with even greater dread. In November, you continued to absorb the power of nuclear energy. In December, you continued to absorb the power of nuclear energy. At 1 year and 1 month of age, you were yet absorbing the power of nuclear energy. At 2 years of age, after you had absorbed all your nuclear power completely, your nuclear energy began to transform, ushering in the legendary 7th transformation. At 2 years and 1 month, your transformation was complete. A colossal tide of nuclear energy diffused outward, its overwhelming force inducing a qualitative change in both your nuclear lightning burst and your nuclear lightning orb. The burst became a persistent domain, and the orb could now be condensed through spiritual power, unleashing miniature nuclear explosions at every moment, though their area of effect remained limited. Your metamorphosis set the entire Arctic region ablaze. From the bowels of the earth to the heavens above, the entire Arctic zone brimmed with a soul-shaking power as colossal waves of nuclear radiation spread across 100 kilometers. The 7th transformation of the nuclear heart was complete, and in that same year the fundamental nature of your power changed as well. The upheaval following the 7th transformation was too enormous to conceal. The Trisolarans discovered you hidden deep within the Arctic Sea. From the moon, their main energy cannon began to charge. A single shot from this energy laser cannon could eradicate Mount Everest and the mountains around it in one strike. Sensing something, you raised your head and opened your maw wide, unleashing a blast of nuclear breath. 2 beams met, one descending from the heavens, one surging from the sea. In an instant, the 2 searing energies clashed in ceaseless opposition, each canceling the other. A minute later, you were pouring out nuclear force with reckless abandon. Just as you were about to seize the advantage, another beam of Trisolaran civilization shot down from the sky. The 2 beams merged into one, and you began to yield ground. When the 3rd beam descended from the heavens, you were utterly overwhelmed. A body-piercing wave of devastatingly potent energy struck, and the sea for a wide radius was vaporized. Even the earth beneath you was bored through, and scorching magma erupted upward. Such was the laser's might that the Arctic waters lost far more than 10,000 tons of seawater. You died. The simulation has ended. Host, please select from the following rewards. 230 meters, 16000 tons. Dragon telekinesis, 9100 tons of telekinetic force. Nuclear heart, 7 nascent infinite energy. Lost Atlantis ruins. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart quivered. After a moment of consideration, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose the nuclear heart, 7 nascent infinite energy. After all, this simulation had been devoted precisely to the enhancement of the nuclear heart. Upon completing the selection, an irrepressible surge of nuclear energy erupted around Zhang Chen. In an instant, Zhang Chen knew in his heart that this choice had not been wrong. Forcing down the turbulent nuclear power within him, Zhang Chen understood that if he were to unleash his full strength, he would become a super nuclear bomb that could move and reset itself without limit. The present Zhang Chen no longer harbored the faintest fear of humanity. Even if humanity unleashed all its nuclear mushrooms upon him, they would eventually become nothing more than fodder for Zhang Chen's nuclear absorption. Zhang Chen would not yet claim that he could withstand a nuclear bomb at point-blank range without injury. But he could now assert that once he activated his compressed nuclear domain, a nuclear bomb would detonate in the very instant it touched the domain. In other words, as long as Zhang Chen's domain was active, he would never have to take a nuclear mushroom at point-blank range. If he was not at the epicenter, how could he possibly be hurt? Suppressing the restless agitation that was hard to contain all over his body, Zhang Chen felt an even more uncontrollable excitement in his heart. A thrill that left every part of him in an inexplicable, indescribable stir. With his life level elevated, and with the world information he now understood through the simulator, whether Atlantis, the Trisolarans, the underground civilization, or the reincarnators, they were undoubtedly civilizations standing at the summit of the world. Especially regarding the reincarnators and the infinite horror space, Zhang Chen's wariness of them far surpassed his caution toward the others. In his understanding, the weakest reincarnators might be ordinary humans. As for the strongest, he could not say. But the powerful ones were either at 9th rank or beyond it, undertaking missions across worlds. The humans of this world are no pushovers either, grotto heavens, ancient faiths. If those are real humans, might be only slightly weaker than the reincarnators. As he thought this, Zhang Chen's coiled colossal serpentine body remained motionless. In the dark waters where no light could penetrate, he completely suppressed his aura. Even if fish swam beside him, not a single marine creature would likely notice him. His suppressed aura was completely different from his ordinary state. Zhang Chen was like a black hole waiting to devour whoever came near, swallowing all life. At that moment, he quickly sank into slumber. The simulation refreshed, and Zhang Chen awoke from his sleep. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you arrived at the Nanhai. You shattered the dragon-locking well at the bottom of the sea, killed a 6th-rank flood dragon with a single bite, seized its dragon pearl, and sensed a wave of hostility from the depths. You found the so-called dragon soul and devoured it effortlessly this time. Your mental power was strengthened. You found the ancient Atlantean civilization, and at the cost of light injuries, thoroughly turned the still unawakened Atlantis into a lost civilization. You absorbed 100 million clusters of spiritual light, and your mental power increased. This time your mental power grew even more, reaching 95000 tons. If you used your mental power to propel your body, your maximum speed could reach 17 times the speed of sound, a figure that is staggering to even think about. After strengthening your mental power, you found Jing. After your nuclear core evolved, your rate of digesting nuclear bombs improved. You found Jing of the Great Goose Empire and used your mental power to control them into dropping 2,000 nuclear mushrooms in the Arctic, then devoured 1,000 of them. In March, spiritual energy revived. You were in the Arctic digesting non-stop. You discovered that when you activated your nuclear core, it also began helping with digestion. This process greatly shortened your digestion time. In April, you digested the energy of nearly 200 nuclear bombs, and your digestion speed was still rising in a straight line. In May, you focused all your energy on digestion and condensed every bit of your spirit. In 1 month, you digested nearly 300 nuclear bombs. Hundreds of thousands of strands of spiritual energy condensed in your nuclear core, yet you did not absorb them right away. In June, you increased your absorption speed for nuclear bombs. That month alone, you absorbed more than 300 nuclear bombs. In July, all 1,000 nuclear bombs had been devoured and digested. You began absorbing this vast spiritual energy, using it to temper your physical body again, and gradually absorbed hundreds of thousands of strands of spiritual energy. You devoured another 1,000 nuclear bombs. After swallowing them, you fell into digestion once more. This time you sensed the reincarnator holding the realm-breaking talisman, but you chose not to strike, and instead continued digesting in silence. In December, you completely digested 1,000 nuclear bombs. By then, your body was 240 meters long and weighed 1800 tons, and your telekinetic power had reached 98000 tons. Your size had skyrocketed. You also gained new insight into the heaven-devouring python bloodline. It was truly powerful, but the quantity and density of many energies were extremely high. As the heaven-devouring python, you arrived at the underground civilization world. As a 5th-rank life form, you truly possessed the power to fight above your rank. Having fully transformed this time, you did not hide your intentions. Your presence shocked the underground dinosaur civilization. They sensed a force from the primeval wilderness, a power that threw the dinosaur race into shock and stirred ancient memories they did not dare recall. They marked you as a target for annihilation. A full-grown dinosaur appeared, an 8th-rank life form. However, the dinosaurs as a whole were slightly weaker than other life forms of the same rank. Then a dinosaur resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex appeared, nearly 500 meters long and the mere sensation of it made your heart tremble. You did not back down. Your enormous snake body writhed continuously, crushing the ground beneath your extreme weight. The earth-sank rocks were ground to powder, and your black hole-like serpentine frame radiated a biting, overwhelming might. Blue-white nuclear energy flickered around you. You unleashed the nuclear burst evolution domain, and within that nuclear domain, every nuclear-related power of yours was enhanced. Spheres of blue-white nuclear energy condensed over your enormous body. You opened your maw, a contained beam of nuclear energy gathering within it, and in an instant you erupted with terrifying might. You engaged in a great battle with an adult 8th-rank dinosaur of the underground civilization, a race that had honed its physical body to the limit. You killed this 8th-rank dinosaur in your strongest nuclear state. After devouring it, the underground civilization world flew into a complete rage, and the entire dinosaur race awakened. Gazing at least 100 dinosaurs, you felt your heart tremble in shock. Without another word, you used your telekinesis to reach the passage and left the underground world. Behind you were countless creatures of different ranks, a collective that had evolved over hundreds of millions of years. You sensed a vast energy inside your body. To escape the pursuit of the entire underground civilization, you decided to head into space. Using all your speed, 20 times the speed of sound, you struggled with tremendous effort to break free of Earth's gravity. It was only by continuously accelerating in one direction, no longer under the planet's control, that you managed to escape its pull. You did not head toward the moon. The Trisolarans did not attack you immediately, but instead clashed with the dinosaur civilization. You arrived near Mars. Just as you were about to digest on the spot, a life form from beneath Mars's surface lunged at you. You were devoured. You died. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 245 meters 1900 tons, Dragon Telekinesis, 9100 tons of telekinetic power. The secret of Martian life, cause and effect. The origin of the underground civilization, cause and effect. An 8th-rank civilized dinosaur submissive. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was filled with confusion. What was going on? Martian life. I choose 245 meters 1900 tons, Dragon Telekinesis, 9100 tons of telekinetic power. Zhang Chen's body underwent a transformation. He lay prone in a pile of rock debris, reduced to rubble, his body sinking another fraction deeper. Body length 245. Body weight 2000 tons. Mental power 1000 tons. A Martian life form. How fascinating. He silently murmured to himself, yet what Zhang Chen felt most was calmness. He had long grown accustomed to the information from the simulator. Step by step through his simulations, what had he not witnessed? From the initial human research facility to the immortal realm. There had been fire crows, and the 8-headed serpent Yamata no Orochi, the fearsome abyssal horrors of the deep sea. Onward to the Trisolarans, the lost ancient civilizations, then the reincarnators. What extraordinary phenomena had he not encountered? A mere Martian life form was nothing out of the ordinary. Lost in these thoughts, Zhang Chen's mind drifted away. He extended his spiritual sense, and his immense mental power pierced through layer upon layer of ocean waters, reaching the territory of the Japanese islands. Mount Fuji had already ceased its eruption by this point, though the sky had shifted from blue to black, a chalky ashen expanse hanging overhead thick with the acrid stench of sulfur. The nearest city to the volcano had become little more than a dead zone. Lava flows spread across the landscape, and from the solidified obsidian one could still make out traces of that terrible devastation, particularly this scene. Is there still anyone alive? His spiritual sense could not encompass all of Japan. The country's diameter is quite vast beyond Zhang Chen's current capabilities. But through the layers of ocean, he could perceive the main island where Mount Fuji stood. From the outskirts of the city, Zhang Chen could still make out the faint silhouettes of survivors. At this sight, his composure remained unshaken. Mount Fuji was bound to erupt eventually, and he had only offered minor assistance. With such thoughts occupying his mind, any notion of guilt never crossed Zhang Chen's consciousness. Not to mention Japan. If other nations were involved, he would remain equally detached. Any lingering sense of guilt had long since been eradicated through countless simulations, each time met with capture and nuclear devastation. Soon the simulation refreshed. Zhang Chen's enormous serpentine body shifted instinctively. He barely registered the movement, yet his frame pressing against the rocky surface sank slightly deeper, sending countless particles of pulverized stone drifting into the ocean. At this point, Zhang Chen turned his attention toward the simulation, a growing anticipation filling his heart. By now he found himself genuinely eager for what this particular run would bring. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In February you arrived at the South China Seas. I shattered the dragon-locking well on the seabed and devoured a 6th-stage flood dragon in a single bite, claiming its dragon pearl. Meanwhile, you sensed hostility emanating from the depths below, discovered what was referred to as the dragon's soul, and this time consumed it with ease. Your mental power intensified. You discovered the ancient Atlantis civilization, and with minimal injury to yourself ensured it would remain a lost civilization rather than being revived. You absorbed 100 million spiritual energy clusters, and your mental strength increased significantly. This filled you with immense excitement. Your mental power underwent a greater surge this time, reaching a staggering 13,000 tons. If you were to use your spirit to propel your body, your maximum speed could achieve 23 times the speed of sound, an astounding figure that sends shivers down one's spine merely to contemplate. You could even break free from Earth's gravitational pull with relative ease. In March, spiritual energy began to resurge. This time you grew interested in confronting reincarnators. Don't forget you still possess their interface panel, which only deepened your curiosity. You wanted to learn more about them, so you decided. 3 reincarnators piloted a cruise ship, devising all manner of schemes to reach your waters. When you revealed your true form, your colossal silhouette breached the sea surface without hesitation. Your head alone dwarfed the cruise vessel, and your mere presence left all 3 reincarnators utterly stunned. They gazed at you in shock. Without hesitation, you attempted to manipulate the reincarnator panel using your mental power. 2 attempts failed, claiming the lives of 2 reincarnators. On your third try, you succeeded, discovering that infinite terror truly matched your imagination. These reincarnators resembled mercenaries bound by indentured contracts. They were obligated to undertake missions across various worlds. You comprehended the circumstances surrounding the reincarnator's existence, growing even more wary of infinite terror itself. After eliminating the 3rd reincarnator, you accessed the reincarnation panel and observed that the spiritual energy resurgence world's mission difficulty had escalated within infinite terror, meaning each successive reincarnator arriving here would grow progressively stronger. In April, you continued your vigil. A 5th-stage reincarnator descended through the air wielding bow and arrows. You simply unleashed your nuclear domain, and this reincarnator, theoretically your equal, fell in an instant. In May, as the mission difficulty and infinite terror continued climbing for your world, a 6th-stage beast-type reincarnator appeared, only to be obliterated by a concentrated ball of nuclear energy that materialized around you. In June, you found yourself wondering why. Each time you actively sought out the reincarnator's secrets and deliberately hunted them, the mission difficulty for your world and infinite terror continued to escalate. In July, an 8th-stage reincarnator was born. You recognized him immediately. This was the one who wielded the boundary-breaking talisman, the reincarnator you had ambushed and manipulated through several cycles. You opened your massive maw, channeling a devastating nuclear breath attack, and eliminated your opponent in a single strike. Your combat style had never relied on mundane assaults. You had long since grown accustomed to unleashing your most devastating techniques from the very outset, either kill the foe instantly or overpower them with your immensely powerful physique. In August, another reincarnator arrived. You dispatched them with a single nuclear breath. In the aftermath, you obtained a powerful treasure, a heart of life. You discovered that this artifact sent tremors of exhilaration through your very being, and you realized your physical form had been emitting an incredibly potent signal for some time. Your body craved this heart of life with an intensity that bordered on desperation. No longer suppressing your avarice, you devoured it in a single bite. Resembling the heart of an ancient, formidable creature, this life force organ far exceeded the withered heart you had consumed in previous simulations. At that very moment, vast quantities of vital energy flooded into your body. You felt that the capabilities granted by this heart of life surpassed even the combined energy output of 2,000 nuclear bombs. Your physical form began expanding at an accelerated pace. Your body grew to 260 meters in length, your mass reaching 24,000 tons. Your weight continued to climb at the fastest rate, especially now, while your mental telekinetic power still hovered around 13,300 tons. Your flesh had just undergone a transformation beyond the power of words to describe. Tilting your head back, you let out a thunderous roar that had utterly shed its former serpent-like hiss, a grave, resonant bellow that reverberated across the entire seascape. In September, once your physical metamorphosis was complete, humanity detected your presence. Still commanding satellite networks, they maintained their plans against you, launching dozens of nuclear warheads toward your location. You activated your nuclear domain, confining it to a 3,000-meter radius. When the warheads detonated within that zone, the blinding light and searing heat erupted outward. You emerged completely unscathed from over 10 nuclear explosions, your towering form manifesting suddenly, sending shockwaves through the entirety of human civilization. You practically withstood nuclear warheads with nothing but your physical body. In humanity's eyes, the mushroom cloud had indeed erupted within a 3,000-meter radius. Even so, they believed you were certain to die. Yet your unharmed appearance left the human world utterly shocked. In October, humanity witnessed your power after the previous cluster bombing of nuclear warheads. What followed was silence. You no longer felt any threat from human technology. The entire human world seemed to have tacitly acknowledged your existence. Your body continued to grow, reaching 263 meters in length and 24,900 tons in weight. Your spiritual power grew on its own at a pace hardly slower than your devouring-driven physical growth, swelling to 13,500 tons. In November you arrived on a small island. You could clearly sense satellites from the human world monitoring you, but they no longer used nuclear weapons against you, seemingly unwilling to provoke you. The most powerful weapon known to humanity was still the nuclear bomb. They did not believe that just because more than a dozen high-yield warheads had failed to destroy you, an even greater number would kill you. Humanity had no choice but to consider the real threat you posed while you lay on a small island. Because your body was too heavy, the ground beneath you kept sinking wherever you were. After half a month of rest, the sand and stone under you had sunken deep. When you woke from your growth, you opened a pair of cold, piercing serpentine eyes and sensed that the human satellites which had been watching you were gone. The Trisolarans descended. Sensing the crisis, you opened your maw and unleashed a blazing nuclear breath. The breath continued to erupt, its output energies stacking with blinding speed, and then a Trisolaran beam came falling from the heavens. In the end, you perished under the combined force of the fourth beam. The island where you stood was utterly annihilated. Not a single trace remained. The simulation has ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards: 265 meters, 2530 tons dragon telekinesis, 13500 tons of telekinetic force, or a Trisolaran warship. Seeing this, Zhang Chen fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he selected the reward from this simulation. I choose 265 meters, 2530 tons, and dragon telekinesis, 13500 tons of telekinetic force. Zhang Chen's serpentine body gave a tremor and began to glide. As he moved, his form changed quickly, especially his weight, which shifted most dramatically and visibly as nearly a quarter of his body weight was added to him. Now Zhang Chen measured 265 meters in length, 2600 tons in weight, and 13500 tons in telekinetic force. Body length 265. Weight 26000 tons. Telekinesis 13500 tons. After making his choice, Zhang Chen felt that dragon telekinesis had changed the most. There had been no notification in the simulation, but now he could sense its transformation. He seemed to be merely one step away. I'll look into it again in the next simulation. My telekinesis seems to have reached a peak of some kind. With that thought, Zhang Chen remained silent for a while, feeling the changes in his body. At this moment, an extremely powerful energy flowed through him, yet it was suppressed, even seeming to diminish. That was only an illusion. Zhang Chen's power was condensing. That did not mean he was growing weaker. On the contrary, what condenses is essence. He would only grow stronger, surpassing all. While Zhang Chen was silent in the outside world, in a certain stretch of sea, the ruins of Atlantis seemed to tremble as well. In the human world, the great powers continued searching frantically for Zhang Chen, the giant serpent that had brought blood, fire, and countless disasters to humanity. They wanted to destroy that serpent, preserve the safety of the human race, and secure humanity's place as the dominant species. Neither side was at fault. Zhang Chen wanted to grow stronger, and humanity wanted to secure its dominance. Time flowed on. At a certain moment, Zhang Chen opened his eyes from a state of stillness. The rocks beneath the sea continued to sink where he rested, utterly unable to bear his weight. Slab after slab of seabed rock broke apart, looking to him as if they were made of tofu. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you arrived at the Nanhai. You broke the dragon-locking well at the bottom of the sea, killed a 6th-tier Jiao dragon with a single bite, and seized its dragon pearl. At the same time, you sensed a wave of hostility from the depths. Locating the so-called dragon soul, you devoured it with ease this time. After devouring it, your power continued to change. Your spirit began to transform, evolving completely beyond dragon telekinesis. Your telekinesis underwent a metamorphosis, successfully turning into strands of telekinetic force that had shed dragon telekinesis entirely and were now filled only with your own aura. You called it ancient god telekinesis. This force was like a deity of the primeval age. At a single thought, it could blanket an entire continent. Moreover, the unceasing growth trait of dragon telekinesis had not disappeared. Instead, it had grown even stronger. Your spiritual power grew stronger, and you found the ancient Atlantis civilization. There you discovered a startling truth: it had begun to revive. Despite suffering severe spiritual wounds, you destroyed the nearly resurrected ancient Atlantis, an achievement owed to your ancient god telekinesis. Absorbing 100 million clusters of spiritual light, your spiritual power was greatly enhanced, and this filled you with immense excitement. During this enhancement, your spiritual power increased even more, reaching the level of 3,000 tons. If you used your mind to drag your body, your maximum speed could reach Mach 25, a staggering figure to contemplate, and enough to escape Earth's gravity with ease. Your psychic power was further strengthened, and that immense force kept pushing you higher. After your spiritual power had fully transformed, its evolution was swift beyond measure. Your power continued to rise, and at last you sank into a deep sleep of spiritual enhancement. In March, spiritual energy revived, and you underwent transformation. In April, you were still transforming. Reincarnators came wave after wave, yet their levels remained exactly the same. Without your intervention, not a single higher-level reincarnator appeared. In May, you awakened. Rising from slumber, your ancient god telekinesis continued to climb. Your telekinetic force nearly doubled, reaching the legendary 500 tons. This legendary power continued to evolve under your telekinetic will. In June, you did not intend to wait for the reincarnator bearing the realm-breaking talisman. You set out at full speed toward the moon. Reaching the first cosmic velocity, you broke free of Earth's gravity. At this speed, you could be called invincible on Earth, roaming through the human world at will, defeating humanity until they had no fight left in them. No nuclear weapon could ever catch your trail. You traveled for several days and finally arrived at the near side of the moon. Because of the moon's peculiar nature from Earth's perspective, only its near side is ever visible. The far side is forever hidden. Arriving on the lunar surface, you found the gravity here stirring a flicker of excitement in you. If humans used telescopes, they would see a giant serpent on the moon's surface like a tiny rice worm on an apple. But in reality, it was merely an optical illusion. Your destination is not the near side of the moon. It is its most enigmatic far side. You shot toward the lunar far side at extreme speed. Upon the moon, your velocity could even reach Mach 30. As you arrived, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before you as civilization thrived upon the lunar surface. Drawing closer, you discovered they were Nazis in possession of mysterious technology. Among them, you learned a shocking secret: the Nazis' black technology was supplied from afar by the Trisolarans. Even the United States, the leading superpower among the world's nations, had obtained a measure of Trisolaran technology, precisely what allowed them to build stealth bombers that bore an uncanny resemblance to mysterious alien aircraft. Knowing this, you understood that the Trisolarans were likely to arrive around this era, and your heart grew frantic. The more anxious you became, the more impulsive your actions. In a blaze of rage, a single nuclear energy breath annihilated the so-called Nazis, people who had merely subsisted on peripheral Trisolaran technology. You fell silent for a moment and resolved to leave. You had no idea how many beam ships in the Trisolaran fleet could match you beam for beam, and you were deeply wary. Yet just as you made to depart, you sensed an intoxicating aura emanating from beneath the lunar soil. In July, with sheer brute force, you forced open a passage into the lunar surface, truly becoming a rice grub on an apple, boring into its flesh. You no longer knew how many meters you had penetrated, you only knew that the tantalizing aura grew ever richer. You arrived 100,000 meters beneath the lunar surface, where you felt an exceedingly dense aura, the very force that had been luring you all along. There you beheld a giant egg buried 100,000 meters deep within that snowball of a world. You had found a Titan egg. This Titan egg held the pinnacle of Titan bloodline power, comparable in a sense to the bloodline of the giant-toothed Titan python. Yet this egg possessed an even richer Titan bloodline, stronger still than that of the giant-toothed Titan python. The bloodline of the sky-swallowing python thrummed in resonance, instinct compelling you to devour. You offered no resistance. You swallowed the life-laden giant egg whole. Had that egg hatched successfully, it would undoubtedly have become a colossal super beast. After devouring the egg, the sky-swallowing python bloodline remained unchanged, yet you realized your body was growing at incredible speed. You found 3 giant eggs in all and devoured every one. Afterward, your spirit felt so heavy that you seemed on the verge of falling into a deep sleep, the beginning of yet another cycle of dormant growth, but you forced yourself to stay awake. Concentrating your spirit, you departed the moon. In August, somewhere on Earth, you encountered a reincarnator. Not the one who bore the realm-breaking talisman, but the one who possessed the heart of life. You opened your maw and spat out a single nuclear energy breath, incinerating the foe in an instant. You obtained the heart of life and devoured it. Then you swam to the utmost depths of the Antarctic, chose a seafloor nearly barren of life, and sank into slumber. At 1 year and 6 months old, you awakened from your sleep. As you stirred, a burst of life force streamed from you, power you had not yet managed to restrain, and your vitality exploded forth all at once. Your form had now grown to 280 meters and 2900 tons, with 5100 tons of ancient god telekinesis. You sensed an ominous threat from the Trisolarans. 5 world-destroying beams descended from the sky and collided incandescently with the nuclear energy breath you unleashed, canceling each other out and melting together. In the end, a 6th beam struck from nowhere, piercing straight through you. Even the Antarctic was battered beyond recognition by those 6 beams. You died. The simulation has ended. Host, please select from the following rewards: 280 meters, 2900 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 5100 tons, 3 Trisolaran ships, any of which could sweep the globe, 4 giant eggs at the pinnacle of Titan bloodline, seething life aura. Seeing the rewards of this simulation and the information obtained within it, Zhang Chen was rather taken aback. Trisolaran ships. Could they matter more than ancient god telekinesis? In this simulation, leaving all else aside, telekinesis had undergone a qualitative leap, and Zhang Chen placed extreme importance on this reward. I choose 280 meters, 2900 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 5100 tons. After the selection, Zhang Chen's heart raced with excitement. He felt a buzz in his mind, and the next instant a wholly transformed psychic force emerged. Primeval, tyrannical, like the spiritual might of an ancient god. Zhang Chen instantly unfurled his psychic web. Not to mention Little Japan. Even from this stretch of sea, he could clearly see a certain renowned mountain in China, every detail rendered in perfect clarity. Thinking this way, Zhang Chen's heart stirred with excitement. At this moment, his psychic power was capable of attack and annihilation. Using a city of 1 million people as the numerical baseline, he could wipe them out with a single thought of telekinetic force. Indeed, his psychic power had reached such a terrifyingly freakish level. At this time, Zhang Chen's psychic power already shrouded all things within Little Japan and the surrounding seas. At once sensing this overwhelming, crushing psychic might, he forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and closed his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Chen's measurements were as follows. Body length, 280 meters. Body weight, 30000 tons. Ancient God telekinesis, 51000 tons. His build was by no means small. His weight rivaled an aircraft carrier. Yet one must remember that Zhang Chen was a living being, a legendary giant python. His body and length were not large, broad, and clumsy in the manner of an aircraft carrier. When it came to density, Zhang Chen could wring an aircraft carrier into scrap upon the seafloor, as if it were tofu. Thus far, given Zhang Chen's current form, apart from substances of anomalous strength on Earth, even a mountain could be tunneled through by him if he willed it, without relying on any special power, purely by the strength and density of his body. Within the domain covered by the ancient god's divine thought, at the instant Zhang Chen released his psychic power, every living thing within range, including, but certainly not limited to humans, felt wave upon wave of suffocating pressure. The most immediate response of animals was submission without hesitation. Every animal in the zoo ceased to utter any sound, lying prostrate and still upon the ground in surrender. Some cats and dogs, and creatures beyond cats and dogs, caught in the acute stress response, were frightened to death on the spot. Even humans felt their spines run cold and an inexplicable urge to kneel. Very soon, however, that primeval, untamed psychic force vanished. Yet Zhang Chen had, without realizing it, created an impact he could never have imagined. Though this could not compare to the impact of Mount Fuji's eruption, it was no less than the impact of a moderate earthquake. Time passed quickly. Zhang Chen continued to lie in wait in the sea, biding his time for the chance to soar to the heavens and sweep away all before him. Time flowed on as he waited for the simulation to refresh. Before long, the simulation refreshed. At the bottom of the sea, Zhang Chen's pair of icy, forbidding serpent eyes opened. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In February, you arrived at Nanhai. With a single flick of your tail, you smashed the seabed dragon, while swallowed the flood dragon in one gulp and seized its dragon pearl. At the same time, you felt a hostile presence from the depths. You found the so-called dragon soul, and this time you devoured it with ease. This time you sensed no enhancement. Apart from some minor gains from the flood dragon's pearl, consuming that flood dragon gave you less comfort than digesting a single nuclear bomb. This time you decided not to seize Atlantis, which was still in its revival stage. The so-called dragon's telekinetic power could no longer augment your ancient god's psychic power, and even the not yet revived Atlantis could not help you grow. So you made another choice. You arrived at the Arctic Sea. Your formidable mental power instantly enveloped a large portion of the Arctic, including the territory of the Great Goose Empire. With a single thought, you took control of Ujing and ordered it to drop 5,000 nuclear mushrooms in the depths of the Arctic. The implication was self-evident. Under the sea, you looked at the nuclear mushrooms piled up almost like a mountain, then released your grip on Ujing. You devoured 1,000 nuclear mushrooms, intending to absorb and digest them slowly. When you coiled in the depths of the Arctic and waited quietly for digestion, a heavy nuclear submarine found you. Because you were confident in your strength, and because the simulation had shown almost no anomalies during this period, you slept soundly without a care. But you could never have imagined that a submarine sent by Ujing would come to investigate why it had dropped 5,000 nuclear warheads in the depths of the Arctic. A heavy nuclear submarine spotted you. Their hearts were filled with nothing but terror. When they had received their mission, they were given an order. If there is danger, the Great Goose Empire grants you the right to launch heavy nuclear torpedoes. The heavy nuclear torpedo was essentially a nuclear bomb, and a high-yield one at that. They saw you as lights flickered. Your immense mountain-like silhouette emerged, your colossal body coiled into a heap resembling a small hill. Your existence shook them. Thus they launched the heavy nuclear torpedo at you. At that instant, even in your slumber, you felt a jolt of terror. Your eyes snapped open, and murderous intent flooded your face. The moment this murderous thought spread, everyone in the submarine died instantly. You stared at the heavy torpedo hurtling toward you, and understood why your heart had raced. If this nuclear mushroom exploded at such close range, it would certainly trigger the detonation of 4,000 nuclear warheads. A blast of that magnitude withstood at zero distance would kill even you. You were enraged. Dragging the heavy torpedo with your mental power, you forcibly changed its course. You activated your water molecularization talent, then your water control talent. In an instant, all the water of the Arctic Ocean came under your command. You hauled the nuclear mushroom to the surface, hurled it into the sky with psychic force, and then a nuclear orb condensed around your body and exploded. After resolving this crisis, the enraged you swept the surroundings with your mental power. Under your vast psychic force, your serpentine body soared into the air. With a blazing nuclear breath gathered in your mouth, you fired instantly. The target was a psyche of the Great Goose Empire. You destroyed a psyche and once again displayed your power. Your strength utterly plunged humanity into despair, and they no longer dared to attack you. You returned to the depths of the Arctic Ocean, devoured another 1,000 nuclear mushrooms, and fell into slumber. In March, spiritual energy revived, but you made no move. In a sense, you had come to disdain the scattered strands of spiritual energy. Even if you absorbed all of them, the time wasted would not be as worthwhile as simply lying still and quietly absorbing nuclear energy. In April, you devoured another 1,000 nuclear bombs. This time, you did not use nuclear energy to strengthen your body, but continued to let your nuclear energy heart transform. The transformation of your nuclear energy heart meant that your devouring and digestion speed would increase by geometric multiples. In May, Atlantis had fully revived. One of its minor leaders found you believing that you were the sacred beast of Atlantis, the Lamodo chicken. He tried to persuade you to return to the embrace of Mother Atlantis, but you sternly refused. After your refusal, Atlantis showed hostility toward you. Since you still had many things to do in this period, Atlantis's enmity reached the heavens. They deployed 1,000,000 clansmen to form a psychic army attempting to forcibly assimilate you with their mental power. You were utterly furious. With murderous intent boiling over you, slew them with a single breath. After annihilating them, you went into hiding and devoured all the remaining nuclear bombs. In June, you hid in some godforsaken place. This time, you could only wait for a reincarnator carrying a realm-breaking talisman to appear. After a long period of accumulation and sedimentation, your nuclear energy heart underwent another transformation, successfully reaching 8. At the same time, you felt that your speed of absorbing nuclear energy had improved by a full level. Whether it was the nuclear energy domain, the nuclear orb, or the nuclear breath, all had been elevated by 1 tier. Yet you always felt that initial stage infinite energy was on the verge of advancing to intermediate stage infinite energy. In July, a reincarnator holding a realm-breaking talisman arrived at the Arctic glacier. You spotted him and killed him with a single nuclear breath. You obtained the realm-breaking talisman and used it to travel to the nearest orb of light. You arrived at the Titan beast world. As soon as you hit the water, you encountered a juvenile legendary life form. Its bloodline was unexpectedly almost identical to that of the heaven-swallowing python. Your heart stirred with excitement. Although it was a juvenile, it was still over 100 meters long, and your desire to devour it grew heavier and heavier. You devoured it with your own power. The process was a complete steamroll. You felt no pressure whatsoever. Your heaven-swallowing python bloodline resonated in response. After you digested it, it was converted into a large amount of pure essence. Now you could use this devoured energy to strengthen any part of your body, and it would produce miraculous effects. Without hesitation, you chose to evolve infinite energy to the initial stage. The energy heart underwent another degree of transformation, becoming intermediate stage infinite energy. At the same time, you felt that both the generation rate and output rate of nuclear energy had increased. You understood what this effect was. It added to your nuclear energy recovery rate, nuclear energy conversion rate, and most importantly, total nuclear energy. You had devoured the juvenile legendary life form. An enraged Maya king appeared, the parent of this legendary child. At that moment, it attacked you. You were crushed without question. The opponent was over 1,000 meters long, and you could not cope. You died. You died. Simulation ended. Please choose the following rewards: host. 290 meters, 3.0 tons, ancient gods telekinesis, 5.5 tons, nuclear heart, 8 intermediate infinite energy Maya, cub, 100 meters submissive. Witnessing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred, and he already had a clear target in mind. I choose the nuclear heart, 8 intermediate infinite energy. In an instant, Zhang Chen's accumulation erupted once more. The nuclear weapons grade energy surrounding him blazed and persisted, and within that single moment, a dense surge of nuclear force radiated 10,000 meters in all directions. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, his colossal serpentine body writhing as though articulating the transformation within him. The change was immense, until suddenly nuclear energy reshaped everything around him. Amid the subtle transformations around Zhang Chen, nuclear molecules diffused, all governed by Zhang Chen's own will. At this realization, he was both exhilarated and delighted. With this, his heart felt even more at ease. As he thought this, Zhang Chen sensed the changes within the nuclear heart. If he were to go head-to-head with a Trisolaran spaceship, now his nuclear breath might not be effortless, but grasping victory would hardly be a problem. With that thought, Zhang Chen's excitement grew. If a 7 nuclear breath could, in some sense, cleave a glacier in 2, then, with the foundation of the nuclear heart 8, what further evolution would his nuclear breath achieve? Zhang Chen wanted to test it. He recalled the technology researched by the beautiful country. The simulation had also mentioned that the beautiful country was continuously cloning giant beasts. But these beasts were at most tier 3, and the fact that they could be controlled was what made it interesting. With this in mind, Zhang Chen was clearly moved. His colossal serpentine body twisted inadvertently, inflicting unimaginable devastation upon the deep undersea rocks. As he pushed off against the seabed, the ocean floor heaved violently, shattering massive slabs of stone. Zhang Chen's serpentine body swam toward the beautiful country. Along the way, he virtually floated on the sea surface. So audacious was his advance, combined with his colossal form, that it was unmistakably visible on satellites. Because of their dread of Zhang Chen and their awareness of his terrifying growth rate, humanity fell into despair. What? That damned great serpent is heading for our beautiful country. Hurry! Use nuclear bombs to blast it dead. Activate the mechanical giant beast project to stop this colossal serpent from entering our territorial waters. A succession of roaring howls screamed across the sky, showcasing the might of the beautiful country. Likewise, as a representative world power, the beautiful country could only mount humanity's final desperate counterattack against Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen sensed a certain tremor in the sky. Although he could virtually ignore the force of nuclear bombs after opening his nuclear energy domain, he still wanted to ascertain where his power stood on the scale. Since he wished to test it, he naturally had to carry out an effective experiment. He activated the nuclear energy domain, this time shrinking its range to 1000 meters. His colossal serpentine frame even surfaced from the water. This sight sent a surge of delight through the beautiful country as they hoped to blow the great serpent to pieces. For their previous escape, they had already manufactured a justification. The nuclear bomb had detonated prematurely for unknown reasons, and it certainly had not been the interference of the great serpent. Humanity trusted their own judgment. Indeed, they desperately hoped their judgment was correct, and that reality would confirm their guess. Unfortunately, every hope and every human illusion dissipated with the scene that followed the nuclear explosion. That towering serpentine shadow raised its head and roared at the heavens. They were utterly shaken, and Zhang Chen was somewhat excited as well. To endure a nuclear bomb head-on from a mere 1,000 meters away, and to emerge completely unscathed. This was remarkable. With that, even more excitement surged within Zhang Chen's heart. He was unharmed, so he could certainly do it. The so-called immense temperatures had lasted only an instant, yet Zhang Chen remained safe. A mantis shrimp, when it strikes, releases an unimaginable temperature in a flash, and that is merely an ordinary creature. How much more so for a mythical being like Zhang Chen? When he exhaled his nuclear breath, he had no specific data on its temperature, but the fact that it could bore through the earth was proof enough. No harm. His heart thundered. The next moment he sped toward the beautiful country even faster. Yet the beautiful country had already been scared out of their wits, and they were forced to reveal their trump card. A colossal mechanical monster appeared before Zhang Chen's eyes. Zhang Chen had found his target for this trip. To be honest, he was not entirely certain of the strength of his breath. In a flash, he gathered his breath and fired. In that same flash, the mechanical monster that had piqued Zhang Chen's interest was melted down, without even the chance to self-destruct. Zhang Chen gazed at the giant beast that had liquefied into a pool of molten iron, gaining a new understanding of the destructive might of his nuclear breath. With his objective achieved, Zhang Chen vanished utterly from humanity's sight somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. Time continued to flow onward. Zhang Chen slept deep beneath a certain undersea sandbank. His silhouette could not be found on the sand, for his sheer weight, no matter where he lay, wrought irreversible devastation upon the surroundings. In a place as soft as a sandbank, Zhang Chen had already sunk deep into its depths. Yet he did not resist and continued his slumber. Time passed, and soon the simulation refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you pondered in place. This time you couldn't even be bothered with the flood dragon at the South Sea. You had your own plans, and before that you headed to the beautiful country. The moment they saw you arrive, the beautiful country was instantly stricken with terror and intended to destroy you with their entire nuclear arsenal. Because of the animosity between you, you had no intention of communicating, and humanity had no intention of communicating with you either. They simply dropped nuclear bombs on you. You raised your colossal serpentine head, gazing at the nuclear bomb descending from the sky, your heart utterly placid, without a single ripple. A fierce impulse surged within you, compelling you to repay in kind. With your telekinesis, you instantly accelerated to 25 times the speed of sound and arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the vast sky above, the sensation of weightlessness did not unnerve you. Instead, it stoked your craving for vengeance. You locked onto several major cities of the beautiful country, your maw seeming to hold an inexhaustible torrent of nuclear power. The nuclear force erupted, and in an instant, it was spat forth. The nuclear breath instantly obliterated a central city of the beautiful country. When you ceased the breath, a place where it had lingered the longest bubbled with rolling lava. The breath had nearly pierced the Earth's crust, and magma spewed forth. With a clear understanding of your nuclear breath now in hand, you turned your gaze to another city. With a flicker of thought, you decided to test your own strength with your physical body. Your colossal body descended from the heavens. With telekinesis pushed to full speed and gravity amplifying the effect, your falling velocity reached 40 times the speed of sound. Your enormous frame, your own weight, and the speed of your fall combined. Unquestionably, you were a walking meteor. In an instant, at the place where you struck, the impact of your physical body detonated searing energy and blazing heat. In the instant you fell, mere heartbeat, the explosive energy triggered an earthquake and laid waste to a central metropolis, while where you struck the earth you carved out a crater hundreds of meters in diameter. The next moment, wielding your telekinetic power, you ascended once more to 10,000 meters above sea level. Nuclear energy spheres condensed around you, and before anyone could react, a scene of breathtaking devastation unfolded. Several nuclear orbs hurtled, like missiles, effortlessly annihilating yet another city. Your display of power sent shockwaves across the globe, and the means you wielded shook human civilization to its core. They feared you, trembling before your might. Some even dared to shackle you with absurd moral blackmail, yet beneath your cold, piercing gaze, an even deadlier, murderous intent simmered. Striking again, you purged all who publicly defied you, those who dared approach with weapons in hand. Losing interest in the already chaotic United States, you made your way to the ancestral lands of the Native Americans. This time you felt prepared to face the phantom looming within the Temple of Faith. Ravaging your way through, you delved deep into the heart of the Native American sacred temple. There you discovered a certain opportunity. With a single thought, you were transported to a hidden realm of immortal caverns. Scarcely had you entered the immortal cavern when you beheld a deity whose physical form was grievously shattered. It was merely an avatar, yet even this fractured remnant could unleash a life-for-life strike of a seventh-ranked being. Only now did you understand why the simulated version of yourself perished so easily. The being watched you without immediately attacking. Noticing it still retained some semblance of consciousness, you recounted the dire state of the Native Americans. The avatar of their faith deity trembled violently, and finally, consumed by raging fury, it could no longer sustain its current form and dissolved into nothingness. You gathered numerous faith artifacts, absorbing their millennia of devoted belief and siphoning the spiritual essence of every vessel. Your physical body began to undergo a profound transformation. You discovered that the absorbed faith energy and spiritual resonance accelerated the growth of the heaven-devouring python beyond expectation, filling you with immense joy and exhilaration. In the third month of spiritual energy revival, you paid it no mind. Instead, you exerted control over the capital of the Great Goose Empire, seizing every nuclear warhead within its territory. You similarly took control of the rulers of the United States and other major nations, commanding them to hurl all their nuclear arsenals into the depths of the Arctic. Gazing down upon nearly 50,000 nuclear warheads spread beneath you. Above and below, all of humanity's nuclear weapons lay exposed before your maw, stirring an insatiable appetite within you. You began devouring nuclear warheads with frenzied hunger, simultaneously accelerating your digestion. Every passing second your body was flooded with an unfathomable torrent of energy, a single second of which could fuel an entire lifetime of extravagant consumption. By the fourth month, your body was growing at a rapid pace. Your length had reached 290 meters, your weight 330,000 tons, and your innate ancient god telekinesis had surged to a staggering 540,000 tons. In the fifth month, you spent a full month rapidly expanding your frame. It was then you truly understood the nature of legendary life. If the bloodline of the heaven-devouring python were to be categorized, it would bear resemblance to the legendary bloodlines found in the world of Titans. By the sixth month, after digesting nearly 20,000 nuclear warheads, your size underwent explosive growth, reaching a terrifying 310 meters in length, weighing 37,000 tons, with your ancient god telekinesis climbing to 560,000 tons. In the seventh month, you passed your time digesting nuclear warheads and nurturing your own growth. That year, you sensed an extraordinarily potent loop walker, one who wielded the boundary-breaking talisman. Yet this time you chose not to strike, instead choosing to wait and continue growing. By the eighth month, the Atlantean civilization sought you out. At that point, you had already devoured 50,000 nuclear warheads. The greater your growth, the more you could unleash the primordial power of the heaven-devouring python's bloodline. Coupled with the evolution of your nuclear energy core, your rate of digesting nuclear warheads was as relentless as desert sand swallowing flowing water. The Atlanteans approached with a single purpose: the impending arrival of the Trisolarans. Though they followed a collective consciousness path, they harbored deep apprehension toward the Trisolarans' ultimate technology. Their first act of revival was to travel to the far side of the moon and annihilate the Trisolaran spies humanity's Nazis had planted on Earth. This time you did not refuse. Your power erupted forth. The Atlanteans sought to use you against the Trisolarans, and did you not likewise wish to wield Atlantean strength against them? You agreed to the terms set by the Atlantean civilization and joined their ranks. By that same month, your body had grown to 325 meters, your weight reached 39,000 tons, and your ancient god telekinesis surpassed 580,000 tons. You had already demonstrated the capacity to single-handedly annihilate a nation, a power most terrifying In the 9th month you witnessed the true might of the Atlantean civilization's greatest allies. If this race were to fully evolve, the power they could channel would reach unfathomable heights, perhaps even surpassing your current ancient god telekinesis. By the 10th month, you continued to quietly observe the transformations within Atlantean civilization as a whole. A certain restlessness stirred within your heart. At that moment, confusion filled your mind, and that familiar sense of looming crisis returned. You then made your presence openly known at the fringes of humanity's domain. In the 11th month, you had grown to 335 meters in length, your weight soaring to a terrifying 41,000 tons, and your ancient god telekinesis reaching 600,000 tons. In the 12th month, your power saw further refinement. That very month, the Trisolarans arrived. The Atlantean collective consciousness condensed into a colossal phantom resembling a primordial deity. You were utterly shocked, gazing upon this spectacle with disbelief, your heart overflowing with astonishment. You ascended into the cosmos and beheld the Trisolaran fleet, dozens of advanced warships, and a single super vessel measuring 100,000 meters in length. You recognized those high-tier warships as the very source of the beam attacks you had previously faced. War erupted between the Atlantean civilization and the Trisolarans, both sides sustaining devastating losses. In that critical moment, you unleashed your nuclear energy breath, annihilating 10 Trisolaran high-tier warships in succession. Your actions provoked the Trisolarans' furious wrath. Simultaneously, you played the part of a traitor. While the Trisolarans remained unaware, you swiftly slipped to the very source of Atlantean civilization and, mouth aglow with nuclear energy laser, obliterated everything, leaving the Atlanteans utterly stranded upon Earth. You absorbed 100 million spiritual light clusters, elevating your consciousness to 650,000 tons of ancient god telekinesis. You surged into outer space, fixing your gaze upon the Trisolaran flagship exceeding 100,000 meters in length, which had locked onto you. With energy fully accumulated, without hesitation you opened your maw and unleashed your nuclear energy breath at full power. After several minutes of fierce struggle, 2 beams of destruction, each capable of annihilating a nation, clashed. You perished, slain upon the bridge of the Trisolaran flagship. Simulation complete. Host, please select your reward from the following options. 340 meters, 4200 tons, Ancient God Psychic Force, 65000 tons. Atlantis Civilization Spirit Light Mass, 100 million x 10. Atlantis Civilization half subjugated. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was puzzled. What did half subjugated mean? And the spirit light mass multiplied by 10 meant that the Atlantean civilization's light mass was tenfold. With that thought, Zhang Chen's mind became a bit clearer. Still, after recalling something, he made his choice. Neither the second nor the third choice was Zhang Chen's primary target. I choose 340 meters, 4200 tons, Ancient God Psychic Force, 65000 tons. After receiving the reward, Zhang Chen's body underwent a sudden transformation. The growth that had previously stopped began to stir once more. Body length, 340 meters. Body weight, 44000 tons. Ancient God Psychic Force, 65000 tons. These were Zhang Chen's current body attributes. Beneath the sand, his body had sunk deep. Even so, his heart was filled with even more excitement. The physical growth brought by this simulation was by no means insignificant. As Zhang Chen grew stronger, his body began to change once more, and this transformation was far more dramatic than the last. At this moment, Zhang Chen's heart was filled with excitement as he pondered his next move. It seemed he had never encountered true faith. Thinking this way, Zhang Chen recalled the Native Americans' faith from the simulation. Behind it all seemed to stand the hidden secrets of ancient gods. For example, that 7th-rank life-form divine incarnation can. Or perhaps the grotto heavens and blessed lands hidden across the world. Such thoughts stirred even more questions in Zhang Chen's heart. He could not believe the grotto heavens had been created by Atlantis, nor could he believe they had been built by an underground civilization. Humanity had more secrets, and Zhang Chen had to unearth them. With that thought, a heaviness rose in his heart, and it made his whole body tremble. At that moment, even more doubt weighed on Zhang Chen's mind, pressing down like a cat's claws and a dog's bite. Time flowed on. Soon the simulation refreshed, and Zhang Chen jolted awake from his slumber. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you arrived at the waters of Atlantis and found the Atlantean civilization in the midst of revival. Without a second word, you wielded the ancient god Psychic Force, and with your ultimate power crushed the Atlantean civilization that had yet to fully revive. Atlantis became nothing more than a lost legendary civilization. You seemed to witness the rise and fall of a civilization. There was no right or wrong. You needed the Atlanteans' 100 million spirit masses, and each spirit pattern was the spiritual aggregate of one Atlantean. You absorbed the 100 million spirit masses, and the ancient god Psychic Force improved, reaching 680 tons this time. After absorbing the 100 million spirit masses, your gaze was no longer fixed on nuclear mushroom clouds. You began searching for humanity's most ancient myths, hoping to find something from the traces left within them. You went first to the Xiaobin nation because in a sense you considered its faith the most worthless. Huaxia's faith was too ancient and mysterious. The Native Americans' faith seemed to have been intercepted, and Europe's faith was too vast. You were unwilling to take risks in any of those places. You arrived at the Xiaobin nation and set foot on its soil. Your presence enraged the Xiaobin nation. They bombarded you with nuclear bombs of their own, making yet you endured the bombardment without a scratch, shocking everyone. Your very existence also shocked everyone. You arrived at the faith temple of the Xiaobin nation. You spread out your immense psychic force and ignored the so-called rustic gods, petty deities, a mixed bag of fish and shrimp low-grade life forms who dared to call themselves gods. Perhaps because faith had been buried there, you found a grotto heaven in the Xiaobin nation that interested you. You entered this grotto heaven and discovered two humanoid silhouettes around the 7th rank of life. For unknown reasons, they were weak and helpless. Under your probing gaze, you extinguished them with your vast psychic power in a single instant. You obtained information about these two Xiaobin faith incarnations. They were the pillar deities of the Xiaobin nation, and at their peak had been 9th rank life forms. Upon learning this, you swallowed both divine figures in one gulp. You received a massive surge of energy in return, and this energy revealed to you the first signs of the shackles of life breaking apart. Your heart trembled. You felt as if you had found a key difference. Raising your life rank again would greatly accelerate your growth. Your current heaven-devouring python bloodline was monstrous. By rough estimate, you could grow to at least over 1,000 meters. If your life rank advanced, you would continue growing at a faster speed and with a higher ceiling. In March, spiritual energy revived. You cast the so-called nuclear mushroom clouds out of your mind. After some thought, you still did not enter Huaxia to seek its ancient relics. You felt it was safer to go to India first, though India had experienced a break in its civilization. Its history was equally long. You arrived in India. Your colossal body shocked everything around you. To your surprise, many ignorant Indians kept kneeling before you, believing that you were an envoy sent by the Trimurti. You came to an ancient Buddhist site in India and quietly watched it all. You sensed the presence of a grotto heaven, and excitement mixed with a slight tremor stirred in your heart. After entering the grotto heaven, you saw the true body of a Buddha sitting in nirvana with closed eyes. After hesitating for a long while, you wasted no time and opened your great mouth to devour it. Compared with devouring one of the Trimurti's avatars, the energy empowerment you gained from this was beyond imagination. You felt yourself drawing another step closer to that threshold. You strode boldly across India, and India's rulers did not dare say a word. They did not even dare to breathe a word. Your existence had already transcended the common sense of humanity. In India, you found another grotto heaven. Inside it dwelt a high-ranked deity that had fallen into weakness, at least around the 8th rank. Because spiritual energy had dried up, it had sunk into a feeble slumber. Overjoyed, you swallowed it in one gulp and began to slumber. In May, when you awoke again, you had already become a 6th rank life form. Your life rank had risen, and you could feel the power of the heaven-devouring python bloodline more deeply. In June, you decided to go to the ancient lands of Huaxia. You arrived at the legendary Mount Tai and found that grotto heaven. After entering the cave, you sensed an immensely dense imperial psychic force. Your own psychic force fought a great battle against it, and you found yourself at a disadvantage. You destroyed it at the cost of severe spiritual trauma. You slew the 2,000-year-old emperor's soul. You ventured deeper into Mount Tai and saw a terrifying figure. A 9th rank life form struck at you, and its aura was exceedingly ancient. You died, slain by a 9th rank life for life strike from an immortal slaying sword. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please select from the following rewards. 350 meters 4600 tons, ancient god telekinesis 71000 tons. 6th order life evolution. The secret of Mount Tai's cave heaven. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred, and the next moment his thoughts reached a peak. I choose 6th order life evolution. After making his choice, Zhang Chen felt his genes continuing to transform. Both his capacity for growth and his upper limits were rising. Even an ordinary pig, upon reaching the 6th order of life, could ram the heavens, ram the earth, and ram great mountains. Of course, it was nearly impossible for a pig to reach the 6th order of life. If even a pig could be so powerful at the 6th order, how much greater was the potential of Zhang Chen, who possessed a mythic bloodline? The bloodline of the heaven-swallowing serpent drove his growth to a peak. Without the simulator, even if he grew at top speed every single day, without pause, he felt it would take over 1,000 years to complete his evolution. Such was the growth phase of mythic life. After reaching the 6th order of life, Zhang Chen's size did not change, but his weight transformed enormously. Especially at this moment, the change was anything but small. His weight now reached 45000 tons. Though not immense in itself, it also signaled that his growth ceiling had risen once more. Time passed quickly. Deep within the mud and sand, Zhang Chen continued to slumber. Every time his weight increased, he would sink deeper downward, but he paid it no mind. Even if he sank 10,000 meters, he could still burrow out like an earthworm. His formidable body and the surrounding environment were not on the same level at all. rock and soil in Zhang Chen's eyes could be crushed to dust with a mere twist of his body. He could move from the base of a mountain crawling all the way and actively carving out a tunnel. Time passed quickly, and while Zhang Chen slumbered, the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In February you arrived at the Atlantean civilization and annihilated it. After thoroughly purging this ancient lost civilization, without suffering a single wound, you opened your mouth and devoured all the spiritual light clusters, then left the waters of Atlantis. This time you still intended to grow yourself. You used your psychic power to control the high-ranking human officials. Deep in the Arctic you gazed joyfully at the 50,000 nuclear warheads before you opened your great maw and swallowed them in one gulp. Once swallowed you began to digest them. In March spiritual energy revived. You awakened from the dream of the spiritual energy revival. At that moment you sensed that you had already digested over 10,000 nuclear warheads. Your speed at digesting nuclear energy was increasing. Vast amounts of nuclear energy were converted into threads of spiritual energy, and under your guidance the abundant spiritual energy was absorbed by your body, which began to grow. In April your size leapt forward almost boundlessly. You were now 360 meters, 4700 tons, with ancient god telekinesis of 7100 tons. Your body kept growing and your strength kept rising. At this moment your heart was full of ease and delight. You wanted to grow yourself even faster. In May the 50,000 nuclear warheads were nearly digested completely, fully and utterly digested. All of that nuclear power was absorbed by you as a means to elevate your strength. At this moment you sensed a rich and profound transformation. In June you continued to grow and advance. Your size reached a terrifying 370 meters. Your weight reached 48500 tons. Your ancient god telekinesis reached 7300 tons. You were waiting for the reincarnator bearing the dimension-breaking talisman to appear. As for the reincarnators who came to this world hoping to make contact with you, you ignored them all, and those who came to you on their own initiative you destroyed, without the slightest hesitation. Now you were waiting for an opportunity. In July, a reincarnator bearing the dimension-breaking talisman finally descended once again. Without hesitation you unleashed a nuclear energy breath. A fierce and blazing force erupted from the Arctic seabed, evaporating 10,000 tons of seawater before piercing straight through the opponent's body. You obtained the dimension-breaking talisman. As for that treasure capable of unleashing a ninth-order charge strike, it was reduced to ashes under the annihilating energy of your nuclear breath. You used the dimension-breaking talisman without a moment's hesitation and arrived in the world of the Titan beasts. You hovered 10,000 meters above the ground, and under the influence of your telekinesis you showed no sign of falling. You saw Titan beasts flying through the sky, each about 30 meters in length, relatively weak in comparison. Even so, if placed on Earth, they would be beings capable of collapsing the ecological chain and devastating the environment. Once they took flight, humanity would be unable to stop them without paying an enormous price. With the thought of your telekinesis, you did not use your extreme speed. On this world, the Titan planet you were on was far heavier than Earth. At 20 times the speed of sound, your colossal body flickered through the air as one flying Titan beast after another was devoured by you. Your body plummeted downward at tremendous speed, and you encountered a colossus of the same life order as yourself. Godzilla. You let out a furious roar and spat out a nuclear breath to clash against Godzilla's own breath. Though the opponent shared your size class, it was only about 300 meters long and 100 meters tall. Its weight was only half of yours. In the end, supported by your mid-tier infinite energy core, your nuclear breath pierced through Godzilla's body. You devoured Godzilla. You devoured a race bearing a legendary bloodline, and you channeled that pure energy entirely into the growth of your physical form. In August, your size continued to grow, reaching 380 meters and 5100 tons, with ancient god telekinesis of 7500 tons. During your digestion you encountered an 8th-order Super Godzilla. The enemy voluntarily activated its form, entering the burning Red Lotus state, and led several Godzillas of considerable size in an assault against you. You resisted fiercely, employing every talent at your disposal. Relying on your talents and speed, you barely managed to hold a draw in the breath confrontation. You used water molecularization and your water control talent, attempting to command the water of an entire sea. In the end, an ancient mythic telekinesis surged from the depths of the ocean, instantly heavily wounding your ancient god telekinesis. Ultimately, one serpent could not withstand 6 lizards. You were defeated and you died. Simulation ended. Host, please select from the following rewards. 380 meters, 5100 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 7500 tons. A Godzilla in submission. A burning Red Lotus, Godzilla status unknown. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately made his choice. I choose 380 meters, 5100 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 7500 tons. After another round of growth and transformation, Zhang Chen's body changed once more. Body length 380. Weight 52500 tons. Ancient God Telekinesis 750,000 tons. The bloodline of the heaven-swallowing serpent was fully unleashed, helping Zhang Chen grow. Kilometers beneath the beach, Zhang Chen's massive body twisted. His enormous serpent form seemed to be presaging something, the immense power indicating something significant. The simulation growth is accelerating rapidly. Zhang Chen himself felt that he was growing faster. Each simulation added dozens of meters. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he became a supergiant, life extending for kilometers. This was no joke. Everything signaled that Zhang Chen had truly entered a period of rapid growth, and this pace of development was remarkably swift. Beyond the depths, nearly all of humanity's satellites had gone into active mode. They frantically scanned for Zhang Chen's presence. Due to the chasm between species, humans still harbored no intention of communicating with him. However, after Zhang Chen's last display of divine might, humanity had shifted their strategy. The previous extinction plan was completely scrapped. During that confrontation with the United States, the power Zhang Chen displayed before and after were entirely on different levels. Thus humanity, which had never witnessed Zhang Chen's speed, initiated their second plan, the Wandering Space Project. They hoped to lure Zhang Chen out using tens of millions of pigs or other substances that could attract the great serpent, drawing him toward the launch platform they were constructing. For the first time, even the United States was frightened. Humanity united like never before against an external threat, and at this critical moment the United States reluctantly disclosed certain anti-gravity space technologies from the Trisolaran civilization. Zhang Chen slept on, unaware that humanity was once again scheming against him. Had he known, he would have been furious, demonstrating his power with rage and inflicting an even more devastating blow upon humanity. Zhang Chen's power remained unchanged, still an overwhelming force of destruction. Time flowed onward, and soon the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation initiated. February. Upon your birth, you were immediately detected by human satellites. To them, your colossal form appeared as an unimaginable titan. Some gazed at you in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, while others felt profound turmoil within. Regardless of their thoughts, you sensed the surveillance upon you. Raising your serpent head, you slowly opened your massive jaws, and a surge of concentrated breath erupted in an instant. At this moment, in this place, your heart was filled with an uncontrollable killing intent. Your breath pierced straight through the atmosphere, destroying the satellite that monitored you. Witnessing your display of power once again sent shockwaves through humanity, and they resolved to execute the Wandering Star Project against you. You observed several aircraft carriers charging forward in their death march, each laden with either hundreds of pigs or mountains of aged medicinal herbs. This sight stirred a flicker of interest within your heart. Backed by your strength and the safety net of multiple simulations, you remained convinced that humanity possessed no capacity for deception. You were eager to learn what their next move against you entailed. You approached the aircraft carrier brimming with century-old medicinal herbs and clambered aboard with your colossal frame. The deck, engineered to withstand decades of aircraft operations, began to fracture under your weight. Though theoretically each carrier displaced tens of thousands of tons, some even heavier than yourself, the sheer mass of your serpentine body pressed down upon the vessel, causing it to tremble on the verge of collapse. You deliberately controlled your consumption of these spiritual herbs and ginseng that meant little to you. Had you devoured them with full intention, a single bite would have swallowed the mountainous pile whole. Yet you moderated your pace, savoring the process with the refined patience of one peeling shrimp from its shell. Guided to a small island dotted with technological structures, you discovered an enormous launch platform, its surface piled even higher with spiritual herbs and ginseng than before. This sight sent a ripple of anticipation through your being. The launch platform activated successfully the moment you ascended. Propelled by nuclear energy, the emitter ignited instantaneously. Humanity watched in excitement as you surged upward, calculating that your trajectory would carry you directly into the sun, where the core's 10 million degree heat would annihilate you. However, just as humanity rejoiced, your colossal body plummeted at an inconceivable speed. In a single instant, that island was flattened by the energy wave generated from your descent. Understanding humanity's ploy filled you with unprecedented rage. With a single thought, you seized control of human leadership and commanded them to deliver nuclear warheads. When the first missile arrived, you prepared to consume it, but a human under your control detonated it on the spot. You withstood the nuclear blast at point-blank range, your fury mounting despite sustaining no injury. With another thought, your ancient god-tier spiritual power enveloped the gathered human leadership, placing them entirely under your control before you concealed yourself. You initiated yet another scheme, driving humanity to frantically manufacture nuclear warheads while you consumed them in relentless succession. March arrived, and you devoured 50,000 nuclear bombs, their immense energy continuously reshaping your physique. April brought continued transformation. Your body grew ever stronger under the influence of nuclear energy. May brought further enhancement to your power, and you sensed your petrification ability undergoing metamorphosis, a gift that demanded vast quantities of nuclear energy. Driven by the desire to understand this process, you consumed enormous quantities of nuclear weapons under your control, your digestion rate reaching a terrifying magnitude. June marked your entry into true metamorphosis. You discovered that your petrification talent, after absorbing substantial nuclear energy, had begun to catalyze your own transformation. July witnessed the completion of your metamorphosis. Your petrification talent successfully transformed into a new manifestation. Once activated and combined with your nuclear energy domain, your power surged explosively in a single instant. You designated this newly acquired form as the Blue Core Manifestation, a state that drove your power into unbroken ascent, showing no signs of decline. By August, upon activating the Blue Core Manifestation, your body underwent a profound change. Your once black scales shifted to a deep blue-black hue. This very color became the source of your ever-increasing strength, and when combined with your nuclear energy domain, your combat prowess achieved a qualitative transformation. Empowered by this metamorphosis, you turned your attention toward humanity's ancient beliefs, forces that seem to influence countless aspects of existence. Driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth behind these hidden elements, you sought to leverage them for continued rapid evolution. You arrived at an ancient sacred site in Huaxia, a Taoist monastery where you could sense the aura of a celestial realm. Within this celestial realm, you encountered 9 ancient tripods, monumental vessels radiating an extraordinary aura. As you sought to unravel the truth and devour the spiritual essence of these 9 sacred tripods, the very land of the 9 provinces released its fortune-bestowing power, activating the tripods to suppress you. You felt 9 primordial mountains crushing down upon your serpent body. Ultimately, you were impaled through the skull by the Xianyuan sword. You perished in utter defiance. Simulation concluded. Host, please select from the following rewards. 390 meters 5400 tons, ancient, divine, spiritual sense, 8200 tons. Blue core form, a transformative state that greatly enhances the user, capable of combining with blood-costing forbidden techniques. Due to infinite energy, the duration of this state is extended. 1000 nuclear warheads. 3 rewards. The first was most familiar to Zhang Chen. The third appeared plain on the surface, yet grand in substance, though for Zhang Chen it was merely adequate. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chen made his choice, without hesitation, his voice resolute. I choose blue core form. Having made his selection, Zhang Chen gained a basic understanding of blue core form, a state akin to Godzilla activating his burning form through legendary monster bloodline. However, Godzilla possessed neither the nuclear core 8 nor intermediate infinite energy, limiting his transformation duration. Zhang Chen estimated that his own transformed state in terms of duration alone would be more than sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Chen's already excited heart beat even faster with anticipation. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt an additional surge of joy. With blue core form, his already extraordinary ability to battle across life form tiers grew even more formidable. As he pondered this, Zhang Chen's colossal serpent body instinctively twisted. He paid no heed to his surroundings. If a normal person were crushed here, they would instantly become paste, indistinguishable from the earth itself. But Zhang Chen, he bore the pressure of countless tons roaming freely deep underground, while the surface above began to tremble. At this very moment, a colossal meteorite hurtled toward Pluto, the outermost planet of the solar system. Within it, a massive egg-shaped life form pulsed rhythmically, as if proclaiming something profound. This egg remained entirely unaffected by Pluto's extreme conditions. It had fallen at tremendous speed, piercing through countless years of permafrost without a scratch. Time flowed onward, and the simulation soon refreshed once more. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. February. You sensed a crisis emanating from beyond the stars, one that made you deeply uncomfortable throughout your entire being. The feeling left you bewildered. How could any life threaten your existence? You pressed onward, reaching the South Sea. There you destroyed the flood dragon, devoured the dragon pearl, and consumed the true dragon's soul. You then arrived at the Atlantean civilization. You annihilated it and absorbed 100 million spiritual light orbs, elevating your mental power to 78,000 tons. March. Spiritual energy surged back to life. You delved deep into the far north, discovering a hidden realm never before found. Upon entering this celestial cavern, you found a legendary python shackled beneath oppression. It had clearly reached maturity, measuring hundreds of meters in length, though it was in a weakened state, its life tier at 6th order. You expended tremendous effort consuming it. After devouring the beast, your power continued to rise, and you fell into a deep slumber. This legendary life, your intuition told you it was the mythic python of this world, that very Jormungandr. But none of this mattered now. It had been transformed into pure life energy, absorbed and digested by you. April. You spent the month in a state of digestion. May. Your growth through digestion reached a new peak. Your body expanded to 400 meters, your weight reaching 55,000 tons, with 81,000 tons of mental power. June. You gathered all nuclear weapons of human civilization. All 50,000 warheads were devoured in one stroke, and you entered a period of waiting and absorption. July. Your formidable digestive capacity allowed you to fully process those 50,000 nuclear warheads. Yet with their consumption came a growing sense of crisis weighing upon your heart like an immense boulder. August. You arrived at the moon beyond Earth. By this point you could unleash speeds of Mach 30 of fully achieving first cosmic velocity. You easily broke free from planetary gravity, yet escaping the solar system remained a considerable challenge. You reached the far side of the moon and beheld technological structures hidden there, refuges for extremists who had fled after their defeat in the Second World War. Without hesitation you spotted the Trisolaran spies planted here and consumed them in a single gulp. Your nuclear breath annihilated the Nazi operatives the Trisolarans had embedded on Earth. You left behind a communication device, a holographic projector through which the Trisolarans initiated contact. Observing these humanoid beings with transparent consciousness, you felt keen interest. You found these Trisolarans to be highly nutritious. Unfazed by the Trisolarans' furious rage, you delved deeper into the moon and consumed several enormous eggs bearing legendary bloodlines. Like ordinary eggs one after another, crisp and satisfying with a rich flavor, you arrived at Mars driven to unravel its secrets. No sooner had you breached the planet's surface when a Western dragon-like creature erupted from the subsurface, a seventh-order being bound in iron chains, gaunt and frenzied with hunger. After repeated probing, you determined this seventh-order draconic life held modest power, its true strength shackled by the various divine chains binding it, chains so formidable they held the ancient dragon utterly imprisoned. Employing strategy, you slew the great dragon and uncovered a new layer of the ancient secret, deepening your curiosity. Yet your colossal serpent form fell once more into silence, sinking into a profound slumber. September. You spent the month in dormant growth. October passed in heavy development. November. You awoke once more. You felt a fierce sense of crisis, yet your physical growth brought immense satisfaction. You now measured 415 meters, your mass reaching 5700 tons, and your ancient divine spiritual sense surging to 87000 tons. You gained insight into ancient divine spiritual sense. If you simply survived and grew naturally, 1 month of cultivation proved astonishingly potent, and several months of accumulation could rival the 100 million spiritual light orbs of the Atlantean civilization. December, a starry beast from the depths of the cosmos found you. It had not intended to come here, but drawn by your life force it arrived at this location. To your horror, this stellar beast was a ninth-order entity, stronger still after completing its transformation. You realized escape was impossible, outmatched in combat, unable to flee, and chose to terminate the simulation prematurely. Simulation ended. Host, please select from the following rewards. 415 meters, 5700 tons, ancient divine spiritual sense, 87000 tons. 1 starry beast status unknown. Atlantis half subdued. A faction of Trisolarans subdued without technology. The rewards were considerable, yet as they appeared before Zhang Chen, his heart sank. Guided here by my own life force. A colossal question mark formed in his mind. Though the simulation's major events proved illusory, this particular sequence left Zhang Chen genuinely startled. With these thoughts, a thrill stirred in Zhang Chen's heart. Without realizing it, he lifted his serpentine head. In no time, an enormous skull rose above the beach, gazing at the sky. It was as if across the distant starry expanse he could see that ever-pulsing giant egg on Pluto. Soon Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze, and his colossal head sank back into the sand. I choose 415 meters, 5700 tons, and ancient god telekinesis, 87000 tons. Body length, 415 meters. Body weight, 59000 tons. Ancient god telekinesis, 87000 tons. Now Zhang Chen's body data changed with every simulation, and each simulation granted him an enormous leap forward. Time continued to flow. Zhang Chen thought of humanity's wandering star plan. According to the schedule, it was still in progress. So did he really need to make another appearance and utterly astound humanity? With that in mind, Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then abandoned the idea. Present-day humanity was no longer enough to make him wary. The ancient secrets, the underground civilization, the Trisolarans, and even that future star beast, those were his real targets. Even the Atlantean civilization no longer held enough power to make Zhang Chen tread carefully. Carrying this thought, Zhang Chen's mind soon sank once more into stillness. If no one looked closely, his colossal serpentine head, washed by the sea, could have passed for a black boulder on the shore, exuding an aura both ancient and vast. Time passed, and soon Zhang Chen awoke again. The simulation had refreshed, and this time he made a new choice. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In February, you felt a restless stirring within your heart. You went to the Atlantean civilization and destroyed it without a word, turning the once awakening ancient civilization into nothing but history. After wiping out the Atlantean civilization, you absorbed 100 million spirit-like clusters and your ancient god telekinesis reached 9,000 tons. As your body data continued to climb, you could hold your speed steady at Mach 30 and easily break free of Earth's gravitational pull. In March, spiritual energy was reviving, yet you felt unusually calm inside. At the same time, you sensed a suffocating oppression settling over your heart, causing every inch of your body to tighten with unease. You discovered that the underground civilization had inexplicably revived. Within a few days, its dinosaur civilization would emerge into the world. As a whole, the dinosaur civilization was one of physical flesh. It could grant you a tremendous amount of life energy, and you could not help but covet it. For their part, humans repeatedly sent aircraft carriers to lure you onto an already constructed machine platform. Yet humanity's last residue of arrogance still insisted that you were a low-intelligent savage. They believed that no matter how high your spiritual power was, you were still an incorrigible monster, easy to capture. Human arrogance, together with the aircraft carriers hovering endlessly before your eyes, enraged you. You swung your enormous serpentine body, whipped it around, and with a single sweep of your tail split an aircraft carrier in two. After splitting the aircraft carrier in two, you unleashed a nuclear energy breath. When you appeared again, you were already at the border of the Great Goose Empire. As for that stretch of sea, everywhere drifted the wreckage of aircraft carriers and ships. You came to a great mountain on a plateau and entered the gateway to the underground civilization. There you saw a seventh-order dinosaur exploring with caution, but in your eyes it was nothing more than a large, delicious meal strolling before you. Because of the dinosaur's peculiar nature, a seventh-order life form actually possessed only sixth-order combat power. Since you were also a sixth-order life form, you killed sixth-order beings like dogs. So-called high-order life forms were no more than a dish on your table. Without another word, you activated your nuclear form and began a frenzy of devouring. You devoured your way forward, and only after swallowing who knows how many high-order dinosaurs did your serpentine body stop. Then you found a sphere of light. You had laid eyes on the planet Heart. This was the foundation of the dinosaur race's evolution. Without this planet Heart, the dinosaurs would have gone extinct eons ago. Gazing at the planet Heart, excitement surged within you. Instinct screamed madly, telling you that if you could devour it, swallow the planet Heart itself, you would gain unimaginable benefits. Under these circumstances, you could no longer restrain yourself. Yet, just as you started forward, you noticed that most of the beings gathered around the planet Heart were adult dinosaurs of different forms, all eighth-order life forms. You realized why the dinosaurs had hidden underground, and you also uncovered the secret of their evolution. Even at your strongest, you were not an eighth-order life form, nor were you seventh-order. You were a sixth-order life form. Only because of your innate structure, your many talents, and the bloodline of the heaven-devouring serpent could you cross life rank boundaries and kill enemies. But facing several hundred eighth-order life forms, you came to understand the horror of eons of accumulated might. In the end, relying on your formidable psychic power, you made a rapid breakthrough and arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the Earth. Your abdomen was filled with a vast amount of life energy. During your descent into the underground world, you had devoured quite a few dinosaurs, many of them sub-adult seventh-order. In April, you were digesting. Your power increased, and your body grew. In May, you were still digesting. Your power continued to rise, and your body continued to grow. In June, you were digesting. Your power surged faster, and your body expanded faster. In July, after further tempering 430 meters, 620 tons, an ancient god telekinesis at 9500 tons. That same month, you sensed a reincarnator holding a realm-breaking talisman, and your heart stirred with excitement. Just as you prepared to strike, you saw the dinosaur race. They had utterly overturned humanity's rule, and this was with humanity still clutching nuclear weapons. A fearsome life force was rising. You beheld a dinosaur fused with the planet Heart's power. You were cast down by that same dinosaur. Under the force of the planet Heart, you tried to flee. You finally understood the true power of the planet Heart, and you fell into a heavily wounded state. Under the planet Heart's probing assault, you were completely crippled. On the brink of death, you voluntarily ended the simulation. Simulation over. Host, please choose your rewards. 430 meters, 620 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 9500 tons. The secret of the planet Heart. The secret of the nuclear heart. 12 sub-adult dinosaurs, 7th-order life forms, status subjugated. 3 adult dinosaurs, 8th-order life forms, status subjugated. 1 adult dinosaur with the planet Heart's power status unknown. There were quite a few rewards this time, and Zhang Chen felt his heart race with excitement. Still, he quickly collected himself. As for the planet Heart, his mind turned to deep contemplation. I choose 430 meters, 620 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 9500 tons. Body length, 430 meters. Body weight, 64000 tons. Ancient god telekinesis, 95000 tons. After the selection, Zhang Chen opened a pair of serpentine eyes. The talent's adaptive breathing and adaptive vision had genuinely granted him unimaginable benefits. He could even see the starry sky above the blue heavens, though the adaptive visual perspective talent had not yet given Zhang Chen the ability to see the moon's surface clearly. Still, he could see the orderly, regular satellites in the sky. Are these satellites searching for me? More thoughts stirred in his mind. Zhang Chen was not afraid of humans, but he still did not want to make a move. Frankly, he was now somewhat worn out, and his mind soon returned to calm as he gradually sank into sleep. Time passed. At some point, the sound of the simulation reset woke Zhang Chen. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. February. You waited where you were. Before long, you traveled to the Nanhai Sea, devoured the broken remnant of the true dragon's soul, went to Atlantis, and destroyed that ancient civilization that should have risen to prominence. After that, you turned all your attention to your spirit in the early stage. March. After finishing all this, you looked up at the sun in the sky. A thought rose in your heart, hovering there over, and leaving you in high spirits. You arrived at Mount Fuji, which had entered the final period of its volcanic activity. That thought in your heart grew even stronger. If you could eat soil and gain abilities, why couldn't you eat magma and obtain heat energy? And with your powerful conversion ability, wouldn't you be able to transform it however you wanted? This thought filled you with delight. You were overjoyed at your sudden flash of inspiration. You could not wait to burrow into Mount Fuji. At that moment, Mount Fuji had indeed stopped erupting, but it was still an active volcano. The pressure inside had emptied out anew after the eruption. Your colossal frame provoked humanity's frenzied provocations. They wanted to use you to completely control you, but you had no intention of playing games. Opening your serpentine jaws, you gathered blazing nuclear energy. With one nuclear breath, all those aircraft carriers and battleships became pools of molten iron floating on the already boiling sea. After such a breath, no one knew how many tons of seawater had evaporated. You showed humanity your power once again. Your existence was truly beyond the limit. Humans could only tremble before you with no other option. Especially now. Not to mention nuclear weapons. Even if every nuclear weapon in the world struck you, you would remain unharmed. The little pride that remained in those hearts was utterly destroyed by your nuclear breath. From then on, human leaders lost all confidence in killing you. Some even began to pray to gods, hoping the gods would annihilate you. Spiritual energy began to recover, yet you made no sudden move. Inside Earth's magma layer, you opened your huge mouth and devoured crazily. Your madness earned you an enormous supply of energy. Magma heated to over 1,000 degrees was swallowed by you like drinking water, and your visibly astonishing spiritual energy conversion rate excited you to the core. April. You kept devouring magma. At first, your body was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Any creature on Earth, no matter how tough its exterior, had an interior as fragile as paper. But you were different. Your body could endure the searing heat of magma, resist its unique liquid form, and even digest it. May. You felt that devouring magma was faster than devouring petroleum. Although the energy in magma and petroleum was far inferior to nuclear energy, there was simply so much of it that it filled you up. How many nuclear bombs were there after all? Magma, however, was distributed throughout Earth's interior. Your body grew rapidly, reaching 450 meters. A bus is around 9 to 12 meters long. Taking the midpoint of 10 meters, you were the length of 45 buses. What a terrifying number. An ordinary person would need a full minute just to run a lap across your body. Your weight reached 68000 tons. An ordinary person weighs between 100 and 200 gene. Even taking the median of 150 gene 1 ton was about 13 people. You were 68000 times that number, and the figure was still climbing steadily. The essence of telekinesis is speed. By now, your ancient god telekinesis had reached 98000 tons, and it could easily move your enormous body at an unimaginable speed. You had surpassed the first cosmic velocity and were approaching the second cosmic velocity, 35 times the speed of sound. You could easily reach a speed of 10,000 meters per second without worrying about your physical body. Since you could use magma as a source of energy, your body's toughness was naturally at a monstrous level. June. You discovered that your body had begun to change within the magma, and it made you terribly uncomfortable. With you at the center, the temperature of the surrounding magma seemed to triple. July. In that state, you finally awakened a talent called heat manipulation. You gained one more method of devouring. You could convert heat energy into your own food, and you could even alter the heat of objects within your controllable range. This ability could be said to be extremely powerful. You could even use it to gather all of a living being's heat into its brain. August. You gradually swam deeper into the magma. The closer you got to the depths of the earth, the hotter the magma became. When you finally reached a magma layer so deep you had no idea how deep it was, a mass of red gold color appeared before your eyes. You died at Earth's core. Even your heaven-swallowing python body and mythic bloodline could not withstand the pressure of the planet's core. The moment you touched the innermost core, you died. Simulation ended. Please choose the following rewards. 465 meters, 700 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 100 tons, talent, heat manipulation, coordinates of Earth's core, Atlantis civilization submissive. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. Looking at this simulation, he felt a faint stirring within him. At this moment, he could tell what the must-pick reward was this time. Thinking this, Zhang Chen looked at the talent ability. If it were conceptual energy, that would be good too. Unfortunately, it isn't. It has restrictions. But this talent is enough for me to survive in one simulation. I choose the talent heat manipulation. With that thought, Zhang Chen made his choice without hesitation. After the choice, the snake body buried in the sand stirred. Zhang Chen's enormous rock-like snake head probed downward. Below, Zhang Chen could clearly sense a tremendous amount of heat. Could there be magma underneath the earth? A thought flashed through his mind. With the heat manipulation ability, Zhang Chen could sense thermal energy from all directions. That heat was like scattered shrimp. You could eat it, but it was very hard to get at. The colossal serpent's head descended relentlessly, immense body, rendering the terrain above entirely inconsequential. At a depth of 3,000 meters underground, Zhang Chen could distinctly feel tremendous heat surging within the darkness. If his speculation was correct, a magma layer lay beneath. With these thoughts circling through his mind, Zhang Chen began to calculate. He would first attempt to absorb the thermal energy. Yet in the very next moment, Zhang Chen transformed into a black hole of thermal energy, continuously absorbing heat within a certain range. Thanks to the flow of molecules, he had only to remain still and absorb vast quantities of thermal energy. Without comparison, the thermal energy Zhang Chen absorbed within 2 or 3 minutes, once converted, would be sufficient for a person to live a lifetime. Yet for Zhang Chen's enormous frame, his advanced life tier, and his mythical bloodline, it was far too negligible. This simply cannot achieve simulated growth. As he pondered, Zhang Chen's previously motionless colossal body stirred once more. Smashing through the hardened magma layer, Zhang Chen's gigantic form entered the molten depths, immersing his entire body completely within the magma. Such rich thermal energy. If this pace continues, I can surely bide my time and grow. As he thought, a glint of sharp light flashed within the serpent's eyes, now shrouded by magma. Something occurred to him, and a wave of excitement swelled within Zhang Chen's heart. His once fervid serpentine body writhed again as he resumed absorbing thermal energy and awaited simulation. Soon the simulation time refreshed, and Zhang Chen, deep in slumber, awoke with a look of bewilderment, scanning his surroundings, only to quickly snap back to awareness. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation starting. March. You descended deep into the magma layer, absorbing vast amounts of energy. Thanks to your talent for manipulating thermal energy, you no longer needed to painfully gulp down magma. You could devour thermal energy and convert it into spiritual energy on a massive scale. Countless streams of spiritual energy were converted. Remaining within Earth's magma layer, you, compared to planetary-level energy, were essentially boundless. Much like humanity in relation to you, within their fleeting lifespans, any single pulse of energy from your body would be more than enough for an entire lifetime. April. You sank deeper and deeper into the magma layer before finally halting. You could sense that one step further and the force of tectonic plates would crush you entirely, something you were not yet capable of resisting. May. Through continuous absorption, your proficiency in manipulating thermal energy steadily rose. Your absorption speed equaled 1 nuclear bomb per day, scarce perhaps, but sustained. By now you had grown to 440 meters in length, weighing 6,600 tons, with ancient divine psychic power reaching 9,800 tons. June. You fell into deep slumber, yet your body never ceased absorbing energy. In fact, the pace only quickened. Vast quantities of energy were consumed, your physique grew instinctively, and your psychic power continued to ascend. July. You grew while sleeping. August. You grew while sleeping. September. You grew while sleeping. October. You grew while dreaming. November. You grew while dreaming. December. You grew while sleeping. Age 1. You awoke from your dream and immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Without thinking, you extended your perception outward and detected a fierce tremor upon the surface. Because you were deep within the magma, the disturbance targeting you ultimately faded away. By then you had grown to 460 meters, weighing 7,000 tons, with ancient divine psychic power at 1.05 million tons. Age 2. You awakened once more, this time of your own accord. You noticed that growth had become increasingly difficult. You now required far more and far greater thermal energy. Descending another 1,000 meters, you finally halted your descent. Age 3. You were jolted awake by information flashing across your reincarnated panel. No fewer than 15 reminders from reincarnators appeared, some even displayed a cultivation realm. But you did not understand them, so you quickly drifted back into slumber. Age 4. The thermal energy absorbed from the magma yielded diminishing returns in terms of your body's growth, yet you could feel your weight steadily increasing. You had grown to 510 meters, weighing 9,800 tons, with ancient divine psychic power reaching 1.41 million tons. Your body length continued to expand ever more slowly while your mass surged with growing speed. You felt that having just broken through the 500-meter milestone marked your transition from adolescence into a true growth phase. Upon reaching this growth phase, you would require far greater energy. For instance, during your juvenile stage, each meter of growth consumed roughly the equivalent of 1 to 50 nuclear bombs. By adulthood, a single meter of growth demanded a minimum of 500 nuclear bombs. In other words, even if humanity were to hurl every nuclear weapon at you, your growth would remain severely limited. Age 5. You had reached 515 meters. Sustained thermal absorption had slowed your physical growth, and for one accustomed to rapid expansion, this sudden deceleration was deeply agonizing. Age 10. You had reached 540 meters, weighing 125500 tons, with ancient divine psychic power at 2.13 million tons. Age 20. You had grown to 590 meters, your weight climbing to 188800 tons, and your ancient divine psychic power reaching 3.33 million tons. You planned to lie low for centuries, perhaps even millennia. At this rate, you were confident you could survive long enough to reach the adult stage of your Titan bloodline. That year, you sensed a violent disturbance upon the surface. A tremor so intense that even you buried deep within the magma layer could feel it. The sensation sent shockwaves through your very being, resonating even within the deepest reaches of your domain. Because of this profound tremor, you emerged from the crust. A powerful reincarnator swept through everything, completing a mission within the infinite terror space. You were detected. Terror seized your heart, and instinctively you unleashed a nuclear breath torrent. Scorching fire tore through all around. If Zhang Chen could pierce the atmosphere and overturn Earth's ecology, then this mighty reincarnator wielding a peculiar divine artifact was a Tier 9 evolved life form capable of blocking your assault. The opponent took no offensive action against you. Instead, wielding an artifact from the infinite terror space, they began recording you. An overwhelming sense of crisis flooded your mind. You unhesitatingly terminated the current simulation. Simulation ended. Please choose your reward host. 590 meters, 188800 tons, ancient divine psychic power 3.33 million tons. The karma of the infinite terror space, the secrets of the infinite terror space. Reading this, Zhang Chen's enormous serpent body trembled for a single fleeting moment. At the moment the simulation revealed being recorded by that reincarnator, a chilling dread surged from the tip of his serpent head all the way to his tail, coursing through Zhang Chen's entire being. Good heavens, is infinite terror truly this terrifying? This was merely a simulation. Zhang Chen did not fully understand, yet an immense sense of crisis bore down upon his heart. The growth achieved in this simulation had been anything but insignificant. This simulation instantly elevated Zhang Chen by a full third. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose 590 meters, 188800 tons, and the ancient god's telekinetic force, 33300 tons. Body length increased by a third, body weight tripled, and the ancient god's telekinetic force doubled. Body length, 590. Weight 195600 tons. Ancient God's telekinetic force 3330000 tons. These were Zhang Chen's current stats. No matter which aspect was considered, splitting off the leftover fraction alone could create another colossus capable of bringing catastrophic destruction to humanity. So strong. Zhang Chen lashed his serpentine body. At this moment his enormous serpent frame was inexorably sinking into the depths of the magma. What was the density of magma? What was the density of water? Now Zhang Chen's massive serpent body was almost completely unaffected by the density of magma. If Zhang Chen did not move, he would likely sink deep into the Earth's crust. I wonder if I can withstand the pressure of the Earth's crust now. The crustal pressure Zhang Chen spoke of was the tectonic plate pressure at the Earth's core, where a small body could experience pressure on the scale of continental plates. At that moment Zhang Chen thought of the heart of the Earth, the dinosaur civilization, the underground world. Zhang Chen's pair of cold, sinister, serpentine pupils gleamed. Because of the changes in his body and the increase in his weight, staying in the outer layer of magma was extremely uncomfortable, unless he went deeper into the magma layer. But Zhang Chen chose to go upward. On an ocean beach, a colossal creature surfaced. Its massive body, disregarded waves powerful enough to wash whales ashore, and even a tsunami could not shake Zhang Chen now. His physical density had reached a horrifying degree. After emerging from the beach, Zhang Chen even considered heading into the starry void, but he dismissed the idea. From the simulation, he could sense that the world was changing constantly. What if he encountered some terrifying existence and died miserably? Earth was still safer. Satellites in the sky had already spotted Zhang Chen, but upon seeing his present-size, humanity was shaken once more, utterly terrified. He was nearly 600 meters long in a place with so many obvious reference points like the beach. In round numbers, Zhang Chen's size was now 1 kilometer. Humans also noticed that the ground beneath him was constantly sinking. From this, the secret was clear. The great serpent's weight clearly exceeded 99 of all matter known to humanity. Some were shocked, some were frightened out of their wits, and some, in a desperate attempt to fight Zhang Chen to the death, wanted to unleash every nuclear warhead stored on Earth. Despair filled most hearts. At that moment Zhang Chen thought of something. He raised his enormous serpentine head. The ground where he was had already sunk over 100 meters. all pressed down by his terrifying weight. Not even sunlight could illuminate Zhang Chen's body. His outer armored scales were like a black hole sunlight light, and heat were all absorbed with no reflection or rebound whatsoever. Time passed. As darkness approached, Zhang Chen still saw no action from humanity, which made him even more at ease. Body and mind relaxed, and he soon sank into a deep sleep. Setting aside everything else, Zhang Chen knew from the simulation that he would be absolutely safe within 5 months. Time passed quickly, and the simulation soon refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In March this time, you did not dive to the bottom of the magma. You felt that the underground civilization was more worth exploring. You twisted your enormous body. After your body length broke past 500 meters, the heaven-devouring serpent's bloodline enhancement underwent another qualitative leap. Your ability to devour and digest grew stronger. Before you headed for the plateau passage where the underground civilization was located, you felt an extremely intense sense of unease. You saw an aircraft carrier packed with nuclear warheads charging at you, instantly throwing you into rage. In your fury, you raised your head and let out a long cry, one that rivaled even the legendary dragon's roar. You drove your enormous body straight into the carrier. You were about twice the carrier's size, and your massive frame simply smashed it apart. The carrier might have seemed heavier than you, but in your hands it was nothing more than a toy, a plaything to be fiddled with as you pleased. The moment you wrecked the carrier, you saw nuclear warheads scattering everywhere. You understood humanity's scheme. They wanted to kill you with nuclear bombs. But surrounding you was an invisible power of nuclear energy, one that could easily sever human signals. Their plan failed. You swallowed all the nuclear warheads in one go, 30,000 of them. In the midst of humanity's utter terror, you even tore open the carrier's nuclear power device and gulped it down in one bite. Then swaggering, you disappeared from human sight. The doubling of the ancient god's telekinetic force also laid the foundation for your speed to double. You were now at Mach 50. If you wanted, you could even leave the solar system. You had reached the third cosmic velocity. Yet even at that speed, completely escaping the solar system's gravity would still be difficult. In April, you arrived at the plateau passage to the underground civilization. A hint of excitement rose in your heart. Humanity detected your colossal body floating in midair, and they were completely shaken by you. Your existence rewrote the very foundations of human theory. Even the resurgence of spiritual energy had not smashed those foundations to pieces, but you overturned their understanding again and again. How could a living being devour nuclear warheads? A life form denser than any substance on Earth, radiating nuclear energy, capable of destroying the gene chains of ordinary life, and capable of hovering in midair without wings at speeds beyond Mach 50. How could humanity not be stunned? You arrived at the entrance to the underground world and saw dinosaur after dinosaur. You swallowed them instantly. These dinosaurs were no more than delicious snacks in your mouth, making you drool with appetite. You fought your way into the depths of the underground civilization, your enormous serpentine body sweeping in all directions. In the process, you even devoured 3 adult dinosaurs. Your presence shook the entire dinosaur race to its core. After hundreds of millions of years surviving underground, they had gone from ignorance to sapience, from sapience to evolution and inheritance. Never had they encountered a being like you. How could your existence not shock them? After devouring several 8th-order life-form dinosaurs, you continued pulling back until you neared the heart of civilization. In an instant, you felt an extremely powerful energy circulating around you. You felt the heart of energy. In that moment, you went mad. Without hesitation, you activated blue core form and opened the nuclear energy domain. One by one, nuclear spheres, each no less powerful than a nuclear bomb, condensed and shot outward. With a breath attack held in your mouth, you swept across all directions without hesitation. The moment you inhale the energy of the Earth's core, your life tier instantly surges to the peak of the 6th tier. Instinct tells you that if you could devour the energy core itself, your life form would transcend far beyond the 7th tier. Your approach enrages the entire dinosaur clan. They follow the path of collective evolution, and your intent to devour the Earth's core ignites the fury of the entire underground civilization. Then you witness a sight that leaves you utterly shaken. Hundreds of adult 8th-tier dinosaurs roar at the heavens. Your physical body is so formidable that even these evolved dinosaurs cannot rival you, let alone harm you. Had you been in the ocean, you could have wielded the billions of tons of Pacific seawater against the underground civilization. Unfortunately, you behold a colossal fusion dinosaur formed from the merging of 100 adult dinosaurs. Bearing the features of countless dinosaur species, its life rank and battle power have reached the level of a 9th-tier behemoth. A strength no longer bound by dinosaur standards, far surpassing the weakest among same-tier evolved life forms. You die, slain by the claws of the underground civilization. Simulation concluded. Please select your rewards. Host. 593 meters, 196500 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 3. 35 million tons. Peak 6th tier evolution. 3 adult dinosaurs can be fused to enhance combat power. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart stirred. This simulation had not been worthless. He had uncovered the true depths of the underground civilization. They can actually fuse, eh? At the thought, shock surged within Zhang Chen, especially after witnessing hundreds of 8th-tier dinosaurs merging into one. How could he not be shaken? Though the simulation revealed that a 7th-tier dinosaur could barely match a 6th-tier normal life form, a natural weakness of the dinosaur race, Zhang Chen never imagined they could fuse and amplify their battle power exponentially. After deliberation, Zhang Chen made his choice. The physical growth this time granted far too little enhancement, so he ignored it outright. I choose peak 6th-tier evolution. As soon as he chose, his heart stirred, and his life rank surged instantly. The peak 6th-tier evolution granted him newfound changes, though not enough to elevate his life form to a qualitative leap. Having made his choice, Zhang Chen closed his eyes and sank into slumber once more. Time passed swiftly, and when he awoke, his serpentine body shuddered noticeably. Above, an aircraft circled endlessly in the sky, as if hesitating. Raising his head toward the heavens, Zhang Chen opened his colossal serpentine maw without a word. A fearsome nuclear force condensed within him and was unleashed in an instant. High above, the massive combat aircraft circled. Then a pillar of light erupted skyward. When the radiance faded, only 2 wings remained of the plane, plummeting in free fall. Then Zhang Chen turned his gaze beyond the sky. Satellites were monitoring him. Without hesitation, he opened his maw and unleashed a torrent of breath. Simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. March. You discover that Atlantis has fully revived, filling you with elation. You think that devouring a fully awakened Atlantean civilization would yield far greater benefits than a half-dead one. You arrive at the Atlantis Sea domain, where you behold their technology, the technology of spiritual force. Astonished, you activate your full battle state and charge straight into the revived Atlantean civilization. Your colossal body sweeps across the entire resurrected ancient civilization like a plaything in your grasp. Your immense ancient god spirit cannot entirely overwhelm Atlantis' collective consciousness, but you can stand as an equal against a spiritual race. With your spirits evenly matched, combined with the explosive expansion of your physique and the tenfold amplification of the blood-burning forbidden art, you churn the entire sea. Under your dominion the waters rage, and within a single day you extinguish this ancient civilization. You absorb the entirety of Atlantis' spiritual consciousness, including the collective will of the revived civilization. All of it is devoured by you, and your ancient god telekinesis surges to 353 million tons. May, you arrive at the divine grotto of the land of Wa. Observing it once more, you discover an unexpected surge of appetite within you. Following the instinct of the heaven-swallowing serpent bloodline, you instinctively devour the entire grotto. This time, unlike the last grotto devouring, when you shattered it bite by bite, you find that after consuming this pocket dimension, a nascent grotto begins to gestate within your abdomen, one that you can control. This excites you immensely. With such knowledge in hand, it is time to make your move. July. After a period of digestion, you arrive at the grotto where the 8-headed serpent is sealed. The so-called serpent is nothing more than a shrimp in your eyes now. With one bite you swallow it whole, orochi and all. October. The nascent grotto within your body undergoes a complete transformation, evolving into a small pocket dimension capable of containing objects up to 100 cubic meters. You feel this is far from enough. December. You arrive in Xia, China, stirring tens of thousands of tons of ocean water in your ascent. Your actions are nothing short of provocation, yet Xia dares not strike against you. Your overwhelming power grants you unbridled audacity. Meanwhile, your spirit scans ceaselessly until you find the laboratory that once experimented on you, and with a single breath you annihilate it. You reach the end of the Changjiang River and devour the grotto hidden there. Your inner pocket dimension undergoes further growth, expanding nearly tenfold in scale. That same month you sense a crisis descending from the starry void. Determined to uncover the truth, you shoot into the sky at 50 times the speed of sound. There amidst the stars you behold a dragon. Yes, a dragon. It roars at you with savage fury, bearing true draconic bloodline, with a single horn atop its head, as if proclaiming its unique origin. Within you a restless agitation begins to stir as well. Though you have never met this creature, a strange urge to tear it apart rises within you. Your instincts have always been to devour. This is the first time such a rending impulse has emerged. Bewildered, you cannot fathom why. The star-spiraled horned dragon unleashes its killing intent without the slightest concealment, and you can no longer suppress your own unrest. Activating your blue core state and the tenfold amplification of the blood-burning forbidden art, you command an ocean's worth of water. A catastrophic battle erupts between you and this 9th-tier flood dragon. Empowered by the blood-burning art's tenfold boost, you rely on your indomitable physique to barely hold the fight to a draw. 3 days later you are still alive. With a furious roar the enemy withdraws in boundless wrath, realizing it cannot slay you quickly. Though you wish to pursue and annihilate it, the aftermath of the battle has left you at death's door, even with your mid-tier infinite energy source. That is the price of the blood-burning art, a burden the energy core barely managed to bear. At age 1 your body grew to 600 meters in length, and your weight reached 199,000 tons, while your psychic power surged to 362 million tons. You relentlessly searched for spiritual caverns, gathering them from various locations until you discovered roughly 20 of differing sizes, some with ancient lineages. Though you could clearly sense where these hidden realms existed, you chose not to devour them, and your understanding of humanity's primordial faiths remained limited. The spiritual cavern within you had expanded to a terrifying magnitude, filling you with extraordinary elation. How could you not be overjoyed? In this moment your heart pulsed with excitement, as your inner cavern's scope could nearly encompass an entire nation, all achieved through the rapid absorption of existing spiritual domains. Within your internal spiritual realm, you could practically command reality itself to obey your will, yet despite this immense potential your cavern remained fundamentally empty. At age 2 your form continued its relentless expansion. While drifting through the Indian Ocean, you caught sight of light emanating from an ancient temple ruin, a presence that filled you with profound wariness. You had barely explored the ancient faiths of various civilizations, but as your strength intensified and your perception broadened, certain elements of humanity's ancient beliefs began to fill you with an intense, almost paralyzing dread. At 3 years old your body had grown to 615 meters in length, your weight reached 206,000 tons, and your ancient god-level psychic power climbed to 386 million tons. At 4 years old you sensed a threat emerging from the starry expanse. 3 fully grown ninth-order horned dragons descending from the ancient cosmos. Following a series of fierce battles, you suffered grievous wounds as blood poured from your body. You died. The simulation has ended. Please select your rewards, host. 615 meters, 206,000 tons, ancient god-level psychic power 386 million tons, an internal spiritual realm vast enough to contain an ocean fully controllable at will. Note, within your spiritual realm you can devour enemies in combat and harness crushing force, but your realm can also be shattered by a single strike, ending you instantly. Staring at these simulation rewards, Zhang Chen's heart surged with emotion, especially now, his mind brimming with excitement. I choose the internal spiritual realm capable of holding an ocean. The moment he made his choice, Zhang Chen felt a stirring within his abdomen, and instantly, he could sense every transformation occurring within his midsection. As he calmly absorbed the changes within his abdomen, Zhang Chen felt an irrepressible surge of instinct awakening deep inside him. Driven by this transformation, he made his way to the ocean and opened his jaws wide, beginning to devour. Half a day passed. While not all the world's oceans were receding, the Pacific waters where Zhang Chen rested had dropped a full meter in that instant. This drop of 1 meter was no trivial matter. Zhang Chen halted his consumption as his internal spiritual realm had already absorbed hundreds of millions of tons of seawater, essentially filling only about 10% of its capacity, yet this was more than sufficient. The reason he drew in ocean water stemmed entirely from Zhang Chen's innate talent for water manipulation. His internal spiritual realm functioned as a vast ocean, and when needed, he could release it all to control water molecules and command the sea itself, leaving him no longer afraid of the Trisolarans. Given the Trisolarans' technological level, Zhang Chen's approach would easily overwhelm them. Time moved swiftly, and as Zhang Chen's thoughts shifted, this simulation refreshed. Humanity panicked upon observing the Pacific's unexplained water level drop, frantically searching for answers, and eventually detecting the anomaly in that region, revealing Zhang Chen, who had made little effort to conceal himself. Water sustains Earth's ecological balance. If the planet's water resources falter, the question shifts from whether humanity maintains dominance to whether it can survive at all. Thus, the Wandering Stars project recommenced with its original blueprint, though now humanity itself became the vessel rather than Zhang Chen. The leadership rushed to complete construction on lunar or Martian habitats, yet they could never have imagined the Trisolaran agents lurking on the moon's far side, or the Western Dragon awaiting discovery on Mars. The simulation refreshed with a chime that startled Zhang Chen awake. Begin today's simulation. Ding. The simulation begins. In March, still insatiable, you devoured enough ocean water to fill your entire internal spiritual cavern. With the Pacific's waters consumed, Earth's oceans took on an inverted triangular profile. The deeper the water, the greater the volume. You consumed nearly half of the Pacific seawater, causing the sea surface to plummet dozens of meters. With the ocean floor now visible, the lost civilization of Atlantis rose before you, fully restored and revealed. As you clashed with the resurgent Atlantis, that legendary ancient civilization, one unmatched since antiquity, was utterly annihilated by its own blood-draining secret arts. By April, the Pacific's equilibrium had been completely shattered, spreading devastation across all oceans and collapsing Earth's water cycle entirely. No spiritual energy revival could stem this tide of species extinction. In May, as the water cycle collapsed, you sensed disturbances erupting across humanity's ancient lands, a thrill that filled you with intense excitement. You coiled your serpent form toward India, where the aura of forbidden power grew thickest. Upon arriving in India, your colossal serpent form sent tremors through the populace. Some prostrated themselves worshipping Zhang Chen as a deity, while others fled in terror at the sight of the great snake. You slithered into an ancient temple hall. Within the temple you beheld Shakyamuni's mortal remains, neither fully withered nor truly alive, and sensed an overwhelming surge of energy radiating from it which you devoured without hesitation. By consuming Shakyamuni's mortal body, a ninth-tier life form though damaged, your vital energy underwent unprecedented transformation, launching you onto a completely new evolutionary path. At age 1, you had completely transcended from a peak 6th-tier existence into a 7th-tier creature. Your heaven-devouring python lineage was fully unleashed, and as your life tier ascended you manifested the complete form of the heaven-devouring python. Your speed of consumption and growth accelerating ever onward. Time continued to flow, but the arrival of the Trisolarans completely disrupted your progress. Facing their fleet without hesitation, you released 100 billion tons of seawater wielding water molecule control to transform yourself into an endless ocean. Channeling the power of 100 billion tons of ocean water, your strength was completely unleashed. Within the sea you spewed wave after wave of nuclear breath, each blast devastating, obliterating Trisolaran starships one after another. You utilized your unique physical characteristics to completely transform into an entire sea region, and no one knew where your next nuclear breath would strike. You single-handedly annihilated all Trisolaran fleets as a lone serpent, delivering a final nuclear breath that instantly obliterated their main universe fleet on the spot. Your actions thoroughly enraged the Trisolarans, who perceived your moves as a direct provocation. That same year they dispatched their most formidable warship toward the solar system, determined to eradicate you completely. On that same day, as you had just resolved the Trisolaran crisis, you sensed an immensely powerful energy fluctuation. A horned dragon from the ancient starry sky appeared, bearing what seemed an ancestral grudge against you, and charged without hesitation. You were filled with profound anger at the situation. Furious that they would attack without warning, you found your body had grown to 620 meters with a weight exceeding 2.0 tons. Your primordial godly psychic power continued to grow at a rate of 1.0 tons per month. At 1 year and 1 month you destroyed your opponent, but suffered severe injuries in the process. Your 7th-stage life form measured 620 meters, weighed 2.0 tons, and your primordial godly psychic power neared 3.5 million tons. Despite these foundations and your innate talents, it was only with great difficulty that you managed to slay the horned dragon that roamed the starry skies. After killing your opponent, an inexplicable force extracted its body away. Severely injured and having gained nothing, you flew into a raging fury, your spirits sinking to the deepest depths. By 1 year and 3 months, with your morale at rock bottom, you rampaged across the land, devouring everything in your path. You channeled all that consumed energy into stabilizing your 7th-stage life form, firmly securing your evolutionary rank, a sure sign that your growth would only accelerate from here. At 2 years old, you inadvertently entered the Grand Cathedral on Europa, reaching the angelic paradise. Facing these first-stage angelic beings, you mercilessly unleashed your nuclear domain, annihilating them all before stumbling upon an ancient relic site. You discovered this was a paradise within a paradise, spanning at least the area of an entire continent. There you encountered an ancient 12-winged angel wielding twin holy swords at the 9th life stage, which deepened your curiosity about humanity's ancient secrets. You engaged the angel in fierce battle, and after countless exchanges you defeated it. Before you could devour it, an old man appeared beside you. Though his hands were empty, 9 miniature stars from the solar system orbited around him. Then a sacred sword summoned from an unknown realm, and blazing with divine flames pierced through your body. You perished at the hands of this world's god. The simulation has ended. Please choose from the following rewards: host. 630 meters, 210,600 tons, primordial godly psychic power 3.54 million tons, 7th-stage life, evolution information, and rank regarding God. Upon reading this, a sense of crisis rose within Zhang Chen's heart. Good heavens, even God has appeared. Musing to himself, if his 7th-stage life could slay 9th-stage beings, like the ancient horned dragon or the 12-winged angel within the paradise, he reasoned. All of these counted as 9th-stage lives. Based on the simulation, Zhang Chen was certain that unless he himself evolved to the 9th stage, no other 9th-stage life could instantly kill him, as was happening now. What's going on? Why is this happening? Endless thoughts raced through his mind, causing Zhang Chen considerable distress. At this moment, fear and terror gripped his heart. If God has already appeared, how far away can the 3 pure ones, or the supreme deities of other pantheons be? What rank does the supreme being of this world hold? The more he thought, the more Zhang Chen desired to understand, yet he would not sacrifice a better choice for mere curiosity. I choose 7th-stage life, evolution. After making his choice, Zhang Chen felt his life force elevate. Following this enhancement, he was astonished to discover what it meant to fully unleash the bloodline of the heaven-devouring giant python. So that's how it works. The heaven-devouring giant python's bloodline had been fully awakened. At this growth stage, the python seemed to crave devouring everything, even the very earth beneath it. Suppressing this devouring urge and understanding the ultimate terrors that might exist in this world, Zhang Chen immediately concealed himself without hesitation. He reached the deepest ocean trench in the world where a living kraken resided. To Zhang Chen's eyes, it was merely a morsel of meat, easily devoured in one bite. The kraken resembled a giant octopus that had somehow mutated and survived to the present day. A mutated variant, no less. Given the vast size difference, Zhang Chen bit down and killed it in a single stroke, then effortlessly swallowed it whole. After consuming it, he descended to 10,000 meters beneath the sea, where the crushing pressure affected him not at all. Time passed as he continued waiting for the simulation. Soon the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. The simulation begins. In the third month, spiritual energy revives, yet you feel no excitement. Those scattered threads of spiritual energy mean nothing to you. Your instincts alone allow you to absorb several streams daily, each stream comprising 10,000 fine threads of energy. If you were suddenly benevolent and constructed a spiritual energy thread dispersal device, you could actively trigger a spiritual revival. But such compassion is unlikely. In May, confronted with another power from beyond this world, you showed no hesitation. Wave after wave of so-called reincarnators fell to your hand, their remnants becoming the foundation you absorbed after extracting the spiritual essence from their weapons. By June, small teams of reincarnators had formed specifically to hunt you. Your killings of reincarnators earned you a place on the reincarnation list as one of the tasks in Infinite Terror. Slaying you promised unimaginable rewards. Yet these teams were nothing but insects in your eyes. In July, lurking deep within the Arctic glaciers, you sensed the reincarnator wielding the boundary-breaking talisman once more. Acting without hesitation, you unleashed a blazing nuclear breath that instantly molecularized your target. Seizing the talisman, you activated it immediately. Upon activating the boundary-breaking talisman, you perceived countless orbs of light. The talisman transported you to the nearest one, depositing you in a world of Titan kaiju, where even the lowest-tier behemoths constituted planetary disaster-level threats on Earth. No sooner had you arrived in this realm than a colossal beast charged toward you, Reborn the Flying King. Spreading its wings, it unleashed an intensely brilliant radiance, summoning a magma storm in an instant that incinerated the land below. Having just entered this world, you encountered a Titan kaiju at the pinnacle of Titan bloodline, a prospect that filled you with delight. Without hesitation, you devoured it whole in a single bite. You were overjoyed. Reborn, a bird-like Titan behemoth, seemed unaware that the tide of battle had turned. You did not even bother to block. His giant claws, powerful enough to shatter mountains, slammed into your body and sent countless sparks flying. Yet your armor did not show even a single white scratch. Your defense was absurdly overpowered, especially now. Your strength was increasing at a terrifying speed. With one bite, you caught hold of the foe. A bite force on the order of 10,000 tons concentrated on a contact point as sharp as a needle split Reborn in half in an instant. After swallowing Reborn, you felt a wave of deliciousness. The bloodline of a Titan-class behemoth turned into a stream of energy and began to nourish your body. You discovered that Titan bloodlines could make you grow even faster. You went wild. At 1 year old, you devoured more than a dozen Titan bloodlines. After digesting them, your size surged dramatically to 620 meters, a direct gain of 30 meters, and your weight exceeded 219,900 metric tons, while your ancient god telekinetic force reached 341 million metric tons. You had always followed the path of a cunning old schemer. Lone Titans, Kong, Godzilla, Rod, and even the skull crawlers you had faced in the Changjiang Cave Heaven simulation, along with all kinds of Titan behemoths, were simply food for you. Most of these Titan behemoths were around the 5th rank. The stronger ones were at the 6th or 7th rank. That seemed to say it all. Facing all these Titan-class behemoths, you did not hesitate at all. You opened your giant maw and swallowed every one of them. Even the strongest Godzilla you had ever seen, a 7th rank evolved life form with a burning form, ultimately became nothing more than energy in your stomach. At 1 year and 6 months old, you encountered a beast of pure legendary bloodline, a race called the Maya. It somewhat resembled an ancient legend from Earth's humans, though you did not know its origin. The Maya was like a colossal eel, yet its skin looked like living ocean, and its enormous mouth packed with countless teeth was like a steel brush. The one you met was a juvenile Maya, only about 300 meters long. You charged without a moment's hesitation. You were a sky-devouring python with a bloodline even denser than the legendary Mayas. Add to that your size and every advantage of your build, and you devoured the young Maya easily. Having a legendary bloodline of the same kind transformed into energy, your flesh gained an even faster rate of growth and evolution. At 1 year and 7 months, you reached 650 meters, 24900 metric tons, and your ancient god telekinetic force reached 48 million metric tons. That same month, an adult Maya behemoth found you. It realized you had swallowed its child and flew into an instant rage. It wanted to kill you. You were pursued by an 8th-rank evolved life form, a Maya behemoth at least 3.0 meters long. It looked clumsy, but when you tested it, you learned its speed. It reached you in an instant. With no other choice, you prepared to use your ancient god telekinetic force. Your body shot into the air and streaked towards space at 50 times the speed of sound. When you arrived in the outer space of this world, you saw a 9th-rank life form, a stellar koan, rushing to devour you at 100 times the speed of sound. You died devoured by the supreme predator at the pinnacle of the Titan world. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the following rewards. 650 meters, 24900 metric tons, ancient god telekinetic force 3. 48 million metric tons. A Rodden king with a pinnacle Titan bloodline submissive. A Godzilla with a pinnacle Titan bloodline normal no form submissive. A Godzilla with some legendary bloodline legendary burning status unknown. Zhang Chen looked at this simulation and found it easy to understand. The first option enhanced his own body, and the size increase was not small, especially since if measured against his current size, choosing it would add 60 meters directly. Even a Titan behemoth with a pinnacle Titan bloodline, even a Godzilla of the Titan race, is useless to me now. Zhang Chen murmured to himself. He would not even glance at the choice with an unknown status. Even if it might be useful to him, now judging by how fast he had grown in the simulation, he doubted whether it could still be of any use a month later. So he ignored the fourth option outright. I choose 650 meters 24900 metric tons, and ancient god telekinetic force 3. 48 million metric tons. After making his choice, he entered the familiar growth phase. Soon Zhang Chen's body data appeared. Length 650 meters. Weight 25300 metric tons. Ancient god telekinetic force 3. 48 million metric tons. All three attributes were rising, and that made Zhang Chen very happy. In the beginning, Zhang Chen fantasized about trouncing this world's ancient faiths, God Nuwa Shiva, and even the much-vaunted 8 million gods of those island people. He simply could not imagine what the strongest god among those islanders would look like. While Zhang Chen was imagining this, his enormous serpentine body slid deeper into the bottom of the sea. Outside, earth-shaking changes were unfolding. Zhang Chen, everything that the mad python had done in the human world was thoroughly exposed. It had appeared in the Changjiang River at Mount Fuji, and had even destroyed aircraft carriers. Humanity had tried to fight back with their strongest weapons, but it was all futile. Stories of the giant python ending the world began spreading with terrifying speed. At first, the internet was full of calls to condemn Zhang Chen. After all, with absolute trust in firearms, no creature in the world could survive 10 rounds from a Barrett. But when they learned that even a nuclear bomb could not destroy Zhang Chen, everyone in the know fell into an abyss of despair. After despair came insanity. Before spiritual energy had even begun to revive, human society had already collapsed. The elites stopped pretending, and the Project Wandering Star was exposed. Their goal was to go to the moon or Mars. The machines they invented were enough for them to live out the rest of their lives, but most of them ignored the survival and reproduction of the human species, thinking only of their own survival. Time passed quickly. By the time several rockets had launched, the beautiful country and other nations fell into complete chaos. Of course, there were also those who chose to fight to the end, determined to carve out a future for humanity. Zhang Chen never dreamed that he would become the villain. When he first displayed his anomalies, those people had never considered what humanity had done to him. When he had just begun to grow, humanity had tried to strangle him countless times, but all that was in the past. Once Zhang Chen had fully grown, some people began to raise the banner of justice, declaring that humanity were utterly innocent victims, helpless people dragged into disaster by a monster. Because of the chasm between species, even the kindest person would not put themselves in Zhang Chen's position. If Zhang Chen had known about this, he would have chosen a Godzilla with a legendary bloodline as a simulation reward, then set that Godzilla of unknown status loose. For revenge. At a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, Zhang Chen had already fallen into a deep slumber. Beside him lay a tentacle he couldn't be bothered to consume, a remnant left over from when he had effortlessly swallowed a colossal abyssal demon beast. Having reached the 7th stage of evolutionary life, Zhang Chen found himself inferior to the 8-headed great serpent and the fire crow dwelling within the cave heaven at the end of the Yangtze River. He had no desire to hunt again. He floated silently upon the ocean floor, using his mental power to half-control his massive body, lest the seabed's crust collapse under the unbearable weight. Geothermal energy surged everywhere around him. Zhang Chen knew that beneath him lay the true magma layer. If the pressure here were to shift, he could barely imagine the catastrophic devastation the collapsing crust would inflict upon Earth's ecosystem. At least for now, Zhang Chen harbored no destructive intent toward Earth's ecology. Time flew by swiftly. As rockets bound for Mars and the moon soared into the sky, the moment for simulation refresh had arrived. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. March. Spiritual energy has resurfaced in the world. You feel indifferent to this revival. This time you intend to continue exploring humanity's ancient faiths. However, you harbor profound wariness toward the Europa region, so you decide to explore Chinese civilization instead. Your colossal snake form materializes once again. Upon appearing, you sense nuclear strikes raining from the sky, filling you with bewilderment. In an instant, you activate your nuclear energy domain. Having no interest in enduring another barrage of nuclear bombs, you watch as warheads detonate upon touching the outer edges of your domain, their blast radius failing to even perturb you. You once again demonstrate your formidable power to humanity's new leadership. This display proves equally catastrophic. The strength you exhibit carries commensurate destruction. Where your nuclear energy domain spreads, the outcome is unmistakable. April, you arrive at the legendary Mount Tai. Upon entering, you sense an oppressive aura looming over you. Venturing into the cave heaven within, an imperial soul charges toward you only to be effortlessly torn apart by your hand. Deeper within the cave heaven, you sense an intense, overwhelming peril. Within the cave heaven, you behold the figure that radiates such danger. Without hesitation, you unleash a torrent of nuclear breath. Your physical body is peerlessly powerful. You firmly believe your flesh is invincible regardless of who your opponent may be. A colossal serpent spanning heaven and earth bites down, shattering a divine sword piercing the clouds. You crush the Xianyuan sword between your jaws. With a biting force approaching 1 million tons, you can pulverize any material. At this moment, you no longer sense any threat to your life. You encounter the incarnation of Emperor Xuanyuan, the human sovereign. At the cost of considerable bloodshed, you devour him, absorbing vast quantities of life energy. You find no further secrets within the cave heaven, leaving you somewhat crestfallen, primarily because there are no other miraculous treasures to claim. June, you crawl out of the Mount Tai cave heaven once more. Your body has now grown to 660 meters in length, weighing 26800 tons, with a mental power of 351 million tons. July, when you emerge from the cave heaven, the world situation has shifted anew. You discover that humanity now regards you as an existential enemy of their species. Your very presence has strangely united mankind. You arrive at the Arctic glacial region, where you await that reincarnator wielding a dimension-breaking talisman. Without warning, you unleash a nuclear breath that annihilates the reincarnator on the spot, reducing him to mere molecules. Though you possess a dimension-breaking talisman, you still lack confidence in confronting ancient faiths, especially at Mount Tai, where barely surviving meant dealing mortal blows to the legendary incarnation of Xianyuan. If Xuanyuan's true form were to descend, one sword strike could effortlessly cleave you in twain. After weighing various factors, you decide to journey to the world of Godzilla. August, you arrive in the world of Godzilla and immediately encounter a fierce brawl among several Titan beasts. These creatures all possess peak Titan bloodlines, each evenly matched against the others. Your arrival shatters the balance. Merely raising your serpentine body 100 meters into the air is enough to send a sweep of nuclear breath devastating the surroundings. You devour 7 Titan beasts possessing peak Titan bloodlines. The heaven-devouring python bloodline within you begins digesting these 7 streams of supreme Titan essence. The primary benefit is the accelerated growth of your physical body. October, through continuous devouring, your growth rate enters another peak, reaching 670 meters in length and 281,000 tons in body weight. Age 1, through successive rounds of devouring and transformation, you clearly enter another tier of rebirth. At this point, you set your sights upon the Godzilla clan of this world. This race is extraordinarily powerful, boasting a super Godzilla capable of rivaling the legendary creature Maya. However, you target only those Godzillas bearing certain legendary bloodlines. April of your first year, through calculated moves, step by step, you devour 7 Godzillas possessing legendary bloodlines. After fully digesting this accumulated life essence and applying it to your physical growth, your size begins to surge upward rapidly. June of your first year, your body reaches 685 meters in length, 30600 tons in weight, and 362 million tons of ancient god mental power. Your actions finally attract the attention of the planet-level Godzilla, the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Filled with fury, it perceives your existence as an existential crisis for the entire Godzilla clan. With the planet-level Godzilla hunting you, you find no refuge. The dangers of outer space warn you away. You know a super space Kunpeng lurks among the stars. Forced to confront the enraged Godzilla clan head-on, you discover your combat prowess is no illusion. After countless exchanges of breath attacks and collisions of physical bodies, your bombardment nearly alters the terrain of an entire continent. However, you succumb to exhaustion. Facing the planet-level Godzilla's super energy breath, you perish. Simulation ended. Please choose from the following rewards. 685 meters, 30600 tons, ancient god mental power 362 million tons, planet-level Godzilla status unknown, possesses an extraordinarily rich legendary bloodline, legend of the Godzilla clan historical record. Reading this, Zhang Chen's heart began to stir significantly, and he was deeply astonished at this very moment. I choose the 685-meter, 30630-ton option, with ancient god mental power 362 million tons. This choice raised no objections whatsoever. Even the planet-level Godzilla held no appeal for Zhang Chen. According to the configuration, the planet itself might not have stood a chance against the planet-level Godzilla. Though the simulation did not specify the opponent's level, that alone could not indicate the planet-level Godzilla was weak. Following another physical transformation, Zhang Chen's body growth entered yet another period of rapid acceleration. Body length 685. Body weight 303000 tons. Ancient god mental power 362 million tons. In his elation, Zhang Chen recalled certain information from the simulation. The new human high-ranking officials. Although the simulation differed greatly from reality, it still indicated that if Zhang Chen were to experience it again, there was a 90% chance the exact same events would unfold. It was just, while Zhang Chen was puzzled, a starship blazing with nuclear-powered light descended onto the lunar surface. Due to its landing position, it was tilted almost toward the far side of the moon. Then a flag emblazoned with a swastika appeared. The Nazis who in the simulation had always been crushed beneath Zhang Chen's heel now emerged. With overwhelmingly superior technology, they swiftly seized control of the thousands of human high-ranking officials who had arrived here using Trisolaran technology. What followed went without saying. A great struggle between two factions of humanity had begun. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Trisolaran vessel built by humanity arrived at this place. The moment it appeared, the Martian dragon resurfaced. It was that ancient colossal beast bound by mysterious iron chains bearing a legendary bloodline. These humans who had just descended upon Mars had not even begun constructing their ecological spheres when the Martian dragon, bursting forth without warning, devoured them all. At the Mariana Trench, dusk was falling. With a shocked expression, Zhang Chen's powerful perception sensed something. It's the spiritual energy awakening. As he thought this, feeling the drifting of countless silken threads of spiritual energy, Zhang Chen's sense of urgency only grew. These threads of spiritual energy meant nothing to him. 10,000 threads of spiritual energy were barely equivalent to a single wisp of true qi. Yet even if Zhang Chen merely ate dirt and drank water, he could absorb at least 3 wisps of true qi in a day. If he consumed nuclear bombs or descended into magma, the spiritual energy he converted would be even more. With such an ability, how could he possibly care about these mere threads of spiritual energy? Night was when the threads of spiritual energy descended the most profusely. Many people and animals across the earth absorbed this spiritual energy, and they began to mutate. This mutation rapidly accelerated in another direction. However, this mutation rate was nowhere near as fast as Zhang Chen's natural growth. A silent night passed, and Zhang Chen continued to slumber. Soon the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation start. In March you experienced the spiritual energy awakening. However, this awakening had no effect whatsoever on your growth. Moreover, your body currently contained an intensely scorching energy. You knew that the opportunity to evolve your nuclear energy core had arrived. Your body grew at an astonishing rate. Combined with the benefits of your bloodline genes, you could be said to have reached the peak of mythical beasts. Among all the colossal beasts at your level of bloodline, even those growing naturally, you were the fastest to mature. Yet you did not have millennia or centuries to grow. You had merely 1 year. In April, the Atlantean civilization revived and came to trouble you. You directly molecularized your body, transforming into an immense ocean and seizing control of the entire Pacific. With your supreme mastery over the sea, you instantly shattered the Atlantean civilization into fragments. You devoured the spiritual light cluster of the Atlantean civilization. Your spiritual power rose, reaching 367 million tons, and this number continued to climb. In May, reincarnators began to arrive one after another. Without the slightest hesitation, you struck them down with devastating blows. You utterly obliterated them. Your presence was like a radiant star, and by rounding up, you could be considered a 1,000-meter gigantic python. In June, you felt that something was still lacking. You fixed your attention on the humans. Without mercy toward your enemies, you used your telekinesis to control the new human high-ranking officials, forcing them to ceaselessly manufacture nuclear bombs. With the help of the entire human society, you devoured almost 10 nuclear bombs per day. Combined with the nearly 5,000 already existing, you swallowed them all. After consuming them, you channeled this colossal energy into the 9th transformation of your nuclear energy core. Instinct told you that if you truly achieved the 9th transformation, you would obtain enormous benefits. Benefits enough to elevate you once again, further sublimating your essence and raising your battle prowess to an entirely new level. In July, you descended into the underground world, the domain of the dinosaur race, for countless millions of years. You summoned hundreds of millions of tons of ocean water, causing it to flood backward into their subterranean civilization. Every moment, enough water to turn a city into a lake poured in. Your actions shocked the observing humans, for all the human high-ranking officials were under your control. Their lives and deaths were completely beyond their own command. They were but playthings in your grasp. Countless dinosaurs roared. As the seawater poured in one after another titanic dinosaurs emerged, each comparable to the legendary Titan beasts. As a silent hunter, you naturally knew exactly what to do. All of this was merely a stepping stone for your further advancement. With you present, no matter how many dinosaurs appeared, you devoured them all. With your formidable physical body and the inner dimension within you, you had no need to worry about the capacity of your stomach. All you needed to do was devour and devour. After you swallowed your 1000th dinosaur, an adult Tyrannosaurus-like dinosaur emerged. Its blood-dripping maw and fangs appeared utterly bedraggled because of the deluge. Waiting by the trap, you effortlessly devoured it as well. After devouring it, your power continued to rise. You sensed the aura of the Earth's core, and the greedy desire within you only grew more intense. Several dozen more adult dinosaurs at the 8th rank emerged, each one utterly bedraggled. Clearly, their instinctive terror of the flooding water was overwhelming. With your telekinesis driving you, you shot toward the Earth's core at 50 times the speed of sound. Note at the same life-level Titan bloodline beasts were stronger than the dinosaur race. Zhang Chen, bearing a legendary bloodline, was certainly even stronger. You seized the opportunity to devour the Earth's core. You felt an immensely profound surge of energy. That energy began to fuse with your energy core. Agonizing pain racked your entire body. Fearing the fusion entity of the dinosaur race, you did not hesitate to charge toward the starry void. At 2 years old, your transformation was complete. Now your nuclear energy core at 9 had elevated your infinite energy from mid-tier to high-tier. You could unleash a breath capable of piercing through comets. Given enough time, you could bore straight through the Earth. Moreover, high-tier infinite energy granted you the taste of unrestricted breath freedom. When you came back to your senses, you discovered that you had already drifted beyond the solar system, floating in the boundless darkness of the starry void. In the endless expanse of space, only infinite solitude remained. You noticed that half of the Earth's core within your body had not yet been fully digested. But just as you were preparing to continue recklessly pushing your energy core toward its next transformation, in that lonely environment, you did not know where you had wandered. You only knew you had arrived in a bizarre star region. You drifted close to a black hole in space, and you died. Simulation ended. Please choose your rewards. 700 meters, 32100 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 3. 87 million tons nuclear energy core, 9 high-tier infinite energy, dinosaur race fusion of 12 dinosaurs. Zhang Chen was thrilled inside. He had actually consumed the Earth's heart. As he pondered this, observing the changes and progression, Zhang Chen felt that if he could continue consuming the Earth's heart, reaching 1,000 meters in size would be only a matter of time. However, he needed to make a choice now. I choose the nuclear heart, 9 infinite energy high tier. Without hesitation, the transformation merged the nuclear heart's evolution with infinite energy, elevating it from mid-tier to high tier. Combined, even if it meant exchanging his size for 800 meters, Zhang Chen would unhesitatingly choose the nuclear heart and infinite energy. Both the nuclear heart and infinite energy were fundamentally aspects of Zhang Chen's life force. Now, after the nuclear heart underwent another transformation, he felt an impulse to unleash a nuclear breath toward the sky, aiming at the moon to see if he could destroy it. But Zhang Chen did not act on that impulse. So far, he had a reasonable understanding of the world's surface-level powers, yet there remained much to explore, such as the starry expanse and humanity's ancient faiths. Until he resolved these two matters, Zhang Chen harbored little confidence in conquering the world. Sensing the changes in his nuclear heart, Zhang Chen realized that against the blood-draining forbidden arts of the Atlantis civilization, he could now treat them as passive skills. This advantage ultimately stemmed from the benefits bestowed by high-tier infinite energy. With this advantage, Zhang Chen's nuclear energy became effectively limitless. At least he could now unleash his abilities without restraint. As time continued to flow, Zhang Chen awoke from his slumber. At this moment, spiritual energy began falling across the world once more, though it held no particular significance for Zhang Chen himself. It was not until the simulation refreshed that it roused the somewhat lethargic Zhang Chen. Upon regaining full consciousness, he immediately prepared for today's simulation. Initiate today's simulation. Ding. Simulation commenced. March. The second wave of spiritual energy resurgence descended upon the world, and you sensed an ominous killing intent emanating from an ancient faith. This perplexed you greatly, for you had done nothing, yet someone sought your life. How could such a thing be justified? April. Following this killing intent, you arrived in the land of the rising sun. Within its borders, you distinctly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. You entered an ancient altar, one so forgotten that even modern Japan had ceased its worship. Within this primordial shrine, you discovered a hidden dimension. Crossing into it, you encountered the supreme deity of the land of the rising sun, Amaterasu Omikami. Her entire form radiated like a blazing sun, her presence hovering around the 9th tier of life. You detected the aura of the golden crow, reminiscent of the fiery raven at the end of the Yangtze River, both bearing the bloodline pressure of golden crow lineage. The golden crow aura upon her was exceptionally potent, leaving you deeply puzzled. For some inexplicable reason, you sensed another overwhelming killing intent. one that made every fiber of your being tense with unease. Then you beheld another great deity of the land of the rising sun, Tsukuyumi. Her luminous form resembled a radiant moon. As their combined radiance closed in upon you, rage erupted within your heart in an instant. A surge of devastating nuclear energy exploded outward in all directions. In the next moment, you levitated into the air surrounded by countless nuclear spheres surpassing the power of atomic bombs. As energy accumulated within your maw, three distinct auras diverged simultaneously. Confronted by the two supreme deities of the land of the rising sun, you wasted no words. You struck without hesitation. It was a battle to the death. Either they perished or you would. You unleashed a beam of nuclear energy so immense that all things in heaven and earth seemed to lose their luster before it. This single breath of destruction at minimum could obliterate the ancient hidden dimension itself. At the same moment, the two supreme deities of the land of the rising sun, the Tsukuyumi and Amaterasu, struck back. A crescent moon and a blinding ball of fire converged upon you, their combined brilliance illuminating all. Your nuclear breath met the dual assaults of two ninth-tier beings in an instant. Empowered by the boundless energy of the high-tier infinite energy, you exploited your unending reservoir of power to slay these two supreme deities of the land of the rising sun. You devoured the two ancient deities, beings whose cultivation equated to the ninth stage of life evolution, while you yourself remained at the seventh stage of growth. Your physical form began to surge upward in explosive increments. May, you had grown to 700 meters, your weight reaching 321,000 tons, your primordial god psychic power at 364 million tons. June, you had grown to 710 meters, your weight reaching 336,000 tons, your primordial god psychic power at 365 million tons. July, you had grown to 725 meters, your weight reaching 352,000 tons, your primordial god psychic power at 366 million tons. August, you had grown to 740 meters, your weight reaching 373,800 tons, your primordial god psychic power at 367 million tons. September, you had grown to 750 meters, your weight reaching 390,000 tons, your primordial god psychic power at 368 million tons. That same month, you fully assimilated the two supreme deities within you, Tsukuyumi and Amaterasu, converting all their essence into further physical expansion. Through this, you sensed an intense killing intent. This killing intent permeated your entire being with a crystalline clarity. Then the origin deity of the land of the rising sun appeared, Izanagi. In terms of status, he corresponded to figures like God or Pangu in other realms. His presence radiated an aura of profound danger, one that instantly tightened your muscles. Izanagi attacked you, and you fought back with ferocious desperation. In the end, you tore off one of his arms, but he drove a spear straight through your brain. By all rights, at your level of existence, even a wound to your nuclear heart, an organ analogous to the heart, would only cause weakness, not death. But the spear wielded by Izanagi carried a power capable of annihilating life force itself. You were directly crushed and slain. You have died. Simulation concluded. Please choose from the following rewards. 750 meters, 390,000 tons, primordial god psychic power 368 million tons. Izanagi status unknown. One arm of Izanagi. Amaterasu Amakami 9th tier life subdued. Tsukuyumi Amakami 9th tier life subdued. Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi status partially subdued. Studying the information revealed by this selection and the simulation, Zhang Chen harbored some confusion. But soon an unsurpassable ultimate radiance flickered within his cold serpent-like eyes. After a long silence, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose 750 meters, 390,000 tons, primordial god psychic power 368 million tons. Upon making his selection, Zhang Chen closed his eyes. The growth from this simulation remained substantial, roughly equivalent to 100 meters in physical expansion. At the same time, Zhang Chen felt the changes rippling through his body. The rewards granted by this simulation continued to deliver significant advancement to his growth. After a series of growth, Zhang Chen's physical data now stood as follows: body length 750 meters, weight 409,000 tons, ancient gods telekinetic force 368 million tons. It could be said that these numbers were extremely high, especially now when weight represented many things: body density, the life force of the body, and the condition of all its functions. For a life form that had reached Zhang Chen's level, being heavier did not make one inferior. On the contrary, it signified true strength. Body length represented Zhang Chen's progress in growth. 750 meters. Rounding up, that makes me over 1,000 meters long. With that thought, Zhang Chen, whose colossal body was already curled deep within the ocean trench, shrank even further. For some unknown reason, he was secretly glad that he had not kept detonating Mount Fuji or provoking the mythological faiths of various places. Zhang Chen did not think he was so reckless that carrying out the annihilation of humanity would truly not bring down primal gods similar to those of the island nation upon him. There must still be primal gods. As this thought took shape, Zhang Chen unconsciously looked up. Though only the pitch-black sea remained before him, he seemed to see the moon, and even the moon's core. Overwhelming curiosity made it clear to Zhang Chen what his next step should be. Below Earth lies the underground world. Then what lies beneath that underground world? Could something equally powerful exist within the moon's core? Thinking this, the hesitation in Zhang Chen's heart grew stronger. But soon his heart relaxed somewhat. Wait for the simulation. Soon a new simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. This time Zhang Chen was eager to try. His main goal was growth, and his second goal was to see the moon's core. Ding. Simulation begins. In March, spiritual energy underwent a second wave of recovery, but it was useless to you. You were still the same as before without the slightest change. That same month, in order to explore the moon's secrets, at least you believed that there were no primal gods of human faith on the moon. You thought your current strength was enough to act boldly. In April, you reached the moon with ease. The gravity there felt very light for your current weight. The weaker gravity meant the damage your weight would naturally deal to the moon would decrease. After all, wherever you went now, even a single move could shatter mountains and split rocks. You arrived at the far side of the moon. You saw scenes of devastation everywhere along with traces of battles between two groups of people with different beliefs. You also saw some human high-ranking officials who had fled to the moon, now ruled by the Nazis on the lunar far side. Without a word, you annihilated everything with a single breath of nuclear energy. Then you came to the largest hollow pit on the moon's far side, a cavity at least dozens of kilometers across. You followed the pit into the moon's soil, which felt extremely soft to you. You went straight down. Around 10,000 meters deep, you encountered giant eggs bearing legendary bloodlines. Without hesitation, you swallowed several of them whole, then continued descending. Sensing something, you descended more than 100,000 meters underground and fell into a hollow zone. To your astonishment, it resembled Earth's underground world, but there was no life here. Only a long-dead osmanthus tree. You devoured the osmanthus. A vast surge of energy continuously swept over you. What excited you was that your growth speed grew faster and faster. You discovered that the withered osmanthus had brought you a tremendous amount of energy, and this energy enhanced the growth of your body. In May, you wanted to continue exploring deeper into the moon, but instinct told you danger was ahead. After hesitating for a while, you withdrew from the moon. You had grown to 760 meters in length, your weight reached 42100 tons, and your ancient god's telekinetic force reached 3.7 million tons. In June, you prepared to return to Earth. That same month, you received a message from the Trisolarans. Its general meaning was that you were finished. You paid it no mind. The moment you returned to Earth, your mighty ancient god's telekinetic force swept outward. The revived Atlantean civilization erupted completely. They saw you as a threat and launched a pursuit to kill you. You were not going to indulge them. Using telekinetic force to propel your body, you rose to the atmosphere, aimed at the direction of Atlantis, and unleashed a breath attack. Wherever the nuclear breath passed, everything was destroyed. Atlantis instantly became a true lost civilization. After you obliterated the Atlantean civilization in an instant, your actions shocked humanity once again. They reassessed you and discovered that you possessed the power to destroy Earth. Some people began praying to the gods they believed in. In July, you planned to find a reincarnator holding the realm-breaking talisman and travel to the Titan beast world. However, an incarnation of a ninth-order life form came to you claiming to be the chief deity of Egyptian civilization and asking you to leave Earth as a favor. Facing this, you immediately changed your plan to wait in ambush for the reincarnator and set off for the Titan beast world. You were somewhat irritable and greedy. You went to what was called Egypt. You truly sensed a thick killing intent there, and this killing intent affected you, making you even more violent. You found the source of the killing intent. It was Egypt's death god Anubis, jackal-headed and human-bodied, and the giant axe in his hand said it all. You killed this death god of Egyptian faith in an instant and swallowed him in one gulp. In August, your body began to grow. Within a month, you digested the chief deity of Egypt. You were now 770 meters long, 43200 tons in weight, and possessed 3.73 million tons of ancient god's telekinetic force. In September, you arrived at the island nation, found the hidden Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi destroyed them and continued digesting. By November, after digestion of this kind had become second nature, you could easily digest faith-based chief deities. Your body size increased day by day, reaching 795 meters in length, 48630 tons in weight, and 3.76 million tons of ancient god's telekinetic force. In December, you did not find Izanaji, which made you very happy. You had wanted to enjoy another windfall, but since you found nothing, you were even more determined to secure your growth. That same month, the Trisolarans arrived. Without a word, they used high technology to locate you, who had never tried to hide. You sensed a beam from the Trisolaran fleet, and without a word, you opened your mouth and answered with a nuclear breath. With overwhelming superiority, the nuclear breath destroyed one Trisolaran warship. Your actions fully enraged the Trisolarans. You sensed more than a dozen beams and one super beam shooting toward you. A blow powerful enough to destroy Earth's ecosystem pierced through the planet's inner crust and completely wipe out all of Earth's ecology. You activated your nuclear heart and channeled high-order infinite energy. An even more dazzling pillar of light burst from your mouth. The two different beams collided. Facing a super beam attack from more than a dozen Trisolaran vessels and one flagship, you were not crushed. Instead, the two sides reached a stalemate. What was being tested now was each side's energy reserves. You had to oppose the technological energy of the Trisolaran fleet, dozens of warships, plus their main force. For 7 days, because of the unending breath, even your mouth, which had originally been unaffected, was scorched charred. Then a nuclear beam rebounding from the ground into the sky broke through the atmosphere and crushed the Trisolaran flagship with overwhelming force. In a fury, you surge into space at 50 times the speed of sound, your gaze locking onto the fleeing Trisolaran fleet. Between flashes of nuclear breath, warship after warship is obliterated, though sound cannot travel through the void. Blossoming sparks of explosions tell the tale of annihilation. At 1 year and 1 month old, you drift through the starry expanse of the solar system, having grown to 800 meters and 446.0 tons, with your elder god telekinetic force reaching 378 million tons. On the same day, you sense two killing intents of extreme intensity. One feels like the sun itself. When you gaze toward it, you perceive hostility, while the other emanates from Earth itself. Izanagi, wielding a spear carved from a branch of the fallen sacred Fusang tree, charges at you with murderous intent. Sensing his blazing bloodlust, you drag yourself backward with telekinesis at breakneck speed, while unleashing volley after volley of nuclear breath at him. Your nuclear breath is devastating beyond measure, and everything it touches is reduced to nothing by its world-destroying power. The chase is unending, as if Izanagi has taken a liking to you. Spear in hand, he pursues you relentlessly, the distance between you seesawing, yet his speed edges out yours. A revelation that shocks you deeply. Hunted without reprieve, you constantly expend nuclear breath to wear him down, leaving Izanagi battered and beleaguered. Because of the gap in their realms, you manage to swallow one of Izanagi's hands and lash him with your tail, but then that searing spear runs you through, ending your life. Yet your opponent is obliterated by your strike. Your tail's impact carries millions of tons of force, enough to blast apart even a primordial god. You have died. 800 meters, 446.0 tons, elder god telekinesis, 378 million tons. Izanagi status unknown. One of Izanagi's arms. Izanagi wounded by your tail swipe. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt a surge of irritation. That Izanagi was a stubborn specter who refused to fade. He resolved that once he reached adulthood and attained the 9th order of life, he would annihilate Izanagi. Even at residual blood, judging by his performance in the simulation, he knew he could barely contend with him. With that thought, Zhang Chen still made his choice. 800 meters, 446.0 tons, elder god telekinesis, 378 million tons. Having made his selection, Zhang Chen's body began to transform. Length 800 meters. Weight 469,000 tons. Elder god telekinesis, 378 million tons. These were all of Zhang Chen's post-growth stats, especially his physique. Both strength and size had improved by 50 meters. Zhang Chen was about to return to slumber when a change occurred in the outside world. He sensed several relatively powerful minds converging on his location. Atlanteans. These beings were humanoid save for an extra eye in the center of their foreheads. Yet to Zhang Chen, they were nothing but feeble ants. With a flicker of telekinetic force, the Atlanteans dropped dead instantly. No words were needed. At his current scale, crushing the Atlantean civilization was effortless. From the deep abyssal trench at the bottom of the sea, a colossal serpentine head emerged, opening a maw like a pool of blood to devour the Atlanteans. Savoring his gains in silence, Zhang Chen was stunned to discover that his mental power had grown significantly. Could devouring these physical bodies somehow better nourish his spirit? Thinking further, he recalled the spiritual light clusters in the simulation. These Atlanteans not only possessed spiritual light clusters, but their very flesh also elevated his mental strength. A wave of greed surged within him, but soon the serpentine head retracted back into the depths of the trench. Zhang Chen suppressed his avarice toward Atlantean civilization. He had already decided to simply keep reaping the rewards in the simulations. Time continued to flow, and since Zhang Chen annihilated that Atlantean scouting party, he had not sensed so much as a whisper of Atlantean telekinetic presence again. The next day passed without incident until Zhang Chen finally awaited the simulation's refresh. Time to start today's simulation. In March, a reincarnator sends you a signal seeking your aid. You agree. The reincarnator carries countless treasures, and if you could devour them, all the gains would be unimaginable. You kill the first wave of reincarnators, devouring their sundry spirit treasures. Those treasures are even smaller than mosquito legs to you, but you are not disappointed. In April, you slaughter 3 consecutive waves of reincarnators. Your killing spree fundamentally reshapes how the infinite horror space defines this world. More reincarnators begin pouring into this world, each of them targeting you, and even 9th evolution life reincarnators begin to appear. You face them all with slaughter, devouring their spiritual resonance. For a fleeting moment after death, reincarnators retain spiritual resonance within their bodies. Exploiting this, you devour a great deal, and your body accelerates its growth. By May, you have grown to 810 meters with weight reaching the legendary 486 tons, and Elder God telekinesis rising to 381 million tons. You take the initiative to confront Atlantean civilization. Using a blood-sealing forbidden art, you annihilate them and devour every remnant of their legacy. You realize that no matter what you consume, your spiritual power improves, and you feel as though you have lost a fortune by not doing this sooner. Your Elder God telekinesis ascends to 421 million tons. In July, Earth's 18th wave of reincarnators arrives. 7 ninth-order reincarnators appear, each comparable to the sovereign god of the minor nation in this world. Without hesitation, you unleash your nuclear breath, and under its overwhelming radiance, your power only grows stronger. You slay the 7 ninth-order reincarnators, sustaining minor wounds in the process. After absorbing an unimaginable amount of spiritual resonance, in an instant you sink into slumber. In October, you awaken beneath 10,000 meters of magma. The moment you wake, you perceive a ferociously dense killing intent. A reincarnator of a caliber rivaling Izanagi has appeared. He scours the world searching for you. He enters the territory of the minor nation and engages Izanagi in a terrifying battle. Even though Izanagi slays him at the cost of severe wounds, you now clearly understand the might of reincarnators. In November, you sense an extraordinarily dense power. The denser it grows, the faster you develop. You have now grown to 840 meters 529600 tons and 425 million tons. In December, you discover that due to the world's upper limit, reincarnators too must abide by certain rules. They cannot manifest power beyond the world ceiling. In other words, this world can only host reincarnators at the level of a primordial god at best. At 1 year and 1 month old, you have grown to 850 meters 54100 tons and 427 million tons. At this moment, you sense a violent killing intent. A reincarnator at the level of a mighty primordial god has appeared once more. Facing a source being of this level, you sensed a tremendous crisis. This time, you no longer wanted to run. You decided to end this simulation. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the following rewards. 850 meters 54100 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 427 million tons. A source god level reincarnator, murderous intent. Zhang Chen stared at this simulation in surprise, especially the latter option. He was quite taken aback by everything before him. Especially now. Source God, is that the highest level of this world? If so, then God Huaxia Xuanyuan, or the great gods of Xiaobin Nation and other nations would all be at that level. With that thought, Zhang Chen felt even more astounded. After thinking it over, he made his choice. I choose 850 meters 54100 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 427 million tons. Body length 850 meters. Body weight 564000 tons. Ancient god telekinesis, 427 million tons. Such physical changes were ordinary for Zhang Chen now, yet at this moment his heart was filled with an even stranger feeling. The mere sensation of it was enough to feel like hurtling through the heavens. Zhang Chen felt an impulse to bite the heavens and earth to pieces. The moment his colossal body, already closing in on the 1,000-meter mark, moved, the seabed heaved with tremendous upheaval, as if the ocean was about to be turned upside down. Heart of the earth, it is time for me to grow to adulthood. Even though the heaven-swallowing serpent was far more powerful, its growth cycle could not be compared to creatures like the Titanoboa or the giant fanged Titanoboa. But after obtaining the simulator, Zhang Chen had always believed, since he had a simulator, what was wrong with growing a little faster. The elevation of his upper limit did not mean Zhang Chen's growth speed would fall behind that ceiling. Time passed quickly, and the simulation refreshed again. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In March, spiritual energy revived. This time you arrived in the Atlantean civilization. You effortlessly devoured every part of it, leaving not a single trace behind. Your spiritual power exploded upward, reaching 467 million tons. In April, you arrived at the plateau and found the passage to the heart of the earth. After hesitating for some time, you decided to continue drawing on the ocean's power. You commanded 100 million tons of seawater to pour down into the underground world. Your willingness to do such a thing proved how insatiable your desire for the heart of the earth had become. You watched countless dinosaurs scrambling toward the exit in terror. They seemed afraid of the ocean, as seawater was still just as lethal to land-dwelling life. And you only accelerated the flooding. After layer upon layer of seawater had surged in, you drove your telekinetic force and moved swiftly. In a flash, you arrived at the underground world, now completely flooded. Once you entered the underground world, you sensed something uncanny pressing down on your heart. Then you saw the heart of the earth. You dissolved yourself into water molecules, activated your water-controlling divine power, and with one bite, seized the heart of the earth before speeding back to the ocean surface. After devouring the heart of the earth, you flew swiftly out beyond the earth. You arrived at Saturn. To your surprise, there was no life here at all, no so-called giant beasts. You began growing here, digesting all the energy of the heart of the earth. In October, you had absorbed almost all of the vital substance from the entire heart of the earth. Your body then surged upward in a dramatic leap, reaching 910 meters, 679,600 tons, and 473 million tons of telekinetic force. Your weight was climbing in a near vertical line. Bear in mind that a growing Titan Colossus weighed between 100 and 300 tons. That was the ceiling even for a peak Titan Colossus. Yet you had already reached 20 times that scale, and your weight still showed every sign of breaking through to new heights. After breaking 910 meters, you found that your weight grew even faster. Almost 10,000 tons for every extra meter. How could that not shock you? Once you digested the entire heart of the earth, a fresh hunger clawed at your heart, and you could no longer suppress it. You decided to keep hunting humanity's ancient faiths. This time, however, you made a trip to Mars and devoured the Martian dragon there. You arrived on the moon, delved deep beneath its surface, and devoured several giant eggs bearing legendary bloodlines. Going farther down, you consumed the withered divine laurel tree. Still unsatisfied, you pressed even deeper and discovered a strange palace. It held not only the imprints of one civilization, but also faith statues venerated by many human peoples. You devoured them all. At 1 year old, after devouring the statues, you had grown to 920 meters in length, 789,600 tons in weight, and 475 million tons of spiritual telekinetic force. You sensed murderous intent descending from the starry sky. A stellar horned dragon came at you to kill. Your bloodline stirred with excitement, as if the two of you were born mortal enemies. You killed the horned dragon, which had just transformed into adulthood. After devouring the horned dragon, you went to Egypt and devoured Anubis, a 9th-rank life form. You went to Europe, entered the great cathedral, found the 12-winged angel, and devoured it. You went to Huaxia, devoured the emperor's soul and Xuanyuan's avatar, and then arrived at the palace of goddess Nuwa, where you devoured her sacred statue. You had scoured nearly every region of the world capable of supplying devouring energy, going through almost all of them. And even so, you could barely evolve once more. At 1 year and 6 months, when you woke again, you sensed an intensely overwhelming murderous intent. By now you were 940 meters, 889,600 tons with 481 million tons of spiritual telekinetic force. 3 source gods from different faiths blocked your path. The murderous intent they exuded was enough to make even you, freshly transformed, tremble faintly for a moment. To avoid being thoroughly crushed, you voluntarily ended the simulation. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the following rewards. 940 meters, 889,600 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 481 million tons. Murderous intent from the Egyptian sun god. Murderous intent from the life goddess Nuwa. Murderous intent from Shiva of India. Seeing this, even Zhang Chen could not help trembling, especially now. Good heavens, Shiva and Nuwa are coming out now. It seems the secrets of humanity's ancient myths are becoming clearer and clearer to me. By piecing together one simulation after another, he could understand the changes behind them. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose 940 meters, 889,600 tons, ancient god telekinesis, 481 million tons. After the growth, Zhang Chen's body quickly underwent a qualitative transformation. It gave him an unmistakably clear understanding. He had gained nearly 100 meters in size, and the change in weight was even more dramatic. Body length, 940 meters. Body weight, 912,500 tons. Ancient god telekinesis, 481 million tons. After reaching 900 meters, does every growth represent a qualitative leap? Pondering this carefully, Zhang Chen now had a new understanding of the mythical creature, the heaven-swallowing serpent. The transformation of his physique brought about an almost complete metamorphosis for Zhang Chen, endowing him with an incomprehensible majesty that permeated every fiber of his being. At the abyssal depths of the Mariana Trench, a terrifying creature floated and sank. At the world's deepest ocean trench, Zhang Chen sensed no anomaly, yet at one moment something crossed his mind. Oh right, how could I forget the Dantian of Bermuda? Currently, the Dantian within Zhang Chen's body holds approximately 5 billion tons of water. Relatively speaking, this is still far too little. In the simulation, he could not simply abandon cultivation and seek an alternate path for his internal Dantian's growth. Precisely, that's the way. Acting on his thought immediately, Zhang Chen did not hesitate. His massive form began to writhe, with a domineering momentum capable of crushing all who stood in his path, awe-inspiring to all around. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt an increasing sense of restlessness within his heart. Time passed swiftly, and his inner unease grew ever more intense. His enormous serpent body twisted without the slightest hesitation toward the Bermuda waters his senses could detect. As dusk approached, Zhang Chen arrived at the waters off Bermuda. Upon reaching the Bermuda Ocean, his ancient divine sense stirred, and he swiftly located that deeply concealed Dantian world. Without a second thought, guided by instinct, Zhang Chen began to devour this Dantian. At this very moment, the Dantian within his body expanded slightly, and the churning ocean inside his internal Dantian nearly raised catastrophic waves. Under the force of these super waves, the seawater within Zhang Chen's body quickly reached a total of 20 billion tons. Relatively speaking, the seawater was quite sufficient. Moreover, all the second and third-tier ocean behemoths, as well as the fifth-tier deep-sea giants here, were completely devoured. Zhang Chen's internal Dantian required no life forms, and he had no intention of cultivating creatures within it. To him, what difference was there between raising life in his Dantian and tending flowers? In short, what Zhang Chen sought was the ability to fully realize his talent for molecular hydrotransformation and water manipulation. After devouring this Dantian, at a certain moment Zhang Chen sensed a massive collective divine sense from Atlantis. They appeared to be shocked by Zhang Chen's actions like agitated cats. If they come, I won't even bother simulating taking advantage of them. Making this decision, Zhang Chen ceased all concealment and fully released his oppressive aura with vast pressure radiating outward like tidal waves in every direction. Seeming to sense Zhang Chen's overwhelming power, the previously approaching Atlanteans retreated away from him. Perceiving that those relatively powerful spiritual entities were withdrawing, Zhang Chen lost all interest. Time continued to flow onward, and Zhang Chen's heart held no enthusiasm. His colossal body casually found a spot in the Bermuda waters and coiled itself up. If observed through heavenly eyes, one would undoubtedly see a gigantic dark shadow bobbing on the sea surface. When night fell and dawn broke, the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begin. March. This time you kept your gaze fixed upon the earth core of the subterranean realm, for the earth core could at least elevate your form and mass, once more filling your heart with growing excitement. You carried hundreds of billions of tons of seawater from the Arctic Ocean and arrived at a certain plateau. An immeasurable column of water stretching from the Arctic all the way to the plateau flowed under your water manipulation ability. You opened your mouth and expelled even more seawater, which quickly blasted open the illusory mountain guarding the passage to the underworld. Tons upon tons of seawater surged forth, and during this surge you utilized molecular transformation to instantly become a mass of primal water, then merged into billions of tons of seawater. You entered the subterranean realm and effortlessly seized the earth core. Without hesitation, after devouring it, you swiftly returned to the surface. Retracting your molecular form, you activated your divine sense and arrived at the Atlantis civilization. In battle stance, you encountered an ancient lost civilization, yet you still consumed everything belonging to Atlantis with overwhelming dominance. April. Your physical body continued to advance under the life energy of the earth core. Now you measure 950 meters in length, weigh 962,400 tons, and your ancient divine sense reaches 5.22 million tons. May. Rather than waiting passively for digestion, you traveled to the moon and Mars, consuming everything you could reach. Your growth accelerated with energy consumed and absorbed every second beyond human comprehension. July. Unwilling to remain ordinary, you felt your body required even greater energy to sustain your absolute growth. You visited the sacred sites of various faiths, devouring everything possible. Even some principal gods' 9-tier life forms undergoing evolution were consumed by you. Having completed all this, you felt you could no longer remain on Earth unless you possessed strength capable of rivaling the source gods. Moreover, you had devoured virtually all of humanity's ancient faiths. When those source gods revive, won't they come for your life? To put distance between you and those seeking retribution, you surged outward beyond the solar system. At 50 times the speed of sound, breaking free from the sun's gravitational pull was merely a matter of exertion. August. Arriving at Pluto, you prepared to digest your growth and slumber. Yet you sensed another aura filled with killing intent. Locating its source, you discovered a colossal egg undergoing metamorphosis, its presence growing ever more potent. Without hesitation, your immense serpent body enveloped the giant egg, in an instant crushing it to fragments the very next moment. At that point, you beheld a horned dragon still in the midst of transformation, and everything became clear. Acting decisively, you crushed the weakened Jiaolong mid-metamorphosis and swallowed it whole, initiating your own transformation. 1 year old. Due to the massive energy supply, this power was no trivial matter for you. You had grown to 990 meters, with your weight doubling to nearly 1.49 million tons, and your ancient divine sense reaching 5.3 million tons. You realized you were approaching maturity, yet the bloodline of the heaven-devouring giant python did not signify reaching its ultimate limit. There remained a long path ahead. In the same year, you detected the Trisolaran fleet, and without a word launched a surprise assault that annihilated their main fleet. After destroying their primary vessels, you swiftly targeted the remaining squadrons, obliterating the entire starship armada. 3 months into your first year, your form had expanded to 999 meters, your mass reached 1.68 million tons, and your ancient divine sense grew to 5.33 million tons. That same month, sensing no fewer than 7 source gods closing in on you, you instantly retreated. Unable to guarantee victory against even one source god at present, let alone 7, you decided to flee. In your flight, you were ultimately dragged into the source god's primordial space by an old man with a white beard. Watching as miniature planets from the solar system orbited around him and came crashing down upon you, you perished. Simulation ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 999 meters 1. 68 million tons ancient god psionic power 5. 33 million tons, a trisolaran fleet submissive, the killing intent of one origin god, the killing intent of 7 origin gods. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt speechless excitement stirring within him. His weight had not exactly doubled, but compared with before it was still a tremendous improvement. Did passing the 900-meter mark really cause such a surge? What about past 1000 meters? Thinking this way, Zhang Chen, however, was not too astonished by his current weight. Even a mountain weighed at least 100 million tons, and although his size and density were beyond what the stones of a mountain could match, he was keenly aware that relative to a planet, he was still a worm on an apple. I choose 999 meters 1. 68 million tons, an ancient god psionic power 5. 33 million tons. Body length 999 meters. Weight 1. 76 million tons. Ancient god psionic power 5. 33 million tons. Ancient god psionic power 5. 33 million tons. Sensing his body growing once more, the seabed rocks that had already been unable to bear his weight now crumbled entirely. Piece after piece shattered, and during the collapse one could even see Zhang Chen's enormous serpentine body visibly sinking. If Zhang Chen's body were to be revealed to human eyes now, the sight could no longer be described as mere shock. It was a complete transformation into another species. Time passed quickly. The outside world, especially humanity, knew less and less about him, and no matter what plans they devised, Zhang Chen paid no attention. Given humanity's current level of technology, the eventual outcome was beyond any need for thought. Zhang Chen himself could not even imagine what high-tech weaponry humanity still had to use against him, unless a nuclear bomb exploded from within his belly. But with the cavern world inside him, Zhang Chen felt all the more at ease. Suddenly, Zhang Chen sensed the individual spirit of an Atlantean once more, and an urge to devour it surged into his heart. He suppressed that impulse and planned to continue waiting for the simulation to refresh. Time passed quickly, and the simulation soon refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In March, you destroyed the Atlantean civilization and devoured everything of that ancient civilization. The urge within you finally vanished, and your ancient god psionic power soared to 573 million tons. In April, you schemed once more. Devouring hundreds of millions of tons of Arctic Ocean seawater, you arrived at a mountain peak on a plateau. In an instant, you spat out all that seawater, and the plateau became a vast ocean. You then controlled this ocean, causing it to surge endlessly down into the earth. Soon, beneath the pouring of an ocean that seemed to overturn the sky, you transformed into water molecules and entered the underground world. There you swiftly seized the Earth's heart. The Earth's heart contained immense life essence enough to shorten your growth time by a century. In May, you hid in the depths of the Arctic to digest the Earth's heart. The dinosaur race, driven mad by the loss of the Earth's heart, ran rampant across the planet. From the great upheaval to its end, only a month had passed, such a short time, and you made a corresponding guess. You speculated that an origin god had been unable to restrain itself and had destroyed the dinosaur race. In June, through arduous growth, you finally broke through the 999-meter mark. Even after devouring the Earth's heart, you remained stuck at that stage. After 3 months of energy impact, you finally reached 100 meters, advancing from the growth phase into an adult stage with an even more prolonged transition. Your current size is 1000 meters, your weight is 1.8 million tons, and your ancient god psionic power is 576 million tons. You have entered another phase of rapid growth. At the same time, you begin to wait for that reincarnator in the simulation. In July, you awaited the reincarnator bearing the realm-breaking talisman. The moment you met him, you said not a word. A nuclear energy breath that pierced through Earth's atmosphere blasted that reincarnator into ashes. After reducing him to ashes, a peculiar feeling lodged in your heart. It was this peculiar feeling that led you to make further decisions, and you resolved to use the realm-breaking talisman. You used the realm-breaking talisman. After using it, you beheld many orbs of light. One orb after another materialized, and you charged toward the first orb. You arrived at the Titan beast world. No sooner had you arrived than you encountered a reckless Titan beast. It wanted to devour you, yet it failed completely to notice your towering earth-covering frame. Every single movement you made could inflict massive destruction. You devoured that Titan beast in a single gulp. After devouring it, you began to feast with even greater abandon. You encountered the strongest of the Kong clan, an opponent 300 meters tall, wielding a colossal great axe that radiated supreme energy. You did not engage in a head-on fight. Transforming into water molecules, you coiled around it, using the power of water to kill it by a method that drew no blood. Then you devoured it. In August, your body grew to 1020 meters, your weight reached 2 million tons, and your ancient god psionic power reached 78 million tons. You suddenly discovered a fatal problem as your body grew heavier. Even though your ancient god psionic power continued to rise, it could no longer let you reach 50 times the speed of sound. In September, you found another method. After transforming into water molecules, your speed could shoot straight up to 70 times the speed of sound, which sent you into extraordinary excitement. In October, you realized that the Earth's heart had a lingering effect. All of its energy was fusing into your physical body, and in this process your weight grew at an even faster rate. In November, you reached 1030 meters, yet your weight had risen to 1 million tons. In December, you discovered another secret of the Titan world. Deep beneath the Titan world's seabed dwelled spirits akin to those described in legends, true aggregates of water elements. Their intelligence was low, but after devouring them you could increase your spiritual power. Discovering this secret made you exceptionally excited. You felt you had grasped hold of something vital and began to madly devour water spirits to boost your spiritual power. In March of the following year, your actions finally stirred up the deep-sea horror of the Titan world. A colossal psychic force appeared, and you sensed it. This was the same ancient and mighty consciousness from the previous simulation. You hurled your spiritual power against it. By this point, your ancient god psionic power had reached 601 million tons. That same month, your size was 1050 meters, and your weight was 25 million tons. In the end, you were defeated by that spiritual force representing the will of the ocean. Even the amplification from blood expenditure was of no avail. Your mind was severely wounded. Unwilling to accept this, you fled in panic toward another direction on the seabed. During this process, you encountered the king of the ocean, the Maya giant beast. Though you still felt so small before an adult Maya, you now had the right to stand against one. You clashed again and again with the adult Maya. Even with the blood-consuming forbidden art bolstering your power, you could only fight Maya to a 3-7 disadvantage. Even if you could not win, you could still flee. You left Maya's waters, but you did not stop gathering spirits. These spirits were born as magnificently as life itself, and they could supply you with boundless psychic power. At 1 year old in June, your psychic power reached 5 million tons. In the same month, your body length reached 1070 meters, and your weight reached 45 million tons. That same year, you sensed an extremely heavy killing intent. It guided you, and before you knew it, you fell under the psychic hypnosis of the deep-sea terror of the Titan ocean world. You had just woken with a start when you died. Simulation over. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. 3 choices: 1070 meters, 45 million tons, ancient god psychic power, 5 million tons, adult Maya giant beast status unknown, juvenile form of the Maya world. Zhang Chen looked at the choices, delight surging in his heart. I choose 1070 meters, 45 million tons, ancient god psychic power, 5 million tons. Without a word, Zhang Chen made the appropriate choice. The instant he finished selecting, excitement flooded his heart. In that moment, he was filled with longing for even more rewards to come. At that moment, with another tremor of expansion, Zhang Chen's body enlarged a little more. At the bottom of the Bermuda Sea, the dark silhouette visible to the naked eye became clearer and clearer. Body length, 1070 meters. Weight, 45 million tons. Ancient god psychic power, 5 million tons. The expansion of his body gave Zhang Chen renewed confidence as he carefully pondered the information from the simulation. Spirits. That meant Zhang Chen no longer needed to exploit Atlantis civilization. Atlantis' revival irritated Zhang Chen all day. Zhang Chen lived solely to keep his mind at peace. Since he already felt a destructive impulse toward Atlantis, he no longer hesitated. At the bottom of the sea, a colossal figure flickered in the darkness, radiating overwhelming might. In a single instant, one could feel a bone-chilling pressure. The mighty pressure spread outward. Soon Zhang Chen reached the waters of Atlantis civilization. In an instant, a powerful collective racial will converged. Zhang Chen was well aware of this. The next moment, he opened his huge mouth, and a surge of nuclear breath swelled within. If he wished, Zhang Chen could control the power of his nuclear breath. This burst of nuclear breath was less than 1/10,000th of its full strength, but even that was enough. In an instant, it was as if Atlantis civilization had suffered a grave wound. Zhang Chen's psychic power spread outward. The nuclear domain opened, and every living thing within it instantly withered and died. The next moment, Zhang Chen arrived at the site of Atlantis civilization's revival. At this moment, 99% of Atlantis civilization's beings were instantly eroded by the nuclear force of the nuclear domain, rotting and turning into withered husks. A sweep of ancient god psychic power, simple and effortless, inflicted utter ruin upon Atlantis civilization, the greatest danger Zhang Chen had faced in his early days, and sent it to its end. Looking at everything before him, Zhang Chen felt his heart fill with even more delight. Some rejoiced while others grieved. At this moment, everything Zhang Chen had done was detected by humanity. Although the upper echelons of humanity had undergone a major overhaul, in essence nothing had changed. Humanity saw Zhang Chen appear once more and saw Atlantis civilization, which had exerted enormous pressure on them, utterly destroyed. Their fear of Zhang Chen only deepened. Only now did they understand why some people would desperately flee to outer space. Zhang Chen opened his huge mouth and devoured everything connected to Atlantis. He quietly sensed the changes in his psychic power. His spirit had grown much stronger. Ancient god psychic power quickly surged to 6.8 million tons. It was a little lower than in the simulation, which puzzled him slightly. Puzzled as he was, Zhang Chen soon sank back into slumber. Time passed quickly, and the simulation refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In March, you faced the spiritual energy resurgence as its third wave began. You made no unusual move. Across the globe, the strongest life form transformed by the spiritual energy resurgence had not yet reached first-order evolution, while you were already a seventh-order evolved life form, the adult sky-devouring python. In April, you used the same method to obtain the Earth's heart. You devoured it, but this time you did not use it to grow your body. Instead, you applied it to the transformation of your life rank. You began the life transformation. You discovered that the Earth's heart was exceptionally suited for it. Having obtained the life transformation, you accelerated it, and the transformation continued. In June, relying on your own accumulated foundations, you easily broke through to the 8th order life evolution. After reaching it, the life force of the Earth's heart was completely drained by you. The greatest effect of the Earth's heart was the group life energy it generated on its own. To the underground dinosaur clans, it was a perfectly matched treasure. To you, in individual life form, it was not such a perfect fit. Even after swallowing the Earth's heart, you only received enough energy to evolve to the 8th order life. The remainder was nowhere near enough for another evolution, so you chose not to evolve again. Instead, you converted all the remaining spiritual energy or life force into your current life rank, making your 8th order life evolution even more stable. In August, you sensed an extremely intense shift that triggered a tremendous transformation. This tremendous transformation deepened the foundations of your growth. Even a pig at the 8th order life evolution level could overturn everything. In October, you continued to consolidate the foundations of your life rank. By then, you had grown to 1100 meters and 2.75 million tons, and your ancient god psychic power reached 6.85 million tons. In December, under the stabilizing power of the Earth's heart, you reached the peak of 8th order life evolution. Then you felt ravenous. So ravenous that you had an urge to devour even yourself. Driven by hunger, you arrived at the Nanhai Eye and swallowed the flood dragon. You then went to the ruins of an underground civilization where the dinosaur clans had gone berserk. After devouring dozens of adult dinosaurs, you finally encountered a dinosaur collective formed by the mass fusion of their bodies. Through such a racial fusion, you instantly faced an enemy close to the origin god level. In that instant, your eyes turned red. You opened a colossal maw like a pool of blood to confront an opponent whose body also surpassed 1,000 meters. In a fury, you faced the enraged dinosaur amalgam. You clashed, unleashing nearly all your power and employing every talent at your disposal. You attempted to use water molecularization, but each attempt was interrupted by your foe, leaving you to command the power of the sea and keep surging against it. Your battle reshaped the very terrain and ecology of the land. Plateaus were smashed into chasms, plains became oceans, and oceans turned into land. The flesh and blood struggle raged on. Though the dinosaur amalgam was theoretically 2 levels higher than you, your own profound foundation allowed you to fight it to a standstill. Your great battle was truly earth-shattering. Throughout it, you relentlessly used your ancient god psychokinesis to assault the enemy's spirit. Eventually, you fought your way across the land of Huaxiao, sweeping all the way to Mount Tai. The avatar of Xianyuan and the pseudo-Xuanyuan appeared only to be shattered effortlessly by your might. At the same time, you sensed true danger. A figure emerged clad in beast skins and radiating an aura of antiquity. The true Xianyuan sword pierced your gallbladder in a single stroke, yet your immense vitality kept you struggling. Meanwhile, another primal god appeared and eliminated the dinosaur race, erasing the fused dinosaur beings entirely. Then her killing intent also fell upon you. You died. A sword and an ancient soul banner summoned you, and your body became a battle tool for them to drive. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 110 meters 2.75 million tons ancient god psychokinesis 6.87 million tons 8th order life evolution. A sword strike from Xianyuan, Nuwa soul banner, can control creatures weaker than you. This. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. At this moment, he was filled with astonishment, especially now that Xianyuan and Nuwa had appeared. He pondered over the choices before him, and soon a gleam appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. I choose 1100 meters 2.75 million tons ancient god psychokinesis 6.87 million tons. After making his choice, Zhang Chen's body began to transform and quickly grew stronger. The increase in ancient god psychokinesis this time was not very large, which made him sigh with emotion. At the same time, a note of solemnity crept into Zhang Chen's heart. This world still held too many secrets. He would continue to explore the new world in his next simulation. With that thought, Zhang Chen soon fell into a deep slumber. He now lay like a rock at the bottom of the sea, utterly still. If he so much as moved, it would trigger a cataclysmic tsunami. By now, Zhang Chen could be said to be invincible in the modern world. Human technology, nuclear bombs. He could ignore them all. Even the formidable Trisolaran fleet could be blasted apart by him. For now, Zhang Chen mainly waited for the simulation to refresh. He still had to explore the unknown starry sky. Beyond this world, there were other worlds, and above every powerful being stood an even greater one. He wanted to uncover everything and become that. Soon the simulation refreshed once again. Begin today's simulation. In March, you obtained the Heart of Earth using the same method. After acquiring it, you immediately fled Earth without a second thought. You discovered that the passive growth of your ancient god psychokinesis was gradually failing to keep pace with your physical growth, and even your speed had begun to suffer. In April, you truly broke free from the sun's gravitational pull and began wandering the starry void for real. At the same time, you started digesting the vast energy of the Heart of Earth. In May, you arrived at an unknown star region, filled with ruins and wreckage, seemingly the remains of a stellar civilization. Within the site, you found the few remaining treasures that could provide you with spiritual resonance. In June, you had grown to 1150 meters, and your weight reached 3.15 million tons, while your ancient god psychokinesis hit 6.87 million tons. You began deliberately seeking ways to increase your psychokinesis faster. In truth, its growth was not slow. It rose by 10,000 tons each month, a pace many would envy, but you felt it was too slow. In July, you reached the home star system of the Trisolaran civilization. Without hesitation, you opened your mouth and spewed 20 billion tons of seawater, which floated in space and kept freezing. Then, summoning that mass, you unleashed one nuclear breath after another. Wherever the breath passed, it was like shooting mosquitoes with a laser. The Trisolaran fleet exploded completely under blasts capable of piercing comets. One splendid firework after another bloomed across the starry sky, etching a beautiful scene into the cosmos. In August, after a nuclear breath that lasted nearly 2 hours, you detonated the Trisolaran homeworld. Watching a planet no smaller than Earth explode under your breath, in just a quarter of an hour, you felt a pang of shock. You left the Trisolaran star region, having utterly annihilated the Trisolarans. Earlier, you had devoured countless billions of them, and your ancient god psychokinesis had surged dramatically, filling you with delight. In September, you sensed a threat from the depths of space. You encountered the Starry Sky Dragon race. The Starry Sky Dragon race resembled the dinosaur clans. The strongest were akin to the ceratopsians that had come from space to Earth, fully matured adults that had undergone transformation. However, this dragon race did not possess the ability to fuse races. Facing only 5 adult Starry Sky Dragons, you attacked without the slightest hesitation, unleashing a super slaughter across the void. You devoured all the Starry Sky Dragons, amassing a vast reserve of dragon blood within your body. Your ancient god psychokinesis rose even higher, comparable to the dragon soul beneath the flood dragon at Earth's South Sea. In December, you began your first transformation since reaching adulthood. In March of your first year, you awoke from the transformation feeling completely reborn. You could sense your metamorphosis, and your ancient god psychokinesis had received a limit-breaking boost. By now, you had grown to 1250 meters and 4 million tons, with ancient god psychokinesis reaching 9.21 million tons. Compared with the base increases, your size and weight had not grown much. Height less than 1/10 and weight roughly 1/6. But your ancient god psychokinesis had risen by nearly 30%. You continued your journey through the starry sky and encountered a blight of the cosmos, swarms of boundary bugs from other worlds. Individually, they were not strong, but their numbers could drown an entire starfield, reaching a quantity beyond numerical description. You ran into a group of weak bugs that could pierce your defenses, leaving you utterly astonished. After killing who knew how many billions upon billions of insects, even you broke down. They truly seemed endless, and even your high-level infinite energy was exhausted. You died. Before your death, you couldn't even unleash the power of nuclear energy. You died. Simulation over. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 1250 meters, 4 million tons, ancient god psychokinesis, 9.21 million tons, boundary bugs cannot reproduce on their own, 5 starry sky, flood dragons, adult 9th order. Watching this simulation, Zhang Chen fell silent once more. What the hell were realm bugs? With that thought, he grew even more puzzled. Could it be just like the infinite horror space? After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen let the matter go and quickly made his choice. I choose 1250 meters, 4 million tons, and ancient god telekinesis, 9.21 million tons. Body length, 1250 meters. Body weight, 4.2 million tons. Ancient god telekinesis, 9.21 million tons. After making the choice, excitement stirred within Zhang Chen. Both his weight and ancient god telekinesis were rising, constantly, and at great speed. At this moment, Zhang Chen's colossal body resting on the seabed sank once more. In an instant, the various undersea rocks beneath him began to collapse again, utterly unable to bear his weight. before Zhang Chen even noticed he was steadily collapsing deeper into the abyss. Afterward, Zhang Chen sensed something, and his gigantic serpentine body trembled. Soon, in an almost butterfly wing chain reaction, he sank into even deeper layers. Time passed quickly. When Gu Chongfeng's enormous snake head rose above the sea, it heralded the change within Zhang Chen. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt the colossal commotion beneath Bermuda. At this disturbance, Zhang Chen was even more puzzled. If not for the expansion of his body, he would never have discovered the changes beneath him. What's going on? At that very moment, a rift burst open where he had first been. The rift constantly swallowed seawater, and in an instant tens, or even hundreds of tons of seawater were devoured. Watching the seawater being devoured, Zhang Chen felt an indescribable sensation, as if he himself were about to be swallowed. I'd better see what's happening in the simulation. With that thought, the information over the waters of Bermuda grew even more chaotic. Time passed quickly, and the simulation was soon refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In March, you accidentally opened a vast hole leading to Earth's inner core. Entering this molten cavern, you arrived at Earth's inner core and found the pressure here was not as overwhelming as you had imagined. Delighted, you absorbed enormous amounts of energy and broke through. You came to a part of Earth's core where you could grow in peace. Opening your gigantic mouth, you drank in the scorching energy of Earth's core. Countless threads of spiritual energy were converted and digested, and after digesting them, your power increased. In May, you no longer thought of anything else. You fell into a deep slumber, and your body began to grow. In October, you were roused from your slumber. You felt great tremors coming from Earth's surface. Even you deep inside Earth's core could feel them. After only a moment's thought, you sank back into sleep. At age 1, you had already grown to 1300 meters. Your weight and ancient god telekinesis were both increasing while your absorption continued to shake Earth's surface. At age 5, you had grown to 1400 meters with your weight reaching 520 tons. You kept improving all of this, never once running, but what you did not know was that your absorption had already affected Earth's magnetic field. The surface trembled endlessly and earthquakes and tsunamis surged without pause. At age 10, you had grown to 1500 meters and weighed 6.2 million tons. At the same time, you found a way to increase your ancient god telekinesis passively even faster. That same year, a great reformation took place among humanity. With almost all the primal gods having revived, the Trisolarans, or the dinosaur race of the underground civilization, could no longer stir up any great waves. Mankind was left with only one choice: to remain followers of the various primal gods, or march toward the stars. Secret whispers spread that the Trisolarans had begun studying the so-called primal gods, hoping to develop technology capable of resisting them. At age 15, you continued to improve. You were still around the prime of adulthood, and your advancement was accelerating. Especially now, your growth would only become faster and your power only stronger. At age 20, you found your progress slowing down. Especially now, in nearly 10 years, your body had only grown another 100 meters. You felt your growth becoming sluggish, almost to the point of barely moving forward. This was unbearable. Accustomed to a growth rate that changed with each passing day, you found your present pace hard to accept. At age 50, over the remaining 30 years, the speed and progress of your improvement slowed more and more. Relying solely on the heaven-swallowing python's ability to convert spiritual energy was too slow, especially for a creature like the heaven-swallowing python, which demanded such enormous amounts of energy. He needed to obtain living beings rich in vital force in order to keep growing. At the same time, he felt his growth ceiling had been raised by the elevation of his life rank. The 8th order life rank having granted the heaven-swallowing python bloodline a greater and stronger ceiling, otherwise his growth would have been even slower. That same year, the tremors on Earth's surface grew more frequent, almost as if the seas were transforming into mulberry fields. It made even you heart pound with alarm. You dared not act rashly and hid cautiously inside Earth's core to absorb energy. At age 100, you had grown to 1800 meters and 10 million tons. As the world's dimensions stretched, your ancient god telekinesis increased ever further, reaching 21.18 million tons. You accidentally entered the core of Earth's inner core, where you were subjected to a terrifying crushing force. The power was so monstrous that even your mighty body could barely withstand it. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the following rewards. 1800 meters, 10 million tons, ancient god telekinesis, 21.18 million tons, a century of accumulation in Earth's core, 100 million strands of spiritual energy. Watching this simulation, Zhang Chen's entire snake body trembled slightly, as if quivering with excitement. The growth this time was too fast. It was almost a pure increase in mass. If this happened a few more times, wouldn't he be invincible? Thinking this, Zhang Chen felt it was possible, but such chances were few, and a century of growth was still too slow by comparison. With that thought, Zhang Chen grew excited and made his choice. I choose 1800 meters, 10 million tons, and ancient god telekinesis, 21.18 million tons. After the choice was made, Zhang Chen's growth began to surge. At that moment his three attributes were as follows. Body length 1800 meters. Body weight 10 million tons. Ancient God telekinesis 21. 18 million tons. Almost every attribute had doubled. Now Zhang Chen felt he could stand against the primal gods. As a 7th-order evolved life form, he could kill 9th-order evolved life forms of this world, even when he was under a kilometer in length, beings at the overgod level. Horned dragons and Martian giant dragons alike were nothing more than flesh and blood in his jaws. Now that he had reached 8th-order life, he still would not dare claim he could kill God or Xuan Yuan, but Zhang Chen was confident he could take on Izanagi of that little island nation. Zhang Chen's body was expanding with astonishing speed. He turned his serpentine gaze toward the deep pit beneath him, which was drawing seawater in and out. After a brief moment of thought, he ceased to hesitate. His tail like a pillar of heaven gave the faintest flick, and in an instant the terrain for a kilometer around was reshaped. As Zhang Chen parted his jaws, slightly a burst of light, less than 1/10,000th of his nuclear breath blazed forth. He then took command of all the seawater in this region, leaving a vast vacuum in the seabed. Beneath the cloak of that faint breath the collapsed pit was wholly dissolved, then cooled rapidly, and resealed the breach. With that done, Zhang Chen relaxed somewhat. He decided not to relocate. Depending on the situation, he would continue his retreat into Earth's core. There was a tiny opening here that could shield him from the crushing pressure of the continental plates. He continued to wait for the simulation. This time Zhang Chen intended to simulate another world, or rather to continue stirring up trouble for the reincarnators. Earth was still in the phase of spiritual energy recovery. Even if this phase dragged on for another century, whether a 5th-order life form could emerge was still uncertain. What was certain was that Zhang Chen, even if he was not the origin god of this world, was no less than one. He continued to wait. A single day was in Zhang Chen's eyes no more than the blink of an eye. When the simulation refreshed, he started today's simulation without hesitation. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. March. This time you plan to continue exploring other worlds and head to the Titan Beast world to keep devouring, strengthening the foundation of the heaven-swallowing serpent. By now your heaven-swallowing serpent bloodline had been tempered to a level that was formidable even among legendary bloodlines. The heaven-swallowing serpent's bloodline was extraordinarily potent. As long as you devoured beasts of the same rank, you would grow, advancing step by step, especially now. And after countless sessions of choosing body-strengthening rewards, your heaven-swallowing serpent bloodline was extremely powerful even among the full spectrum of legendary bloodlines. The heaven-swallowing serpent's lower limit was the weakest legendary beast, and its upper limit was the strongest legendary beast. That was the heaven-swallowing serpent. But through countless devourings you had long since elevated your own growth ceiling. April. You polished off every nuclear warhead on Earth as if they were snacks. After that you swallowed all 50,000 warheads in a single month. May. A reincarnator came looking for you on his own. He did not know your true form. When you revealed it, a body like a heavenly pillar reaching from the sky to the earth, you showed only a single section of yourself above the sea, and your enormous frame alone left those reincarnators in shock. You did not halt the slaughter. With a single thought you annihilated them. June. You felt murderous intent from the starry void. With your keen perception you knew it was that horned dragon. Traveling an immense distance you arrived at Pluto, swallowed the horned dragon in the middle of its transformation, and then returned to Earth. July. You waited for the reincarnator bearing the realm-breaking talisman. One breath from you annihilated him. Then you caught the talisman in your jaws and used it without hesitation. You used the realm-breaking talisman, but you did not alter its course. You arrived in the Titan Beast world. Hardly had you arrived in the Titan Beast world when a violent urge to devour surged within you. You did not set off at once. You devoured more than a dozen powerful Titan beasts, one mouthful, each bite going crunch. After devouring these Titan beasts you felt your body starting to grow. At the same time you sensed a murderous intent coming from the ocean. Year 1. By now you were close to 1900 meters long. Your weight and ancient god psionic power were both increasing. You also felt a powerful urge to devour coming from within your own body, but you suppressed it. Year 3. You finally grew your body to 2000 meters, and your weight reached 12 million tons. Your ancient god psionic power rose substantially. During this period you devoured no small number of nature spirits, and your weight climbed to 46 million tons. That same year you finally stopped suppressing that urge. Guided by instinct you reached the seabed 100,000 meters deep and encountered an adult Maya beast, a legendary creature. The adult Maya beast was about 300 meters long, like the ultimate evolution of a sea eel. The Maya charged at you with countless teeth, each one like a brush snapping toward you. You knew that being bitten just once would be anything but pleasant. You roared, activated every aspect of your full power, and charged forward. The two of you intertwined again and again, exchanging breath after breath. Tsunamis rose endlessly, at times giant waves nearly a kilometer tall towered over the sea. In a true life and death struggle between two legendary beasts your strength was unquestionably overwhelming. You finally understood how far you had grown. You were now able to fight a full-power Maya beast to the death and settle the outcome through combat. 3 days later, relying on your blue core form, your various nuclear powers, the tenfold amplification of the forbidden blood-burning art, and your incomparably formidable spiritual strength, you finally ground the Maya beast down until it died. You began to devour it using the heaven-swallowing serpent's trait. With the power of your grotto heaven, you consumed it entirely, and then fell into a deep slumber. Year 10. You started awake from your dream, feeling the changes in yourself. You were now a 2500-meter super beast weighing 18 million tons. Your ancient god psionic power had grown considerably, already closing in on the 30 million ton mark. This ultimate growth produced an entirely new transformation. It greatly increased your power, and you had completely entered the first echelon of legendary beast combat strength. Year 12. You were not entirely satisfied. You felt you needed more legendary beasts. The Maya beast bloodline was too powerful, truly worthy of a 3000-meter colossus. Your eyes had settled on the legendary Godzilla of the Godzilla clan. You fought your way to the seas where the Godzilla clan lay sleeping. One by one you devoured the young Godzillas in a single bite. Their scale armor was nothing more than a shell that broke at the lightest touch, and you finished them off like potato chips. You devoured the legendary Godzilla. Its 100-meter-tall body was consumed like an after-dinner dessert. This legendary life form of the Titan beast world was far more powerful than the legendary beasts of Earth, roughly the difference between a budget model and a premium model. After you devoured the legendary Godzilla, the most powerful Godzilla of the clan was awakened. It roused itself from deep within the crust, and one breath shot through hundreds of thousands of meters of Earth, blasting a supermeteorite far away in space into dust. You died. Your nuclear breath, even when unleashed at full force, could not match the others, and your mighty physical body was torn to shreds. You have died. The simulation has ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 2600 meters, 19 million tons, ancient god psychokinesis. 32 million tons, 1 adult Maya colossal beast subjugated, 3 juvenile Maya subjugated, 1 legendary Godzilla subjugated. Zhang Chen was taken aback by the choices before him, but then, as if thinking of something, he quickly made his choice. I choose 2600 meters, 19 million tons, and ancient god psychokinesis, 32 million tons. As soon as he chose, Zhang Chen felt his body begin to change. It could be said to have doubled. His size, weight, and even his ancient god psychokinesis had all nearly doubled. Especially his weight. Zhang Chen's current body data was length 2600 meters. Weight 20 million tons. Ancient god psychokinesis 32 million tons. Almost doubled. Why are the legendary titans of the Titan world so overpowered, while the legendary titans of this world are so weak? A doubt arose, making Zhang Chen want to complain. Soon, however, he sank into deep thought, pondering his current strength, and after considering something, he made up his mind. His colossal serpentine body sank back into silence, waiting for the next simulation to refresh. Time passed quickly, and when the simulation refreshed, Zhang Chen awakened. Begin today's simulation. In March, you sensed something. You arrived at the little island nation, entered the 2 most familiar divine realms, and after devouring the so-called garbage deities and Yamada no Orochi, you began searching for the ancient divine faith of that little island nation. You found an extraordinary space and met another chief god of the little island nation, one whose status equaled that of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Without hesitation, you opened your colossal maw, and in an instant one-shot the god and swallowed it into your mouth. After devouring it, a vast amount of energy was absorbed by you along with even more faith power. These forces transformed into wave after wave of power, continuously elevating you. This time you chose to raise your life rank. You did not know what came after the 9th Order evolution, but you knew that without stepping into 9th Order life evolution, you had no right at all to explore what lay beyond the 9th Order. You intensified the elevation of your life. You found the little island nation's sanctum of faith, entered that divine realm, and saw the 2 great gods of its faith. Without a word, you began devouring them. The 2 great gods were like toys in your hands, crushed and toyed with at will. You devoured the 2 chief gods and poured all the converted spiritual energy and life essence into your 9th Order evolution, thirsting for the next evolution. In April, by flooding with hundreds of millions of tons of seawater, you obtained the heart of the earth. You devoured it, and a vast amount of life substance surged from within your body, continuously swirling and surrounding you. In June, you took a side trip to Mars, the Moon, and Pluto, devouring the Martian dragon, the legendary egg, the withered laurel tree, and the horned dragon in full. After devouring them all, you felt yourself drawing closer and closer to breaking through to that level. In July, facing a reincarnator holding a realm-breaking talisman, you thought for a moment and decided to leave this place. You wanted to wait for Izanami of the little island nation, for you had supreme confidence in your current strength. In August, you sensed a threat from a primordial god. An alarm bell inside your mind kept warning you, which put you in an extremely bad mood. You felt as if a spear was about to pierce through your body at any moment. You encountered the primordial god of the little island nation, who had come seeking revenge. Without a word, you unleashed a blast of nuclear breath. Everything in its path was annihilated, and it even wounded Izanagi. Your formidable physical body could overturn heaven and earth, seeming able to capsize the waters of an entire ocean. At the same time, you used your power to control nearly half of Earth's seawater, gathering it into a super water sphere. You and Izanagi were locked in a deadly, frenzied struggle. Your growth had multiplied your defensive power exponentially. Combined with your form at this moment, you truly resembled a world-destroying serpent of calamity. Everything seemed utterly insignificant beneath your colossal serpentine body. Izanagi's spear could no longer harm you, while your attacks, your bite force, and even the swing of your tail dealt tons of damage to Izanagi. You killed Izanagi. Your body was now a condensed version of a supermassive mountain. The hardness of your flesh rivaled diamond, not to mention your scales. How powerful must your active defenses be? You tore Izanagi's body in two and swallowed it. You bit the spear in his hand to pieces, and after several great battles you devoured Izanagi. You began your metamorphosis. Your life rank continued to rise, and your personal power increased along with it. At 1 year and 5 months you successfully evolved. You had now completely transformed into a ninth-order life form. In other words, you were fully capable of elevating the bloodline power of the heaven-swallowing giant python, transforming it into an existence unique and supreme among legendary titans. After this complete elevation, you left this place to avoid being besieged by the other primordial gods who were slow to realize what had happened. You followed that direction and headed into the starry cosmos. In the starry cosmos, you arrived at an unknown star region, the legendary location of a cosmic neutron star. Caught in the neutron star's gravity, you plunged toward it at an inconceivable speed. You felt immense pressure. Had your physical body not been so powerful, you would have been crushed into paste in an instant. Your physical body trembled, and your colossal serpentine frame warped. At that moment, you gained a clear understanding of your place on the neutron star. You were like an ordinary giant python on Earth. Because of your presence, the neutron star inexplicably collapsed and was compressed entirely into a black hole. In an instant, under the black hole's crushing gravity, you were decomposed into countless molecules and atoms. You were broken down into primordial matter by the black hole. You died. You became part of the black hole. The simulation has ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 2700 meters, 21 million tons, ancient god psychokinesis, 33 million tons, ninth order life evolution, Izanagi subjugated. Seeing this, Zhang Chen knew exactly what to choose. I choose the ninth order life evolution. As soon as he chose, Zhang Chen's life began to undergo elevation. It was not only the elevation of life itself. Around him, there was also an eerie pressure that words could not describe. This was the instinctive pressure of a higher order life form, the rhythm of a life form on the verge of dimensional ascension. Could it be that what lies beyond ninth order life evolution is dimensional ascension? Sensing this only after reaching ninth order life evolution did he understand everything. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt an urgent sense of yearning and longing for life evolution. With this thought, Zhang Chen's colossal serpentine body quivered with excitement, which manifested as a violent lash of his enormous tail. In an instant, the once calm Bermuda Triangle churned as tsunami waves over 100 meters tall erupted. Since the waters of Bermuda were far from any landmass and had no coastline to bear the impact, Zhang Chen's actions once again went unnoticed by humanity. At that moment, Zhang Chen turned his gaze toward the reincarnator panel, where messages had clearly begun to appear. The panel boasted a multitude of functions, much like a chat application, yet its capabilities and the information it conveyed far surpassed any human messaging software. At this moment, the danger rating for this world in infinite horror had instantly been elevated, reclassifying it as a mid-level dangerous world. Interesting. A reincarnator actually sent me a message. Should I respond? As the thought crossed his mind, Zhang Chen remembered something. Opening his colossal maw, he aimed at a great white shark thousands of miles across the ocean and activated his ability. If only I hadn't slaughtered every living creature in the Bermuda Grotto heaven. As he lamented, Zhang Chen relaxed somewhat. At this moment, his plan was to avoid revealing his true form, instead manually creating a controlled avatar to interact with the reincarnators and probe their secrets. Under Zhang Chen's control, the great white shark mutated instantly. Its body grew segment by segment until it soon rivaled a megalodon in size. However, this unnatural and rapid growth also inflicted irreversible changes upon the shark's vitality. Now the great white shark had even undergone mutations at the genetic level. Am I going to die, eh? Zhang Chen merely stirred a wisp of spiritual energy within himself, infusing the great shark with only 100 streams of qi, and this was the result. Truly too fragile to play with. Still, it could live for a while longer. Through his methods, he soon encountered those reincarnators. They were weak, to be honest. Zhang Chen could defeat an infinite number of them, and they could not even scratch his defense. Soon Zhang Chen, cloaked in his hidden shark form, engaged these reincarnators in conversation, learning the reason why this world had been elevated to a mid-level dangerous world. An aberrant life form resided in this world, extremely powerful. Recently, many reincarnators would arrive to hunt it down and claim the bountiful rewards offered by the infinite space. Hearing this, Zhang Chen fell silent. He was 90% certain that the aberrant life form described by infinite space was none other than himself. So they've set their sights on me. Beset by inner turmoil, Zhang Chen lashed his tail, directly smashing those reincarnators along with his modified great white shark into pulp. Not a single drop of blood or sliver of bone remained. All were reduced to the most primordial substance of the world. Zhang Chen's massive serpentine body sank to the seafloor. Yet no matter how he writhed, his heart churned with ever-deepening unease, especially now. Being targeted by an unknown force, one that dominated the myriad heavens, made it impossible for Zhang Chen to calm his heart, especially at this very moment. Although Zhang Chen's colossal serpentine frame stretched to nearly 3,000 meters, its every movement capable of raising towering waves and wreaking unimaginable catastrophe upon Earth's ecosystem. Time passed swiftly. At a rocky region in Bermuda. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation starts. March. Spiritual energy recovers. You are being watched. For some unknown reason, you feel an oppressive weight bearing down on you, and you decide to leave this world. April. In your haste to depart, you begin hunting reincarnators on your own initiative. Your actions cause the danger rating of your world in the infinite horror space to rise steadily, yet that suffocating sensation never leaves you. May you encounter a reincarnator wielding a realm-breaking talisman. Facing this reincarnator, your heart fills with even more suspicion along with a surge of killing intent. You unleash a single breath of nuclear energy, reducing him to molecules, and claim the realm-breaking talisman. You use the realm-breaking talisman. This time, you do not follow the nearest beam of light it points to. Instead, you distort the distance with your power, and you have no idea which light orb you are nearing. You can only see countless orbs of light, leaving you utterly awestruck. You arrive in a stellar evolutionary world. Here there are swarming evolutionary Zerg, an invincible divine race, and exceedingly powerful technological civilizations. You appear amidst this vast starry sky. The moment you set foot on an unknown planet, you see countless insects blotting out all before you. There are so many that they cover everything, and all of them are first-stage evolved life forms, leaving you deeply shaken. Your heart leaps with joy. Opening your maw wide, you devour voraciously. You have no idea how many millions of insects you consume. You sense even more Zerg, as well as a super Zerg emperor, whose aura rivals that of Izanagi. You want to charge forward and devour it, but the being actually shows no desire to fight you. The Zerg invite you to join their glorious evolution. You respond with utter disdain, and at the same time you reaffirm your own path of evolution. You open your maw vast as a pool of blood and charge forward. Compared to the Zerg, you are even more reckless and far mightier. In the end, you sense a powerful consciousness, so formidable that you have no confidence of victory. You calm down and begin communicating with the Zerg hive mind. You come to realize that the Zerg of this world are not the barbaric, mindless swarm you once imagined, knowing only expansion and plunder. Instead, they embrace assimilation and unity, marching together toward a glorious evolution. You realize that you have judged them with a narrow heart. At this moment, you dare not look down upon all things with arrogant pride. You discover that there is still so much you do not know. In June, you agree to join the Zerg. You receive 1,000,000 years worth of assimilated knowledge from them and begin selecting the best of it. Granted the Zerg gene, you awaken a new talent. You can absorb the powerful genes of living beings, devouring and fusing them into yourself. You name this talent Devouring Fusion. With it, you also gain the full support and resources of a Zerg. At 1 year of age, your body reaches 2800 meters, an increase of 200 meters, a pace not particularly fast. But after acquiring the Devouring Fusion talent, within just a few months your weight leaps from 20 million tons to 24 million tons. This rate of growth is terrifying, meaning that every additional meter of growth now raises your mass by 2,000 tons. Regarding the Devouring Fusion talent, your heart is filled with nothing but excitement. From a long-term perspective, this talent at least doubles your ceiling of potential and multiplies your raw physical condition by at least 5-fold. Toward this gift, you feel nothing but sheer delight. At 1 year and 5 months, the Zerg erupt into a great war against the divine race overlords of another corner of the starry sky. Having received so many favors from the Zerg, you answer their call and enter the fray. You did not refuse the request from the Zerg, and you joined the war against the divine race. These insects were far inferior to the realm-breaking insects you had encountered in the depths of Earth's starry sky. Those were truly endless, covering one starry expanse after another. You saw the divine race. You discovered that this divine race was somewhat similar to the dinosaur civilization of Earth's underground world, but this divine race had already achieved complete integration. Their collective evolution had reached a pinnacle, allowing them to venture into the starry sky, far more formidable than the dinosaur clan. Your massive serpent body appeared in the starry sky. Nearly 3,000 meters in length, compared to the vastness of the cosmos, you were still insignificant. That same year, you engaged in battle with the divine race of the starry sky and encountered their experts at the origin god level. You fought an epic battle against them. That same year you were besieged by 12 origin gods of the divine race, and you perished. Simulation ended. Please choose your rewards host. Height 2,800 meters, weight 24 million tons, ancient god psionic power 33 million tons. Talent devour and fuse. 1 origin god of the divine race, status unknown. Reading this, Zhang Chen's heart raced with excitement, yet a trace of doubt lingered within him. Fascinating. Do these light orbs represent worlds? Zhang Chen had long focused his thoughts upon the light orb, which he now understood symbolized the worlds he could visit in the future. Quickly an idea struck him. He turned his gaze toward this round of choices. I choose the talent, devour and fuse. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen selected this talent. Immediately his strength and everything about him began to transform. I actually feel a similar sensation. At this moment, Zhang Chen viewed his own genes as though they were an enhancement panel in a game capable of strengthening his physique. His massive serpent body remained motionless. The form buried deep within the rock layers had entered it voluntarily. After completing this simulation, Zhang Chen fell into a deep slumber. Time passed swiftly, and Zhang Chen resumed his waiting. Outside, an apocalyptic terror continued to spread, clearly a post-apocalyptic scenario. Order had collapsed and natural disasters plagued the land ceaselessly. Even if Zhang Chen chose not to intervene, his opponent would ultimately perish. Begin today's simulation. March. You awoke once more. This time you had grander plans, and you chose the ancient mythology of Japan as your breakthrough point. You arrived at the territory of Japan. Your very existence stunned all who beheld you. You resembled a moving mountain, crushing everything in your path. Whether it was a massive peak of forest or towering skyscrapers, all crumbled beneath you, leaving behind a shallow trench wherever you passed. You reached the inland regions of Japan. Behind you flowed connected seawater. Unintentionally, you had carved out an entire sea passage. April. You sensed an intense killing intent. After devouring 2 principal deities of Japan, you found Izanagi, the one slumbering within the spiritual energy pool. Before Izanagi awakened, you poured all of your mental power directly into him. Izanagi, still unconscious, suffered immediate and severe spiritual damage. You sensed a flood of additional information. You had glimpsed Izanagi's spiritual memories. From those memories, you witnessed everything from antiquity. Most of these origin gods were born of natural formation. In one word, they were born of heaven and earth, granted humanoid forms, and possessed extraordinary power from birth. In a sense, they were truly immortal. Among them, those who had reached the origin god level even included some humans who had cultivated. You were shocked. It was hard to imagine how a human could cultivate to such a realm. Now, after countless opportunities across 9 lifetimes of evolution, you had only barely reached parity with an origin god. You had not yet broken through to become one yourself. This alone revealed how extraordinarily difficult it was to break through to the origin god level, especially for you in your current state. May. You learned the number of origin gods before the world sealed itself. At least 20 existed on Earth, which left you deeply astonished. Among them, Izanagi ranked at the very bottom. He also had a twin sister who, due to the world's closure, had departed into the cosmic starry sky. You devoured Izanagi, and then turned your gaze toward the sun. At least 3 origin gods resided there. You were uncertain about the moon, but suspected none dwelled there. September. You awakened from your slumber. You had undergone another layer of transformation and grown even stronger. You were now 2,800 meters tall, weighing 24 million tons. The growth of your ancient god psionic power had been minimal, but you began contemplating how to substantially increase it. The Trisolarans, or Atlantis, could both enhance PS, but Atlantis had already been destroyed by your hand. You reasoned that among the origin gods there must be answers, so you set out in action. Your first destination was the United States. Entering its interior, no one dared to block your path. You entered the sacred grounds of the Native Americans and devoured the Indian Holy Temple. Yes, you devoured it whole, including the divine statues and the people within. After devouring, you began digesting, converting everything into vast amounts of spiritual energy. You sensed a secluded realm here, and without hesitation entered it. Within, you saw a 7th-rank avatar. Without a second thought, you struck it down with a single tail swipe. Simultaneously, you opened your blood pool maw and turned toward the solar goddess who had fallen into slumber due to her environment and devoured her. You had devoured another origin god, but something felt incomplete. Through your dim sensing, you realized you had only consumed half of the origin god. The other half you sensed resided within the sun. Age 1. A horned dragon descended from the heavens. You were creatures of the same level, but with a single tail strike you crippled it. It smashed through 3 mountains before finally coming to a halt, and you devoured it in one bite. Age 1. The Trisolarans appeared. On Earth, a single burst of nuclear energy breath destroyed their flagship, and you wiped out the entire Trisolaran fleet in one breath. Yet afterward you felt an ultimate pressure emanating from ancient times, a pressure so oppressive it weighed upon you, making it hard to lift your head. Age 3. You arrived in the Russian Empire and discovered an origin god there, which you promptly devoured. Age 5. You had grown to 3,400 meters tall, weighing 37 million tons. Your weight had officially surpassed your height, signaling that your growth had entered another dimension entirely. That same year, several origin gods awoke. God Shiva and Yuwa, and the most powerful origin gods emerged. You were surrounded. God drew you into his alternate dimensional space, where he seemed the absolute ruler. The 7 diminished planetary bodies of the solar system orbited around him, and the other origin gods manifested similar powers. You counterattacked in fury, but in the end you, enraged beyond measure, were ruthlessly pummeled by the combined wrath of the 3 strongest origin gods. Though your physique had advanced further and was growing toward another dimension, you were still but a beginner. In your rage, the inadvertent Great War on the territory of the beautiful country completely reshaped the geography of North America. You died as well, your colossal serpentine body obliterated by countless blade source attacks. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 3400 meters, 37 million tons, ancient god telekinesis. 33 million tons, Izanagi, submissive Izanami, cosmic coordinates, the other half of the sun god's body. Seeing this selection, did Zhang Chen have any choice? No. I choose 3400 meters, 37 million tons, ancient god telekinesis. 33 million tons. Body length, 3400. Weight, 37 million tons. Ancient god telekinesis, 33 million tons. His weight had nearly doubled, and his body size had grown considerably. The only thing that hadn't changed was ancient god telekinesis. No, it had increased, as well, by another 1 million tons. But comparing the two, one could see the gap was not ordinary, it was enormous. It seems the next simulation must focus on improving telekinesis. I don't know if I can withstand Mach 50 now, oh perhaps even Mach 10 would already be good. Thinking this, Zhang Chen made up his mind. It wasn't that his ancient god telekinesis was too weak. Now his telekinesis could already cover more than a continent. How could it be weak? With effort, Zhang Chen could even cover 2 continents. But the stronger he was, the stronger the opponents he would face. The stronger the opponent, the fewer weaknesses they had, which meant he could not afford to have any weaknesses. Therefore, Zhang Chen had to be prepared for that. Time continued to pass. The underground rock layers had begun to crack because Zhang Chen's increasingly massive body caused tremendous changes in the rocks that tightly enveloped him. Time flowed, and soon the simulation refreshed. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. In March, you came to the starry sky and left Earth, seeking more opportunities for growth in the cosmos. These opportunities would only make you stronger. In April, you sensed an extremely rich aura that made your entire body tremble. It was so alluring. You approached that star system, and upon nearing it saw a star that was nurturing life, and you had arrived early. If this star were to truly give birth to life, it would still need at least tens of millions of years. By instinct, you found the primordial substance of life on this planet. It could continuously enhance all your abilities, allowing your spirit to grow even greater and your physical body to develop immensely. You chose to strengthen your spirit, and your ancient god telekinesis began to rise again. In May, your spirit stopped growing as your ancient god telekinesis reached 43 million tons. In the same month, you began yet another improvement. You found the Trisolaris star system and arrived at the Trisolaran civilization. With the power of a single serpent, you utterly annihilated that civilization, devoured everything of it, and your spirit began to rise again. In July, your ancient god telekinesis reached 50 million tons. In the same month, you encountered a primordial god wandering the starry sky. It was Izanami. Without saying a word, you launched an attack and killed the weaker Izanami. After killing Izanami, you devoured her. Then, following the coordinates in your memory, you returned to the solar system. Just as you returned to Earth, you saw through your spirit a reincarnator in the starry sky. A reincarnator holding a realm-breaking talisman. You opened your maw like a pool of blood, and a stream of nuclear breath shot from space toward Earth. In an instant, your nuclear breath hit the North Pole from space. Your nuclear breath was overwhelmingly powerful, especially now. Under its might, aside from the realm-breaking talisman, the entire Arctic glacier erupted into turmoil. The Arctic glacier was even blasted with a hole 100,000 meters deep, like an abyssal maw devouring a myriad tons of ocean. You obtained the realm-breaking talisman and used it. After using it, you saw many orbs of light. This time you chose another orb of light. You arrived in a new world. In this world, everyone's physical body was not very strong, but their spirits were absolutely mighty. Their spiritual power was extraordinarily formidable, even more prominent than the collective spirit of Atlantis. Overjoyed, you began to devour madly. One bite, left one, right one, front one, back. Your body length was 3600 meters, weight 41.5 million tons, and ancient god telekinesis reached 60 million tons. Your telekinesis was improving faster and faster. At age 1, your mad devouring finally attracted the collective consciousness of this world. In this unique world, a world where spirit was pushed to its extreme, even the planet had given birth to a spirit. Compared to the planetary spirit that had existed for untold eons, your spirit was still far weaker. Your body length reached 3700 meters, weight reached 43 million tons, and your ancient god telekinesis reached 70 million tons. Under the planet, and another powerful spiritual force you ultimately couldn't hold on and fell into severe injury. Because your spirit had reached such a level that it couldn't be instantly extinguished. At 1 year and 1 month your spirit was severely wounded. 2 mighty spiritual forces constantly tried to erase you. At 1 year and 2 months your spirit had weakened by 70 from its peak, and your power had declined far too much. At 1 year and 3 months you sensed an extremely dense aura of death. Your spirit weakened another level at its foundation, and your power waned correspondingly. At 1 year and 4 months, only 1/10 of your spirit remained. You were deeply unwilling. Though you had grown to 3800 meters and 44.5 million tons with ancient god telekinesis, even reaching 75 million tons, you were already severely wounded and near death. Under the crushing psychic assault of those two overwhelming forces, you ultimately could not defy fate. At 1 year and 6 months you died, slain by 2 planet-level psychic forces. However, your death throes badly wounded the other spirit, plunging it into a deep slumber. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose from the following rewards. 3800 meters, 44.5 million tons ancient god telekinesis, 75 million tons collective consciousness of a planet status submissive spiritual power, 100 million tons. Zhang Chen looked at the current choices somewhat surprised. The collective consciousness of a planet. 100 million tons. That was merely 100 million tons of spiritual power. With that in mind, after some consideration, Zhang Chen made his choice. I choose 3800 meters, 44.5 million tons, and ancient god telekinesis, 75 million tons. Zhang Chen ultimately chose the option that would yield the greatest physical enhancement. With no other choice, his mental weakness was rapidly becoming a critical vulnerability. Future enemies could indeed mirror those from the simulation, collective consciousness akin to entire planets. Lost in thought, Zhang Chen contemplated his stats. Body length, 3800. Body weight, 46 million tons. Ancient divine psionic power, 75 million tons. These were Zhang Chen's current physical metrics. His ancient divine psionic power had arguably doubled, while the increases in body weight and length were secondary. Pondering these thoughts, Zhang Chen shifted his gaze elsewhere, a faint excitement stirring within. He was still weighing his next move as time pressed ever more urgently upon him. At this very moment, the underground rock straight up bearing Zhang Chen's enormous weight utterly shattered, like the final straw that broke the camel's back, as the earth itself began to cave in. This was not a minor collapse. It was a catastrophic one affecting a vast area. When Zhang Chen refocused his attention, a mere thought propelled his colossal serpent body, towering like a pillar of heaven, into the sky at 1,000 meters. Though called the sky, it was only because the ground beneath could not support his full weight. If it could, half his body standing upright would reach roughly 2,000 meters. Just how massive Zhang Chen had become was evident. From his perspective, mountains were nothing more than mounds beneath an ordinary snake. The comparison may be imperfect, but it clearly illustrated his current scale. A so-called aircraft carrier could be flattened into paste with a single sweep of his tail. Even the smallest boats were tinier than his own scales. His ancient divine psionic power expanded across nearly half the globe. After a moment of observation, he gained a deeper understanding of the spiritual energy resurgence. There are no fearsome beasts soaring through the skies as I had imagined. I did not rise through the spiritual energy resurgence, nor did I rely upon it. Given this rate of mutation, humanity is evolving at a comparable pace. These mutated beasts will never threaten humanity's dominance over Earth. Humanity's situation was hardly comfortable. The spiritual energy resurgence, or more precisely the threat posed by Zhang Chen himself, had driven humans to complete apathy. Enough. Staying on Earth in this environment is unbearable. I cannot even find a place to relax without the ground collapsing beneath me. Zhang Chen shook his massive serpent head. Then something struck his mind. With a flick of his tail, he launched himself toward Mercury. Mercury, the planet closest to the sun, was incapable of nurturing life like Earth's. In truth, Earth should have been the one called Mercury. The temperatures were extreme, the speeds immense. Most Earth creatures could not withstand more than 3 seconds, sometimes not even 1. But Zhang Chen was different. He could survive even within the sun itself. Shortly, Zhang Chen arrived at Mercury. His colossal serpent body descended upon the surface, instantly carving a crater roughly 10,000 meters wide. There were no primordial deities here, nor any other unknown entities. If he chose, Zhang Chen could destroy Mercury with a single nuclear blast, his explosive breath showing no signs of weakening. As he waited for the simulation to begin, scorching heat above 1,000 degrees assaulted him. Due to Mercury's rotation, temperatures didn't just reach those heights. The nights plummeted to -100, creating an enormous temperature differential. Yet such lethal temperature extremes meant nothing to Zhang Chen. Simultaneously, his massive serpent form began settling more evenly across the surface. Time passed swiftly, and soon the simulation refreshed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation started. March. You feel an intense killing intent. Your enormous serpent body draws near the sun. Compared to the sun's stellar scale, your form, which appears terrifyingly massive to Earth creatures, has reached an alarming level. April. You penetrate deep into the sun's core, where nuclear fusion rages endlessly, an ever-present controlled thermonuclear explosion. A saying comes to mind: genius is merely the entry ticket. A body capable of withstanding nuclear blasts is the basic requirement for survival among stars. Within the sun, you discover a primordial deity undergoing metamorphosis. Its aura is ancient and primal, a presence so intoxicating it stirs your appetite instantly. You locate the sun goddess's remaining half and her essence source, and you devour her without hesitation. Having consumed the sun goddess, your power intensifies. During digestion, you sense the presence of other primordial deities, and you discover two more. The two primordial deities awaken autonomously. They feel an overwhelming pressure that threatens even their existence. Ever since you gained the devouring ability, your body has grown increasingly powerful, and with your current strength, you will only grow stronger. You confront the two primordial deities without fear. Your powerful ancient divine psionic power sweeps in all directions. Using your own strength, you utterly annihilate their divinity and devour them. May. You have now grown to 400 meters in length, your weight reaching 49 million tons, though the increase in ancient divine psionic power has been relatively modest. July. You return to Earth. Your colossal form reaches horrifying proportions. Humanity is consumed by terror, yet some still refuse to accept their inferiority and launch nuclear missiles at you. This time you do not even bother activating your nuclear domain. Your enormous body moves with overwhelming force, emerging unscathed from the center of the detonation. Your enormous silhouette, along with your unharmed body emerging from the nuclear blast, appears once again, shocking humanity, shocking everyone. Soaring through the sky, your massive body stretches toward the heavens. You identify the nation that fired the mushroom cloud at you, the never-setting empire. Opening your mouth, you gather nuclear energy and unleash it in a single instant, striking directly at Europa's position. Your nuclear blast delivers a devastating blow to the never-setting empire. In one fleeting moment, their main island is utterly obliterated. You demonstrate the power to annihilate worlds, just a single breath causing such destruction. If you wished, you could truly shatter Earth itself. You arrive at the North Pole. There you encounter a reincarnator who senses an intense, suffocating killing intent. It envelopes their heart, sending chills through their body. They wish to flee immediately, but your nuclear breath descends from the sky in an instant. The reincarnator is completely reduced to cosmic primordial matter. Nothing remains, not even a drop of blood or a single bone. You activate the realm-breaking talisman, and without hesitation travel in another direction. Before you appear countless spheres of light. You make another random selection. You arrive in a mythological world of an ancient civilization where various heaven-piercing colossal beasts roam. Having just entered this world, your unrivaled size earns you a title, the World-Devouring Serpent. You have just arrived in this ancient mythological world and beheld a colossal serpent bearing the bloodline of legendary supremacy. It appeared to still be in a state of growth, harboring within its body a fundamental energy of this world, like forced cultivation, constantly aiding its evolution. Having just come to this world, a heavenly bestowed title surfaced in your mind: Devourer of the World Serpent. This left you deeply bewildered. Somewhere in the depths of this world, an invisible consciousness observed all things, filling you with unease. You devoured Jormungandr, the resurrected World Serpent, and in a shadowy way replaced the Midgard serpent of this world, a being distinct from the Norse mythology version. At the age of 1, inexplicably bolstered by an ultimate power, your growth rate had accelerated. Yet this development always carried an air of forced cultivation. You extracted the hidden energy concealed within your body and extinguished that energy with a single blast of nuclear breath. At 1 year and 5 months, you had grown to 4,500 meters in length, and your settled weight reached 61.5 million tons. That same year, you discovered a natural race that could effectively enhance your spiritual power. You launched a devastating massacre against that natural race. Your supreme devouring power granted you even greater abilities. At 2 years of age, you completely annihilated an entire natural race, and your primordial divine telekinesis saw a tremendous surge. That same year, your activities reached the ears of this world's order of celestial gods, and Thor the Thunder God descended. You engaged in fierce battle against him, but the hammer in his hands weighed 1,000,000 tons, amplified by divine energy to a staggering 10 billion tons. Your nuclear breath crippled one of Thor's arms, yet you were simultaneously suppressed beneath a single devastating blow from his hammer. Despite your extraordinarily robust physique, such overwhelming power pressed down upon you without mercy. You were sealed away in the abyss, for your fundamental essence had not yet reached the level of a primordial deity. Against the crushing assault of a mighty thunder god, even a body nearing 5,000 meters could not defy the heavens. You perished. Simulation complete. Host, please select from the following rewards. 4700 meters, 65 million tons primordial divine telekinesis, 90 million tons lower mythological world, thunder god status, unknown world, serpent title. By the true words spoken from a higher deity, you shall gain a faster advancement speed, but your physique will become fragile and weak. Zhang Chen watched the current simulation, his serpent body trembling with excitement. At the same time, doubts about this world arose in his mind. What exactly does lower mythological world mean? Zhang Chen was profoundly puzzled, unable to grasp what was happening. Questions about the mythological world, especially at present, churned within his heart. Could there perhaps be mid-tier or high-tier mythological worlds? Such thoughts startled Zhang Chen, but he quickly dismissed them. Rewards were more important. I choose 4700 meters, 65 million tons, and primordial divine telekinesis, 90 million tons. After making his selection, Zhang Chen's physique began to change once more. Time continued to flow, and his body quickly returned to equilibrium. Body length, 4700 meters. Weight, 67 million tons. Primordial divine telekinesis, 90 million tons. Another enhancement. As for that title, Zhang Chen paid it no mind. It was useless. Although his growth would be faster, his physique would become weaker. Consider a 5-meter tiger weighing 1 ton versus a 5-meter tiger weighing only 500 kilograms. Clearly the latter is far stronger. Zhang Chen explained that in the case of the tigers, both underwent proportional enhancement. Bone density, cellular vitality, and cellular strength all increased in equal measure. The former tiger's combat effectiveness far exceeded the latter's. Under these premises, Zhang Chen would never make such a choice. Opting for rapid physical growth while disregarding weight was in essence abandoning the root for the branches. Time continued to flow. Above Mercury, Zhang Chen's mass continued to sink, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a descent toward the planet's core. Meanwhile, he received invitations from several reincarnators, but Zhang Chen simply ignored them all. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation commenced. In the third month, positioned at Mercury's location, you accidentally plummeted downward at tremendous speed. Your actions utterly destroyed Mercury's structure. Mercury, being the planet closest to the sun, will eventually fall into the star regardless, but only because it has fallen into a certain equilibrium, allowing it to remain so near the sun. Mercury was crushed into numerous fragments, losing its magnetic field entirely, and began its final descent toward the sun. You lingered upon the sun's surface, your colossal serpent body plunging deep into its interior. Within the sun's depths, nuclear-level power shifted ceaselessly. This was the sun's own energy, the source of light and warmth for Earth, and indeed the entire solar system, and simultaneously the key force maintaining the solar system's balance. This time you chose to remain in the sun's depths. There you encountered 3 primordial deities of Earth, all of whom you devoured. Through successive cycles of growth, after unleashing your ultimate techniques, upon emerging you were capable of instantly eliminating a primordial deity, such as Izanagi. You then entered a deep slumber within the sun's depths. At 3 years of age you awoke from the sun's half-core region. The pressure here had already approached that of a neutron star. Had your physique not been strengthened to an extraordinary degree, you would have been instantly crushed, becoming mere matter of the sun. By now you had grown to 500 meters in length, with a weight of 74 million tons. Your spiritual power had risen considerably. Those 3 primordial deities, more precisely 2.5, had all been converted into spiritual energy by you. As your spirit approached 100 million tons, you felt your consciousness undergoing another transformation. At this time in this place, the transformation process could hardly be described as slow. Awakening in the sun's core, you perceive the aura of Earth's 7 primordial deities. The 3 most powerful among them inspired the deepest wariness in you, particularly the god worshipped by Europa. That deity possessed an alternate dimensional space. However, you also had an internal sanctuary within your body. The god also wielded a stance, a miniature solar system, whose power seemed capable of drawing upon some of the true solar system's energy. You surged outward, your massive serpent body coiling and twisting constantly. Rounding to the nearest figure, you had become a 10,000-meter great serpent. The moment you emerged, you encountered a primordial deity blocking your path. Their expression was utterly calm, wearing a crescent moon headpiece and holding a bone staff. That deity began to dance, and what astounded you most was the emergence of death energy within your own body. Had you been an ordinary 9th-tier life form, you would scarcely have been able to defeat even the principal deity worshipped by the Triad faith, Shiva, the apex of this world. In your fury, you devoured Shiva in a single bite, employing nuclear energy in a Pyrrhic strategy that dealt equal damage to yourself and your enemy. You consumed all of Shiva and refined it into spiritual energy. You continued the fierce battle, wielding your strongest form with reckless abandon. You discovered that the Atlantean blood drain forbidden techniques amplification was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. Your power grew ever greater, yet the ceiling of blood drain was ultimately constrained by Atlantis' own limitations. With an unwilling heart, you roared incessantly and began descending. Once your physique reached a certain level, the blood drain forbidden technique revealed its true nature. It was merely a taboo secret art, crafted by Atlantis, a lowly spiritual consciousness entity. In your rage, you spontaneously comprehended a new innate ability. The fierce Tempest talent surged from its base 50% directly to 1000%. You emerged from God's dimensional space with a supreme Yang divine sword still clamped in your mouth. You had nearly devoured all the origin gods, and now a tremendous force within your body was undergoing transcendence. The new fierce Tempest talent possessed an additional ability far more formidable than this. It not only grants you a massive physical enhancement, but also elevates your spiritual energy both by a factor of 10. After this tenfold surge, your weight truly reaches 75 billion tons, a stark contrast to the incomplete amplification of the blood drain technique. Only with this ability could you become so formidable, slaying every origin god in this world. Your existence was fully perceived by the infinite terror space, regarded as an anomaly. You perished. Simulation complete. Please choose from the following rewards. Host. 500 meters, 75 million tons, ancient god psionic power. 9,999 million tons metamorphosis talent, enhanced fury, genuinely boost physique or spirit by 1000% equivalent to tenfold 7 origin god submission perception of the infinite terror space. Observing this simulation, Zhang Chen fell silent as he contemplated his choice. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. I choose the talent enhanced fury tenfold amplification. Whether this talent provides genuine amplification or can grant Zhang Chen complete enhancement depends entirely on his own limits. The first choice involves my physique. My spiritual power appears to have reached the peak of ancient god psionic power. It seems a complete metamorphosis awaits. With these thoughts, Zhang Chen grew extremely excited, eager to anticipate his next decision. Having made his selection for this simulation reward, Zhang Chen immediately activated the furious enhancement the very next moment. In an instant, Zhang Chen's physique expanded once more. Upon employing this talent, even his body underwent transformation, reaching the 100 million ton tier. But in the next moment, Zhang Chen's colossal form could no longer remain stable above Mercury. His immense mass caused him to continuously descend, inflicting severe damage upon the planet. At that instant, Mercury suffered irreversible destruction. Zhang Chen's figure plummeted rapidly, soon reaching the core. Due to his current physical power, Mercury was utterly devastated. Mercury cracked and shattered in an instant. Its magnetic field was completely destroyed, and the next moment it was drawn by the sun's powerful gravity, falling toward it. Even Zhang Chen, without a strong planetary force field to counteract inertia, was pulled toward the sun. Time passed swiftly, and Zhang Chen's massive form had already entered the sun's interior. The sun's scorching heat scorched him, yet he remained unmoved, continuing to wait. Time passed swiftly. Zhang Chen recalled something. He could already sense the aura of 3 origin gods. Had he wished, he could have devoured them instantly. Yet he chose to wait to continue the simulation. Time passed swiftly. The simulation began. Start today's simulation. In the 3rd month, you devoured the 3 origin gods within the sun star's interior, and your body began to grow. That same year, at the core of the sun star, you sensed an intense aura, profound and rich, filling you with excitement. In the 4th month, you marveled at the cosmos's wonders. Within the sun star's core, where pressure rivaled that of a neutron star, flame spirits dwelled. These spirits thrived in temperatures reaching millions, their spiritual power each ascending to the 9th rank, a discovery that ignited an urge within you. You consumed all the flame spirits, just over a dozen. Considering they may have been nurtured by the world's instincts over billions of years, you accepted this readily. In the 5th month, your ancient god psionic power reached 9999 million tons. Upon attaining this level, you sensed an intensely concentrated aura that had been suppressing you, making your entire body feel profoundly uncomfortable. You entered a spiritual metamorphosis, sinking into deep slumber. Meanwhile, your body continuously absorbed the sun star's power from within its core. At 10 years old, upon regaining consciousness, your psionic power had reached 110 million tons, and your physique began to grow. Your stature reached 530 meters with a weight of 83 million tons. Your psionic power evolved from ancient god psionic power to primordial psionic power, now measured in hundreds of millions of tons. As soon as you awakened, you sensed the turmoil of the reincarnators. That same year, upon arriving at Earth, you discovered a reincarnator standing on the far side of the moon bearing a boundary-rending talisman, a discovery that filled you with immense joy. Your opponent was formidable, a 9th-tier reincarnator, yet you were no less powerful. Though matched in rank, when battle erupted, you unleashed a scorching nuclear breath that detonated in an instant. The reincarnator turned to ash in a single breath from your furnace-like maw. You clamped down on the boundary-rending talisman before you had considered using it, yet the moment you sensed a realm-dwelling insect, a chill seized you. You activated the boundary-rending talisman, recognizing that even a fragile realm insect threatened to breach your defenses. Remembering how the solar system would one day be swallowed by virtually endless vermin, a reckoning that would encompass you as well, You chose to depart before being reduced to mere dust. This time you maintained your course and arrived in the world of Titan behemoths. No sooner had you landed than you witnessed a mighty Godzilla charging toward you. Rodden was a formidable race, each member averaging several dozen meters in height. Yet comparatively these Rodden were as insignificant as ordinary pythons versus tiny mosquitoes. You opened your massive jaws and inadvertently devoured the Rodden. You devoured everything in your path. Kong, legendary bloodline, Godzilla, even other Titan species. Devour. In short, you simply devoured everything until you had consumed most of the Titan species across the world. At times you could even sense an intense killing intent. After a continuous rampage of devouring, some Titan species had been completely wiped out. Meanwhile, 3 legendary Titans, the legendary Maya Beast, legendary Super Godzilla, and legendary Sky Devouring Whale, found you and charged forward with thunderous roars. Your existence had already threatened the ecological balance of the Titan world. Without hesitation you launched your attack. Upon activating your berserk state, your form surged to nearly 1 billion tons in an instant. In this moment, a fierce battle erupted between you and the 3 legendary Titans. Harnessing your peerless physical prowess that dominated the world, you tore through the battlefield. Within 10 minutes, you seized the most agile Sky Whale in one bite, crushed it with your devastating strength, and then let out a deafening roar toward the heavens. Your clash was so catastrophic that it fundamentally altered the ecology and geography of an entire continent, and even redirected the flow of vast ocean currents. 3 years later, you had grown to nearly 600 meters in length, weighing 93 million tons, while your primordial mental power had surged to 120 million tons. Realizing you were now invincible among the Titan world's behemoths, you ventured into the starry cosmos and encountered the cosmic whale. A titanic battle ensued. Facing an entity surpassing the 9th life stage, and even exceeding Earth's origin deities, your life tier was undoubtedly suppressed. Yet you activated your berserk talent to amplify your power tenfold, turning the tide against the cosmic whale. But with your overwhelming physique, you swept through everything in your path. After unleashing your berserk state's tenfold amplification, you turned the tide and counterattacked. Ultimately relying on your body's formidable attributes, you destroyed the star whale at great cost to yourself, killing it before devouring it. 5 years later, upon regaining consciousness, you had grown to 700 meters in length and 110 million tons in weight, with primordial mental power reaching 135 million tons. As your physical attributes continued to grow, you discovered this Titan world had become monotonous. You sensed an overwhelming stillness. No remaining entity could pose a threat to you. You had grown to 700 meters, weighing 120 million tons, with primordial mental power at 150 million tons. When the domain insects appeared before you, insects whose numbers seemed boundless, spanning across endless realms of starlight, you felt every muscle tense and chose to end this simulation yourself. Simulation ended. Please choose from the following rewards: host. 700 meters, 120 million tons, primordial mental power, 150 million tons. A quantity of domain insects equaling 1 starry sky, unable to reproduce, possessing spatial teeth. Looking at these choices, Zhang Chen fell silent. His growth had effectively doubled, multiple times over. Yet he wondered if he had somehow already conquered the Titan beast world. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Chen felt both excitement and a strange dread. The source of this feeling remained shrouded in mystery. Domain insects again. I choose 700 meters, 120 million tons, primordial mental power, 150 million tons. Body length, 700. Body weight, 120 million tons. Primordial mental power, 150 million tons. These were Zhang Chen's current stats, yet even he had never imagined his growth this time would be so immense. Nuclear power is strong for now, but it seems somewhat outdated. With these thoughts, Zhang Chen already had a plan for his next simulation. Zhang Chen, situated within the sun, allowed its searing heat to bear down upon him, as his body continuously absorbed its boundless energy. The sun underwent changes, and as Zhang Chen pondered this transformation, a thought struck him. He turned his gaze toward 3 slumbering figures deep within the solar depths. His innate adaptation abilities, breathing, and vision had become extraordinary. Zhang Chen's eyes had evolved to such an unbelievable degree that he could now perceive with perfect clarity even within molten lava, exploring without resistance to its extreme heat. While stationed at the sun's core, Zhang Chen experienced none of the devastating radiation or temperatures that would instantly incinerate ordinary matter. His eyes had transcended conventional perception, rendering the blinding solar surface nothing more than a visible phenomenon, a testament to evolution's power. Adaptation stood apart from all other gifts. It grew beyond his current form rather than merely scaling with his power. While other abilities strengthened passively through his cultivation, adaptive evolution offered something far greater: the capacity to transcend environmental limits entirely. Time passed swiftly as the simulation reset. Begin today's simulation. A chime sounded. The simulation commenced. By the 3rd month, his power had grown tremendously, He devoured 3 Earth-level origin deities in a single strike and entered a state of profound enlightenment while refining them. That same month, he reached the sun's core and dispersed his power. When he casually activated his nuclear energy domain, he sensed a transformation within it, sparking curiosity about this mysterious change. Feeling the nuclear domain's evolutionary trajectory filled him with immense joy, driving him to seek faster growth. By July, he had fallen into deep slumber so profound that even the 7 origin deities guarding his door went unnoticed. At 1 year old, his nuclear domain underwent a complete transformation, evolving into a third domain he named the primordial domain. Within its reach, he gained no amplification, but enemies suffered absolute weakening, 100% reduction in their capabilities. With this domain at his disposal, excitement surged through him, filling every part of his being with anticipation for what lay ahead. By age 3, his mastery of the primordial domain deepened through constant use. He discovered that while normally reducing enemy strength by 100%, a full deployment could reach the legendary 200% threshold. At 5 years old, an intense killing intent drew him outward into the starry void. There he encountered origin deities, both native to this realm and returned from beyond the cosmos, and rage consumed him as he opened his maw to devour them. Activating his full combat state, he eliminated all Earth origin deities without sustaining a single wound. Yet their defeat revealed something inexplicable, subtle differences he could not comprehend. An unfathomable presence descended upon him. A superpowerful figure bearing the weight of cosmic backlash, a reincarnator who appeared after he had annihilated every origin deity of Earth, including those returned from beyond the cosmos. His transformation had now fully manifested. The complete destruction of the original cosmic origin deities had drawn the attention of the infinite terror space. Though initially unnoticed by the masses, this anomaly prompted them to dispatch an advanced reincarnator, one armed with the authority of cosmic laws, to confront and eliminate him. You roared and howled, your mighty frame ceaselessly proclaiming your dominance. Every gesture, every movement now bore vastly greater power. You had reached a height of 7,500 meters, of body weight of 130 million tons, and a primordial psionic force of 160 million tons. With such an extravagant build, coupled with your berserk talent of tenfold amplification, your strength could be said to be climbing step by step, growing ever mightier. Yet even so, even among primordial gods, there were ranks: low, intermediate, high, top, and titan. Of course, this was the classification of the infinite horror space. Earth's primordial gods had no such concept. And the most powerful primordial god in this world god was merely a high-rank primordial god, while you, merely a ninth-order evolved life form that had devoured a being at the primordial god level, had reached an unprecedented state. You died. Under the power of that titan rank primordial god reincarnated, you died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. 7,500 meters, 130 million tons, primordial psionic force, 160 tons, primordial domain, the evolved form of the nuclear energy domain capable of transforming into a planetary magnetic field. Looking at the simulation options, Zhang Chen's colossal serpentine body wriggled slightly, somewhat excited. Not bad, this primordial domain is not bad. I choose the primordial domain. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen made his choice. As he chose, his massive serpentine body kept writhing. In an instant, he grasped the primordial domain, and as the domain continuously elevated, Zhang Chen began to experiment. Time continued to flow. With Zhang Chen at the center, a powerful magnetic field resembling a planetary force field emerged, forming another mode of existence. In that moment, due to the shift in the magnetic field, Zhang Chen's colossal serpentine body could no longer approach the sun. Instead, it replaced Mercury. So this is how planets operate. At this moment, a thought occurred to Zhang Chen. He wanted to try Saturn. It had many attendant moons. Zhang Chen's colossal serpentine body was pulled by Saturn's gravity. With a move of his psionic force, the psionic magnetic field instantly shattered Saturn's moon, and threw that moon's magnetic field into chaos. That moon of Saturn trembled for a moment before completely shattering, and 99% of its debris surged toward Zhang Chen. Whoa, so this is what it does. Zhang Chen lashed his tail, scattering the converging matter. Watching the debris fall into Saturn, he gained a conceptual understanding of the primordial domain. At this rate, once the magnetic field grows strong enough, let alone Earth, I could even extinguish the sun. Thinking this, Zhang Chen could not contain his excitement. His colossal serpentine body moved toward the sun's core, targeting the 3 sleeping primordial gods of Earth. The colossal serpentine head drew close, opening its enormous maw. The fangs within were larger and taller than towering ancient trees. Soon Zhang Chen fell into slumber once again. The simulation refreshed quickly. When it refreshed, the notification startled Zhang Chen awake. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In March, you arrive on Earth. Your colossal serpentine body destroys everything in its path as it rides. The ordinary Earth is like sand in your eyes. Your body's density and the planet's density can no longer be mentioned in the same breath. In April, you begin contemplating your next step of evolution. You want to break through the ninth order evolved life form and reach the legendary level of a primordial god. In May, you devour all the primordial gods on Earth, all the hidden realms and divine legacies. You are utterly invincible on Earth. In June, you deliberately lure the reincarnators, knowing that you will inevitably draw the attention of the infinite horror space. Thus, you make your own choice. In July, you kill in one bite the reincarnator holding the realm-breaking talisman. After killing him, you open your maw wide and use the talisman. You arrived in a legendary cultivation world. However, you have no interest in cultivation. You only want to devour and evolve. You have your own evolutionary path. Having just arrived, you find this world profoundly mysterious. A golden horn giant beast that had cultivated to the star level appeared. Ascension was roughly equivalent to ninth order life evolution. The golden horn giant beast was a stellar beast surpassing legendary creatures, truly bearing the bloodline of a stellar beast, but it was still a juvenile. Facing a golden horn giant beast of this level, you coil around it. Your colossal serpentine body is like a heavenly pillar, and on the spot you devour the beast that possesses a bloodline surpassing legend. You devour the juvenile stellar beast and begin growing rapidly. During your growth, you channel all the energy from digesting the juvenile golden horn giant beast into breaking through your shackles. 3 years. All 3 years are spent on breaking through your shackles. You reach the peak of the ninth order evolved life form, yet you always feel that something is missing. You begin trying to devour the cultivators of this world who undergo genetic metamorphosis. Indeed, this world is about the metamorphosis of genes and primal energy, different from the evolution you walk. In 5 years, you find 12 adult legendary bloodline creatures. You immediately activate your tenfold amplification. In an instant, your weight approaches at least 1.5 billion tons. You kill these adult legendary bloodline creatures without injury and devour them all in one go. That year, you sense the trend of your evolution. Your body grows, your genes transform, and you sink into a deep slumber at the core of a human-inhabited planet in this world. 10 years later, when you wake again, you have fully undergone metamorphosis and become a low-rank primordial god. In the terminology of this world that should be cosmic level, the divisions of this world are apprentice planet, star, cosmos. However, you feel this classification is not quite appropriate. You believe that a planet-level being should be able to destroy a planet and a star-level being should be able to destroy a star. That would be a better division. You have just reached low-rank primordial god when you sense an aura surpassing primordial god. You are targeted by a powerhouse who has truly transcended the erosion of time. You are imprisoned and subjected to all kinds of experiments, making life worse than death. You choose to voluntarily end this simulation. Simulation ended. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. 800 meters, 150 million tons primordial psionic force, 170 million tons low rank, primordial god life form level, a fully submissive golden horn giant beast. Looking at this simulation, Zhang Chen fell silent, pondering what his next plan should be. Nevertheless, this simulation had evidently provided far too many improvements. Universes beyond universes, worlds beyond worlds, beyond my imagination. With my current life level, I'm not even worth mentioning in this small universe, let alone. I choose low-rank primordial god life form level. For the first time, Zhang Chen yearned for life evolution so intensely to a degree beyond measure. A life pressure at the origin god level began to emanate from Zhang Chen. At this time, there were still 2.5 low-level origin gods within him. They had been devoured by Zhang Chen while still in slumber. Having evolved to origin god, my next evolutionary goal is now set. Zhang Chen thought to himself. This evolution had once again greatly enhanced everything about him. After all, he could grow to a maximum of 100 meters, and after evolving, he would grow even faster. This was the current Zhang Chen. His massive serpentine body writhed at the sun's core, but before the sun, it was still insignificant, like a single grain in a vast ocean as tiny as a grain of sand. That was right. Zhang Chen deliberately intended to destroy the sun. Even if nuclear breath could affect the sun's core, Zhang Chen would not dare claim he could influence the sun itself. But a planet was after all a planet, and it was not beyond his power to affect it. Zhang Chen had confidence, complete confidence, that he could blast apart Jupiter, the largest planet. Nuclear breath was no pushover. Zhang Chen's mind stirred. His enormous serpentine body completely emerged from the sun's surface, and without hesitation, he aimed his breath at Venus, the target he wanted to strike. Venus was the second planet from the sun in the solar system. The third was Earth. A very thick beam of energy was spat out. In the next instant, Venus was struck by the breath. The surface layer was rapidly broken through. Within the first breath of impact, the first surface layer was completely pierced, and the beam began to enter the core region. At the same time, Zhang Chen began to activate his primordial domain. The domain expanded in an instant, forming a planetary gravitational pull of its own. This time it did not take a full day, nor even half a day. Within a single hour, Venus was already in the process of collapsing, and Zhang Chen simultaneously began to employ his planetary force field. In an instant, all the shattered matter of Venus was brought to Mercury. Zhang Chen looked at Venus's geological core. It looked like a huge sphere, and in fact it almost was one. This was the core of a planet which could be said to hold an immense amount of energy. Conveniently, the heaven-devouring python could devour it, converting that energy into a vast amount of spiritual energy and absorbing it to grow. Zhang Chen swallowed the true core of the planet in one gulp. In an instant, a massive eruption of light and heat burst forth. At the same time, the shattered matter of Venus split into two smaller planetary fragments. Under Zhang Chen's magnetic force field, the planetary fragments began to change within the primordial domain, unexpectedly forming a new planetary domain, and this domain remained under Zhang Chen's control. If so, could I create a planet that I can control it well? A planetary force field could be said to be the very foundation of a planet. In essence, it was the planetary core at the center that, after eons of accumulation, formed a magnetic field. Yet Zhang Chen could shorten that process and forge a planetary force field within a single hour. After finishing all of this, Zhang Chen planned to return to Earth. His enormous serpentine body twisted, and upon arriving at Earth he began to fall freely once again. Humanity still possessed the ability to observe Earth. The satellites above the atmosphere were still there. People witnessed a terrifying sight. An immense serpent, so vast that its head and tail could not be distinguished, suddenly appeared outside the atmosphere and plunged naturally toward Earth. Because of his sheer size combined with the kinetic energy of his fall, Zhang Chen's descent could no longer be described as merely a disaster in human eyes. In short, at this moment humanity was once again engulfed in the terror of the giant serpent looming above them. After falling, Zhang Chen's appearance did not change in color. Some of the matter attached to his body was burned away, scoured clean by tremendous friction. Soon, when Zhang Chen's enormous serpentine body was less than 100 meters from the surface, a massive shockwave of air had already been unleashed. As humanity waited in despair for annihilation, in the next moment Zhang Chen's body stopped falling, as if time itself had frozen and held him still. He had only just arrived here, and Zhang Chen's goal was none other than the god of the Europa Cathedral. That god was a high-level origin god, and now he was Zhang Chen's prey. This world could at most accommodate high-level origin gods, so Zhang Chen, whose combat power was off the charts, was in a sense invincible across the universe. Of course, only in this universe. At the Europa Cathedral, when Zhang Chen's mountain-like serpentine body arrived, humanity could only feel terror. They dared not provoke Zhang Chen, they still feared him. Some began to kneel and proclaim that Zhang Chen was the greatest existence of all. He had just arrived at the cathedral when the simulation refreshed. He did not plan to do anything else. He would simulate first. Start today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In March you entered the cathedral, entered the grotto heaven, within the grotto heaven, and killed God, the high-level origin god, who was undergoing the transformation of his planetary force field. After you devoured God, you returned to the Arctic. At that moment Earth's oceans no longer seemed vast in your eyes. Sometimes they couldn't even be called large. You entered the depths of the Arctic Ocean and coiled your serpentine body there. Even though you used telekinesis to support 99.9 of your weight, while coiling you still resembled a great mountain. Along the way you swallowed all of humanity's nuclear warheads, as if they were snacks, all in one go. After eating the nuclear warheads you fell into a deep sleep. You felt that this world no longer held any motivation for you to strive. You would wait for the reincarnator bearing the realm-breaking talisman, then use it to enter another universe and devour its vitality. In July you finally got your hands on that reincarnator bearing the realm-breaking talisman. Without a word you unleashed a nuclear breath capable of destroying Earth. Because your aim was upward, the breath happened to strike the moon, and in an instant the moon collapsed. You inadvertently blasted a planet-piercing hole through the moon at an oblique angle. Your action unintentionally broke the balance of the moon's force field, and at the same time you destroyed the equilibrium between the Earth and the moon. Soon after, what was likely to follow was a planetary-scale rupture and fragmentation. You paid no heed, knowing that Earth still held other origin gods, and they would surely revive. You used the realm-breaking talisman. You saw countless clusters of light that were universes, found the most vibrant one, and entered that grand universe. This world's hierarchy was apprentice, planet, star, universe, domain, lord, realm lord. Your power could be roughly compared to universe level. You were a low-level origin god, but you already possessed strength at the peak of universe level. You arrived at the Milky Way of this universe and sensed many killing intents. Some factions believed you were a star beast, a rare sight, and they wanted to capture you in exchange for tremendous benefits. Your power could be said to be great, extremely great. Facing a universe-level pursuit, you responded without hesitation with a blazing nuclear energy thrust. The nearly 10,000-meter serpentine body erupted with unimaginable power. To your astonishment, with a single breath you blasted that universe-level powerhouse into molecules. You deeply regretted it because you had gained nothing from it, and that made you feel terrible. At 1 year old you sensed a terrifying aura. Its owner was closing in on you, a domain lord-level powerhouse above the cosmic rank. Yet there was little fear in your heart. You were excited, your blood was boiling, and your power was burning. You faced a powerhouse of a bizarre race. Yes, this universe also upheld a powerful doctrine of bloodlines, and on a racial scale at that. Adults of this race possessed formidable power simply by reaching maturity roughly at the level of the Godzilla species. One could only imagine how mighty a Godzilla that had reached the domain lord realm, a life form surpassing the primal god level, would be. And it was exactly such a powerhouse that you faced. You entered a berserk state and fought it to the death. At the cost of severe wounds, you ultimately devoured it. At age 3, you had grown to 800 meters, weighing 130 million tons, with 180 million tons of primordial telekinetic force. It could be said that you were visibly growing stronger. If the gains in size and power you made in a single day were distributed elsewhere, it would be a catastrophe for any technological civilization that had not yet reached the interstellar level. This is what you are, an utterly terrifying life form. At age 4, you arrived at the legendary center of the galaxy. Your deeds were too conspicuous and powerful beings began to target you. That same year, you were surrounded by 5 domain lords. Relying on your innate talent, life force, and peerless physique, you slew all 5. At age 5, you grew to 8500 meters, your weight reached 150 million tons, and your primordial telekinetic force climbed to 220 million tons. That same year, you discovered a problem. After crossing the major threshold of 8000 meters, even your speed of growth slowed. You were noticed by an existence at the realm lord level. You died. The simulation has ended. Host, please choose one of the following rewards. 8500 meters, 150 million tons, primordial telekinetic force, 220 million tons, 5 domain lord level existences submissive. Looking at this simulation, Zhang Chen felt even more excited. Yes, his growth rate was not slow. It seems I am about to touch the bloodline ceiling of the heaven-devouring serpent. Thinking this, Zhang Chen felt somewhat excited. He pondered on the spot for a while, then made his choice. The 5 domain lords were most likely above the primal god level, but my own growth needs energy more. I choose 8500 meters, 150 million tons, and primordial telekinetic force, 220 million tons. After making his choice, Zhang Chen's body began to grow again. At that moment, his colossal serpentine body shifted. A single sweep of his tail instantly flattened the towering, magnificent hall. The ground beneath it sank low. His primordial telekinetic force swept outward and instantly located the hidden grotto heaven. In the next moment, beneath the people's shocked expressions, Zhang Chen's mountainous sea-like body revealed a dreadful look. In the angel grotto heaven, Zhang Chen looked at a group of first-stage evolved angels and simply ignored them. Even if those angels attacked for a lifetime, they could never break through his defenses. He found the grotto heaven within the grotto heaven. The next instant, Zhang Chen vanished from the angel grotto heaven. In the god grotto heaven, an old man with a white beard and a white robe was startled awake. God opened his eyes and coldly looked ahead. Suddenly, he was stunned. He saw an eye, a colossal serpentine pupil about the size of a multi-story building, followed by a monstrous serpentine body with no end in sight. Old man, become a part of me. An immense primordial telekinetic force erupted, as if in the next moment it would crush the god of this world to death. God tried to drag Zhang Chen into his dimensional space, but in the next instant, Zhang Chen's maw like a pool of blood swallowed God whole into his stomach, into the grotto heaven space within his abdomen. When Zhang Chen again appeared within human sight, vanishing out of thin air, then materializing out of nothing. These people would never have imagined that the god they worshipped was dead. After God was swallowed into his stomach, Zhang Chen mobilized his telekinetic power, fully unleashing primordial telekinetic force, and crushed God to death on the spot. Then Zhang Chen utterly devoured him, and the energy of a high-ranking primal god was completely devoured, absorbed, and digested by Zhang Chen. At that moment, the reincarnator panel sent another message. Senior, you're incredible. Please take me with you. A terrifying giant serpent has appeared in your region. It is already beyond our comprehension. Please protect us, Senior, and transmit the changes of this world to infinite space. Many messages from the reincarnators flooded in. In an instant, Zhang Chen's pair of sinister serpentine eyes turned even colder. These people were simply courting death. Zhang Chen was still extremely wary of infinite space. A moment before the simulation refreshed, he noticed a few novice reincarnators. He did not act himself. Instead, his telekinesis forced some armed men to mow them down. Sometimes when it came to even more terrifying existences, Zhang Chen believed in cause and effect. It was better to kill those reincarnators through the hands of others. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begins. In March, you were thoroughly enraged and killed those reincarnators. At the same time, you began hunting newly arrived reincarnators in this world. Through every kind of borrowed knife scheme, you displayed even more monstrous power. In May, through your covert guidance, all 5 waves of reincarnators perished by your hand. You continued your advancement. In July, you found a reincarnator holding a realm-breaking talisman. At that moment, you acted. A single nuclear breath blasted that reincarnator into smithereens in an instant. You obtained the realm-breaking talisman. You bit down on it and activated it. After using the realm-breaking talisman, you saw the cosmic sea and chose your next step of advancement. You arrived in a world of stellar evolution where the Zerg, the divine race, the human race, and the machine race were all warring across the starry sky. You had just arrived in this world when you saw a planet-wide ocean of Zerg. You opened your blood pool maw and began devouring. You devoured the Zerg of an entire planet. Because of your devouring fusion talent trait, no matter what you devoured you would grow, at least somewhat stronger. Your form always showed signs of change. After you activated the blue core form perhaps, because primordial gene energy had been fully unleashed and all sorts of genes were expressing themselves, your appearance took on a mutation leaning toward a serpentine form. But once you deactivated the blue core form you returned to the original appearance of the heaven-devouring serpent. Your existence shocked the entire Zerg race. You sensed a will at the level of a primal god colossus, the Zerg hive mind. You felt the murderous intent emanating from the Zerg collective consciousness. Your primordial telekinetic force nearly faltered. Just how powerful was the Zerg's racial consciousness? It could be called inexhaustible. Every time a single Zerg was born, the racial will grew a little stronger, a case similar to Dragon's telekinetic force. The Zerg will had existed for 1,000,000 years, and for 1,000,000 years it had grown. As for you, you have only existed for such a short span of time. It is only natural that your spiritual power cannot compare. You departed the star realm of the Zerg, arriving at the machine clan, where you once again slaughtered wantonly. Yet these machine beings were barely edible, mere lumps of iron, so you left that unpleasant domain behind. At 2 years old you had grown to 800 meters in length, with a weight reaching a legendary 180 million tons. Your primal thought power had also surged after devouring the divine beings for consuming their bodies, granted immense mental enhancement, elevating your psychic might to the tier of 250 million tons. At 3 years old your greedy serpentine gaze turned toward the divine race, for they could truly elevate your spiritual power to even greater heights. At 4 years old you grew to 900 meters, and weighed 200 million tons, continuing to ascend and evolve. Yet your actions had thoroughly enraged the divine race. The mightiest being of this world surpassed even the advanced primordial gods of the earthly realm. This world's supreme being was called the Progenitor, a colossal-level primordial god. You were besieged by 7 progenitors of the divine race, backed by their technological civilization. Even so, the colossal-level primordial gods could not inflict fatal harm upon you, and in turn you descended into madness. They lured you to the vicinity of a black hole, where one progenitor sacrificed himself to drag you into its gravitational center. Under the black hole's immense pull you found yourself utterly unable to break free. Within the black hole's absolute gravitational dominion, assaulted by that progenitor's desperate charge, you thrashed with all your might. But every struggle proved futile. Under the ultimate force you were drawn inexorably toward the black hole. Its crushing gravity began to tear apart your flesh. Even a body that defied neutron stars was gradually rent asunder, shredded piece by piece, your form on the very brink of collapse. You died, perishing in the abyssal depths of the black hole's gravity. Simulation ended. Please select your rewards host. 900 meters 2. 0 billion tons primal thought power 3. 0 billion tons 1 divine progenitor colossal level primordial god. Gazing at this simulation's results, a peculiar sensation stirred within Zhang Chen, as if some realization was dawning. The universe. The cosmic sea. Can I leave this world sealed by the infinite space? Zhang Chen was not joking. Staying in this world locked by the infinite space felt stifling. He could not do as he pleased, for any action that threatened the world would cause the infinite space to mark him and cast him into a deathly crisis. I choose 900 meters 2. 0 billion tons primal thought power 3. 0 billion tons. Upon his choice, Zhang Chen's physique and weight began to shift once more. Body length 900. Weight 220 million tons. Primal thought power 3. 0 billion tons. His form began to transform and expand yet again. His colossal body possessed overwhelming might. Wherever he was, Zhang Chen's enormous frame could no longer be concealed upon the Earth's surface. Humanity would inevitably detect him and react accordingly. Of course, given the countless cataclysms Zhang Chen had brought upon humanity, all they could do was tremble in fear. They dared not even attempt a final gamble with nuclear weapons. They had utterly lost their nerve, and some, twisted by absolute terror, underwent a complete reversal of their hearts. Their innermost thoughts flipped entirely, giving way to a frenzied worship of Zhang Chen. Yes, frenzied worship. They even established a church praising the great world serpent. We praise you, we fear you, you are the one true God of the world. In short, Zhang Chen unknowingly became an object of faith. Yet the threads of faith were feeble and sparse, utterly negligible before his might. I never expected someone to worship me. But this faith is far too weak. It cannot even keep pace with my own self-evolution. After a moment of surprise, Zhang Chen lowered his colossal serpentine head. In that instant, his mountain-like visage proclaimed an unspoken absolute dominance. Time flowed on. Humanity continued to observe him, yet the ocean depths could no longer hide his tremendous serpentine body. From high above, his form was clearly visible, stretching across the abyss. Time continued its passage. Suddenly struck by a thought, Zhang Chen raised his colossal head above the sea. A single simple motion that sent towering tsunamis surging, as if an entire island were rising from the ocean floor. From above, Zhang Chen's head condensed a blue-white orb of radiant light, like a small sun. It was his nuclear energy sphere, though after countless transformations, it had undergone a fundamental change in nature. In the next instant, the orb shot upward, etching a blazing arc across the sky. Then beyond Earth's atmosphere, countless satellites were struck by that sweeping ring of light. The ring burst apart, utterly annihilating every satellite in its radius. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised by its power, yet a fierce excitement surged within him. This was indeed a formidable force. Time continued to pass, and soon the simulation refreshed. Begin another few days of simulation. Ding. Simulation commencing. March. You sensed an extremely dense aura of reincarnation. This time you did not act. You also perceived strange threads of karma, and wary of the infinite space, you chose to wait anew. May you slumbered. At your current level, even ceaseless devouring and digestion could not match finding a powerful life treasure. You opened your bloody maw and descended into the underworld, confronting the fused collective of the dinosaur clan, which had actually reached the level of a primordial god. Yet without a second thought, you devoured that race which had evolved for eons. The direction of the dinosaur clan's evolution had not been wrong, but they had secluded themselves in isolation. Had it not been for you, Atlantis or human technology would eventually have caught up to this most ancient race of Earth. You devoured the heart of the Earth. At your current level, you realized that its effect upon you had greatly diminished. The heart of the Earth was not a true planet. You had even swallowed the core of Venus, so this earthly heart was tasteless yet pity to discard. After all, you possessed the bloodline of the heaven-swallowing serpent, capable of converting any matter into energy for your growth. If you lacked that power, the heart of the Earth's role would have been irreplaceable. July. A reincarnator holding the realm-breaking talisman descended. Sensing their arrival, your primal thought power erupted with a sudden surge. You slew the reincarnator, and in doing so you discovered a new layer of power within the realm-breaking talisman. You activated the realm-breaking talisman and arrived in a lower-tier mythological world, Norse mythology. The moment you descended, you sensed a colossal-level primordial god's power. Thor, the god of thunder, came forth. This time you unleashed your own might, facing the colossal-level primordial god with absolutely no fear. Your strength has undergone a tremendous enhancement, reaching the primordial god level of life. After a fierce battle, you slew Thor, the thunder god, and devoured him in one gulp. This time you began to elevate your life grade further. At the age of 1, your actions came to the attention of the heavenly realm. Powerful lightning erupted instantaneously, with each successive surge driving your power to grow ever greater. 5 Nordic deities, each comparable to senior-tier primordial gods, were dispatched to subjugate you for eternity. You rolled your massive body as power erupted from within, continuing to surge. Lifting your colossal form high, you resembled a pillar piercing the heavens. After slaying them, you commenced devouring. You devoured the 5 deities matched to high-tier primordial gods, causing your life grade to ascend to that of an intermediate-level primordial god. Just as you elevated yourself, Odin of this world emerged, a being of extraordinary power, who would later surpass the tier of a colossal primordial god. You engaged Odin in a frenzied battle that shattered mountains and diverted rivers. The conflict between the two of you transformed nearly 30% of the world's geography, and within a remarkably short span you inflicted irreversible destruction upon this low-tier Norse mythology realm. Your life force was formidable, yet despite its intensity, when confronted by nearly all the gods of this realm, you were suppressed into the 9 netherworlds. Tortured day and night, your vital energy systematically drained. Unable to foresee any hope of breaking through, you voluntarily terminated this simulation. The simulation has concluded. Please select from the following rewards: host. 920 meters in height, 240 million tons in mass, original psionic force of 330 million tons. Intermediate primordial god life tier. Odin status unknown, divine god realm. Zhang Chen stared blankly at the simulation results, lost in thought. Is the next major tier beyond primordial god the divine god? Zhang Chen mused, his inner doubts gradually deepening. Yet now remained the time for him to make his selection. I choose the intermediate primordial god life tier. Having made his choice, Zhang Chen's heart swelled with excitement. Feeling his life tier ascend, that suffocating sense of approaching his limit suddenly vanished. With this newfound understanding of himself, Zhang Chen closed his eyes and slipped directly into slumber, awaiting the descent of the next simulation. Time continued its relentless march, neither accelerating for Zhang Chen's waiting nor slowing for the entreaties of other living beings. Time, above all, is the most impartial of all things to every creature. All these transformations rose upward while all this power sank downward. Lin Chen's colossal frame pressed upon the seabed rocks, and when he relaxed his original psionic force to maneuver his body, his mountain-like bulk sank. Upon touching the ocean floor, the rocks shattered, completely crumbling with irresistible force. Soon Lin Shan once again used his psionic power to support 99.999% of his body weight. There was no alternative. Scanning the entirety of Earth, there was literally nowhere for him to rest. I never expected that having diminished strength would bring such disadvantages. Alas, how unbearable. Time continued to flow, and the simulations refreshed with remarkable speed. Begin today's simulation. Ding. Simulation begun. In March you continued to wait, immersing your spirit in deeper accumulation and patience. You extended your consciousness over the entire Earth, and discovered that your mental power could effortlessly envelop the whole planet. Your immense spirit seemed to declare that you could crush anyone you desired with ease. You detected the traces of all primordial gods upon Earth, and you began your waiting once more. In May you felt an exceedingly potent attraction that sent tremors through your entire being. You descended into the depths of Earth and swallowed the heart of Earth, the true planetary core. After consuming the Earth's core, you continued your ascension. In June you sensed the large-scale descent of reincarnators. You understood that Earth was no longer a place where you could linger. During this period you continuously maintained your original domain, using magnetic fields to stabilize the entire planet. Otherwise Earth would have shattered completely the very next moment. In July a reincarnator wielding a world-breaking talisman descended. You incinerated that reincarnator with your nuclear breath, then activated the world-breaking talisman yourself, and departed this world. You arrived at a great world. Not the dim universe of floating light points you had known before, but a cosmos where martial prowess defied the heavens. Terror-inducing experts roamed freely throughout this world with all manner of evolved beings and cultivators existing in abundance. Moreover, your own strength received yet another tier of enhancement. Almost immediately upon arriving in this world you encountered an existence comparable to a divine god, one who sought to kill you, devour everything about you, and seize your destiny. You activated your blue core state, and your genes surged with instantaneous growth. You felt a release coursing through your genetic structure. Deploying your full strength, and after the cost of destroying an entire star you slew that divine god-tier existence. You devoured that divine god, and upon consuming them your strength surged upward once more. You had sustained grievous injuries that would hardly heal. The cultivation realms of this world were peculiar blood-shifting cave heaven spirit transformation, inscription formation, array venerable, divine fire, true, one divine god. The opponent's combat power corresponded precisely to the divine god tier, while your strength had grown even greater. You took another step forward in your growth, arriving at the great wilderness. There you beheld countless colossal beasts rivaling the titans and super beasts comparable to the legendary beast Maya. In this moment you were filled with immense excitement, and you commenced your devouring. You first targeted various artifact-bearing races comparable to titan-sized beasts. Though these creatures were not particularly massive in size, they possessed supernatural abilities. However, you harbored no interest in the cultivation methods of this world. Your only pursuit was self-evolution. To evolve relentlessly until reaching the ultimate end of life. This alone was your path. You devoured numerous great wilderness beasts, and after consuming them your rate of growth accelerated dramatically. At the age of 2 you had grown to 1.0 meters in height, with a mass of 300 million tons and a psionic force of 400 million. Your growth was astonishingly rapid. That same year you set your sights upon a powerhouse among the divine beasts of the great wilderness. All living beings in this world possessed a trump card, more precisely a desperate ace to wager with their lives. You hesitated, contemplating your next move. Battling a divine god-tier expert had proven exceedingly difficult. It was only through your immensely powerful physical foundation combined with the advanced infinite energy core that you managed to slay that opponent. That divine god never had the opportunity to employ their trump card. By the end they had been worn down almost to the point of exhaustion, unable to use it even if they wished. You delivered a single strike, a compressed ultimate nuclear energy breath that pierced through an entire star in an instant. That was the entirety of your process in slaying that divine god. You entered the starry expanse of this great world. You behold countless starfield behemoths, their lowest echelons at least reaching the 9th stage evolved life form tier, with the average soaring to the source god level. Yet you stand invincible at this source god tier, attaining an awe-inspiring height. It is exceedingly rare for you to encounter a behemoth capable of challenging you at the source god level, let alone one at the intermediate source god rank. You forge onward through the desolate starry void, ceaselessly devouring. Your targets are the cores of planets, for planetary cores harbor unimaginable power. Power both profound and transcendent. At the age of 4 you have devoured no fewer than 100 planet cores. Following the consumption of these cores you begin another metamorphosis. By age 6 your transformation completes. Your physique undergoes a dramatic increase, and bolstered by the energy of 100 planet cores, and the profound spiritual energy reserves of this caliber, you grow to 1.0 meters in length, weighing 550 million tons, with 1 billion units of primordial mental power. Upon attaining primordial mental power, your mental force foundation escalates from tens of thousands of tons to hundreds of millions of tons, exhibiting signs of stabilization, and you commence further enhancement, pushing yourself to a new realm. In the same year, deeming yourself capable of roaming the starry void, with unrestrained dominance you venture into the depths of space. There you encounter a spatial attribute starfield behemoth. Its Dharma idol is colossal, nearly matching the size of a planet, and you feel compelled to flee. You perish. Simulation terminated. Host, please select your reward below. 1200 meters, 550 million tons, primordial mental power, 1 billion tons. Dharma idol can manifest as a giant corporeal avatar using energy, but cannot proportionally enhance your attributes. 100 planet cores, x10. Coordinates to the perfect great world. Staring at this simulation, Zhang Chen falls silent. What exactly is this Dharma idol? If it could proportionally amplify my strength, that would truly be a devastating trump card. Unfortunately, it cannot. Such being the case, in Zhang Chen's eyes, a Dharma idol that merely intimidates without proportional enhancement is essentially worthless. I choose 1200 meters, 550 million tons, primordial mental power, 1 billion tons. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chen makes his choice. His size, weight, and dimensional attributes have all increased substantially. Body length, 1200 meters. Weight, 580 million tons. Primordial mental power, 1 billion tons. This is Zhang Chen's current power. His prowess runs unfathomably deep, with both his mental force and mass having more than doubled. His colossal serpentine body twists constantly, and even these subtle movements add a thrasher intensity to the ocean's surging waves. Suddenly, as Zhang Chen prepares to return to slumber, a formidable aura approaches him. Source God. A source god of Earth. Surprised inwardly, Zhang Chen does not move. He waits. Soon a powerful aura slightly weaker than this world's apex manifests. A source god of unknown origin. In his grip is a hammer wreathed in eternal, unquenchable flame. No exchange of words occurs, perhaps due to barriers of alienation. Up to this point, Zhang Chen has never encountered any being willing to converse with him during his weaker phase, not a single one. Almost every encounter ends in combat, and none succeed against him. With a helpless sigh, Zhang Chen opens his maw, parting the blood pool, and swallows the source god of unknown faith in a single gulp. His strength has grown exponentially day by day. Of dispatching an earth source god is now trivial for him, achieved without even a scratch. Such is the 1200 meter Zhang Chen. It is evident that his power will continue to rise, though what caliber remains to be seen. One thing is certain, he will only grow stronger. Time continues its relentless flow, and Zhang Chen sinks into a brief slumber. Begin today's simulation. As the simulation refreshes, it rouses Zhang Chen once more. Ding. Simulation initiated. March. You enter a period of waiting. April. You sense an overwhelming threat, one that sends a shudder through your colossal serpentine frame. You feel the terror emanating from the infinite space, a sensation that plunges you back to the era when you could scarcely confront Earth's myriad crises. You relive that growth period that once made your entire body tremble. May. You strive to conceal yourself, doing everything possible to avoid detection by the infinite terror space, while simultaneously awaiting an opportunity to depart this world. June. Throughout your prolonged concealment, your entire body quivers. You detect killing intent from the infinite space alongside a targeted assassination plot against you, the plotter being a source god of peerless magnitude. Though you could slay such an opponent, you refrain from rash action. July. You sense a reincarnator wielding a boundary-rending talisman. Upon detecting this reincarnator, you abandon all pretense of concealment, and your massive serpentine body erupts from the ocean depths. You swallow the reincarnator in a single gulp and acquire the boundary-rending talisman. Without hesitation, you activate it. You arrive at the Sea of Universe and enter the perfect great world. Upon entering the perfect great world, you behold numerous towering super-realms. No longer do they resemble scattered starfields, rather they appear as floating supercontinents, round heavens, and square earth, each realm of staggering vastness. You arrive at an inferior realm's ancient starfield, where below lies the great wilderness and its 3,000 provinces. After a moment of contemplation, you detect the aura of numerous heavenly deities within the great wilderness, 3,000 provinces. This triggers your deep wariness, and you decide to make for the ancient starfield. Arriving at the ancient starfield, you sense even more auras upon your arrival, and you begin to devour with reckless ferocity. At age 2, you continuously devour bite after bite, consuming over 100 starfield behemoths. You begin to digest them further, and during this process you sense extraordinarily potent auras. At age 3, you witness the birth of a starfield behemoth endowed with a peerless special talent, its bloodline, so astonishingly heaven-defying that it surpasses even the devouring aptitude of your heavens-devouring giant python, which transforms all manner of matter into raw energy. This behemoth possesses a heaven-shaking foundation and peerless talent. Even its newly born juvenile form wields the power of a starfield behemoth equivalent to the source god tier. its bloodline far more heaven-defying than your heavens-devouring giant python lineage. In short, your power surges forth at an unprecedented rate, your strength becoming overwhelmingly formidable and your aura magnificently majestic. Through fierce combat you fall gravely wounded. Your opponent seems to possess a peculiar divine ability with spatial blades circling around them. Even your body, impervious to neutron star destruction, begins to suffer under the severing of these spatial knives. For the first time you are grievously wounded by a life form of the same tier, or even a juvenile, and you devour your adversary. You begin to undergo a transformation, acquiring the talent of adaptive spatial power. Overjoyed, you discover that the growth ceiling of this adaptive spatial talent has reached an ultimate pinnacle. Much like your adaptive vision and adaptive respiration, this talent's floor already matches your own ceiling, while its ceiling is beyond measure. As environmental conditions shift, your spatial power will gradually evolve and strengthen.